You. Who are you? Do you know where you are? How dare you cause a commotion here? The manager of the Passion Palace showed up shortly after Yuan entered the building with Tian Yenyu. Yuan glanced at the middle-aged man, who had a furious face, and said, "If you had brought us to your boss in the first place, we wouldn't have needed to resort to this. Guards! Throw them out of here!" The manager shouted, and over a dozen Spirit Lord cultivators surrounded them the next moment. "Are you aware that this place is being run by the Stone Bandits?" Tian Yenyu asked them in a calm voice. And she continued, "If you are aware of this fact and still decided to help them, we have the authority to kill you all. This is your last chance to walk away." Tian Yenyu retrieved an elegant sword with a thin blade and casually swung it at the empty air in front of her. "Stone Bandits? That is a baseless accusation. What proof do you have that this place is run by these bandits?" The manager exclaimed. "I have worked in this place for over 30 years and I have never seen anything related to those bandits from this place." Tian Yenyu smiled and said, "To not notice something like this after so long, you must blind, but that's not even the worst part. If you've worked here for over 30 years and do not know about the Stone Bandits, that must mean they don't trust you enough to tell you about it despite the amount of time you have spent here." The manager trembled in anger after hearing such words, and he roared, "They're just spewing nonsense to mess with our heads. This place isn't run by any bandits. Kill them." "Yes." The guards shouted as they encircled Yuan and his small group. "Don't say I didn't warn you," Tian Yenyu said as she went into an offensive position. However, before the guards or Tian Yenyu could move, Yuan suddenly activated Heavenly Domain, instantly overwhelming the guards and forcing them to their knees without seriously injuring them. "Let's all just calm down and wait for the boss to show up, shall we?" Yuan spoke with a nonchalant expression on his face. Even though the guards couldn't see Yuan's cultivation, they instinctively knew that he was not someone to be trifled with, so they all remained on their knees with their heads lowered even after the Heavenly Domain was deactivated. Meanwhile, somewhere inside the building, the young bandit was kowtowing before a bulky bald man, who had an enraged expression on his face. "So you failed your mission and even brought trouble back to our hideout, huh? I knew you were trouble since the day we accepted you. I should have killed you sooner." The bulky man suddenly jumped out of his bed, where several naked women were resting, and landed in front of the young bandit. "I hope you're prepared for your punishment, young one." However, the young bandit immediately jumped to his feet and rushed outside. "You think you can run away?" The bulky man got dressed in less than a second and chased after the young bandit, who didn't dare to look back as he rushed back to Yuan and Tian Yenyu. "Young master! I brought the boss here." The young bandit shouted even before he could see Yuan's face again. "Die, you useless trash!" The bulky man had caught up to the young bandit and prepared to strike him. However, before his fist could reach the young bandit, a figure appeared between them and causally blocked his fist. "So you're the Stone Bandits' leader? I have a few questions for you." Yuan calmly spoke as he stood before the bulky man like an immovable mountain. "Who the fuck are you? Stone Bandits? I have no idea what you're talking about." The bulky man was greatly surprised by Yuan's sudden appearance and was even a little nervous. Even though he didn't go all out for his strike, it was still enough to kill a spirit lord with ease, yet Yuan had managed to block it with one hand and with seemingly no effort at all. "So you're not affiliated with the hooligans that have been causing trouble for the Tian family?" Yuan asked. The bulky man retrieved his fist and spoke, "Tian family? I have heard of them, but what do they have anything to do with me? Don't tell me you believe that brat over there without any proof. So you're not the leader of the Stone Bandits, and you have no affiliation with the Stone Bandits?" Yuan asked again. "The answer is no to both of your questions. You should do some investigations before you accuse someone. I also expect some kind of compensation for the commotion you have caused my business today," the bulky man said. Yuan suddenly smiled and retrieved an object that was emitting a golden glow. "When someone lies before me, this grail of truth will light up, so what you just told me is a lie. The bulky man took a few steps back after seeing this treasure. Where the fuck did he get such a powerful treasure? He cried inwardly. Yuan turned to look at the young bandit and asked, "Have you been lying to me?" "No." The young bandit quickly said. The Grail of Truth did not emit any light after hearing his words. Yuan turned to look at the bulky man again and said, "This is all the proof that I need to deal with you." "Xiao Yang. Is everything okay? Why did you suddenly disappear like that?" Tian Yenyu appeared at this moment with Xiao Hua following behind her. "Hey, I just found our bandit boss," Yuan said. "Really?" Tian Yenyu frowned when she saw the bulky man's appearance. "You. I know him. I have seen him working as a guard for the Lin family before," she exclaimed after recognizing the bulky man's face. "So what if I have worked as a guard for the Lin family? What are you trying to say?" The bulky man coldly snorted. "I will get straight to the point then." Yuan said, "Did the Lin family tell you to mess with the Tian family?" The bulky man kept his mouth shut this time, not daring to respond to Yuan's question, as this was the only flaw for Grail of Truth. However, one could argue if this was really a flaw, since if someone refuses to answer when they know what will happen if they do, it could only mean that they were going to lie. "If you think silence will save you, I have bad news for you," Yuan calmly said to the man. "And what are you going to do to me? Kill me? You don't even have any concrete proof that I belong to this stone bandits or whatever." The bulky man sneered. "Proof? In a world where the powerful is always right, proof is not necessary." Yuan spoke with a cold smile on his face, and his peak spirit king aura that could suppress even a spirit emperor filled the hallways and nearby rooms, causing everyone to tremble before it. Tian Yenyu stared at Yuan with wide eyes. "This aura, he's a spirit emperor?" "No. That's not possible. Spirit king is the peak in the third heaven. There's no way he's a spirit emperor," she cried inwardly. The bulky man subconsciously took a step back when he felt Yuan's aura, and he spoke in a nervous voice, "Why, you are powerful, I will give you that, but you won't be able to handle the Lin family by yourself." Yuan chuckled, "Who said anything about dealing with the Lin family by myself? Anyways, are you going to tell me or not? I will not ask you again. My patience is running low." The bulky man showed him a bold smile and said, "Go fuck." Whoosh! Yuan suddenly retrieved his Empyrean Overlord and slashed it at the bulky man in a speed that was too quick to react. The bulky man's head rolled on the floor the next moment before his body collapsed. Tian Yenyu's jaw dropped a little after seeing this. "You actually killed him?" She almost couldn't believe that Yuan would kill the bulky man so quickly. "It's pointless talking to him. There should be other high-ranking bandits that know about their deal with the Lin family," Yuan said with a nonchalant look on his face, feeling not even the slightest guilt from killing a mere bandit that has caused the Tian family so much trouble. He turned to look at the horrified young bandit and said, "Go grab his head and bring me to the other bandits." "Yes." Now realizing that Yuan was the real deal, the young bandit didn't dare to hesitate to listen to his commands. He quickly went to pick up the bulky man's decapitated head and proceeded to bring Yuan around the building. Whenever they encountered a bandit, Yuan would use the Grail of Truth to make sure that he wasn't troubling anyone innocent. He would also ask the bandits questions, and when they refused to answer or try to run away, Tian Yenyu would act according to her own will and slay them. Of course, she would still kill them even if they answered their questions, as she could not forgive these bandits that have ruined their family business. It was mayhem within the Passion Palace with blood being spilled all over the place. Eventually, the guards arrived at the scene to stop the commotion. "Halt!" A dozen peak spirit lords and a few spirit kings showed up before Yuan and Tian Yenyu. "You are..." The guards immediately recognized Tian Yenyu because of her beauty, but they did not recognize Yuan. "Lady Tian. What in heaven's name are you doing? Why are you involved in this unscrupulous massacre?" The guards asked her. Unscrupulous? How rude. I am merely cleaning up the bandits that have been messing with my Tian family for years. Bandits? The guards were taken aback by her words. The stone bandits. I'm sure you've heard of them. They're quite famous for human trafficking and robbery. Do you have any proof that the people you're killing are related to the stone bandits? The leader of the guards asked after some pondering. If Tian Yenyu was telling the truth, that she's cleaning up the bandits, the city would be awarding her for her efforts instead of being punished. Of course. Tian Yenyu nodded, and she pointed to the small group of bandits that they had captured and been dragging around the whole building. They all admitted to being part of the stone bandits, and they even confirmed that the Lin family had paid them to mess with my Tian family. What? The guards were shocked after hearing this information. The leader of the guards approached the group of bandits and asked them with a stern expression, "Is what she said true?" "Yes. We're all part of the stone bandits. Please. We'll tell you everything. Just save us from these monsters." The bandits began crying. They'd rather spend time behind bars than to deal with Yuan and Tian Yenyu. The leader of the guards was speechless, and he said to Tian Yenyu, "We will deal with the rest from here. Please return to your home for now. We will visit you once we are done here." She didn't say anything and turned to look at Yuan instead. "We have already fulfilled our purpose here. Let's leave for now," Yuan said. "Okay." However, before they could leave, the leader of the guards asked Yuan, "Excuse me, who are you? I know of Lady Tian and the Tian family, but I don't recognize you." Yuan then answered, "My name is Xiao Yang. I am just a rogue cultivator who is currently in the process of repaying a debt my ancestor owed the Tian family. If you need to speak with me, you can find me at the Tian family." "I understand." The guard nodded in a dazed manner. Yuan left the building and returned to the Tian family with Tian Yenyu shortly after. Once Yuan and Tian Yenyu left the scene, the guards began their investigation on the Passion Palace and questioned all of the workers there. Yuan also told the young bandit to assist the guards before leaving, which made it a lot easier for the guards to identify the bandits, speeding up their investigation tremendously. News of what happened at the Passion Palace quickly began spreading throughout the city like wildfire, and rumors of the Lin family paying the stone bandits to mess with the Tian family was amongst the news, which shocked the city. This caused quite the backlash for the Lin family. Even though there wasn't any direct backlash, their family name was being dragged through the mud by being associated with the bandits, which was more than enough to make them lose face, and losing face is the worst thing that could happen to these influential families that only care about such things. The Lin family quickly went into damage control and tried their best to convince the people that the stone bandits were lying to mess with their reputation and that they weren't trustworthy because, well, they were bandits, even going as far as spending money to spread it. Although this did alleviate some of their troubles, not everyone believed it. Fuck. 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 That fucking bitch Tian Yenyu. How dare she mess with us like this? A handsome young man within the Lin family kicked the table in front of him when he heard the news of Tian Yenyu dealing with the stone bandits, sending it along with everything on it flying across the room. Things have gone so smoothly for him for the past few years that this sudden retaliation from the Tian family had taken him by complete surprise. "I swear I am going to make her regret defying me, the Lin family." This handsome young man was Lin Minghai, who has been courting Tian Yenyu for the last few years without any success. "Young Master Lin, please calm down. If we act against the Tian family now, it would only solidify the rumors that we're working with the stone bandits." The servant of the Lin family said to him. "Are you telling me to just sit here and let that bitch spit on my face?" "I refuse." Lin Minghai roared. "I did not say that, young master. I'm just saying that there are better ways to go around this. For example, you can use this chance to visit the Tian family and demand compensation for ruining the Lin family's reputation." "Ha ha ha. This is a great idea, Steward Jean." Lin Minghai laughed out loud. Prepare the guards. We're going to visit the Tian family right now. Meanwhile, at the Tian family, Tian Xianzu was in disbelief after hearing about the situation from his daughter. We not only dealt with the hooligans, but we even cleaned out the infamous stone bandits in half a day. Yuan is the real deal. He will definitely be able to help us get the Lin family off our backs. Tian Yenyu spoke with intense excitement, as this incident had relieved a lot of her built-up stress. Is this what victory feels like? She tightly gripped her hands into fists. This is just the beginning. Yuan suddenly said. Now that we've taken care of the bandits, one of three things will happen. 1. The Lin family will pretend it never happened and not bother us for a bit. 2. They could send more people to mess with us, or they will come to us directly. Personally, I would prefer it if they directly came to us, as that would make things easier. Tian Xianzu sighed. Regardless of their actions, they will not forget what happened today and will definitely try to get revenge. In their eyes, even though we only dealt with the hooligans, we had indirectly defied them, which isn't any different from directly defying them. He turned to look at Yuan and continued, I really hope you know what you're doing, because if things go south, your little antics will mark the end of our Tian family. Yuan smiled, don't worry, I will keep the Tian family safe even if I have to wipe out the 7 legacy families in order to do so. I know you're powerful, but how can you say such a thing so casually? The more you go against the 7 legacy families, the more they will retaliate. If they cannot handle you in this world, they will send people from the upper heavens down here. This is the main reason why nobody dares to mess with them, unless you also have a family in the upper heaven, such as the 4 ancient families. Tian Yenyu said. Because this is not my first time confronting one of the 7 legacy families. Yuan calmly responded, leaving them speechless. Dear heaven, what have we gotten ourselves into? Just who is this young man? Tian Xianzu cried inwardly. Meanwhile, inside a sect somewhere in the 3rd heaven. Elder Suin. This is an emergency. A middle-aged man hastily approached a beautiful middle-aged woman in a square with a nervous look on his face. The middle-aged woman stopped lecturing her disciples and turned to look at the middle-aged man, Elder Long. What happened? This is about your family. I have just received news that your daughter, Tian Yenyu, had caused a commotion, which resulted in the Lin family losing a tremendous amount of face. What? What did my silly daughter do? Elder Suin, also known as Tian Suin and who was Tian Yenyu's mother, exclaimed. Elder Long proceeded to explain the whole incident between Tian Yenyu and the stone bandits to Tian Suin. That foolish girl. I warned her countless times to not mess with the Lin family and just ignore them. Tian Suin gritted her teeth in frustration after learning about the situation. I'm going to return home for a bit. Can you let the sect leader know about my situation? She then said. Of course. Elder Long nodded. After dismissing her disciples, Tian Suin left her sect and rushed back to the Silver Heaven City. Tian family. Get your ass out here. The Lin family is here to demand for answers. Yuan and the others heard the front door being banged on and a loud voice resound the following moment. Looks like the Lin family decided to show up personally, and they even moved faster than I anticipated. Yuan smiled. What should we do? Tian Yenyu asked. Since you caused this mess, you're going to deal with it. Tian Xianzu said in a cold voice, pushing all responsibility to them even though he's the family head. Tian Yenyu turned to look at Yuan, who spoke in a calm voice, let's meet them and see what they have to say. If they do anything inappropriate, I will deal with them accordingly. All right. Tian Yenyu nodded. The two of them went to greet the visitors shortly after, and then they brought the Lin family to one of the guest rooms. Tian Yenyu. You bitch. Do you have any idea how much trouble you have caused for my family with your little act at the Passion Palace today? How dare you spread such nasty rumors? You will compensate us for the damage. Lin Minghai began shouting even before they sat down. Tian Yenyu remained calm and spoke in a sneering voice. The stone bandits claimed that your Lin family hired them to mess with my family. I had nothing to do with it. If you want to blame someone, blame the bandits, or even better, blame yourselves for messing with my family. Lin Minghai slammed on the table and roared, our Lin family had nothing to do with those filthy bandits. How dare you slander us? Slander? Those hooligans started messing with my family's business the day I rejected your advances, and don't even think about giving the excuse that it's all just a coincidence. Even an idiot wouldn't believe such an excuse. Tian Yenyu bit back at them. Watch your attitude, Lady Tian. You are speaking to the young master of the Lin family. Steward Jean suddenly spoke in a cold tone. If you weren't the young master's darling, I would have already cut out your tongue. Watch your mouth. I am not his darling. Tian Yenyu narrowed her eyes at Steward Jean, her gaze oozing with killing intent. I may be a servant, but do you dare to kill a member of the Lin family in your estate? Can you handle the consequences? Steward Jean snorted arrogantly. Even though he called himself a servant, his status within the Lin family wasn't low, and he has been a trusted member for many decades now, his loyalty for the Lin family unquestionable. Why don't we all calm down so that we can have a proper conversation? Yuan finally spoke his first sentence since the Lin family's visit. The frown on Lin Minghai's face immediately burrowed even further, and he turned to look at Yuan, and who the fuck are you? Yuan smiled and introduced himself in a respectful voice, my name is Xiao Yang, and I am currently assisting the Tian family. My ancestors owed their ancestors a debt, and I am here to return that debt. I was told that their family business was being harassed by hooligans, so I decided to do something about it, unaware that they were connected to the reputable Lin family. If you want to blame someone for the recent commotion, you may place the blame on me. You're also slandering my Lin family. Lin Minghai fumed with anger after hearing Yuan's words that subtly accused the Lin family of working with the stone bandits. What? I am simply stating what the bandits told us and the guards that took them away. If you claim that the Lin family doesn't have anything to do with those bandits, I naturally want to believe the reputable Lin family over the bandits. However, your inappropriate behavior isn't helping me. Lin Minghai gritted his teeth in frustration, but he couldn't argue back, as that would only make him and his family look worse. Xiao Yang, right? I will remember your name. Now I have a question for you. What is your relationship with her? Lin Minghai pointed at Tian Yenyu while he spoke. My relationship with Miss Yenyu? We're just. It was at this moment that Tian Yenyu suddenly interrupted, we're just ordinary lovers. What about it? Yuan's eyes widened after hearing Tian Yenyu's words. Lin Minghai had a look of disbelief on his face, looking as though he'd just witnessed a ghost for the first time. You're lying. Lin Minghai didn't dare to believe it. Oh. You don't believe me? Then let me prove it to you. Tian Yenyu suddenly turned to look at Yuan's handsome face and moved her head towards his, giving him a passionate kiss on the lips the following moment. Lin Minghai could feel his heart bursting into a million pieces when he witnessed this, and the shock he'd received was so big that his eyes rolled backwards until it was almost completely white. Young master! Get a hold of yourself! Steward Jean cried out loud as he went to catch Lin Minghai's falling body. After removing her lips from Yuan's, Tian Yenyu spoke with a slightly rosy face, why are you so surprised? We're lovers, so it's only natural for us to do things like this. In fact, we have done even more intensive stuff before. Lin Minghai felt his soul leaving his body after hearing what Tian Yenyu had just said. You will regret this, you damn whore. We're going back. Steward Jean decided to return to the Lin family for now because their young master had become incapacitated from mental damage, and he was worried that if they stayed any longer, Lin Minghai might die of heartbreak. After carrying their young master away, the Lin family rushed back to their own home. Yuan turned to look at Tian Yenyu with a bittersweet smile, but he didn't say anything, as he wanted her to tell him what that was about just now. What's wrong? Did you not like that kiss? Or was that your first kiss? Tian Yanyu tried her best to remain calm as she responded to Yuan's puzzled face. Most people would kill to receive a kiss from a beauty like me, she added. Yuan shook his head. This has nothing to do with that. Are you sure that was the right choice? Who knows how Lin Minghai will act now? Perhaps you'd even made things worse by kissing me. After all, that was the only reason the Lin family hasn't taken over the Tian family. It'll be fine. If anything happens, you'll protect us, right? That's what you said. Furthermore, I have been wanting to get back at Lin Minghai for a while now. I just didn't know how, until a few moments ago. Yuan rubbed his eyes and sighed. So, what are we going to do now? What's the next step? Tian Yanyu asked a moment later. There is no next step. We will now wait to see the Lin family's response. With that being said, we're not going to wait forever for a response. I will give them a week at most. Alright. Anyways, do you have any unused rooms? And do you mind if I stay here for a while? In order to keep you all safe, it would be for the best if I stayed close. This way, if anything happens, I will be able to respond to it faster. Yuan asked a moment later. Sure. We have plenty of unused guest rooms. You can use them as you please. Tian Yanyu nodded. Follow me. I will show you the way. Thank you. After showing Yuan to his room, Tian Yanyu left him alone to cultivate before returning to her room. Once she closed the doors to her room, Tian Yanyu jumped onto the bed and began rolling around the bed. She screamed internally. I can't believe that I had actually kissed him. That was even my first kiss. She exclaimed in a low voice. While Tian Yanyu pondered about her actions inside her room, Yuan cultivated in peace in his room, at least he tried to. Young master. How could you let that woman kiss you like that? You should have dodged it. Feng Yuxiang was making a fuss about the kiss. Calm down, it's just a kiss. Just a kiss. Kissing is more than that. You just shared saliva. That's not something you do to someone whom you've just met. She exclaimed. What's done is already done. There's no point getting excited over it now. He sighed. Fine, then let's talk about something else. Feng Yuxiang said. And she continued, you asked her if it was a good idea to kiss you in front of Lin Minghai. I will now ask you if it's really a good idea to meddle with the Tian family's affairs. In case you forgot, we're currently being hunted by the 7 legacy families, and the Lin family is part of them. Even if your intentions are to help them, if the Lin family finds out your true identity, the Tian family will be dragged into our mess, and they will be executed. I guarantee it. Senior Feng is right, Yuan. I don't see any benefits from this while there are tons of risks. It just doesn't make sense to me. Lan Yingying also gave her opinion on the matter, something she doesn't do often. Yuan showed a slight smile and said, I am well aware of how foolish my actions are right now, but it's more complicated than you think. You know, after Tian Qinyu left his family to deal with the demons, he never once got the chance to return home to see his family before they passed away. The parents that had raised him with love and care, the ones who supported him while he was at his lowest, Tian Qinyu greatly regretted not being able to help his family, as his parents had died before his mentality could stabilize. Now that I have Tian Qinyu's memories, there is this strong and nearly uncontrollable urge to help the Tian family, almost as though his soul desperately wants to amend his mistakes. I could ignore this feeling and pretend I don't even know the Tian family, but I have a feeling that this will hinder my cultivation in the future, almost like heart demon. I see. I understand your motivation a little better now, young master. Feng Yuxiang said a moment later. Me too. Lan Yingying said. I also understand your worries, and I thank you for your consideration, but there's no need to worry, as I don't plan on exposing myself, and I have the perfect plan to deal with the Lin family without spewing any blood, if they don't suddenly decide to raid the Tian family in the middle of the night. Yuan said. And he continued, the moment they do anything drastic, I will get rid of them, no matter if they are the 7 legacy families or some other powerhouse. Meanwhile, back at the Lin family, Steward Jean called for their best doctor after putting Lin Minghai in his luxurious bed. What happened to the young master? The doctor was shocked when he saw Lin Minghai's poor condition. His skin is completely pale, almost as if all of his blood had been drained, not to mention the horrified expression on his face. Did he see a ghost or something? No, even a ghost wouldn't be enough to cause such a reaction. Just what in heaven's name happened? The doctor quickly assessed Lin Minghai's condition. You see. What had happened was. Steward Jean explained the situation to the doctor, which made him even more baffled. The reason for the young master's condition is heartbreak. He couldn't help but cry out loud, as he has never seen a case of heartbreak this drastic before. Isn't this a little bit too much of an overreaction? It's not like he had been forced to watch his lover being screwed by someone else. The doctor sighed inwardly. Lin Minghua eventually woke up after a whole day of rest, and when he woke up, he did so in a manner that was as though he'd just woken up from a nightmare. Aya! He shouted the moment he woke up. Young master. It's okay. Young master. Steward Jean quickly rushed to his side to calm him down. Steward Jean. What is going on? Where am I? Lin Minghai looked around with a puzzled look on his face. He was so confused that he couldn't even recognize his own bedroom. We're currently inside your bedroom right now. Steward Jean said. My room? I see. So that was just a dream, a bad nightmare. Lin Minghai released a sigh of relief, his whole body soaked in sweat. It was obvious that Lin Minghai thought that his visit to the Tian family and what he experienced there was just a dream. Unfortunately for him, Steward Jean would turn that dream into reality with a single sentence. I'm sorry, young master, but that wasn't a dream. We brought you back here from the Tian family after you fell unconscious. Lin Minghai proceeded to sit on his bed with a blank expression on his face after hearing Steward Jin's words, feeling as though he'd accidentally inhaled a live fly. His face began to flush with redness shortly after. Once he reached the boiling point, he roared at the top of his lungs, "Fuck that bitch Tian Ynyu. I want them dead. I want them all dead." Steward Jean expected this kind of reaction from him, which wasn't surprising in the least. However, he couldn't allow it to happen. Young master, with the way things are going, if we attack them now, it will look bad on the Lin family. I don't fucking care. If you won't do it, I will do it myself. Nobody can stop me from killing that whore, not even my parents. Lin Minghai continued shouting. Steward Jean shook his head inwardly. He then sighed, I understand, young master. I will assemble a team of assassins to deal with Xiao Yang to send a message for now. As for Tian Yenyu and her family, we can deal with them a little later. How does that sound, young master? Lin Minghai pondered for a moment before nodding with a cold smile on his face, kill her lover and torment her mentally before killing her, huh? That's a great idea. And since this Xiao Yang isn't part of the Tian family, we won't receive any backlash for killing him. We can even call him a fugitive who had wronged our family. That's right, young master. Go on. Get with it. I want this bastard gone by tomorrow. Of course. Steward Jean disappeared from the room shortly after while Lin Minghai continued to rest. After leaving Lin Minghai's side, Steward Jean went to write a note before sending it to the most notorious assassins within the third heaven, the Silent Rippers. The Silent Rippers are a small group of professional assassins that would kill pretty much anybody as long as they are paid enough for the job, and they have even dared to kill people from the 7 legacy families before. The Silent Rippers also have no hideout, and they always wander the third heaven, never staying in one place for longer than a few days, hence why they are so hard to catch and deal with. However, they do have several methods of contact, and one of them is leaving behind a note as well as a full deposit in a specific location. These locations exist all over the 9 heavens, and they are usually checked once every week. Fortunately for Steward Lin, his note was received by a member of the Silent Ripper merely hours after he sent it out. I want someone named Xiao Yang to be taken care of as soon as possible. He is currently residing in the Tian family's residence within Silver Heaven City. It is very important that you not kill anyone from the Tian family, just Xiao Yang. He is a young man around 20 years old, around 6 foot tall, handsome face, long black hair tied into a ponytail, brown eyes, and his cultivation seems to be around Spirit King. The pay will be 20 million spirit stones. If you need more information or wish to contact me, you can contact one of my associates in the Yellow River Pavilion in Silver Heaven City. He is someone by the name of Ming Lao. Attached to this note was a storage bag with 20 million spirit stones. Normally, one wouldn't dare to risk 20 million spirit stones before the job is completed, but the Silent Rippers are very proud of their reputation and have never stolen from their client before, hence why Steward Jean didn't hesitate to pay them 20 million spirit stones in advance. Ha ha ha. 20 million spirit stones to kill a mere child. This is the easiest money in a long time. The assassin laughed out loud when he saw the new request. He then contacted his fellow assassins and notified them of the new mission. Spirit King at the Silver Heaven City, huh? Brother Mao should be the nearest to that city right now. Yes, I can get there in about 3 hours from my current location. This assassin surnamed Mao said. I'm about 8 hours away. Do you want to wait for me? Another asked. No, I will be fine by myself. It's just a 20-year-old child who just became a Spirit King. I am already more than enough for this mission, said Assassin Mao. Alright, we'll leave this mission in your hands, Brother Mao. We will await for the good news, Brother Mao. Good luck. I will finish it by tonight. After closing the connection to his communication jade slip, Assassin Mao immediately made his way to Silver Heaven City, unaware of the Grim Reaper that was waiting for him there. Later that night, after eating dinner with the Tian family, Yuan returned to his room. Inside his room, Yuan practiced the soul nourishment array that Huang Chen had taught him. Golden array symbols filled the room, and Yuan could feel his soul strength strengthening very slightly. A few hours into the night, when it was slightly past midnight, Feng Yuxiang suddenly said, Young master, there's an expert nearby, and he's spying on us. Still focused on his array symbols, Yuan casually said, I am aware. Let's just wait and see what he's planning on doing first. Don't come out. I don't want to alert him. I understand. Unbeknownst the assassin Mao, his presence had already been noticed by his target. A mere child. I will finish this in a minute and leave. Assassin Mao suddenly consumed a pill, which altered his appearance to look exactly like Tian Yenyu. After making sure that there was nobody near Yuan's room, he approached the door and knocked on it. Yuan stopped whatever he was doing and went to open the door to find Tian Yenyu standing there. And without saying a word, Assassin Mao entered the room with a seductive smile on his face. Miss Yenyu. What's wrong? Are you still worried about the Lin family? I'm telling you, it'll be fine. Yuan said to her with a gentle smile on his face. Assassin Mao laughed inwardly, feeling quite gleeful about how well his plan was working. He then placed his hands on Yuan's shoulders before guiding him to the bed. Oh. What are you doing? Yuan asked her as he laid on the bed, looking a little nervous. Assassin Mao, still with Tian Yenyu's appearance, placed a finger on his own lips and made a quite shushing sound. Ah. I see. Yuan's nervous smile became filled with excitement, and he closed his eyes. Go ahead. Do whatever you want. It was at this moment Assassin Mao retrieved a dagger from his spatial ring and stabbed it towards Yuan's chest where his heart was located. Die! Assassin Mao shouted when the tip of the blade reached Yuan's chest. However, almost as though he'd struck steel, the blade halted right on top of Yuan's clothes. Yuan slowly opened his eyes and spoke in a calm voice, his gaze completely tranquil. This wasn't what I had in mind, Miss Yenyu. Shit. Assassin Mao had no idea what had just happened and couldn't comprehend why he couldn't penetrate Yuan's skin with his heaven-grade spiritual treasure. However, it was clear to him that his target was still alive. Assassin Mao suddenly released his cultivation base, filling the room with the aura of a fifth-level spirit king. He then lifted his dagger into the air and plunged it down for a second time. However, just like the last time, his dagger was stopped by Yuan's skin. "I don't think this is how you captivate a man's heart, Miss Yenyu." Yuan uttered this remark in a sarcastic tone. "How?" Assassin Mao was in disbelief, and he tried pushing his dagger with all of his might, but it was pointless. It was at this moment Assassin Mao and Yuan could hear the sound of footsteps rushing towards their location. "Yuan! Is everything okay? What was that spiritual energy just now?" Tian Yenyu's panicked voice resounded. "Fuck!" Realizing that his mission had failed, Assassin Mao immediately turned towards the door and prepared to escape. However, right as he reached the door, a hand suddenly grabbed his neck from behind, yanking him back into the room. Assassin Mao tried to break the hold on his neck, but he was unsuccessful. Tian Yenyu and her caretaker showed up a moment later to see Yuan choking someone who looked exactly like Tian Yenyu. "What in heaven's name is going on here?" Tian Yenyu exclaimed when she saw this puzzling scene. "Hey, Miss Yenyu. This rat disguised as you just tried to assassinate me," Yuan calmly explained to her. "What? Let me go, you bastard." Assassin Mao spoke in his original voice, startling Tian Yenyu. And he continued, "Do you know who I am? If you don't let me go, my fellow brothers and sisters from the Silent Rippers will hunt you down." Silent Rippers? Tian Yenyu was terrified upon hearing this name. However, Yuan didn't recognize them and asked, "Silent Rippers? Never heard of you guys. Are you mercenaries or bandits?" "Yuan. They're neither of those. They're a notorious group of assassins that have terrorized the third heaven for hundreds of years," Tian Yenyu quickly said. "Oh. Assassins, huh? This meant someone had put a hit on me. Who was it? The Lin family? As if I'd tell you anything. Hurry up and unhand me. If my companions don't hear from me by tomorrow, they will all come rushing here," Assassin Mao said. "I'm already being hunted, so it wouldn't make a difference if I kill you or not, since I will be hunted anyways." Yuan smiled. "Wait. We can work something out," Assassin Mao quickly said. "You have a minute to change my mind. We will stop the assassination and go after those that tried to kill you. How does that sound?" Assassin Mao said. "Don't listen to him, Yuan," Tian Yenyu suddenly said. "The Silent Rippers will always finish their job. And since the Lin family is involved, they won't stop hunting you unless the Lin family cancels the mission." Yuan smiled and said, "I never intended to listen to him. I just wanted to see what kind of excuse he'll give. Wait. I swear. I am not lying. If you kill me, my companions will definitely kill you. Then I shouldn't waste any more time and start preparing to greet them," Yuan said, and without any hesitation, crushed the assassin's neck, killing him in an instant. When Assassin Mao's body limped, Yuan tossed his body out into the courtyard and dusted his hands. Tian Yenyu stared at Assassin Mao's dead body with a speechless look on her face. He killed one of the Silent Ripper's assassins just like that. Just how powerful is he? She wondered inwardly. Oh, I should have questioned him before killing him. Whatever. More of them will come sooner or later anyway. Yuan realized this after killing Assassin Mao. "Why, young lady? We must evacuate from this place as soon as possible before the Silent Rippers raid this place," the old lady exclaimed in a panicked manner after she snapped out of her daze. "Evacuate? Leave where? Where can we go? If we're being targeted by the Silent Rippers, there is nowhere in this world we can hide," Tian Yenyu said with a frown. "But we have to try. Not only did we offend the Lin family, but we're now targeted by the Silent Rippers. This is literally the worst-case scenario. Tian Xianzu showed up shortly after with a profound frown on his face. What is this commotion? He asked them, unaware of the situation. Tian Yenyu pointed at the corpse in their courtyard and explained the situation to him. What? The Silent Rippers? Those Lin family bastards actually went as far as to hire the most notorious assassins in the whole third heaven. Are they insane? Master, I think we should evacuate this place as soon as possible. The old lady said. Tian Xiangsu sighed, even if we run away and hide in the sewers, the Silent Rippers will eventually find us. Calm down, all of you. Yuan finally spoke, and he said, the best course of action right now is to stay here, where I can protect all of you. How delusional. The old lady suddenly shouted. You don't even know anything about the Silent Rippers nor how terrifying they can be. The Silent Rippers may only be a small group of assassins, but they are the best of the best within the third heaven, and they even have several peak spirit kings amongst their ranks. Do you really think you can protect us from the Silent Ripper by yourself? There should be a limit to your arrogance. Old Zhou, please calm down. Tian Yenyu said to her, who was breathing heavily and filled with anger. She is right, Yuan. Even the 7 legacy families cannot handle the Silent Rippers alone, much less a single person. Tian Xianzu shook his head in a dispirited manner, seemingly already given up. Yuan smiled and said, who said that I will be alone? You guys, come out. The very next moment, 3 figures appeared beside Yuan, startling the Tian family. Let me introduce you guys to my companions. This is Xiao Hua, whom you've already met. Don't be fooled by her young appearance because she's actually a spirit king. Yuan pointed at Xiao Hua. This is Feng Yuxiang, who is also a peak spirit king. This is Lan Yingying. She may only be a spirit lord, but she can handle spirit kings by herself. Even if you have 3 more people, that won't change anything. Old Zhou said. Yuan chuckled, don't underestimate my friends, and don't compare them to your average cultivators, because they are not human. What do you mean by that? Tian Xianzu swallowed nervously. They are divine beasts. Feng Yuxiang is a phoenix, and Lan Yingying is a divine serpent. They're what? The Tian family couldn't believe their ears. Divine beasts are akin to divine entities in their eyes, and there were 2 of them before them right this moment. Anyways, no matter if they are the Silent Rippers or the Lin family. With them here, nobody will be able to harm you guys. Yuan reassured them. The Tian family eventually calmed down and decided to trust him. Meanwhile, the Silent Rippers had another meeting with each other through communication jade slips. Brother Mao's life slip just broke. He's dead. A solemn voice spoke. How is this possible? Brother Mao is a 5th-level spirit king. His target is only around 20 years old, right? There's no way Brother Mao could lose to someone like that. Perhaps the target has a powerful bodyguard beside him. Another said. That is likely what happened. Let's gather and avenge Brother Mao. Yes. A few days later. Steward Lin. What the fuck is going on? Why is that bastard Xiao Yang still alive? He was even spotted eating merrily at the heavenly restaurant today. Lin Minghai demanded an answer after hearing about this news. Please be patient, young master. I have already hired the Silent Rippers to take care of Xiao Yang. It will only be a matter of time. Steward Jean said. However, his communication jade slip trembled a moment later, and this jade slip was used to communicate with Ming Lao, who was supposed to contact him if the Silent Rippers contacted. What happened? Steward Jean asked. The Silent Ripper is asking for your presence. Please come to the Yellow River Pavilion as soon as possible, Senior Jean. I understand. Tell them that I will be there within 15 minutes. Steward Jean then said to Lin Minghai, the Silent Ripper has made contact with us. I will go speak with them now. Sometime later, he arrived at the Yellow River restaurant. After finding his friend Ming Lao, he also noticed a skinny man sitting at the same table. This skinny man exuded no presence and appeared to be a mortal, but Steward Jean immediately knew the man's identity. "Greetings, Senior." Steward Jean bowed to this skinny man. "Take a seat." The skinny man spoke in an authoritative voice. Once he was seated, Steward Jean asked, "How may I address this senior?" "You can just call me Kong." "I understand, Senior Kong." Assassin Kong then spoke, "Now then, I called you here to verify some things. This Xiao Yang. Is he being guarded by an expert?" "As far as I am aware, he's not." Steward Jean shook his head. "He's not. He's not. According to my investigation, there is only a little girl by his side. Unless that little girl is actually an expert in disguise, I don't think he has any other bodyguard." "A little girl, huh?" Assassin Kong began pondering in silence. After pondering for some time, Assassin Kong spoke in a grim voice, "One of our brothers has died already, and he was a 5th-level spirit king." "What?" Steward Jean exclaimed out loud after hearing this shocking information. "Quiet." Assassin Kong glared at him. He then continued, "This Xiao Yang is clearly much more difficult to kill than you thought, so we are asking for an increased payment." "How much more are you asking?" Steward Jean asked with a solemn expression. 10 million. Assassin Kong blurted this number out without any hesitation. 10 million. Steward Jean swallowed nervously. He was already being extremely generous with 20 million spirit stones to get rid of a child, so adding another 10 million definitely made him hesitate. Since that Xiao Yang has already killed one of their members, they won't stop hunting him even if I refuse, but that is a very risky decision, especially since I gave them this mission. Steward Jean sighed inwardly. He was confident that the Silent Rippers would go after Yuan even if he doesn't pay the extra 10 million, but he could be killed by them if he took advantage of this knowledge. In the end, he had to bite the bullet and agree to pay an extra 10 million spirit stones. "You can send the money to the same location. We will pick it up in 2 days." Assassin Kong said. "I understand." Assassin Kong left the restaurant shortly after. "Thank you, Ming Lao." Steward Jean handed 100 spirit stones to Ming Lao for his work before leaving the restaurant as well. Meanwhile, at the Tian family, Tian Yenyu sat in her room with Feng Yuxiang sitting not far away. "It's been several days since then. When will the Silent Rippers come? This wait is making me anxious. I cannot concentrate on my cultivation under this stress." Tian Yenyu sighed out loud. "You've been complaining about this since the first day. When will you stop?" Feng Yuxiang said. And she continued in a sighing voice, "Why did I get stuck with you? What's wrong with me? Besides my complaining, Tian Yenyu asked. "Humph." Feng Yuxiang coldly snorted, and she said, "Don't think I have forgotten already. You kissed my young master without his permission. If he wasn't helping you, I would have burned you to death on the spot at that time. Seriously. It's just a kiss." Tian Yenyu said. "Just a kiss? Do you know who the young master is?" Feng Yuxiang exclaimed. "No, I don't. If you tell me, I will." Tian Yenyu smiled. Feng Yuxiang became speechless, mostly because she also didn't know Yuan's true background, and his prior lives didn't count. The young master is someone. Just as she opened her mouth, Feng Yuxiang suddenly halted her words, and her face turned serious. "They are here," she said in a solemn voice. "The Silent Rippers?" Tian Yenyu immediately jumped to her feet and retrieved her weapon. Feng Yuxiang nodded, "Yes, but there's something odd about them. They're only focusing on the young master for some reason. On Yuan? Will he be fine alone?" Tian Yenyu asked, as Xiao Hua was with Tian Xianzu and Lan Yingying was with the servants and old Zhou. "Yes. No matter how many people come for him, he will be fine. Feng Yuxiang said with a confident look on her face. Meanwhile, a few rooms away from Tian Yenyu's room, when he noticed the presence surrounding the Tian family's residence, Yuan calmly opened the door and went outside to the courtyard. 17 people, all spirit kings, huh? Yuan assessed all of the assassins with his divine sense that covered the entire house and more. When the assassins saw his action, they quickly realized that their presence was exposed. Since their target is already aware of their presence, they decided to show themselves, surrounding Yuan in the courtyard a moment later. "Are you the bastard who killed Brother Mao?" One of them asked him in a cold voice. "Is that the name of the assassin from a few days ago?" Yuan asked them. "If so, yes, I killed him. Don't worry, I made sure it was a quick and painless death." The assassins trembled in anger when they heard his words, and they all released their aura, which bore down on Yuan like a mountain. However, Yuan remained standing there with a calm look on his face, almost as if he couldn't even feel the pressure. This surprised the assassins. There were 4 peak spirit kings amongst them, yet they cannot make a single spirit king bow down with their pressure. Something was wrong here. "So you're saying that you don't have any bodyguards? That you killed Brother Mao by yourself?" Yuan showed them a provocative smile and said, "A weakling like him, it didn't take much effort." "You bastard!" One of the 17 assassins couldn't hold his rage any longer and lunged at Yuan. Without even turning to look at the attacker, Yuan calmly dodged his strike before catching him by the neck. The others immediately went into an offensive position when they saw this. "If you're smart, you will let him go," said a skinny man. "If I do, will you spare my life?" Yuan asked him. Assassin Kong didn't respond, he couldn't. "I figured." Yuan mumbled, and without hesitation, he crushed the neck of the assassin in his grasp. "Kill him!" Assassin Kong roared with bloodshot eyes. The others sprang into action, and they attacked Yuan from multiple directions. Daggers, throwing knives, hidden weapons, the assassins attacked Yuan with pretty much every weapon used by assassins. However, almost as though his body was made of the world's strongest steel, the weapons bounced off his body. What the fuck? The assassins were surprised when they saw this. He must have some kind of spiritual treasure protecting him. They quickly came to this conclusion. Keep attacking. It can only endure so much. Assassin Kong said. Thus, the assassins continued to attack Yuan while he casually stood there without a care in the world. What in heaven's name? Tian Yenyu was left speechless when she witnessed this scene with her divine sense. I told you that he would be fine. Feng Yuxiang said with a smile. After trying for many minutes and failing to break through Yuan's invisible armor, the Silent Rippers stopped their attacks momentarily. Fucking hell, what kind of trick are you using? Stop standing there and fight us like a real cultivator. The assassins tried to get him to remove his invisible armor. Yuan merely laughed at them. I'm not using any tricks. You're all just too weak to damage my perfect physique. What? Perfect physique? That's just a legend. There's no way you actually have the perfect physique. Assassin Kong exclaimed. I don't care if you believe me or not. Yuan shrugged. Anyways, tell me, what is your mission? Is it just to assassinate me, or are you going to harm the Tian family as well? If you tell me, I will remove my armor. So you are wearing a spiritual treasure. Yuan raised an eyebrow. I never said that I didn't. I merely said that I wasn't using any tricks. Can wearing armor be considered a trick? I don't think so. After a moment of silence, Assassin Kong spoke, our mission is only to kill you, Xiao Yang. We were instructed to not touch the Tian family. Are you happy now? Yes, I am quite happy. Here, I will keep my words and take my armor off for you. Yuan proceeded to take off his invisible dragon cloak. Now! Assassin Kong suddenly roared. All 16 assassins sprung into action instantly, attacking Yuan with everything they got. A slight grin appeared on Yuan's face right before an immense pressure suddenly covered the entire courtyard. This pressure forced all of the assassins to their knees with the peak spirit kings barely resisting it. What is this? The assassins began panicking. Heavenly domain. Yuan calmly responded. Are you guys really the most notorious assassins in the third heaven? You're not much better than the stone bandits. He proceeded to mock them. Screw you. Assassin Kong and the other peak spirit kings managed to stand up despite the heavenly domain pressuring them. However, their movements were still severely restricted. It was at this moment that Yuan retrieved the Empyrean Overlord, and he proceeded to kill the assassins one by one, starting from those that couldn't resist the heavenly domain. Stop! I will kill you! The assassins roared like beasts when their companions were killed before their eyes and they couldn't do anything to stop it. Within moments, Yuan had cut their number all the way down to just one. Is this all of you? Or will there be more coming later? Yuan asked Assassin Kong. Assassin Kong just kneeled there with a dazed look on his face, his spirit broken. Humph. Yuan didn't bother waiting for a response and decapitated him before burning all of their bodies, leaving behind their spatial rings and treasures. You guys can come out now. Yuan said out loud. Tian Yanyu and Tian Xianzu came out of their hiding spot the following moment. You actually managed to kill all of them by yourself. Tian Xianzu was in disbelief, but the corpses before him were solid evidence that he could not refute. Yuan nodded, and he asked, do you know how many assassins the Silent Rippers have? I killed 17, 18 if we consider the one from a few days ago. Tian Xianzu pondered for a moment before responding, honestly, nobody knows the exact number, but according to the rumors, there should be about 100 assassins within their group. 100? Yuan exclaimed. That's a very small group if you compare them to the other groups that have hundreds if not thousands of assassins. Tian Yanyu said. I guess that makes sense. Anyways, since there are still more than 80 assassins out there, we will continue this for a few more days to see their response. Yuan then said. Alright. A few days later, Steward Jean was summoned again by the Silent Rippers. This time, they brought him to a secret location where over 50 of them were gathered. What is this about? If it's about the money, I have already paid the additional 10 million spirit stones. Steward Jean said, his back soaked in sweat. Just who in heaven's name did you request us to kill? 18 of our brothers and sisters are dead because of you. The leader of the Silent Rippers roared at Steward Jean. What? That's impossible. Steward Jean felt his body becoming numb from shock after hearing this information. Impossible? I dare you to tell me it's impossible again after seeing this. The leader proceeded to place 18 broken life tablets on the table before them. This is. Steward Jean swallowed nervously. Each of these represents one of our companions, and they all died on the same day within moments of each other. Tell me. Who is this Xiaoyang? If you don't give us a satisfying answer, we will kill 18 people from the Lin family. Steward Jean became terrified after hearing the leader's threats. I swear. I really don't know anything about him or his background. He showed up suddenly and started helping the Tian family. He claimed that his ancestors owed a debt to the Tian family and that he's there to repay that debt. I believed he was a nobody, but since we cannot touch the Tian family after what happened to the stone bandits, we decided to hire you guys to kill him to send a message. Steward Jean revealed everything to the assassins. The leader could tell that Steward Jean wasn't lying, but he was not satisfied with the answer. 300 million spirit stones. You will compensate us for our companion's death and pay for our effort. This is the first time the Silent Rippers will be going all out for a mission with all hands on deck. 300 million spirit stones. That's too much. We don't have that much money. Steward Jean nearly collapsed from shock after hearing this astronomical number. Don't fuck with me. The Lin family is one of the 7 legacy families. You can definitely pay up. You can either pay us the money or we will kill people from the Lin family. And we will consider each life to be worth 100,000 spirit stones, so we will kill 3,000 people in total. The leader shouted. No way. Steward Jean looked like he was in a dismay, and he regretted hiring the Silent Rippers immensely. I understand. I will pay 300 million spirit stones. Steward Jean said. However, he was inwardly hoping for these assassins to be killed by Yuan so that he won't have to pay them this astronomical amount of money. Naturally, the Lin family could pay 300 million spirit stone if they wanted, but this deal between Steward Jean and the Silent Rippers was not part of the Lin family's decision. Only he and Lin Minghai were involved in this scandal, and if their family learns of this, they could be punished, especially considering the recent commotion. Therefore, if he had to pay 300 million spirit stones, he had to do so without the Lin family's help. After returning to the Lin family, Steward Jean told Lin Minghai of the situation. When the young master of the Lin family heard this unpleasant news, his face turned as pale as clean bedsheets, almost as if his blood had been drained. How could this have happened? 300 million spirit stones. Where the fuck are we going to get that kind of money without asking for my family for help? Lin Minghai exclaimed, his face and back soaked in cold sweat. If this Xiaoyang somehow manages to kill the rest of the Silent Rippers, we won't have to pay them. Steward Jean said in a weak voice. Are you fucking stupid? You think he can handle the Silent Rippers all by himself? I mean, he's already killed 18 of them. Steward Jean said, clinging on to hope. I don't know what trick he's used to defeat so many assassins, but it will not happen a second time. Furthermore, the entire organization will be there this time. He's doomed to die. Lin Minghai said, mostly because he didn't want to believe that they had offended someone powerful enough to defeat the Silent Rippers. Anyways, I think the best course of action is to wait and see what happens. Steward Jean said. If we're left with no choice, we will have to ask your family for help. I believe they will be more angry if 3,000 people in their family die because of us. Lin Minghai sighed, we have no choice since we won't be able to pay 300 million spirit stones even if I sold all of my treasures. Later that night, 83 assassins surrounded the Tian family's household. They are here. Feng Yuxiang warned Tian Yenyu and the others when she noticed their presence. How many are there? Tian Xianzu asked. 83 people. All of them are spirit kings, and 11 of them are peak spirit kings. Xiaohua calmly said. 11 peak spirit kings. Old Zhou almost fell unconscious from shock after hearing this information. You stay here and protect them, Phoenix. Xiaohua will go with Brother Yuan just in case. Huh? Why do I have to stay here with them? Can't you do it? Or are you trying to earn points by yourself? Feng Yuxiang looked at her with a suspicious gaze. I can protect them by myself. Lan Yingying suddenly said, since they're mostly targeting Yuan, they won't pay any attention to us. Thank you. Feng Yuxiang said to her before leaving the room with Xiaohua. However, they didn't immediately go to Yuan. Instead, they hid their presence and watched the situation from afar, as they wouldn't be interfering with Yuan unless he needed help. Meanwhile, Yuan was already waiting in the courtyard for the assassins, and he has been cultivating there for the past few days. That's the bastard that killed 18 of our brothers and sisters. He looks so young. One of the assassins was shocked when he saw Yuan's appearance. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He's a peak spirit king. And his appearance might even be fake. The leader of the Silent Rippers said to them using divine sense. The Silent Rippers did not immediately approach Yuan, and they assessed the situation and surroundings to make sure this wasn't a trap, as it looked like one. Sometime later, Yuan opened his eyes and spoke in a calm voice, how long are you guys going to make me wait? If you're worried that this might be a trap, don't worry, I don't need such tactics to deal with you lot. A gentle breeze swept the courtyard the following moment, and 83 figures appeared out of thin air like ghosts, all of them surrounding Yuan, their bodies exuding intense killing intent. I don't know who you are, but congratulations. You're the first to push our silent rippers to the edge. A bulky middle-aged man spoke in a grim voice. Yuan glanced at this man and smiled, so you're the leader, huh? The leader frowned, how can you tell? It's not hard, especially considering that the atmosphere around you is vastly superior to the rest of the people here. That's right. I am the leader of the Silent Rippers, Zhan Shichai. Remember my name when you go to hell. AHD he continued, any last words before we take care of you? Yuan nodded, just one. Is this really the last of you guys? I don't want to wait around for more of you after killing everyone here. Kill him. Zhan Shichai suddenly roared, and the 83 assassins there launched their attack at Yuan. Boom! The entire courtyard exploded, and the whole street trembled the following moment. However, Yuan remained unscathed, which shocked the assassins. This isn't good. Yuan didn't want the assassins to blow up the whole residence, so he attacked the assassins aggressively. Using his movement technique, he traveled from one assassin to another in a single step, and every time he brandished his sword, a life from the Silent Rippers would perish. Within minutes, the courtyard became dyed in red from the assassins' blood with their corpses and body parts littered everywhere. The Silent Rippers became more terrified of Yuan as time passed, and they quickly realized that they had messed with the wrong person, but alas, it was already too late for them to change their mind. Within minutes of the Silent Rippers showing up in the courtyard, Yuan had already killed half of them. His movements were extremely fluid and decisive, and every single time he brandished his arm, one or more assassins would perish. This guy is a monster. Leader, what should we do? At this rate, he will completely obliterate us. The assassins turned to Zhan Shichai for help. He won't be able to keep that up forever. He must be using a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. It will only be a matter of time before his weakness shows. Keep pushing. Zhan Shichai commanded as he tried to attack Yuan, but he couldn't even catch Yuan's shadow, much less reach him. In the end, none of the assassins were able to harm Yuan. Hey, you're the only one left now. Yuan spoke as he looked at Zhan Shichai with a calm gaze. Zhan Shichai, who was kneeling on the floor with a missing arm and multiple wounds on his body, gritted his teeth in frustration, his gaze at Yuan filled with killing intent, yet he could not do anything about it. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get this over with. Kill me already. Zhan Shichai had already given up all hopes of surviving this ordeal. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking, no, I won't kill you. What? Why not? A voice that wasn't Zhan Shichai's voice suddenly resounded. Yuan turned to look at Tian Yenyu, who had come out of hiding and was approaching them. Why won't you kill him? He's the leader of the Silent Rippers. Because I still have some use for him, he said. And he continued, I'll give you a chance to live. Go report yourself to the authorities and let them know about your mission and how the Lin family had hired you to kill me. You can go fuck yourself. I'd rather kill myself than to give myself up. Zhan Shichai laughed out loud. Is that so? Yuan then turned to look at Tian Yenyu and asked, do you want to visit the Lin family with me? You can stay here if you'd like. What do you mean by that? Are you going to the Lin family right now? Tian Yenyu's eyes widened with shock. That's right. If he's not going to give himself up, I will do it myself. When Zhan Shichai heard Yuan's words, he immediately tried to explode his dantian. Heaven sealing technique. Yuan noticed this and sealed his cultivation before he could do anything. What did you just do to me? Zhan Shichai roared. I sealed your cultivation so you can't do anything stupid. Hearing this, Zhan Shichai tried to bite his tongue off next. However, when he opened his mouth, he found out that he couldn't close it back, almost as though there was something holding onto his mouth. Give it up. You won't die unless I let you. Yuan said. He turned to look at the dumbfounded Tian Yenyu and asked again, so? Are you coming? She quickly snapped out of her daze and nodded with a solemn expression on her face. Let go. Yuan grabbed Zhang Shichai by the neck before flying out of the resilience with Tian Yenyu. Meanwhile, Feng Yuxiang and Xiao Hua entered his body with Lan Yingying staying behind just in case there were any more assassins. Bring me to the Lin family. Yuan said to Tian Yenyu. Follow me. It was at this moment a notification appeared before Yuan. Congratulations. You have subdued the Silent Rippers. You have completed a hidden quest. Fame plus 10,000. Due to your righteous actions, the third heaven will become a safer place for the innocent. Your reputation within the faction has increased significantly. Your faction rank has ranked up. Faction rank, Captain. Sometime later, Yuan and Tian Yenyu arrived at the Lin family's main household. They descended in front of their front gates and said to the guards, "Bring your patriarch out here. I have some questions for him." "Who the hell are you? This isn't a place for children like you." The guards there immediately frowned. "Scram before we make you." Yuan lifted Zhang Shichai into the air and held him before the guards, and he spoke in a cold voice, "Your Lin family hired assassins to kill me. If you don't bring out your patriarch, I will have to force him out." "What?" the guards exclaimed after hearing his claims. "Outrageous. Why would the Lin family assassinate you? That's some serious accusations, boy. If you value your life, keep your mouth shut." Yuan sighed before speaking, "I will ask you again. Are you going to get your patriarch or not?" "Piss off." the guard roared. "Is that so?" A cold look appeared on Yuan's face. He turned to look at Tian Yenyu and handed Zhang Shichai to her, "Stay back and watch over him for me." "What are you going to do?" She had a bad feeling about this. "Nothing much," he said with a smile. After hanging Zhang Shichai to Tian Yenyu, Yuan turned to focus on the gates, and the next moment. Boom! Yuan kicked down the entire gate, shocking the guards there. "You crazy bastard! Intruder! Seize him!" When the pedestrians there saw the scene, they stopped whatever they were doing to spectate. "Who is this crazy bastard? He dares to kick down the Lin family's front gates. Heavens! He's even beating the guards down." More and more guards showed up to confront Yuan, but they were all beaten within seconds. Eventually, the real experts showed up with their Spirit King aura filling the place. "Halt! What do you think you are doing? Identify yourself." For Spirit King surrounded Yuan. "My name is Xiao Yang, and I am here to speak with the Lin family's patriarch," Yuan said, and he pointed at Tian Yenyu and Zhang Shichai and continued, "That half-dead man is the leader of the Silent Rippers, and he told me that the Lin family had hired them to assassinate me. I am here to demand an answer from the Lin family." Yuan spoke in a loud and clear voice so that everyone from one end of the street to the other could hear him. "What? The Lin family hired those notorious assassins, the Silent Rippers?" The pedestrians outside the Lin family were shocked when they heard this claim by Yuan. This must be due to what happened recently. Then that rumor must have been true, that the Lin family hired those bandits to harass the Tian family. They must have hired the Silent Rippers to silence them. How vicious and cruel. I never knew the Lin family were like this. What an eye-opener. The experts from the Lin family frowned when they heard the pedestrians' words. Not good. At this rate, the Lin family's reputation will hit rock bottom. They all cried inwardly. There must have been a misunderstanding. The Lin family did not hire the Silent Rippers. One of the experts said to Yuan. A misunderstanding? There are dozens of corpses in the Tian family because of the Silent Rippers, and many of them claim to have been hired by the Lin family. If you don't give an appropriate answer, I will have to stop being polite. Yuan calmly said. Stop being polite? You beat up our guards and spew nonsense in front of our building, yet you're still being polite? I cannot imagine what not being polite looks like. The experts cursed. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and capture him. One of the experts suddenly said. The experts quickly surrounded Yuan when they heard this person, and just as they prepared to apprehend Yuan, he flipped his palms and showed these experts the symbols that suddenly appeared on it. Celestial Overlord Captain. The experts raised their eyebrows in a puzzled manner when they saw these words hovering above Yuan's palm. None of them recognized it. However, somewhere within the Lin family's building, an old man that had been watching the commotion through his divine sense suddenly snapped his eyelids open, his eyes filled with shock. That symbol. That's not possible. What is someone like him doing down here in the third heaven? This old man exclaimed, and without any hesitation, he rushed out of his room. Meanwhile, what the hell are you trying to attempt? One of the experts there asked Yuan after seeing the symbol but not recognizing it. You don't recognize it? I guess I gave you guys too much credit. Yuan shook his head when nobody there recognized the Celestial Overlord's faction symbol. This is why I didn't want to rely on this symbol. Nobody down here recognizes it. He sighed inwardly. If you think those worthless words will save you, think again. The experts made their movements. Wait. Halt. However, before they could do anything, a loud voice echoed loudly, causing all of these experts to flinch and halt their movements. When the experts turned around and saw the old man approaching them, their eyes widened with shock. Senior Lin. The experts there lowered their heads and bowed to him. Looks like someone actually recognizes the symbol. Yuan smiled inwardly after seeing the situation. Indeed, this old man recognized the Celestial Overlord symbol. Even though he has never been in the upper heavens or seen their symbol before, he has at least heard about it. In order to keep their descendants up to date about the situation in the upper heavens, these families in the upper heavens such as the 7 legacy families would send down the most information about the upper heavens down to their branch families in the lower heavens. And as one of the top factions in the entire 9 heavens, it would only make sense for these families in the upper heavens to include the Celestial Overlords. Although the chances were slim to none, it was not impossible for someone from the Celestial Overlords to show up in the lower heavens, and these families were afraid of that minor chance happening, hence the precaution. All of you. Get on your knees and apologize to this young master. The old man roared at the experts. What? The experts and all of the spectators there were shocked speechless after hearing the old man's words. Did you not hear me? It's either that or your heads will roll on the floor. The old man shouted again. The experts trembled in fear, and they quickly kowtowed to Yuan the following moment while feeling completely baffled and puzzled by the situation. We apologize. The old man then turned to look at the guards and shouted, you bastards as well. Kowtow and apologize to the young master. If the experts had the kowtow to Yuan, these guards naturally had to follow, and unless they were unconscious, these guards got on their knees and kowtowed to Yuan, we apologize. The spectators there wondered what Yuan's real identity was for these people from the Lin family to kowtow to him. Young master, please forgive these fools for not recognizing your identity. They have never seen the real Mount Tai before, so they don't know any better. The old man said to him with a humble look on his face. Yuan calmly looked at him and asked, who are you? This humble one is named Lin Chunhua. I was the previous patriarch of the Lin family. In other words, I am the current patriarch's father. I understand that something unfortunate has happened to the Tian family recently. Why don't we go talk somewhere more appropriate? Sure. Yuan nodded. He turned to look at Tian Yenyu and beckoned for her. Tian Yenyu swallowed nervously before approaching him. The ancestor of the Lin family is acting so respectful to him. Just what is his true identity? Did his ancestors really owe the Tian family? Why is he helping our Tian family? So many questions appeared in Tian Yenyu's head as she followed Yuan and the old man into the Lin family's household. Meanwhile, the pedestrians there scattered to spread the news, sending shockwaves throughout the city. An unknown individual had kicked down the Lin family's door, and not only did he not get tortured to death, but he was even politely escorted into the Lin family's household by their retired patriarch. After being escorted into the Lin family's best guest room, Lin Chunhua gestured for them to take a seat at the luxurious couches. "I will make some tea for us," Lin Chunhua said after they sat down. But Yuan waved his hand and said, "There's no need. Let's get straight to the point. Your Lin family had hired assassins, the Silent Rippers, to assassinate me. The proof is over there." He pointed at the half-dead man in Tian Yenyu's grasp. Lin Chunhua looked at Zhang Shichai with a deep frown on his face. "Why do you think my Lin family hired them? While I admit that we sometimes go overboard, we would never ask assassins for help, especially not the Silent Rippers. They said so themselves, and it's too much of a coincidence for this to happen after what we did to the Stone Bandits. If what you say is true, then I will investigate this situation and bring out the perpetrator and compensate you for the trouble. However, before I do that, I must notify the current patriarch of the Lin family about the situation and see what he has to say." Lin Chunhua retrieved a communication jade slip and mumbled into it. "While we wait for him to show up, I have a few questions, if you don't mind." "Go ahead. You're a member of the esteemed Celestial Overlords, a captain at that. Am I correct?" "Indeed." Yuan nodded. "Celestial Overlords? What is that? A sect?" Tian Yenyu wondered inwardly, as she has never heard of such a place before in her entire life. "What is someone of your prestigious stature doing down here in the third heaven? If you don't feel comfortable telling me, I completely understand. My ancestor owed a debt to the Tian family, but he is no longer able to repay that debt, hence why I am here." Yuan explained. "Is that so? The Tian family, huh?" The old man turned to look at Tian Yenyu, who was quite nervous at this moment. "To be honest with you, I usually spend most of my time in seclusion trying to break through to Spirit Emperor, so I don't know much about the situation outside the Lin family, and even the situation within the family isn't very clear to me, as it has been over 100 years since I last left seclusion," Lin Chunhua explained. And he continued, "If my Lin family has done anything wrong while I was away, I will personally step in to fix it." "I swear." "That's good to hear," Yuan calmly said. A few minutes later, the door slammed open when a middle-aged man rushed into the room. "Father! What happened? What's the emergency? For you to come out unannounced and so suddenly." "Shut up!" Lin Chunhua suddenly roared. "You useless son, get your ass over here." The middle-aged man was speechless. How could his father treat him in such a manner before guests? His father was someone who valued face more than anything, yet he was doing something that would lower the Lin family's face. However, he could tell that his father was enraged, so he didn't dare to question it. After closing the door, the patriarch of the Lin family walked to stand beside Lin Chunhua. "I will ask you a question and you will answer me truthfully. If you dare lie before my face, I will have you replaced," Lin Chunhua said, causing Patriarch Lin to swallow nervously. As the strongest cultivator in the Lin family and being the previous patriarch, Lin Chunhua still had immense authority within the Lin family, so he could very well do what he threatened to do. "Did you, the Lin family, hire assassins to assassinate this young master here? The Silent Rippers, no less." "What? That's outrageous. We would never do such a thing." "Then how do you explain that?" Lin Chunhua pointed at the half-dead Zhang Shichai. Patriarch Lin turned to look at Zhang Shichai. Although he didn't recognize Zhang Shichai at first due to his swollen face and overall bad condition, he would eventually recognize him. "Isn't that the leader of the Silent Rippers, Zhang Shichai? What is he doing here?" According to the young master, he raided the Tian family at the request of the Lin family. However, he was subdued and the Silent Rippers were exterminated by the young master instead. Lin Chunhua said. "Young master." Patriarch Lin was utterly gobsmacked when he realized how respectful his father was to this young man. This is the first time Lin Chunhua has shown such respect for a junior like Yuan. I apologize for the late introduction. I am Lin Xingmi, the current patriarch of the Lin family. Patriarch Lin said to Yuan, but he clearly wasn't taking Yuan as seriously as his father. Xiao Yang. This is who I am. Yuan showed the celestial overlord symbol for a second time. Patriarch Lin raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner when he saw Yuan's action. What is? He suddenly halted his words midway through his sentence, and his eyes widened with shock. That's... Are you from the celestial overlords? Patriarch Lin exclaimed when he remembered reading about it. I am. He calmly nodded. Patriarch Lin finally understood why his father came out of seclusion so suddenly and why he was being so respectful to Yuan. Although the Lin family is one of 7 legacy families and incredibly influential within their world, their family's influence actually becomes weaker the higher they go in the 9 heavens, and above the 5th heavens, they are no different than a middle-class family. Meanwhile, the celestial overlords are a peak faction in the supreme heaven, which is the peak of the 9 heavens. The difference between the celestial overlords and the 7 legacy families was akin to heaven and earth, they were simply incomparable. Please forgive me for not recognizing your identity sooner, young master. Patriarch Lin began addressing him as young master as well. No way. Tian Yenyu muttered inwardly. Not in a million years could she have imagined such a situation would occur. Rest assured, young master. I will find the culprit who hired the silent rippers to bother you no matter how long it will take. And if it truly turns out to be someone from my Lin family, I will immediately have him executed no matter his identity. Patriarch Lin said with a serious expression on his face after learning of Yuan's identity and the immense background behind him. Yuan nodded with a satisfied look on his face. How long do you think it will take? 2. No, I will have it done within a week. Patriarch Lin assured him in a confident voice. Then I will return to this place in a week. I hope you will have sorted everything out by then. Yuan stood up and turned to look at Tian Yenyu and said, let's go. You can leave that man behind for the Lin family to interrogate. Yes. She snapped out of her daze and handed the leader of the silent rippers over to Patriarch Lin. He'll try to kill himself, so make sure you don't let that happen. Yuan warned them before making his way to the exit. Neither Lin Chunhua or Patriarch Lin dared to stop him. In fact, they wanted him to leave as soon as possible, as his presence was simply too heavy for them. Once Yuan's presence could no longer be felt, Lin Chunhua turned to look at his son and spoke in a grim voice, do not mess this up. The celestial overlords are a top faction within the supreme heaven. A single mistake and we could be wiped out, and not even our family in the upper heaven would be able to do a thing. Moreover, the celestial overlords are known to be a righteous faction, so if it's true that someone from our family hired assassins such as the notorious silent rippers to kill him, they have every right to destroy us. I am well aware of our situation. Patriarch Lin spoke with a deep frown on his face. Are you sure you know? If you had kept an eye on the family properly, none of this would have happened. I went into closed cultivation for 100 years and you messed everything up. How will I ever be able to enter closed cultivation with a peace of mind now, you useless son? I'm really sorry, father. I have let you down. No. You let the Lin family down. Lin Chunhua shouted. I'm going to do my own investigations because I cannot trust you to handle this by yourself. Over the next several hours, the Lin family would become incredibly busy with people scrambling around like ants. Meanwhile, news of what happened outside the Lin family spread throughout the city like wildfire, shocking everyone. What? The Lin family hired the silent rippers to assassinate the Tian family? So the rumors were true. They must have tried to silence the Tian family. Heavens! How low the Lin family has fallen. The situation with the Lin family had gotten so bad that the other legacy families had sent people to speak with Patriarch Lin. However, they were all turned away without any explanations. What the hell is the Lin family doing? We're in the middle of something important and they're messing around with assassins. Unbelievable. This will surely affect our reputation as well. The other legacy families were not happy about the situation, especially since they will definitely be dragged into such a scandal. Moreover, they were in the middle of hunting a wanted criminal, and this would only make things more difficult for everyone. However, there was nothing they could do about it except wait for the Lin family to fix it. Meanwhile, after leaving the Lin family, Yuan and Tian Yenyu made their way back to the Tian family. But shortly before they arrived, another person would arrive at the Tian family. Mistress! What are you doing here? Old Zhou was shocked to see her. Is it true that my daughter started something with the Lin family? Tian Suyin asked in a nervous manner. Starting something? We're far past that point. Tian Xianzu's voice suddenly resounded. You! What do you mean by those words? What happened? Where's Yenyu right now? Tian Suyin glared at her husband with an enraged look on her face. What happened, you ask? The Lin family had hired the Silent Rippers to silence us. As for Yenyu, she's currently at the Lin family with Pap. Tian Xianzu suddenly felt something slap him across his face. What in heaven's name are you doing? I left Yenyu in your care because I trusted that you would protect her. And why the hell are you so calm about this? Tian Xianzu didn't utter a single word and accepted the slap, as he felt that he deserved it for not being able to stop Tian Yenyu from going to war with the Lin family. And right as he prepared to explain the whole situation to his wife, another voice resounded, Mother? What are you doing here? It was Tian Yenyu, and she'd just returned with Yuan. Yenyu. Are you okay? Did the Lin family do anything to you? Tian Suyin rushed over to her daughter. That's her mother, huh? Yuan looked at the beautiful woman standing before Tian Yenyu. Not only did Tian Yenyu resemble her mother, but they looked almost like sisters with the mother being several years older. I'm fine, mother. What about you? Did something happen at the sect? Why did you suddenly return? I returned because of you. I have warned you many times to not mess with the Lin family, and what do you do when I leave you alone for a bit? You mess with the Lin family. Now they're sending the most notorious assassins in the third heaven, the Silent Rippers, to our residence. We need to get you out of here before they kill you. Tian Yenyu took a step back and quickly said, Calm down, mother. The situation isn't as dire as you think, really. Isn't that dire? Are you seriously saving that? We are currently being hunted by the Silent Rippers. Not even my sect can protect us from them. And what about the Lin family? They will surely try to do something as well. Tian Suyin exclaimed with a heated expression on her face. Just take a moment to calm down while I explain. Tian Yenyu sighed, and she continued, First of all, the Silent Rippers are no longer a threat to us. They've already been dealt with, and their leader was even captured. What? Tian Suyin's eyes widened with shock upon hearing this information. The notorious Silent Rippers have been dealt with? Their leader was captured. By whom? Who could possibly be strong enough to do such a thing? And before Tian Suyin could ask these questions, Tian Yenyu pointed at the handsome young man standing behind her and spoke, Meet Xiao Yang. He's the one who helped us deal with the Silent Rippers. Tian Suyin turned to look at Yuan. Although she had noticed his presence, she didn't even bother looking at him as she had more important things to care about. However, when she saw Yuan's handsome face, she became quite startled, mostly because Yuan looked almost like her daughter. Although neither Tian Yenyu nor Tian Xianzu noticed the similarities, Tian Suyin noticed it at glance. Who are you? Tian Suyin asked him after snapping out of her daze. My name is Xian Yang, and I came here to repay a debt my ancestors owed to your ancestors. Yuan said with a friendly smile on his face. Tian Suyin immediately frowned, as she didn't buy his excuse, and he simply looked too suspicious, especially his appearance. Are you the reason my Tian family got entangled with the Lin family and the Silent Rippers? Tian Suyin had a feeling this was the situation and asked him for confirmation. The Tian family and the Lin family had already been tangled with each other even before my arrival. I am simply trying to untangle it. Really? Tian Suyin spoke with a doubtful look on her face. How do I know that you weren't sent here by the Lin family? We've been handling our situation with the Lin family just fine before your help, but look at how things turned out when you showed up. How things turned out? Yuan raised an eyebrow. And he continued, if you're talking about the Silent Rippers, I have already taken care of them, and the leader is being interrogated by the Lin family. As for the Lin family themselves, they have agreed to find the person responsible for hiring the Silent Rippers. You dare to tell me that you, a mere spirit king, managed to deal with the Silent Rippers that are known to have multiple spirit kings? Your farts are getting louder and louder, brat. The frown on Tian Suyin's face burrowed even deeper. He's telling the truth. Tian Xianzu suddenly spoke. I watched him do it, after all. That's right. Xiao Yang is extremely powerful and talented. He can handle multiple spirit kings by himself. Tian Yenyu jumped in to defend Yuan. Tian Suyin turned silent for a good moment after hearing her husband and daughter's words. If you're truly as powerful as they claim, I want to see it for myself. You want to spar with me? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Yes. I have to confirm for myself your strength, after all. I don't suggest doing that, mother. Xiao Yang. He's really powerful. Tian Yenyu said with a worried look on her face. Shut up. I don't care if he's the strongest cultivator in the 9 heavens. Unless I see it for myself, I won't believe it. If that's what it will take for you to calm down. Yuan nodded with a confident look on his face. They entered the courtyard shortly after. I don't want to damage my own home, so let's put up a defensive array first. Tian Suyin said. You're an array master? Yuan asked. No, I am. Tian Xianzu suddenly said. I'm a level 4 array master, he continued. Really? I'm actually a level 2 array master myself. Yuan smiled. Seriously? You're also an array master. Is there anything you can't do? Tian Yenyu asked with a baffled look on her face. Sometime later, Tian Xianzu covered the courtyard in a defensive array. However, since he created it in a hurry, the defensive array wasn't anything impressive and actually quite fragile. When Yuan saw this, he said, Are you sure this is enough? It won't last even a single attack. It'll be fine. It's not like we're trying to kill each other. Tian Suyin nodded. Then whenever you're ready. I won't be using any spiritual techniques to make this fair. Yuan said with a calm smile. Tian Suyin's eyebrows twitched slightly upon hearing his words that sounded like he was underestimating her. And without warning, she rushed at him with her fists ready to strike. Seeing this, Yuan began dodging her strikes, making it seem as though they were dancing around the courtyard. Eventually, Tian Suyin retrieved her sword and started attacking Yuan with even more intensity. Tian Suyin did not want to use any techniques at first since she didn't want to damage her home, but she was feeling irritated about the fact that she couldn't even land a single strike on a junior like Yuan, so she started unleashing sword techniques at him. These sword techniques. For some reason, Yuan could feel a sense of familiarity from Tian Suyin's sword techniques even though this is his first time seeing it, and the more he looked at it the stronger this feeling got. It quickly got to the point where he was no longer focused on the fight but the sword techniques instead. Why am I feeling this sense of familiarity from her sword techniques? Is it related to one of my past lives? He couldn't help but ponder about this possibility. Are you mocking me? Tian Suyin suddenly stopped moving and shouted at Yuan, who had been completely focused on her sword techniques. Huh? What are you talking about? He snapped out of his daze and asked. You've been doing nothing but avoid me. Are we playing tag or are we fighting? She pointed her sword at him, and on her face was an angry frown. "Oh, sorry. I was distracted by something," Yuan said with an apologetic smile on his face. And he asked, "By the way, before we continue, can I ask you a question? Where did you learn that sword technique? If you beat me, I will tell you." Tian Suyin sneered. "Very well." Yuan gave Tian Suyin a moment to prepare herself. Once it seemed like she was ready, Yuan suddenly disappeared from Tian Suyin's vision even though she had been staring at him without blinking, almost like he'd disappeared into thin air. She suddenly felt a presence appear behind her, and she instinctively turned around while swinging her sword. Yuan calmly moved his hand behind her elbow, preventing her from turning around any further, and with his other hand, he gave her one good punch on the side of her stomach. Ah! Tian Suyin released a painful cry before falling to her knees. Even though it seemed like an ordinary punch, the punch actually shook the spiritual energy in Tian Suyin's dantian like a shockwave, forcing her body to feel weak, temporarily losing all of her strength. "I think the disparity between you and I should be quite clear now," Yuan said to her as he lowered his fist, letting them rest beside him. Tian Suyin gritted her teeth in frustration. She was a sect elder of a relatively strong sect, yet she couldn't even touch a single hair on Yuan's body, who was many years younger than her. And to make matters worse, she wielded a weapon and used techniques while Yuan confronted her with his bare hands. Although Tian Suyin couldn't fully grasp Yuan's strength from their light spar, one thing was clear, and that Yuan was a formidable individual. "What did I tell you, mother? Xiao Yang is the real deal. And what he showed you just now isn't even a small fraction of his full strength." Tian Yenyu shook her head at her mother. "To be fair, your mother didn't use her full strength either." "Well, I think she just wanted to understand my strength even if it's a little," Yuan said, hoping it'd make Tian Suyin feel better. Once the spiritual energy inside her body stabilized, Tian Suyin stood up and spoke in a low voice, "Sword of Indomitable Will. That's the name of the sword technique I used, and it's a technique from the Jade Sword Manor. Although it's a relatively weak sword technique, I learned it because I liked its name. Sword of Indomitable Will." Yuan mumbled this name in a low voice. "I am actually a disciple of this sect, and I also know this sword technique, by the way," Tian Yenyu suddenly said. "Is that so?" After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Do you mind if I visit the Jade Sword Manor?" "Why would you want to do that?" Tian Yenyu asked. "I want to confirm something," he said, giving a vague answer. Tian Yenyu realized this, so she didn't ask further. "No," Tian Suyin suddenly said, and she continued, "Until you settle your business with the Lin family in this situation, you're not going anywhere. I don't want you bringing trouble into our sect." Yuan nodded, "Don't worry, it'll all be settled in a few days. Anyways, I'm going to rest for a bit. If you need me, you know where to find me," Yuan said to them before going back to his room. Once Yuan was gone, Tian Suyin turned to look at Tian Yenyu and said with a solemn face, "You're going to tell me everything from the beginning. And don't you dare miss even the slightest detail." "I understand." Thus, the Tian family went to another room for their meeting. Meanwhile, at the Lin family, all of its members had been gathered in one place under Patriarch Lin's instructions. "I wonder what happened. I can't even recall the last time Father gathered all of us in such a manner." A young lady mumbled out loud to the others around her. "It probably has something to do with what happened very recently," another person said. "What happened?" "According to what my servant told me, some crazy bastard kicked down our Lin family's front gate and even beat many of our guards." "What? Which madman would dare to do such a thing? Even if that did happen, why would the Patriarch summon all of us? I heard that Ancestor Lin also came out of his seclusion recently." "The Ancestor? Does this mean he's finally break through to the Spirit Emperor realm?" Silence. A loud voice suddenly resounded, instantly hushing the room. Then, the sound of footsteps resounded. A few moments later, Patriarch Lin appeared before them. Patriarch Lin swept his gaze at the tens of thousands of people in front of him and said in a clear voice, "I want the names of those who could not make it today on my desk by tonight." "Yes." An old man immediately responded in a loud voice. After a moment of silence, Patriarch Lin continued, "I have gathered all of you here today for two reasons. First of all, the upper heavens have decided to send people down here to look for the sinner that had received heaven's death sentence, and it's not just a few people. According to the information I was given by the Lin family in the upper heavens, thousands of people from all sorts of terrifying backgrounds that far surpasses our Lin families will be sent down here in a month or so." Everyone there expressed great shock after hearing this information, as this was an unprecedented event that could shake up the entire nine heavens. Now this shouldn't even need to be said, but I will still say it just in case. These people coming from the upper heavens are not to be trifled with. Many of them come from backgrounds that could easily wipe out our Lin family and get off scot-free. Patriarch Lin said with a serious expression on his face. "If you encounter one of these people, you will give them your utmost respect and treat them as if they are your own ancestors. Most of them will have their cultivation suppressed to peak Spirit King, and they will all be wearing a special badge on their clothes that will distinguish them from the others." Patriarch Lin proceeded to show them a golden badge that was shaped into the word heaven, which could also be read as Tian. While I said that these people will come down in a month, in reality, some of them could have already made it down here for all we know. Unbeknownst to the Lin family, Patriarch Lin had received the news about the people from the upper heaven literally right before he showed up to the gathering, so he was just as surprised as everyone there. And in his mind, the young man from the celestial overlords was part of this expedition team. How fucking unlucky for our Lin family to offend someone from the upper heaven right before the news even spread. He sighed inwardly. Now then, let's move on to our second topic and the main reason why I gathered all of you here today. Patriarch Lin spoke a moment later. The Lin family was baffled after hearing this, and they all wondered what could be even more important than the upper heaven sending people to their small world. A scary expression suddenly appeared on Patriarch Lin's face, and his eyes emanated with killing intent. As some of you have probably heard by now, there is a rumor going around that claims our Lin family had hired the Silent Rippers to mess with the Tian family. What? Such a thing happened? My God! The people there were shocked to hear this, as if such a rumor was true. This could very well be a death sentence for whoever caused this trouble. Meanwhile, within the crowd was Lin Minghai and Steward Jean, and both of them were sweating profusely at this moment. The two of them exchanged worried glances with each other. If Patriarch Lin learns the truth, not even the heavens would know of the aftermath. I really hope that you'd erased all evidence that could indicate us as the culprits. Lin Minghai stared at Steward Jean in the eyes. Steward Jean returned the stare with a confident look in his eyes. "Don't worry, young master, there's no way they know that we were responsible." Patriarch Lin's voice resounded again. "To tell you the truth, I already know the culprits behind this incident." What? Lin Minghai and Steward Jean snapped their heads to look at Patriarch Lin with looks of disbelief on their faces. "Bring him in!" Patriarch Lin suddenly shouted. A few moments later, two Peak Spirit King experts approached Patriarch Lin while pulling on a chain that was restricting a heavily injured individual. This person was so badly beaten that his entire body was covered in bruises. It was clear as day that this individual had been tortured to a great extent, but nobody there said a word about it. "Do you know who this man is?" Patriarch Lin asked them. The Lin family quickly shook their heads. "What if I told you that his name is Zhan Shichai? Do you recognize him now?" "Zhan Shichai? Isn't that the leader of the Silent Ripper's name?" "I have heard it before," someone there exclaimed. "Indeed, this person is the leader of the Silent Rippers, or should I say was." Patriarch Lin confirmed, sending another wave of shock throughout the Lin family. Patriarch Lin looked at the pitiful-looking Zhan Shichai and smiled. "No matter how strong you think you are, you will never be able to beat someone from the upper heavens, as we're akin to ants before their eyes." Patriarch Lin's words implied several things. 1. That Zhan Shichai was beaten by someone from the upper heavens. 2. That the silent rippers are no longer in operation. And lastly, that people from the upper heavens are already in the third heaven. Not everyone noticed these implications, but those that did were greatly shocked. Although it took some effort, I was able to extract a lot of information from Zhan Shichai, the former leader of the silent rippers, including the names of the people who hired them. However, I will give the culprits a chance to step forward and admit their mistakes. If you do so, I will lessen the punishment. Patriarch Lin spoke in a loud and clear voice, but he had just spoken 2 lies just now. First of all, no matter how much they tortured Zhan Shichai, they were unable to extract any information from him. Secondly, they did not know the culprits behind this whole fiasco. In other words, Patriarch Lin was bluffing to trick the culprits into revealing themselves. This was a cheap and sly tactic, but it was effective and Patriarch Lin had no time to spare. After all, the quicker he deals with this situation the more likely that Yuan wouldn't wipe the Lin family from the face of this world. Lin Minghai and Steward Jean looked at each other again, and on their faces showed absolute despair and desperation. Steward Jean, you fucking useless bastard. Lin Minghai cried inwardly, silently cursing his most reliable servant, something he has never done before. What the hell is happening? Even if that Xiao Yang had help from the Tian family, they shouldn't have the capability to defeat the silent rippers, much less capture their leader, Zhan Shichai. Steward Jean had a hysterical look on his face from being unable to comprehend the situation, and he felt so weak that he was on the verge of collapsing on the spot. After a moment of silence, Patriarch Lin spoke in a booming voice, 30 seconds. The ones responsible for putting our Lin family in this situation have 30 seconds to get up here and admit to their crimes. If you do so, we will spare you from the death penalty. The death penalty? Lin Minghai cried inwardly. He could have never expected things to get out of control so quickly, nor could he have anticipated such a severe punishment. That bastard came from the upper heavens? No wonder why he dares to act so brazenly. Steward Jean gritted his teeth in fear. However, he wasn't completely hopeless, as he had made some preparations just in case this kind of situation would happen. 10 seconds left. Patriarch Lin's voice rippled in the room, causing the walls to tremble slightly. 5. 4. 3. I did it. It was me. I was the one who hired the silent rippers. A clear voice suddenly resounded, and everyone in the room turned to look at the person who just spoke. This person began making his way towards the front of the room. Once he was before Patriarch Lin, the middle-aged man kneeled and kissed the floor with his forehead. This lowly servant is responsible for the mess. Please punish me as you see fit, Patriarch. Patriarch Lin narrowed his eyes at the middle-aged man before him with a pondering face. A moment of silence later, he spoke, I don't recognize you. Identify yourself. It wasn't weird for Patriarch Lin to not recognize the face of every servant in the Lin family due to the sheer number of them. This lowly servant is called wuxia. I have been a servant of the Lin family for 15 years now. Why did you hire the silent rippers? Because it felt like the right thing to do, especially after their attempt to smear the Lin family's name and reputation by associating us with the bandits. Wuxia explained in a calm voice. Your foolish actions have done far more damage than any rumors could. Patriarch Lin shook his head. Patriarch Lin actually could tell by the way Wuxia acted that he wasn't the true culprit, but he couldn't care less and only wanted someone to take the fall and face Yuan's wrath, and the Lin family wouldn't lose out on anything by losing a single servant. Follow me. Patriarch Lin turned around and walked out of the room, followed by Wuxia. Once Patriarch Lin was gone and the atmosphere returned to normal, the others could finally take a breather. Lin Minghai immediately approached Steward Jean and asked him in a low voice, what the hell just happened? I will explain it later. Let's go elsewhere first, young master. All right. They left the room and went somewhere more private. Who was that Wuxia? Why did he admit to something he did not commit? Lin Minghai asked with a puzzled look on his face. A cold smile appeared on Steward Jin's face as he spoke, a lowly servant. It's not hard to make them do things. Lin Minghai stared at Steward Jin in a dazed manner for a moment before he burst out laughing. You're evil, but I really appreciate what you've done for us, Steward Jin. I don't even want to imagine what could have happened to us if you didn't do such a thing. I will do anything to keep you safe, young master. Steward Jin continued to smile. And for the next few days, Patriarch Lin would keep Wuxia locked up in their private prison until the day Yuan returned to their household. A few days later. Alright, it's about time I check up on the Lin family. You don't have to come with me if you don't want to. Yuan said to Tian Yenyu as he walked to their front gate. I am coming with you. Tian Yenyu insisted with a stern-looking expression on her face. I am also coming with you, and this is not up for debate. Tian Suyin suddenly said. If my daughter and wife are going, I can't stay behind now, can I? Tian Xianzu sighed. Yuan smiled. The more the merrier. Thus, Yuan and the entire Tian family began making their way to the Lin family, attracting much attention from the pedestrians they passed as they got closer to their destination. News of the Tian family confronting the Lin family quickly began spreading throughout the entire city like wildfire. When the other legacy families heard the news, they began paying more attention to the situation. Although the Tian family was too small to attract their interest, they wanted to see how the Lin family was going to handle the situation, as the recent rumors have really tanked their reputation within the city. When Yuan and the Tian family arrived at the Lin family's front gate, the Lin family was already waiting for them outside. Welcome back to our humble estate, young master. Lin Chunhua greeted him with a bright smile. Let's cut to the chase. Have you found the person who is responsible? Yuan asked. Tian Suyin and Tian Xianzu were on the verge of a nervous breakdown when they saw how Yuan behaved before the Lin family. Lin Chunhua turned to look at Patriarch Lin, who nodded and said, We have found the man responsible for hiring the Silent Rippers. Before we punish him, we'd like to give you the chance to do so. Let's go somewhere more private, shall we? Lin Chunhua asked him. Sure. Yuan nodded. They proceeded to enter the Lin family's estate. Patriarch Lin brought Yuan and the Tian family to their largest guest room and said to them, I have already requested for the perpetrator to be transported here. Please give us a few minutes. I understand. Yuan nodded. Tian Xianzu and Tian Suyin almost couldn't believe what they were witnessing right now. Am I dreaming or something? There's no way the Lin family is acting disrespectful to us. No, to him. Tian Suyin glanced at Yuan with a pondering gaze. I knew he was someone special, but to think he was this special. Tian Xianzu swallowed nervously as he sat in the Lin family's guest room. Both Tian Xianzu and Tian Suyin held their breaths as they waited for the Lin family to bring in the culprit. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man with a somewhat blank look on his face was escorted into the room while his hands and legs were chained, and he appeared to have been beaten quite badly. This servant is Wuxia, and he claimed responsibility for hiring the Silent Rippers. His reason being the recent rumors that have been spreading about our Lin family. In other words, he wanted revenge. Patriarch Lin said. Yuan narrowed his eyes at Wuxia, causing him to tremble. Xiao Yang. I don't think he's the culprit. Tian Yenyu whispered in his ears. Even she could tell at glance that this servant wasn't responsible for it. Take a seat. Yuan gestured for Wuxia to sit before them. Wuxia didn't dare to get comfortable, but Lin Chunhua insisted, if the young master tells you to take a seat, you will take a seat. Wuxia quickly nodded his head and walked to the chair in small steps. Once he was seated, Yuan retrieved the Grail of Truth and placed it on the table. I will now ask you several questions, and you will answer them truthfully. Yuan said to him. Wuxia nodded. Is your name Wuxia? Yuan asked a moment later. Yes. The Grail of Truth remained still. Did Patriarch Lin or Ancestor Lin force you to be here and play the role of culprit? No. They did not. Wuxia said in a nervous voice. Seeing no reaction from the Grail of Truth, Yuan continued, are you really the person responsible for hiring the Silent Rippers? Yes, I am responsible. Wuxia spoke with a somewhat defeated look on his face. The Grail of Truth immediately pulsated with light. Yuan smiled and said, you're lying to me. Wuxia's eyes widened with shock, and he roared, and no. I am not lying. I swear that I am responsible. I was the one who hired the Silent Rippers to attack the Tian family. The light coming from the Grail of Truth only became brighter as Wuxia lied more. What is the meaning of Th? Lin Chunhua tried to question Wuxia, but Yuan stopped him with a simple gesture. Please, allow me to ask him the questions. All right. Lin Chunhua stepped back and began glaring at Patriarch Lin with a threatening glare, causing him to swallow nervously. Why are you lying? Why would you claim responsibility for something you didn't do? Who are you trying to cover for? Yuan asked Wuxia, who could only silently shake his head now because he knew that his lies would be exposed if he uttered even a single word. Either you're so incredibly loyal to the person you're trying to protect that you'd be willing to sacrifice your life for them, or you're being forced to do so. Which is it? Yuan asked. Please. I am really responsible, you have to believe me. Wuxia spoke in a low voice, sounding as though he was on the verge of crying. Yuan turned to look at Lin Chunhua and spoke in a cold voice, what is the meaning of this? Do you think I am foolish enough to believe this farce, or did you expect me to just accept it as it is? Neither. Lin Chunhua roared. He approached Wuxia and continued, I will swear upon my surname and soul that I will protect you from whoever you're trying to protect. Tell us, why are you lying? I will also guarantee your safety. Patriarch Lin suddenly added. Upon hearing these words, Wuxia immediately broke out in tears and bawled his eyes out. My family was taken from me. My wife and my daughter are taken as hostages. They told me that if I don't take the blame they would sell my wife and daughter to the worst brothels in the city. Wuxia cried out loud. Lin Chunhua gritted his teeth in anger upon hearing this information. Which bastard within the Lin family dares to do something so vile? Tell me. He roared, causing the entire room to shake. Steward Jean. Wuxia blurted this name out loud, feeling as though a mountain had been lifted from his chest. What? Patriarch Lin exclaimed. Who is this Steward Jean? I don't recognize this name. Lin Chunhua immediately asked for more information. Steward Jean is one of our most loyal servants. He's currently serving Lin Minghai, my son. Patriarch Lin muttered in a low voice. There was no way he could hide this information since everyone knew about it. If he tried to hide it from Lin Chunhua, it would immediately be exposed as a lie, and he would experience his father's wrath. Don't tell me your son. Lin Chunhua's body trembled in anger. Wait. He only said Steward Jin's name. While it's true that he works directly for my son, there's no evidence that suggests my son is part of this farce. For all we know, Wu Jie could be lying about this whole thing. Patriarch Lin exclaimed. Then why don't we speak with this Steward Jean and see for ourselves what he has to say about this situation? Yuan suddenly said. And he continued, also, he isn't lying. Yuan suddenly pointed at the chains restricting Wu Jie. He released some of his sword qi the following moment, cutting the chains apart. It would be in the Lin family's best interest to compensate this man for his troubles. Lin Chunhua nodded, I will personally compensate him once all of this is over. You have my word. Then let's call for this Steward Jean, shall we? Yuan smiled. Patriarch Lin immediately summoned Steward Jean to their room. Sometime later, a man with a naturally cunning face entered the room, his entire body already drenched in sweat. Greetings, Patriarch Lin. Save your breath. You'll need it. Patriarch Lin interrupted with a cold expression on his face. Steward Jean swallowed nervously before turning to look inside the room, and that was when he noticed an exhausted-looking man sitting in the middle of the room. Steward Jean immediately recognized this man to be the one he forced to take the blame for the incident, and his body began squeezing out every ounce of sweat it contained once he realized the situation. "What's wrong, Steward Jean? Do you recognize this servant?" Lin Chunhua pretended to be ignorant and asked. "Yes. He's one of many servants in the Lin family." Steward Jean responded in a shaky voice. "Is that all? What else can you tell me about him?" Patriarch Lin continued to ask. However, Steward Jean couldn't utter another word out of his mouth. "Let's stop this pointless chatter and get straight to the point. Wuxia, is this man, Steward Jean, the individual who forced you to take the blame?" Lin Chunhua suddenly said. Wuxia glanced at Steward Jean, seemingly hesitant to respond. "Don't forget, both you and your family have our full support," Patriarch Lin reminded him. Wuxia nodded, and after taking a deep breath, he spoke, "Yes, he is the man who threatened my family." "That's a load of bullshit," Steward Jean subconsciously roared out loud. When he realized what he'd just done, he quickly followed it up, "Patriarch. Ancestor. That man is speaking nonsense. I never threatened him. I am being framed." And before they could respond, Steward Jean pointed at Wuxia and continued, "You claim that I'd threatened your family, but what proof do you have to back that claim? How dare you try and frame me? A mere servant." The room became dead silent. A calm voice broke the silence a moment later, "There is only one proof we need." "What?" Steward Jean shifted his gaze to the handsome young man sitting on the other side of Wuxia. Yuan pointed at the grail of truth resting on the table and continued, "He's not lying, and that is all I need to know that you're guilty. Now tell me, are you solely responsible for this mess, or are there others?" Steward Jean didn't dare to speak, as he didn't want to drag his master to hell with him. However, Lin Chunhua wasn't having any of this, and he grabbed Steward Jean by the neck before lifting him into the air. "Speak. Who else is responsible?" "Nobody. I am the only one responsible," he muttered. The grail of truth immediately began pulsating with light. When Lin Chunhua saw this, his expression turned cold, and he suddenly tossed Steward Jean across the room. The room shook slightly when Steward Jin's body slammed into the wall, leaving behind a large crack on it. Patriarch Lin approached Steward Jean and spoke in a low voice, "If you tell us the truth, I might spare you the death penalty." Feeling as though a dim light had appeared in his seemingly pitch-black situation, Steward Jean became hopeful that he might survive this ordeal. "On the other hand, if you don't, I will personally torture you for 100 years. Lin Chunhua suddenly said. Steward Jin's body trembled in fear upon hearing such horrifying words, and he subconsciously muttered out loud, "Minghai. Young Master Lin Minghai is also responsible." The temperature in the room suddenly dropped significantly, and Patriarch Lin mumbled in a low voice, "Minghai. He's also responsible for this?" Patriarch Lin didn't want to believe that his son was involved with the Silent Rippers, but somewhere deep within him believed otherwise. Lin Minghai. Although I don't recognize this name, since he has the Lin family's surname, is he a direct descendant? Lin Chunhua asked his son, who nodded in a stiff manner. Yes. He's my son. After a moment of silence, Lin Chunhua spoke, "I don't care if he's your son or your wife. If he's responsible, he will take responsibility. Bring him here." Patriarch Lin had no choice but to summon Lin Minghai to the room. Several minutes later, Lin Minghai entered the room. "Greetings." A clear sound rippled in the room almost immediately after Lin Minghai opened his mouth. Lin Minghai looked at his father with a look of disbelief on his face after realizing that he'd just been slapped in the face. "Father." Lin Minghai mumbled. "Absolutely useless. You're a disgrace to the entire family. Patriarch Lin uttered in a cold and disdaining voice. It was at this moment Lin Minghai noticed the other figures in the room, and when he saw the expression on Steward Jin's face, he instantly realized his situation. Wait. I can explain. So you're not even going to deny it? Lin Chunhua said. Lin Minghai was speechless. If Steward Jin had given him up, there was no way he could talk his way out of this. The only thing he could do is hope that they wouldn't kill him because of the Lin family's blood that is currently running through his veins. This was all Steward Jin's idea. I merely followed it. No matter if you came up with the idea yourself or you're simply going along with it, you're just as guilty. Lin Chunhua sneered. He turned to look at Patriarch Li and continued, You have assured the young master that you will punish the culprit with death regardless of their identity, and your son is no exception. But since he is your son, I will allow you the courtesy to end his life. As for you. Lin Chunhua suddenly looked at Steward Jin. Before Steward Jin could even open his mouth, Lin Chunhua tossed his sword that was aimed directly at Steward Jin's heart, pinning him into the wall and killing him instantly. Lin Minghai fell on his buttocks when he saw this, and he even pissed his own pants. Please have mercy, father. Lin Minghai crawled to Patriarch Lin's feet and began begging for his life. You are pleading to the wrong person for mercy. Patriarch Lin kicked his feet, sending Lin Minghai flying. Lin Minghai immediately stood back up and rushed to Tian Yenyu's side before kneeling before her with his face full of tears and snot. Please. Have mercy, Lady Tian. I was wrong. I promise that I will never bother you again if you spare my life. Tian Yenyu remained seated on the couch with a calm expression on her face as she silently watched Lin Minghai plead for his life with his knees kissing the floor. This was a scene that she'd seen multiple times in her dreams, but she never imagined that it could become a reality. However, as much as she wanted to kill him, she wasn't sure if that was a good decision, especially since the Lin family could hold a grudge against her family for killing Lin Minghai. She turned to look at her family for advice. Unfortunately, both her parents were still frozen stiff from fear because of their situation. Tian Yenyu proceeded to shift her attention to Yuan, who calmly smiled before speaking, Just speak your heart's desire. No matter your decision, I will protect you and your family. When she saw the calmness on Yuan's face, Tian Yenyu also called down. Okay. She nodded before turning to look at Lin Minghai, whose face was filled with tears and snot. You have been a thorn in my life for many years now, and I cannot count the amount of times that I wanted to kill you with my own hands. However, I lacked both the power and courage. After taking a deep breath, she continued, but things are different now. A cold light flickered within her gaze, and she stood up before facing Lin Minghai. I wanted to kill you when you tried to bully me into submission. I wanted to kill you when you messed with my family. I have been wanting to pierce your neck with my sword for many years now, and now that I have the chance, it wouldn't make sense for me to refuse. Tian Yenyu retrieved her sword from her spatial ring. Hi! Lin Minghai fell on his buttocks again, and he started kicking his feet at the floor, pushing himself away from Tian Yenyu. Father! Are you really going to let her kill me? I am a descendant of the Lin family. I am your son. You must save me. Lin Minghai turned to look at Patriarch Lin for help, but his face froze when he saw that Patriarch Lin wasn't even looking at him. In fact, Patriarch Lin appeared to be ignoring him on purpose. Seeing this, Lin Minghai knew that his fate was sealed and that he was doomed. Please. Lady Tian. Spare my insignificant. Whoosh. Tian Yenyu suddenly took a large step towards Lin Minghai while thrusting her sword at him. Her cold blade penetrated his neck and came out the other end. After skewering Lin Minghai's neck with her sword, Tian Yenyu flicked her arm, decapitating Lin Minghai completely with one swift and decisive movement. Lin Minghai's headless body collapsed on the floor a moment later, and not wanting his blood to dirty the room, Lin Chunhua sealed the fatal injury. Tian Suyin snapped out of her daze after hearing the sound of Lin Minghai's head fall to the ground. Yenyu. You. She was in disbelief, and she feared the Lin family's retribution. The room fell silent once again. Sometime later, Yuan stood up and said to the Lin family, "Thank you for upholding your promise. I will consider this whole situation settled now, and I will not fault the Lin family any more." Lin Chunhua bowed to him, "We only did what was natural. Then we will be leaving now." Yuan proceeded to walk towards the door only to stop at the door. He turned around and continued speaking, "Just a reminder, the Tian family is under my protection. Any harm towards them and I will consider it a personal attack on me. Please be at ease, young master. The Lin family will not touch the Tian family. In fact, we will even compensate them for whatever damage we've caused them." Lin Chunhua said. "It's okay. We appreciate the offer, but what's done is already done. Let's not dwell on the past and keep moving forward." Tian Xianzu said with a stiff smile on his face. As enticing as Lin Chunhua's offer was, Tian Xianzu wanted to end all relationships with the Lin family as soon as possible. And as long as nobody deliberately messes with their business, they will eventually recover all of their losses. Yuan and the Tian family left the Lin family shortly after and returned to their own territory. Lin Chunhua turned to look at wuxia and said, "You will also forget everything that transpired here today. I promise the Lin family will not touch you or your family for as long as you keep your mouth shut." "Yes. Please excuse me." Wuxia bowed to them before running out of the room. "Tell the family and others that your son had died in an accident," Lin Chunhua said to Patriarch Lin once they were alone. "I know," Patriarch Lin sighed. "Let today be a lesson. This is what happens when one offends someone from the upper heavens. We're lucky to get away with just 2 dead bodies. If he wanted to, he could have eradicated our entire family." "I know," Patriarch Lin repeated in a spiritless voice. "I will give you some time to rest. We'll talk again in a few days." Lin Chunhua disappeared from the room shortly after. Later that night, while Lin Chunhua was in his room cultivating and trying to forget about the whole incident, he suddenly sensed a presence appeared in his room like a ghost, forcing him to stop his cultivation. "Who's there?" he shouted as he snapped his eyes open. However, there was nobody else in the room. "Am I being paranoid?" he wondered inwardly. Lin Chunhua closed his eyes and resumed his cultivation shortly after, completely unaware of the figure, an old man standing behind him like a ghost. "At last, I've finally found you, master." A profound smile appeared on the old man's face as he secretly consumed Lin Chunhua's memories, taking them for himself. After leaving the Lin family's residence, Yuan and the Tian family went straight back to their own residence. None of them spoke a word to each other during the whole journey back, and when they finally returned to their residence, the Tian family could finally take a breather. Tian Yenyu fell on her knees the moment they entered the residence, and she would stare at her hands that had been trembling non-stop since she killed Lin Minghai. "I still cannot believe it. Did I really kill Lin Minghai with my own hands? Am I actually dreaming? If this is a dream, I do not wish to wake up from it." She sighed inwardly. Seeing Tian Yenyu on her knees, Yuan approached her and offered her a hand. "Are you okay?" he asked. Tian Yenyu lifted her head to look at him without moving the rest of her body, and she mumbled in a low voice, "Who are you, really?" Yuan chuckled, "You've asked me that same question so many times that I lost count now. Then allow me to ask you. Just who are you, really? And why are you helping us?" "I swear, if you give me that same bullshit," Tian Suyin said. "Does it really matter?" Tian Xianzu suddenly interrupted. "Honestly, I don't care about his identity. The only thing that I know is that he'd helped us deal with the Lin family, finally giving our Tian family some peace." "Peace?" Tian Suyin sneered, "Do you really believe the Lin family will just sit back and act as though nothing had happened today? We killed one of their direct descendants. And it was even done inside their own home. It may not happen tomorrow or even a decade from now, but they will definitely settle this debt one day. We will deal with it when that day actually comes. For now, let's just relax and take full advantage of this peace. Tian Xianzu said with a bittersweet smile on his face. I have to agree with father, mother. Tian Yenyu suddenly said. Lin Minghai would not have stopped until I was groveling at his feet, so our family would have to deal with the Lin family regardless of what happened today. As for Xiao Yang's true identity. Despite my question just now, I don't really care about that anymore. While it's true that I am curious, I won't pursue it if he doesn't want to reveal it. As long as he isn't a threat to us, I couldn't care less about his identity. Tian Yenyu stood back up and looked at Yuan with clear eyes. Thank you, Xiao Yang. Because of you, I was able to turn my dream into a reality and kill Lin Minghai. Now I won't have any more nightmares about him. If there's anything that I can do for you, don't hesitate to ask, as I am now indebted to you. Yuan shook his head. No, you don't owe me anything. In the first place, I helped you because of a debt my family owed your family. Then you can consider that debt fully repaid. Tian Yenyu smiled. Humph. Tian Suyin snorted. Now that you no longer owe our family any debt, you may leave. Ignore her. You can stay here for as long as you'd like, Xiao Yang. Tian Yenyu quickly said. Thank you. Then if you don't mind, I would like to stay here for a little longer until I figure out my next steps. Didn't you say that you'd like to visit my sect, the Jade Sword Manor? We can do that next. Tian Yenyu recalled. Alright, when do you plan on bringing me there? We can go back as soon as tomorrow if you want. Sure. Yuan nodded. That night, Yuan logged off to notify Meishio and the others about his plans. How long do you plan on staying with this family? Chu Liuxiang asked him. I'm not sure yet, but I will let you know the moment I do. Then I will continue cultivating at the Cultivator's Haven until you return. I've made significant progress in my cultivation, so much so that I was going to ask you to go on without me for a while longer. Me too. Meishio said. That's perfectly fine. In fact, if you wish to continue cultivating in seclusion even after I am done with the Tian family, just let me know. It will benefit you more than just following me around, after all. Then it's decided. Meishio, let's have a race to see who has the most breakthroughs. Chu Liuxiang suddenly said. Sure. Meishio mumbled with raised eyebrows. Meanwhile, Lin Chunhua was losing his memories without even being aware of it. Master is currently being hunted. The old man sighed inwardly when he realized the situation through Lin Chunhua's memories. He wasn't worried about the 7 legacy families, but with people coming from the upper heavens was a different story. He won't be able to handle the upper heavens in his current state, but they also don't know the master's identity in this life yet. I must keep it that way for as long as possible. Looks like I will have to wait a little longer before I can see you again, master. How troublesome. The old man subconsciously sighed out loud. Who? His subconscious sigh alerted and startled Lin Chunhua, who quickly attacked behind him without even looking. The old man avoided the attack with ease before distancing himself from Lin Chunhua. Lin Chunhua didn't immediately attack the old man again, mostly because he was feeling apprehensive about the whole situation. This old man was able to enter his room and get behind him without alerting him until the accidental sigh, which is more than enough to tell Lin Chunhua that he was dealing with someone he couldn't fathom. You. Who are you? He asked after swallowing nervously. The old man smiled and said, I have many names, but you may call me Vanishing Demon. Vanishing Demon. Lin Chunhua forcefully swallowed again. Lin Chunhua felt an intense sense of dread coursing through his body as he stood before the old man known as the Vanishing Demon. With hundreds of years of experience, he instinctively knew the old man was bad news. Despite being one of the most powerful cultivators in the third heaven, he felt powerless, almost as though he'd gone back to the days when he was just a young and ignorant cultivator who'd just encountered a powerful beast that he had no hopes of defeating by himself. Vanishing. No, Senior Vanishing Demon, what business do you have with me? A slight smile appeared on Vanishing Demon's face. You are a smart one, Lin Chunhua. Despite your status within this realm, you still remember how to be humble. People like you are rare in the upper heavens. If it weren't for this characteristic of yours, the Lin family would have perished. He knows me. Lin Chunhua doesn't recall introducing himself, and this was definitely their first meeting. Anyways, I am here to keep my master safe. Vanishing Demon spoke. Your master. Lin Chunhua raised an eyebrow. Who could possibly have someone this powerful under them in this small realm? Yes, and you've met him already. In fact, he was here just earlier today. You mean that young man? Yuan's image flashed inside Lin Chunhua's head. Then he realized something. W8. To keep him safe. Why do you need to see me to do that? Are you worried that I might retaliate against him because of what happened today? I swear on my surname that I will not do such a thing. Vanishing Demon chuckled. Retaliate? Even the Celestial Emperor couldn't defeat him, much less the Lin family. The Celestial Emperor. Just who are you guys? Lin Chunhua was speechless. Just a few ambitious individuals trying to do what they think is best for this world. Vanishing Demon smiled. Anyways, my business here is finished. You will be questioned about me in the near future, but don't worry, you won't remember a thing about our conversation just now, and it will be like our meeting had never even happened. What do you mean by? Before Lin Chunhua could even finish his sentence, Vanishing Demon disappeared from his room like a ghost. He stood there with a dazed look on his face. Several moments later, Lin Chunhua snapped out of his daze, and he proceeded to look around the room with a confused expression on his face. Why am I standing here? I was cultivating just a second ago. He wondered inwardly. He decided to not think too much about it and returned to his cultivation with all of his memories regarding Yuan erased from his memories. However, he still remembered the Tian family, as well as the incident with them, just not the person who was behind it. After leaving Lin Chunhua's room, Vanishing Demon visited other people within the Lin family, starting with Patriarch Lin. Once he acquired Patriarch Lin's memories, he went on to steal the memories of everyone that knew about Yuan's existence, leaving no stones untouched. Once he cleaned up the entire Lin family, Vanishing Demon did not take a moment to rest and immediately went to his next target, the other legacy families. After spending a few days combing through everyone in the 7 legacy families, Vanishing Demon went to his final destination, the Ji family. Who are you? How did you get in here? The Lord Ji of this realm was greatly startled when Vanishing Demon suddenly appeared before him like a ghost. Don't mind me. I think I wandered in here by accident. Vanishing Demon said with a smile. Do you really expect me to believe such an excuse? Identify yourself. Lord Ji shouted as he withdrew his weapon and pointed it at Vanishing Demon. Vanishing Demon narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke in a calm yet cold voice, a child such as yourself shouldn't play around with sharp objects. I advise you to put away that toy of yours before you get hurt. I will give you 3 seconds to identify yourself. Lord Ji ignored Vanishing Demon's words and continued pointing his sword at him. Vanishing Demon shook his head and sighed, you people from the Ji family are always the same. A vicious light suddenly flickered within Vanishing Demon's eyes. Lord Ji turned to look at his right arm after he felt an odd sensation from it, and to his absolute horror, his entire arm had disappeared into thin air along with his weapon. However, he didn't utter a single cry and managed to endure the pain. I've never liked the Ji family. A bunch of lapdogs for the Celestial Emperor, yet you act as though you rule the 9 heavens. Vanishing Demon sneered in a mocking tone. Fortunately for you, I am in a good mood since I have finally found my master, so I am going to spare your life. You. Who are you? Lord Ji asked with gritted teeth. Vanishing Demon smiled and responded with a prideful aura around him, Vanishing Demon. Lord Ji frowned, Vanishing Demon. Never heard of you. Why are you doing this? When did my Ji family offend someone like you? How about Evil God's Shadow Army? Have you heard of them? What? A look of tremendous terror appeared on Lord Ji's face after hearing this name. Impossible. The Evil God's Shadow Army is just a legend, one that doesn't even exist in this world. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. After all, you won't remember anything after I am done with you. I won't remember anything. Lord Ji recalled a certain individual that was frequently mentioned when one spoke about the Evil God's Shadow Army. According to the legend, the Evil God's Shadow Army, which was the evil god's most powerful and secretive force, was managed by a nameless entity that had the ability to steal one's memories. I see. So you're that nameless monster who can steal one's memories. However, that doesn't explain why you're here. Vanishing Demon smiled. There is only one purpose for the evil god's shadow army, to protect the evil god, our master. Now that you have this knowledge, my reason for being here should be obvious to you now. No way. The evil god. He's back. Lord Ji had a look of disbelief on his face. He has returned, yet not at the same time. However, it will only be a matter of time before he officially returns, and when that happens, the 9 heavens will be his to control. Lord Ji was speechless. Anyways, I have said enough. Once I am finished here, I will finally reunite with the evil god. Why? Lord Ji opened his mouth, but he stopped speaking and moving and became dazed before he could even finish uttering his first word. When he snapped out of it, all of his memories of Yuan and his conversation with Vanishing Demon no longer existed. Naturally, this meant that he'd forgotten about heaven's judgment and that he was supposed to find and hunt Yuan. In just a few days, Vanishing Demon had managed to erase Yuan's existence from the 3rd heaven. Now that I've brought you some more time, it's about time we met, Master Tian. Vanishing Demon disappeared into the night after he was finished with the Ji family. The day after the incident at the Lin family, Yuan left the Tian family with Tian Suin and Tian Yenyu. Are you sure you want to stay behind? What if the Lin family attacks while we are away? Tian Suin looked at her husband with a worried expression. Stop being so paranoid. I have a good feeling the Lin family won't bother us. He nodded with a calm smile. Sometime later, they left the residence and went to the nearest city teleporter. Before we arrive at the sect, I want you to remember some rules. Tian Suin said to Yuan after they exited the teleporter and made their way to the Jade Sword sect. 1. You will not wander the sect alone. 2. You will have someone with you at all times. She turned to look at Tian Yenyu and continued, since you agreed to let him in the sect, he'll be your responsibility. Don't let him out of your sight. I know. Yuan couldn't help but smile. Why do you have to make it sound like I have some ulterior motive for visiting your sect? You don't. I don't. I don't believe you. Tian Suin snorted. Yuan casually shrugged. Once they arrived at the sect, Tian Suin said to Tian Yenyu, don't forget about the upcoming event. There will be a briefing about it tomorrow. I know. Tian Suin went ahead into the sect and quickly disappeared from their sights. Let's get you checked into the sect as a guest first. Tian Yenyu said to Yuan. Okay. Yuan proceeded to follow her into the sect. Sometime later, they stopped above a large building. This is our administration building. Once we check you in, you'll be given a guest uniform. You'll have to wear this uniform for as long as you are within the sect. Tian Yenyu explained to him as they descended in front of the building. The moment they entered the building, Yuan could feel multiple pairs of eyes staring in their direction. Disciple Yenyu. You're back in the sect, and you're okay. An old man with short white hair rushed over when he noticed them. Hello, Elder Meng. Of course I am fine. Why wouldn't I be? Tian Yenyu showed him a friendly smile. Why wouldn't you be? Elder Meng looked at her with wide eyes. There's a rumor going around that the Lin family has captured you and is holding you prisoner. Did that not happen? I wouldn't be here if I was captured, now would I? I don't know where that rumor came from, but it's not true. That's relieving to hear. Then the rumor about your family starting a fight with the Lin family is also false, right? That's true. However, it's already been settled. That doesn't sound assuring. However, now that you're back in the sect, even the Lin family cannot touch you. We've warned you multiple times to not leave the sect, but alas. Elder Meng shook his head. He then shifted his gaze to the handsome young man standing behind her. Who's this young man? Your boyfriend? Tian Yinyu chuckled, this is Xiao Yang, a guest in my family, and he's also our savior. I brought him here because he wanted to look at our sect. Xiao Yang, this is Elder Meng. He's a close friend of my mother, and he used to be my tutor even before I came to the sect. Tian Yinyu introduced them to each other. She didn't deny it. Elder Meng could only think about how Tian Yinyu had ignored his earlier comment calling Yuan her boyfriend, something she would usually deny on the spot and even get angry about it. Just who is this Xiao Yang? How interesting. He smiled inwardly. Anyways, can you help him with the procedures? Tian Yinyu asked a moment later. Sure thing. Follow me, Xiao Yang. Yuan followed Elder Meng to one of the tables, where he would give some information about himself to the sect. Peak Spirit King. Elder Meng's jaw dropped to the floor when he saw Yuan's cultivation on the paper. He turned to look at Yuan, and sure enough, the aura of a Spirit King was emanating from Yuan's body, but he couldn't tell the exact level. He's not even 20 years old, and he's already a Peak Spirit King. Where did such a monster come from, and how come I have never heard of him until today? Elder Meng's trembling hands began sweating as he learned more about Yuan. He was beginning to understand why Tian Yinyu seemed to treat him differently. Sometime later, Elder Meng returned to Yuan with his new uniform. The majority of the uniform was black with a golden sword around his chest area. Here is your guest uniform. Please wear this for as long as you're within the sect. This way, we know that you're a guest. We have a changing room right over there. Elder Meng pointed to the door at the end of the room. I understand. Yuan immediately went to change his clothes. You gave him the honorable guest uniform? Even though you know nothing about him? Tian Yinyu asked Elder Meng when she saw the black uniform in Yuan's hands. Regardless of their identity, if they're a Peak Spirit King, they deserve no less. Elder Meng said in a serious voice. By the way, where did you find a genius like him? Tian Yinyu smiled and spoke, believe it or not, he's the one who found me. He appeared out of the blue one day and has been helping me and my family since then, he's like a gift from the heavens. Elder Meng raised his eyebrows at such a suspicious situation. Are you sure you can trust him? Besides my family, he's the only person I trust unconditionally. I know it might sound crazy, but I really cannot sense any malice from him. No matter his reason for helping my family, I am grateful for it. Yuan came out of the changing room a few minutes later, and when Tian Yinyu saw his new look, her face turned slightly rosy. Naturally, she was unaware of this and only felt a little warmer than usual. Elder Meng whistled after seeing Yuan in their guest uniform. Not bad, young man. But you would look even cooler in our official uniform. How about joining our sect? With your cultivation, you would immediately become a core disciple or even a high-ranking sect elder if you wish. Yuan smiled at his offer and said, thank you for the offer, but I don't plan on staying in this world for too long. This world? Are you going to challenge the stairway to heaven soon? Something like that. He nodded. I see. What a pity. Tian Yinyu looked at Yuan with a perplexed expression on her face after hearing this. We've just met, yet he's already leaving. She sighed inwardly. Come on, I will show you around the sect. She said to him a moment later. All right. Yuan left the building with Tian Yenyu the next moment, and she would proceed to give him a tour around the Jade Sword Manor. Unlike the sects within the lower heavens, the sects within the third heaven are so vast that flying is required if one wanted to travel around, as most sects are split into hundreds if not thousands of smaller platforms that usually floated above the ground to save space. This is one of our training grounds. Our Jade Sword Manor has a total of 20 training grounds. Half of them are available to the outer court and inner court disciples while the other half are for core disciples and elders. Their first stop was a training ground meant for core disciples. Due to their naturally low numbers, the training ground appeared to be empty at first with only a few disciples training on it, but their sword techniques were so flashy and powerful that if there were more disciples training there, they could accidentally hurt each other. Of course, there were defensive formations to lower the risk of disciples injuring each other, but incidents still happen from time to time. After watching the disciples for a few moments, Tian Yenyu suddenly spoke, "Xiao Yang, want to spar with me for a bit?" Yuan looked at her with raised eyebrows, questioning her intentions. "Even though I have seen you fight from afar, I still cannot fully grasp your prowess. Perhaps if I exchanged swords with you personally, I might understand you a little better." Yuan smiled and said, "Sure, but let's do it later. I want to see more of this sect for now." "Okay." Tian Yenyu was in no rush to spar with him, so she didn't mind waiting a little. They left the training grounds to look at the other places. "This is one of our medicine gardens. We have around 100 of them. Unless you want to get attacked by the guards, don't get too close to it. Only those with official orders are allowed to step foot on these grounds. Of course, these aren't our most valuable treasures. Those are hidden somewhere within the sect." The medicine garden before them was filled with all sorts of plants that stretched to the horizons, and a few moments after their arrival, Yuan could sense someone watching them from afar. They didn't linger and proceeded to the next area shortly after. Over the several hours, Tian Yenyu would bring Yuan to many different spots within the Jade Sword Manor, but even after spending so many hours, they were not even halfway finished with the tour. Seeing how it was starting to get dark, Tian Yenyu suggested they take a break and eat some food. "Sounds great." Yuan nodded. Sometime later, they arrived at the Comfort Peak, a place designated for disciples to relax. This is Comfort Peak, where disciples go to relax or have fun when they're feeling tired or simply need to release some stress. If you seek entertainment, you will find most of them here. The best restaurants in the sect could be found here. "What do you feel like eating today?" Tian Yenyu asked him. "I will let you decide. I'm not a picky eater and I enjoy almost everything." "All right. Then I will bring you to my favorite store." As Tian Yenyu led Yuan through the Comfort Peak, the disciples around them would stop whatever they were doing to stare at them. "Is that senior apprentice sister Tian Yenyu? There's only one person in this sect with her beauty. It's definitely Fairy Tian. I thought she was being held captive by the Lin family after starting a fight with them. Who's that young man beside her? He's even wearing the honorary guest uniform. I cannot sense his cultivation. Is he a mortal?" The disciples mistook Yuan as a mortal since they were too weak to sense his cultivation. Eventually, they arrived at their destination. Jade Pavilion. Yuan read the large sign above the restaurant's door in a mumbling voice. When they entered, a handsome middle-aged man approached them. "Welcome back to the Jade Pavilion, Disciple Tian. We've missed your presence dearly. It's been a while, Li Ming." As a regular of this restaurant, Tian Yenyu knew the names of every worker there, and this included even the janitors. "Is my regular spot available?" "Of course. It is always available for you, Disciple Tian. I will need another chair since I have a guest with me today." "Very well. Please, follow me." They followed Li Ming to a room on the highest floor. The interior of the room was small and shaped like a rectangle, but it had more than enough room for 2 people. However, the best part of this room was not the interior but the view it provided, as the guests were able to see pretty much the entire place through the balcony. Once they were seated, Li Ming handed them a menu and patiently waited for them to order. Tian Yenyu ordered 2 dishes while Yuan ordered 10 times that amount, which raised eyebrows, but Li Ming didn't say anything and left to prepare their order. "What do you think of our sect?" Tian Yenyu asked him once they were alone again. "I like the scenery. It's completely different from the ones in lower heaven," he said with a smile. "Lower heaven? You've been there?" Tian Yenyu showed a clear sign of surprise on her face. "Yes. I was even a disciple at this sect for a while." "Then why don't you become a disciple here for a while as well?" Tian Yenyu suddenly asked. "I'm not sure what I would do as a disciple here." He shook his head. "Well, what did you do in your previous sect?" "I become a disciple mostly for the experience. Though, I must admit that the experience I had was limited. I can't say for sure since I've never been to lower heaven, but I would imagine that things are vastly different up here. But what I know for sure is that you'll have more opportunities up here, since we have more resources in the upper heavens." After pondering for a moment, Yuan spoke, "Give me some time to think about it." He immediately didn't refuse her offer. It was true that he didn't truly experience much in the Dragon Essence Temple, and he was interested in what it was like to be a disciple in the third heaven. Tian Yenyu's hands turned into fists underneath the table from trying to hold her excitement. He didn't refuse. "There's still a chance." She smiled inwardly. Tian Yenyu continued to ask Yuan about his experience in the lower heaven until their food had arrived. They would stop talking to focus on their food and enjoy the scenery at the same time. Even though it was nighttime, Comfort Peak was still as lively as ever. In fact, it seemed even busier compared to when they first arrived. An hour later. Tian Yenyu stared at Yuan with a baffled look on her face. "We finished eating at the same time even though he had 10 times the amount of food I ordered." She swallowed nervously. Tian Yenyu snapped out of her daze a moment later, and she spoke, "Do you wish to rest for the night, or do you want to continue the tour? Are you tired? We can rest if you want." "I am not tired at all. In fact, I probably won't be able to sleep for the next several days since I am still excited about what happened at the Lin family." Yuan smiled, "Then let's continue our tour." "Okay." Core disciples like Tian Yenyu received special treatment, and one of her many privileges was free food, so they left the restaurant without needing to pay. The two of them didn't immediately leave Comfort Peak and lingered around for many more hours. This is one of the most popular shops around here. You get to sip on spirit tea for free while relaxing on a spirit calming formation. Want to try it? Tian Yenyu stopped in front of this large building that was crowded with people outside. "Don't mind the queue. Core disciples have their own rooms, so we can go straight inside if you wish." "Sure." He nodded. They entered the building a moment later and walked straight to the only empty reception desk there while every other desk was occupied with disciples. "Welcome to the Jade Tea Shop, Disciple Tian." The worker there immediately greeted her. "A room for 2. "Sure thing." The worker handed her a small jade tablet a moment later without asking any questions. After taking the tablet, she brought Yuan to one of the rooms on the top floor. Upon using the jade tablet to open the room that had nothing but 2 chairs that looked like massage chairs, a table, and a wooden drawer, Tian Yenyu said, "Take a seat." "And do you have any preference for your tea?" "I don't." "All right." She went to the drawer and picked out a bag of tea leaves before preparing it with the teapot on the table. Meanwhile, Yuan sat in one of the chairs, and his body immediately sunk into it, almost as though it was made of water and he was being embraced by clouds at the same time. Once the tea was prepared, Tian Yenyu poured 2 cups and handed one of them to Yuan. "This tea is made from leaves produced by our own sect. It has a special property that makes you feel as though you're slowly ascending to heaven. After drinking it, lay down and close your eyes." After drinking the cup of tea, Yuan laid back on the chair and closed his eyes. He could immediately feel the effects of the tea, and sure enough, his body felt incredibly relaxed while his consciousness was slowly drifting away. This tranquilizing effect lasted for about 2 hours before it dissipated. There are even stronger teas if you want something longer lasting. Tian Yanyu said to him. I'm satisfied with what I experienced. He smiled. Then let's continue looking around. After wandering the comfort peak for many hours until they were satisfied, they returned to the training grounds. By the time they arrived, it was almost noon. Please go easy on me. Tian Yanyu said to him as she retrieved her sword. And don't go easy on me. Come at me as though you're trying to kill me. Yuan said with a confident smile on his face. Knowing his prowess, Tian Yanyu did not hesitate to treat their spar as though it was a life-or-death match. Once they were prepared, Tian Yanyu made the first move, using a movement technique to get behind Yuan while swinging her sword at his neck. Her blade struck nothing but air after Yuan dodged it with his own movement technique. The few disciples at the same training ground quickly took notice of their spar, and they all stopped their own training to spectate. It looked like Tian Yanyu had the upper hand at first, but these disciples quickly realized that was not the case. This guy. Who is this guy she's sparring with? Heavens! I have never seen disciple Tian being pushed around like this before. That guessed, he's strong. The disciples were mesmerized by their fight, and some of them even imagined being in Tian Yanyu's shoes. However, none of them could even imagine defeating Yuan, who seemed invincible at the moment. After 20 minutes of going back and forth, Yuan decided to end things with a sword technique. Vanishing Ghost's soundless blade. Yuan's sword disappeared for a split second, and Tian Yanyu suddenly sensed a wave of sword chi fly past her, narrowly missing her. When she sensed Yuan's sword chi, her life flashed before her eyes for a second before she realized that she was still alive. The disciples spectating the fight also felt as though their life was suddenly in peril when they felt the sword chi despite their distance, with some of them even falling on their buttocks. Tian Yanyu fell to her knees afterward, her body soaked in cold sweat. What was that just now? She asked herself inwardly. This was her first time experiencing an ancient rank sword technique, so her reaction was normal. Are you okay? Yuan approached her after putting away his sword. Tian Yanyu didn't immediately respond. Instead, she turned her head to look beside her, and to her horror, there was a deep cut in the floor that stretched for hundreds of meters, and the cut itself was many meters deep, almost as if it had been sliced by a massive sword the size of a building. Looks like I am still underestimating you. She mumbled in a low voice after forcefully swallowing her saliva that was stuck in her throat. If he'd used this kind of power while fighting the Silent Rippers, he would have erased the Tian family's residence along with the assassins. Is this his true power, or is he hiding even more strength inside that body of his? Tian Yanyu looked at Yuan with caution and excitement. Unbeknownst to her, she was witnessing less than 10% of Yuan's true prowess. That was an amazing fight. Senior apprentice Sister Yanyu, introduce your friend to us. The other disciples suddenly started rushing over. Tian Yanyu greeted her fellow core disciples with a smile. He's Xiao Yang, a friend that I'd met recently. Senior brother Xiao. The disciples greeted him with respect. How old are you, senior brother Xiao? You don't look any older than us. I'm 19 years old. What? You're actually that young. What is your cultivation? Are you from the Four Ancient family? The disciples bombarded him with questions. Hey! You're all getting too close. Stop bothering him and give him some room. Seeing how the others were getting closer and closer to Yuan, Tian Yanyu quickly acted by pushing them away, acting like his bodyguard. The disciples were surprised by Tian Yanyu's unnatural behavior, so they subconsciously stepped away from Yuan. Xiao Yang, let's go. There's a briefing that I must attend in a bit. We can continue our tour afterward. Tian Yanyu then said. All right. After saying his goodbyes to the other disciples, Yuan left the scene with Tian Yanyu. Is it just me, or did senior apprentice Sister Yanyu express jealousy just now? One of the disciples there asked a moment later. You think so, too? I'm not surprised, considering his talent and young age. In fact, I'm even more surprised that I have never heard of him until today. The disciples didn't stay around for too long since they also needed to participate in the upcoming briefing. What kind of briefing are you going to attend? It seems important. Yuan asked Tian Yenyu as he followed her to another peak. It's definitely very important, as it affects not only our sect but all of the sects in the third heaven. Oh. Now I am really intrigued. Every 7 years, all of the sects gather to explore the Nameless Emperor's tomb. I'm sure you've heard of them before. They're basically grave sites created by powerful experts before their death so that they can pass down their legacy to those that pass the trials. Nameless Emperor's tomb. Yuan mumbled in a low voice. This has been a tradition since ancient times, and even though we've been exploring it for countless years, there are still plenty of powerful treasures to be found inside. There have even been occasions where people from the upper heavens come down specifically to explore the tomb. Can anyone enter the Nameless Emperor's tomb? Or do they have to belong to a sect? Yuan asked. Anybody can enter the Nameless Emperor's tomb. However, that isn't recommended, since you won't have any protection, meaning you'll have to fend for yourself if you're attacked, and this is true even if you have a big group with you. Of course, this also applies to those in a sect. If you think the cultivation world is cruel out here, just wait until you go inside. Everything inside could be an enemy. Are you thinking about going inside the Nameless Emperor's tomb? Tian Yenyu asked him at the end. I'm still thinking about it, but it does sound fun. If you decide to join, let me know. I can speak with my mother, who can probably get permission to let you wear a uniform while you're inside. Thank you. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, they arrived in front of a building that looked like someone's residence. This is my living quarters. I'm going to wash myself before I go to the briefing. You can either stay here and wait for my return or come with me to the briefing. It's all up to you. I will come with you. I want to learn more about this Nameless Emperor's tomb, after all. Alright, then I will see you in a bit. Tian Yenyu disappeared into the bathroom after they entered the building. While Yuan waited for her to come back out, Feng Yuxiang's voice suddenly resounded, "Young master. I didn't realize this at first since it's been hundreds of years, but do you remember when I said that I'd found the Empyrean Overlord inside a legacy tomb 500 years ago? That was the Nameless Emperor's tomb." What? Yuan exclaimed after hearing this shocking information. Are you sure about this, Feng? Did you really find the Empyrean Overlord inside this Nameless Emperor's tomb? Yuan asked for confirmation. I am certain, young master. My memories are getting clearer and clearer. I remember entering the Nameless Emperor's tomb 500 years ago shortly after I escaped to the third heaven. I lacked treasures that were not too powerful to sell in this realm at that time, so I decided to enter the tomb, and after a gruesome experience that totally took me by surprise, I'd acquired the Empyrean Overlord and other treasures. Feng Yuxiang recalled her experience, feeling a tingly sensation known as fear when she did. The Nameless Emperor's tomb is an incredibly dangerous and unfathomable place that even a divine beast who came from the upper heavens such as myself struggled greatly inside. In fact, I even died a few times. If it were not for my immortal body, I would have perished inside that legacy tomb 500 years ago. Feng Yuxiang's soul shivered just thinking about the nightmare she'd experienced while inside the Nameless Emperor's tomb. However, a bright smile appeared on Yuan's face when he heard this. I wasn't sure if I wanted to go, but I cannot ignore such an opportunity after hearing this. The Nameless Emperor's tomb must have something to do with my previous lives. If I want to learn more about myself, I must go there. If that's the case, you should prepare yourself, young master. Even with your talents, I dare say that you'll still have some trouble inside. Hell, even the strongest cultivators can die in the most unlikely places. I know. I'll be careful. Yuan said. The Nameless Emperor's tomb, huh? Yuan wondered how he was related to this legacy tomb and what he'll find inside. If the Empyrean Overlord belonged to one of his past lives, there has to be a reason that it was inside the Nameless Emperor's tomb. Hell, the creator of this legacy tomb could very well be one of his past lives. Tian Yenyu came out of the bathroom about 20 minutes later with a fresh look and stronger fragrance, smelling like a flower that had recently bloomed. "I'm ready to leave. How about you?" she asked him. "Yes. Also, I have decided to explore the Nameless Emperor's tomb," Yuan said. "Great. I will speak with my mother after the briefing. It's fine. I can protect myself, and I won't be alone." "Oh, right. I forgot about them," Tian Yenyu mumbled. "Anyways, we can talk about this later." "Okay." Sometime later, they stopped at the Grand Jade Peak, one of the largest peaks within the Jade Sword Manor. Though, the only time this place becomes active are during summonings that required a large portion of the sect to gather in one spot, and currently there are over 200,000 disciples gathered. Impressive. Yuan was impressed by the sight when he arrived. This is just 2/3 of all the disciples in the Jade Sword Manor, too. Tian Yenyu said. "While we wait, do you have any questions about the Nameless Emperor's tomb?" "Yes, I." Yuan suddenly halted his sentence when something in the Grand Jade Peak caught his attention. He pointed at the massive stone statue in the distance and asked in a dazed voice, "Who is that?" Tian Yenyu immediately knew what he was talking about even without looking at the statue. "He doesn't have a name because we don't know it, but we believe he's the Nameless Emperor," Tian Yenyu explained as she stared at the statue of a tall, masked figure. "How did you figure that out?" Yuan continued to ask. "Because you can find similar-looking statues inside the Nameless Emperor's tomb." "I see, but why put his statue in the sect? Is he related to this sect in some way?" "No, not that I know of. According to our sect's history, the founder of the Jade Sword Manor was a mere rogue cultivator before creating this place. He explored the Nameless Emperor's tomb with some success and found some sword techniques as well as treasures that allowed him to become a peak cultivator in the third heaven and create the Jade Sword Manor. And he put that statue there as a way to pay respects to the Nameless Emperor, huh?" Yuan mumbled. "Pretty much." Tian Yenyu nodded. "Yuan. That's the Lord." Lan Yingying's voice resounded shortly after. She immediately recognized the statue to be the same as the faceless statue that she'd taken care of since she was a child inside the mystic realm, but she was too surprised to say anything at first. "Yes. Looks like he's related to the Nameless Emperor's tomb as well." Sometime later, a large group of figures could be seen approaching the Grand Jade Peak. The people from this group were all sect elders of the Sword Jade Manor, and they were all being led by an old man who was emanating a naturally sharp aura that made those around him feel as though they were constantly being threatened with a sword by their neck. "Greetings, sect leader and sect elders." The world seemed to have trembled for a moment when all of the disciples greeted at the same time. "That old man with the large silver sword behind his back is Yu Jian, our sect leader," Tian Yenyu mumbled to Yuan. Once they arrived before the disciples, Yu Jian descended until he was floating in front of the statue while the sect elders gathered around the disciples. "It is that time again, my disciples. The Nameless Emperor's tomb will open for the world in 7 days, and it will remain open for 6 months. Yu Jian's voice boomed in their ears despite how soft it sounded. "If you wish to explore the Nameless Emperor's tomb, you must enter in groups of 10, and your cultivation has to exceed 3rd level Spirit Lord. If you've never experienced the tomb before, know that even if you prepare for the worst, it won't be nearly enough to prepare you for the nightmares in that place." Yu Jian spoke in a solemn voice, sounding as though he was speaking from experience. "You will be tested beyond your limits inside the Nameless Emperor's tomb. You will experience things that you wouldn't have even in your worst nightmares. There is an extremely high fatality rate inside where over half of those that enter never come back out. Even as a peak spirit king, I still have to tread the place with extreme care. If you are willing to go into purgatory and experience the worst of this world, then explore the Nameless Emperor's tomb. If you cherish your life, avoid it at all cost. Yu Jian continued to speak in a solemn voice, his words sending chills down all of the disciples' spine. Of course, he was not trying to scare the disciples on purpose. Every word that came out of his mouth was the truth and what he'd personally experienced, and he wanted them to know that the Nameless Emperor's tomb wasn't a playground for the weak. Hell, even the strong are considered weak inside, so one could say that strong doesn't exist when they are within the tomb. After taking a breather, Yu Jian continued, with that being said, if you decide to challenge the Nameless Emperor's tomb despite the danger, you could be rewarded with unfathomably powerful treasures or techniques that far surpass what should be allowed in our realm, just like our founder, who became one of the strongest cultivators during his era because he took the risks and was rewarded for it. The disciples swallowed nervously as they imagined the possibilities. Just several treasures from the Nameless Emperor's tomb made a rogue cultivator who used to be a nobody into a powerhouse and the founder of a top 5 sect. And since nobody knows how deep the tomb goes, since not a single soul has ever reached the end, the possibilities were literally endless. What if there exists a treasure at the end of the tomb that allows one to literally rule the 9 heavens? Such a thought would normally be considered as a delusion, but when it comes to the Nameless Emperor's tomb, this delusion seemed more realistic. Now let's talk about the Nameless Emperor's tomb itself. While nobody knows when it first appeared or when it was first discovered, we've been exploring it for at least 100,000 years now, but despite our efforts, we still don't know how much we've explored or how long it'll take before we learn its secrets. Unlike most legacy tombs, the Nameless Emperor's tomb is like a different world itself that one can explore freely, with the only restriction being their own strength. Although most of the treasures in the outer areas are long gone, there are still new secrets being uncovered every time we enter, and there are powerful techniques waiting for those who can comprehend them. Yu Jian would continue to talk about the Nameless Emperor's tomb for several more minutes before he dismissed the disciples. Those of you determined enough to risk your life for a better life, come here in 7 days and I will bring you to hell. You are dismissed. Many disciples stuck around to talk to their friends and fellow disciples even after being dismissed. What do you think? Are you having second thoughts about the tomb now? Tian Yenyu asked Yuan in a teasing voice. Even if it's a 90% chance of dying, I will still be willing to go. Yuan smiled. Tian Suyin showed up a moment later. Is he causing you any trouble? She asked Tian Yenyu the moment she appeared. Of course not. Tian Yenyu shook her head with a bittersweet smile. Is that so? Anyways, do you plan on entering the tomb this year? If you are, I want you to come with me and your father. I do, but... Tian Yenyu glanced at Yuan before continuing, I was thinking about going with Xiaoyang. What? Tian Suyin frowned, and she shifted her focus to Yuan. You're also going to enter the tomb? Are you going by yourself? Stop dragging my daughter into trouble with you. Mother. What are you saying? Have you forgotten about his strength? He's strong enough to defeat the Silent Rippers by himself. If there's only one person in this place that is qualified to protect me, it's him. Actually, your mother is right, Miss Yenyu. I plan on going as deep as I can, and I am not confident in protecting myself, much less someone else. Tian Yenyu showed clear disappointment on her face after hearing his words, but it was not like she didn't understand where he was coming from. Why, you're right. I'm sorry. It was incredibly selfish of me to force you to protect me when the Nameless Emperor's tomb could threaten even a peak spirit king's life. I guess I've been spoiled by you a little. Yuan smiled and said, I don't mind traveling with you at first, but we will have to separate once it becomes too dangerous. What do you think, mother? Can he come with us? Tian Yenyu turned to look at her with pleading eyes. I'm not senseless enough to deny more helping hands, especially one as capable as his. She said. It was at this moment another voice resounded, may I interrupt your conversation for a second? They turned to see Yu Jian standing right next to them. Sect leader. Tian Suyin was startled by his sudden appearance. Don't mind me. I only want to speak with this young man for a bit. Yu Jian spoke while his gaze stared at Yuan's handsome face. I'm Yuan, sect leader of the Jade Sword Manor. The sect leader is introducing himself first. Tian Suyin swallowed nervously when she saw this, as this meant that he respected Yuan enough to become humble. Nice to meet you, Senior Yu. I'm Xiao Yang, a wandering cultivator. Senior. There's no need to be humble when we're both peak spirit kings. In fact, I might even be inferior to you when it comes to raw talent. Yu Jian shook his head. He noticed Yuan's profound aura even before he arrived at the Grand Jade Peak, but he has been resisting his urges to speak with Yuan until now. The sect master admitted being inferior to a junior before his own disciples. Tian Suyin cried inwardly when she saw this. She almost couldn't believe her ears. Even if we have similar cultivation levels, it won't change the fact that you're older than me. Anyways, what business do you have with me? I was just wondering why you're in my humble sect. A genius such as yourself usually doesn't show up unannounced. I just wanted to see what kind of sect my friend belonged to, that's all. I see. Yu Jian's gaze landed on Tian Yenyu for a second. I hope this humble place is to your liking. If you have any troubles or concerns, don't hesitate to speak with me. I cannot bother the sect leader over such minor issues. Yuan shook his head. Please, I insist. Yu Jian smiled. And he continued, I will stop bothering you now, young friend. If you encounter any problems, show them this medallion. He proceeded to hand Yuan a jade medallion that had his name on it. He turned to look at Tian Suyin next and said, I'd like to speak with you whenever you're available. I'm free right now. She immediately responded with a nervous look on her face. Yu Jian nodded, and he left the scene with Tian Suyin. It was obvious why the sect leader wanted to speak with Tian Suyin. He wanted to inquire about Yuan's existence. In his eyes, a genius like Yuan couldn't possibly have been born in their world, so it would only be logical to assume that he'd come from the upper heavens. In fact, he's already heard rumors about the Celestial Emperor sending down powerful experts for reasons that he has yet to learn. Looks like we won't need to ask my mother for the sect's protection. Tian Yenyu mumbled in a dazed voice as she watched her mother leave with the sect leader. Anyways, what do you want to do now? We have a whole week to prepare for the Nameless Emperor's tomb. She then asked. Is there a place where I can learn more about the tomb? She nodded, yes. We have a library full of information about the place. When do you want to go? Let's go now. Alright. Follow me. Tian Yenyu brought Yuan to the Jade Enlightenment Peak, where all sorts of information and techniques are stored. Naturally, this meant that guests weren't normally allowed inside even if they had a disciple with them. However, Yuan had the sect leader's medallion, so Tian Yenyu took the chance and brought him there anyway. After arriving at the Jade Enlightenment Peak, Tian Yenyu led Yuan to a tall pagoda that had 21 floors. This building is usually empty, but with the Nameless Emperor's tomb near, it was currently crowded with disciples. Everything inside this building is related to the Nameless Emperor's tomb. You can find others' experience inside the tomb and already discovered treasures all within this place. I'm going to leave you alone to prepare myself. If you need anything, contact me through this. Tian Yenyu handed Yuan her communication jade slip. If you encounter any trouble, just flash the sect leader's medallion. It should settle most issues right there and then. Please don't cause any trouble because I will be responsible for it as your guide. Thank you. Yuan smiled as he accepted the jade slip. Tian Yenyu didn't linger for much longer and left shortly after. Yuan approached the pagoda, but he was quickly stopped before he could even reach the staircase. Hey! You! Stop right there. A middle-aged woman flew towards him from a distance. Once she landed, she continued, even if you are an honorary guest, you are not allowed to be here. Yuan didn't say anything and flashed the jade medallion he'd received from their sect leader. The woman's eyes widened with shock for a moment, and her mouth stuttered as she tried to find the proper words to utter. After a moment of silence, she cleared her throat and handed him an accessory. Hang this around your belt. If you lose it, more people will come to stop you. Now if you'll excuse me." Not wanting to stay around any longer, the woman quickly fled the scene after giving Yuan the accessory. Yuan continued to approach the steps leading to the pagoda afterward, and sure enough, people would continue to stare at him, with some of them even starting to approach him, but when they saw the little accessory hanging on his belt, they stopped and turned around. Once he was inside, Yuan immediately began sweeping through the scrolls and jade slips on the shelves. And over the next 4 days, he would not take a step outside of the pagoda, spending all of his time staring at words. However, even if he was given a month, he wouldn't be able to read all of the information inside the pagoda, as it had been accumulated throughout tens of thousands of years. "I have a good grasp of what to expect in the tomb, but I doubt it is enough to prepare me for what I plan on doing. I guess I can only hope for the best." Yuan eventually left the pagoda after spending 5 days inside. He returned to Tian Yenyu's living quarters afterward. "How was it? Did you find the information useful?" Tian Yenyu asked him as she invited him inside. "Somewhat. I know what to expect in the beginning, but there is too little information about the deeper areas." He sighed. "I'm not surprised. Most people that went too deep never returned, after all. How about your preparation? Do you feel prepared for the tomb?" Yuan then asked her. "No matter how much one prepares, they won't be prepared enough for the tomb." She shook her head. "Anyways, I'm going to spend what little time we have left to meditate and mentally prepare myself." "What about you?" Tian Yenyu said. "I will do the same. You can use the room next to mine." "Okay." Tian Yenyu returned to her room shortly after. "Feng Feng, can you tell me about your experience with the Nameless Emperor's tomb? I'll assume that you'd advance deeper than most people since you were able to acquire the Empyrean Overlord, unless this treasure isn't as valuable as I thought." Yuan asked her after entering his room. "While I can't say that I have traveled further than anyone out there, I did go pretty deep before I found the Empyrean Overlord." Feng Yuxiang's voice resounded the following moment. "As you know, the Nameless Emperor's tomb opens for half a year after it opens. It took me almost that much time to acquire it." "Half a year? What happens when the tomb closes?" Yuan asked. "Everyone that is still inside will automatically get teleported outside, and then it will remain closed for 7 years before the cycle repeats itself. Honestly, the hardest part about the tomb aren't the challenges. It's the pressure that threatens to shatter your soul, and the deeper you go, the stronger the pressure." "A pressure, huh? Sounds troublesome." Feng Yuxiang would continue to talk about her experience in the tomb as well as the trials that she had to challenge. The Nameless Emperor's tomb is very unique when it comes to trials because most legacy tombs will automatically challenge every individual that enters it, but the Nameless Emperor's tomb allows one to choose their trials, so one can spend the entire 6 months inside without doing any trials. However, this naturally means you won't receive any rewards. Furthermore, powerful beasts and even demons roam the lands there." "Demons?" Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Don't worry, they're not real demons. Everything but the treasures within the tomb was created using spiritual energy. With that being said, the demons are as powerful as real demons, and they even have its regenerative ability." Feng Yuxiang would spend almost the entire day recalling her experience within the tomb. "And that's how I acquired the Empyrean Overlord." Once Feng Yuxiang finished, Lan Yingying spoke. "The Nameless Emperor's tomb sounds a little similar to the mystic realm. Considering that they're both related to the Lord, I'm not surprised." Yuan said. "Lord. Now that's a persona I haven't heard in a while." A new voice that Yuan didn't recognize suddenly resounded in the room. "Who's there?" Yuan snapped his head like a turtle and turned to look at the window, where an old man that he didn't recognize was standing with a smile on his face. "How long has he been standing there? I didn't sense his presence until he spoke. This person is an expert." Yuan swallowed nervously. He could instinctively tell at glance that this old man was at a level that he couldn't even comprehend. "Be careful, Brother Yuan. He's dangerous. Xiaohua jumped between him and the old man, even retrieving her weapon without hesitation. Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying did the same even though their instincts told them to run. The atmosphere in the room immediately turned cold, and it suddenly felt like they were in a life-or-death situation. However, the old man appeared completely relaxed, almost as if he wasn't even part of it. Yuan stood there in silence. Despite the tense atmosphere, he had this inexplicable feeling that the old man wasn't a real threat. Let me ask you again. Who are you? Yuan asked him, breaking the silence. The old man took a deep breath before speaking. My apologies, I was so overwhelmed with emotions that I'd forgotten how to act and made things awkward. He proceeded to move his body and bent his knees. Don't move. Xiaohua shouted at him. However, the old man ignored her warning and continued to lower his body until his knee was kissing the floor. Dong Yi, commander of the evil god's shadow army. This unworthy subordinate greets the master. Evil god's shadow army. Master? Yuan muttered in a dazed voice, his eyes as wide as saucers. You may not remember now due to your recent reincarnation, but I am your faithful servant. I've been following you since you were the evil god, and I have been there for all of your reincarnations since then. If you don't mind me asking, how much of your past lives do you remember? Yuan was speechless. Dong Yi didn't rush things and patiently waited for Yuan to digest the situation. Xiaohua, Feng, Yingying, lower your weapons, Yuan spoke a long moment later. The ladies reluctantly lowered their weapons, but they were still on high alert and full of suspicion towards Dong Yi. So you used to serve the evil god, huh? If that's true, what was his name? And who was he before the evil god? Do you have any proof that you served him? Yuan suddenly asked Dong Yi multiple questions. Without hesitation, Dong Yi responded in a clear voice, Master used to be known as the god of war before receiving the title of evil god, and his true name was Tianxian. If you still doubt me, allow me to show you some of my memories. You can share memories. Yuan raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Will you accept my memories? Yuan didn't immediately respond and began pondering. Brother Yuan, I don't think we can trust him. He's too suspicious. Xiaohua said. His aura is also insanely murderous. I have never seen anything like that before, except when the young master gets angry. He's definitely killed a lot of people. Feng Yuxiang said. Dong Yi smiled, it is true that I have a lot of blood on my hands. I didn't become the commander of the strongest assassination squad in the 9 heavens by being a saint. Yuan took a deep breath and spoke, it's okay, my instincts are telling me to trust him, so I will do so. If he wanted to harm us, he has more than enough power to do so, and we wouldn't be able to do anything to stop him. He glared at Dong Yi in the eyes and continued, show me. As you command, master. Dong Yi eagerly nodded. After receiving Yuan's permission, Dong Yi proceeded to tap his forehead, causing a glowing orb of blue light to emerge from his head. He then offered it to Yuan by raising it above his head, treating it as though it was an offering to God. Master, here are my memories. The glowing orb of light floated off Dong Ye's hands and into Yuan's forehead. Yuan immediately closed his eyes and began digesting the memories. Inside Dong Ye's memories that went back tens of millions of years, Yuan could see himself when he was living as evil god Tianxian, and he was currently standing in front of a massive jade tablet while Dong Yi was kneeling behind him. How are things going for the Shadow Army, Dong Yi? Everything is going as planned, Master. Our members are rising at a respectful pace every day. It won't be long before we can be fully operational. Suddenly, the scenery changed, and Yuan could see Dong Yi standing before another person. This person was clearly another one of his incarnations, but he didn't recognize this incarnation. Master, I am Dong Yi, your loyal servant. You may not remember me, but I have been serving you since your second life as the evil god. This person, who was a tall and handsome young man, spoke in a calm voice, I remember you, Dong Yi. Although I don't remember everything, I remember enough to understand the situation. The scenery switched again. This time, Yuan recognized this person. However, this person's face was covered by a bland-looking mask. He must be the Lord. Yuan thought to himself. Master, I am. Dong Yi, right? Took you long enough to find me this time. The Lord spoke in a calm voice. How much of your memories have you recovered, Master? The Lord turned to look at Dong Yi and spoke, I remember everything. I was born in this life with all of my previous memories. This is unprecedented. Dong Yi was pleasantly surprised to hear this. Sometime later, Yuan opened his eyes and spoke, since you know so much about me, can you help me recall what I have yet to remember to speed up the process? Dong Yi shook his head with a bitter-sweet smile, unfortunately, I cannot do that. You can't, or you won't. Per the Master's own orders, I won't. Dong Yi said. My orders? Yuan raised an eyebrow. He nodded, Master wanted to naturally recover his own memories, so you ordered me to not give too much information regarding your past even if you threatened me. Yuan sighed inwardly after hearing this. Why would he make things more difficult for himself? He also did the same with the stairway to heaven. Anyways, I believe you when you say that you are my servant. With that being said, what are your plans now? Did my previous incarnations give you some sort of mission? Dong Yi nodded, this body only has one purpose, to serve you until its death. If you need anything, I will be here for you. Feng Yuxiang couldn't help but feel as though her role as Yuan's handyman was suddenly in jeopardy. Dong Yi then continued, however, with that being said, it's not as though I can constantly remain by your side. Master, are you aware of our current situation with the upper heavens? No, what kind of situation are we in? Yuan shook his head. The Celestial Emperor, our natural enemy, will be sending experts to the lower heavens to kill you. They will arrive in less than a month. Yuan was left speechless after hearing this information. What? Why would the Celestial Emperor do such a thing? I've never even met the man. He exclaimed. According to what I've learned from the 7 Legacy family's memories, the Celestial Emperor is not specifically targeting you because of your identity. He doesn't even know your real identity, but because of the heaven's judgment, you now have a target on your back. Dong Yi explained. And he continued, honestly, if the Celestial Emperor knew your real identity, I wouldn't be surprised if he personally came down here with his entire army just to kill you. How troublesome. And here I was planning on going to the Nameless Emperor's tomb. Yuan gritted his teeth. Worry not, Master. This is why I am here. I have already erased the 7 Legacy family's memories of you, so they won't be able to help those from the upper heavens to identify you. Furthermore, I will do my best to mess with those from the upper heavens and keep them from finding you. If you are ever in a dangerous situation that you cannot solve, break this jade slip and I will immediately come to you no matter what kind of situation I am in, even if I have to crawl through broken glass and the scorching ground. If you need me for anything else, use this communication jade slip to contact me. Dong Yi handed Yuan 2 different jade slips. I would give you life-saving treasures and other useful treasures, but I cannot give you any significant assistance that could greatly affect your natural growth. Let me guess. I told you that. Yuan said in a sighing voice. Dong Yi smiled and said, the point of reincarnating multiple times is to expand your experience and talent. If you're given a silver spoon every time you reincarnate, it would defeat its purpose, after all. I understand the reasoning behind this logic, and I even agree with it. However, it still sucks. Yuan said with a bittersweet smile. Anyways, before I ask you more questions, let's introduce ourselves properly. In this life, I am Yuan. It feels a little weird to be called master by someone as ancient as you, so you can just call me Yuan or young master like Feng Feng here. Feng, introduce yourself. Yuan looked at her, who silently nodded and proceeded to introduce herself despite being reluctant to do so. Feng Yuxiang. I am a divine beast that carries the bloodline of a phoenix. Feng Yuxiang gave a brief introduction about herself. The rest of you should introduce yourself as well. Yuan looked at the others. Lan Yingying. I am a divine beast as well, a divine serpent. Dong Yi, who already knew that Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying were divine beasts, nodded his head. While they can hide their identity from cultivators around their level, Dong Yi was an immortal who has existed for millions of years. It was simply impossible to fool someone like him. A phoenix and a serpent, huh? It sure brings back memories. Dong Yi couldn't help but break out a smile on his face when he recalled the immortal monarch and his divine beast followers. The immortal monarch? Yuan asked out of curiosity. He nodded. Do you remember? No, but I am aware of his existence. His divine beasts were always fighting with each other over his attention. Dong Yi chuckled. It caused the young master plenty of headaches. However, they were all reliable and loyal, which sort of balances things out. Yuan suddenly remembered something and said, speaking of the immortal monarch. Do you know how to upgrade his bloodline? What about the heaven-refining physique? The answers you seek are within the Nameless Emperor's tomb. The Nameless Emperor's tomb. Did I build it? Yuan then asked. Dong Yi smiled and said, you will find out once you go inside. Seeing how Dong Yi won't give him any direct answers, Yuan decided to give up and to wait to enter the Nameless Emperor's tomb. Dong Yi suddenly shifted his gaze to Xiao Hua, whose tiny body instinctively trembled. An exile, huh? The young master called you Xiao Hua, so you must be from the Azura family. Do you believe in fate? He asked while staring at her intensively. Xiao Hua silently nodded. Then do you believe someone, a mere human, can control fate? Xiao Hua raised an eyebrow and said, nobody can control fate. What if someone has such ability? That's impossible. No human can have such an ability. Dong Yi smiled and shifted his gaze back to Yuan. Believe it or not, someone out there has the ability to control fate, and he's standing in this room as we speak. Xiao Hua and the others turned to look at Yuan, who was quite confused. You may not realize it, but you're subconsciously controlling fate. The young master is subconsciously controlling fate. How does that even work? Feng Yuxiang asked. Dong Yi shrugged, even I do not know the answer to this question. This is partially why the young master ordered me to not assist him too much, as it could affect his fate. Yuan looked at his own hands. I'm controlling fate. Am I really doing such a thing? He couldn't believe it. Manipulating fate sounded very complicated, so it seemed very unlikely for him to subconsciously control it. What do you know about Xiao Hua's family? Xiao Hua suddenly asked Dong Yi. I know a lot about the Azura family. And believe it or not, but I also know a lot about you, Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua frowned. How? Xiao Hua was born in the primordial realm. Nobody can enter or leave this place without the Celestial Emperor's approval or the ancient seals. Sorry, but I cannot tell you. Dong Yi shook his head. Why not? Because you're directly related to the young master, which means I will spoil him if I answer your question. Brother Yuan. Xiao Hua turned to look at Yuan with a look of wonder in her eyes. Anyways, if you have any more questions that aren't related to the young master's past, feel free to ask me. If you have any requests, I am also willing to hear it. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. The Nameless Emperor's tomb will open very soon. Do you plan on going inside with us? No, I will be staying out here to mess with the Celestial Emperor's lackeys and throw them off your track. Yuan nodded, and he said, then if you don't mind, can you watch over my friends while I am inside the Nameless Emperor's tomb? I don't know how long I will be staying inside, nor can I bring them to such a dangerous place with me. They're extremely valuable to me. I want you to protect them as though they're me. Dong Yi nodded. No matter who you want me to protect, I will protect them with my life. Yuan proceeded to tell Dong Yi about Meishio and the others who were training at the Cultivator's Haven. They are likely to spend all of their time cultivating inside the cultivator's haven, but better safe than sorry. Rest assured, young master. As long as I am breathing, no harm will come to your friends. Even if I am not constantly by their side, I can cover this entire world with my divine sense, so I will know immediately the moment they're in any danger no matter where I am. Covering this entire world with your divine sense. I have been wondering about this for a while now, but what is your cultivation? Yuan asked out of curiosity. This humble one is only at the 7th level of God Ascension realm. God Ascension. Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice. If one's ascension towards godhood succeeds, they will become a cultivation god, which has been the peak of the cultivation world since ancient times. You're not that far away from the peak of cultivation, yet you sound disappointed. Yuan couldn't understand this part. Because I know my limits, young master. As much as I hate to admit it, I don't have enough talent to become a cultivation god. That is a truth that I must accept. You, on the other hand, have not only succeeded in becoming a cultivation god multiple times in your past lives, I have a good feeling that you'll break through that limit and achieve something unprecedented in our world. Dong Yi spoke as he gazed upon Yuan with a confident glint in his eyes. Wait a second. I thought all cultivators in the 9 heaven must abide by the rules of each heaven. Feng Yuxiang suddenly spoke. For example, the limit of cultivation in this world is the peak spirit king. If someone who doesn't belong in this world appears, they would invoke heavenly tribulation. Will you be fine down here with your cultivation? Dong Yi nodded. Only mortals abide by that rule. Immortals like me can ignore such a rule and come down here whenever we want. Even if we invoke a heavenly tribulation, it won't be strong enough to harm us. Though, it's a pain in the ass to come down here because we have to enter through the long route, so most of us won't bother unless absolutely necessary. Also, I am currently masking my presence, so the heavens don't even know I am here, and as long as I don't do anything crazy, it will remain that way. I am more worried about the Celestial Emperor than any heavenly tribulation because the young master won't be able to fight them at his current state. What's the situation with me and the Celestial? Yuan halted his sentence midway. Never mind. I hope the nameless Emperor's tomb will have all of the answers. Sometime later, Dong Ye's eyebrows suddenly twitched, and he spoke with a dejected face. It's truly regrettable that I can only spend such a short time with you after spending so much time apart, but I must leave now, young master. Some people from the upper heavens have just arrived in this world, and to minimize the chances of your true identity being known, I must disappear. However, even though I won't be by your side, I will always be watching over you. If you are ever in deep trouble, you know how to contact me. But before I go, I must apologize to you, young master. There is so much that I want to say to you, to tell you, but I truly don't dare to mess with your fate. Yuan shook his head. Don't worry about it. I understand your feelings, and to be honest, I like it this way even if it's a little more inconvenient for me. My past, my purpose, and my goals. I will unveil them as I follow my own path. After giving Yuan a slight nod, Dong Yi dissipated into thin air like smoke. An immortal who has reached near the peak of cultivation. Who could have imagined that such a powerful individual would be willing to serve someone? Yuan mumbled out loud after Dong Yi disappeared. That's just how amazing your existence is, young master. Feng Yuxiang chuckled. Don't flatter me. He shook his head. Meanwhile, somewhere within the 3rd heaven, a large hole appeared in the sky moments before a group of individuals came out of it. There were 21 people in this group, and all of them had the cultivation of a peak spirit king, but the aura they emitted far surpassed what someone at their cultivation base could ever achieve. Fuck, the spiritual energy in this place is so trash. It feels like I am breathing in dust with every single breath. One of them immediately complained after taking his first breath. How do people live in such an environment? Let's hurry and kill that criminal and get the hell out of here as soon as possible. Most of these people agreed with the sentiment. However, one couldn't completely blame them for their behavior. The spiritual energy in the upper heavens was countless times purer than the ones down here, and as cultivators, they have reached the level where they don't need to breathe in air to live, just spiritual energy. These people have lived their entire life thinking that their spiritual energy was the standard, so it wouldn't be weird for them to have such a strong reaction after suddenly being exposed to something much worse. Anyways, where are the G family and the 7 legacy families? I was told that they'd be greeting us the moment we arrived. Perhaps they got the location wrong. I wouldn't be surprised if a world of this low standard housed such dumb people. Unbeknownst to these people, the 7 legacy families and the G family all had their memories stolen by Dongyi, hence why nobody showed up to greet them. After waiting around for a few moments, these people split up to look for the 7 legacies families themselves. When they found the 7 legacy families, these people from the upper heavens immediately demanded for answers. However, they quickly realized that nobody from the 7 legacy families knew about their arrival. This made them wonder if the people from the upper heavens had forgotten to notify the 7 legacy families. But they soon realized the truth, that the 7 legacy families and the G family had their memories erased for some reason. What's going on? Who would erase their memories? I think a better question would be, who could have the capability to do such a thing in this world? I only know of one person in the 9 heavens who could erase memories, but that person's been missing for hundreds of thousands of years. I also don't think it's him. Why would he be down here stealing memories from mortals, right? The people from the upper heavens quickly dismissed the phenomenon, mostly because they couldn't be bothered to investigate any further. But then they realized another problem. Without the 7 legacy families' help, how will they ever find the person they were looking for? Even finding a needle in a haystack would be easier than this task since they at least knew what a needle looked like. However, it was not as though they could leave without even trying. In the end, these people decided to stay around for a little longer to wait for the others that have yet to arrive. These 21 people were just the first batch of people amongst a dozen, after all. In the meantime, I am going to take a look around. As shitty as this place is, it's a rare chance to experience the lower heavens. Try not to get yourself killed. You'd immediately become a laughingstock if you died in a place like this. Humph. Even if my cultivation is suppressed to being a mere spirit king, what could possibly hurt me down here? This individual sneered in a mocking manner before disappearing into the world. Many people from the group followed suit, as they were also curious about the 3rd heaven. The day before the Nameless Emperor's tomb's opening, Yuan received a message through one of his communication jade slips. Yuan, Lady Su will return in 5 days to give you what she promised. Senior Bai's voice resounded inside his head. Oh. I was so occupied with the Nameless Emperor's tomb that I nearly forgot about our agreement. Yuan felt a drop of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. He couldn't imagine what he'd do if he didn't show up for the soul technique and Su Jiechi decided to not give it to him anymore. However, the Nameless Emperor's tomb will be opening tomorrow, and I promised Tian Yenyu that I'd enter with her. As much as he wanted to enter the tomb with Tian Yenyu, he had to prioritize the soul technique, as it could potentially be the difference of whether he'll clear the Nameless Emperor's tomb or not. After preparing himself for Tian Yenyu's complaints, Yuan went to knock on her room. Tian Yenyu opened the door a moment later. Hey. Hey. Something wrong? Tian Yenyu raised an eyebrow. You see, I just remembered that I had an appointment with someone, and this is an important meeting that I cannot miss, but it will happen 5 days after the Nameless Emperor's tomb's opening, so I won't be able to enter with you on day 1. What? You're telling me this the day before it opens? Tian Yenyu was clearly unhappy about the situation. However, even though her voice was loud, she didn't look angry. I'm truly sorry. Yuan lowered his head in an apologetic manner. Tian Yenyu rubbed her eyes and sighed, don't worry about it. It's only 5 days, right? I can ask my mother to delay our entrance for you. Yuan quickly lifted his head and said, please don't. Your mother won't like it and will probably refuse. Furthermore, you're not going with just your mother, right? We cannot delay the others just for me. Where will you guys be headed first? I will meet up with you in 5 days. Yuan suddenly suggested. We'll be spending our first month at the Nameless Stone Warrior. You know where it is, right? He nodded. I memorized the map. Good. The following day, Yuan and Tian Yenyu went to meet up with Tian Suin, who brought them to the gathering area, where tens of thousands of disciples were waiting in anticipation with more to show up. Senior, due to another appointment I had arranged before coming here, I will be entering the Nameless Emperor's tomb a few days after it opens. Yuan said to her, who merely shrugged. Why are you telling me? I don't really care if you come with us or not. Tian Suin said. However, while she claimed to not care, she wasn't telling the truth entirely. Since she knew how powerful Yuan was, she would feel less nervous inside the tomb, but that's no longer the case. Tian Yenyu then spoke, by the way, you can enter and leave the Nameless Emperor's tomb as many times as you please, so you don't need to worry about that. Sometime later, sect leader Yu Jian showed up at the gathering place and swept the crowd with a sharp and profound gaze. About 90,000 disciples. 90,000 disciples was about a third of the Jade Sword Manor's entire disciple population, but compared to the other sects that will be bringing half of their sect, it wasn't anything impressive. Once Yu Jian gave the disciples a short speech, he retrieved a spiritual treasure and mass teleported everyone there to another gathering area, one that was much closer to the Nameless Emperor's tomb. The Nameless Emperor's tomb is 100 kilometers to the north. All of the major sects will have a spot reserved for them. Look for the flag with our sect's emblem. After saying these words, Yu Jian went ahead and flew away. The disciples there quickly followed suit. Sometime later, Yuan and the disciples arrived at a vast and spacious land that had nothing in sight besides the very obvious and large temple that was situated right in the center of this area. This temple was massive, larger than any building Yuan has seen before, and this included the buildings in the Giant's continent. The temple itself seemed to be made of white marble, and it appeared to be in pristine condition at glance, almost as though it was just created yesterday even though it stood for millions of years already. When Yuan saw this temple, he could feel his heartbeats quickening, and he suddenly had this near uncontrollable urge to approach the place, like it was calling for him. Surrounding the temple was a sea of people, tens of millions of people. This reminded Yuan of the mystic realm, but the scale of this event was multitudes larger. Still wearing the Jade Sword Manor's guest uniform, Yuan followed Tian Yenyu and the other disciples to their sect's assigned location in front of the temple, where sect leader Yu Jian was waiting. This isn't even half of the people participating. Tian Yenyu suddenly said to him. Since there are too many people that want to enter the Nameless Emperor's tomb, all of the sects are given a set date to enter. The top sects will get to enter on day 1 while the weaker sects and rouge cultivators will enter a few days later. Although entering a few days late may not seem like much at first, these few days could be the difference between gaining enlightenment and gaining nothing. There have been plenty of cases where people were kicked out right before they could be enlightened. Is that so? When does the tomb open, anyway? Yuan asked. It should open within the hour. I will stay here until you enter the tomb. All right. Thus, they began to wait for the Nameless Emperor's tomb to open. Meanwhile, more and more people showed up for the tomb's opening, including those that had no intention of participating. An hour passed within the blink of an eye while Yuan inspected the Nameless Emperor's tomb with his divine sense. Besides its pristine condition, there really wasn't anything too special about the temple itself, at least Yuan didn't notice anything unique about it. He also noticed that even though tens of millions of people had gathered in front of the temple, they all left an empty path straight down the center leading to the temple for some reason, almost as though they were expecting someone to walk through the path. About 5 minutes before the Nameless Emperor's tomb's opening, the Ji family showed up at the site. All of the sect leaders and clan leaders went to greet the Ji family upon their arrival, including Yu Jian from the Jade Sword Manor. However, these powerhouses were absolutely gobsmacked when they noticed Lord Ji's unusual and shocking condition. Lord Ji. What happened to your arm? Lord Ji, who was almost an invincible existence within the third heaven, had suddenly lost an arm, an injury that most would consider to be crippling. However, who or what could possibly injure the strongest cultivator in the third heaven to such a degree? None of these sect leaders or clan leaders could imagine. Lord Ji's body shuddered after being reminded of his injury, one that he doesn't even remember getting. I don't remember. He eventually shook his head. When I woke up, my arm had disappeared. The sect leaders exchanged glances with each other. What could have possibly caused such a phenomenon? One doesn't simply wake up with an arm missing. These experts all believed that Lord Ji had been attacked while he was asleep, as that was the only logical explanation, but such a thing was easier said than done. However, Lord Ji insisted that he doesn't remember anything, so the sect leaders and clan leaders had no choice but to drop the topic. I would normally give a speech, but as you can see, I am not in the condition to do so. Lord Ji spoke a moment later, and nobody there could blame him. Eventually, it was time for the Nameless Emperor's tomb's opening. Yuan could sense a sudden change in the atmosphere, almost as though the presence of an otherworldly expert just showed up. The temple suddenly began emanating a golden glow that would grow brighter with every passing second. Boom! The entire third heaven shook for a brief second when a powerful ripple swept the place. Suddenly, like a ghost, the figure of a tall individual wearing exquisite white robes appeared in the empty path that all of the sects had purposefully avoided. This figure was entirely made out of spiritual energy, yet it felt like he truly existed as a real person, and he was carrying a large sword on his back while wearing a mask on his face. When the experts there saw this masked figure, they all lowered their heads and silently bowed to him, their hearts trembling with reverence. Although nobody there knew this masked figure's true identity, they all had a good feeling that he was the Nameless Emperor, the master of this unfathomable tomb. Yuan's body trembled slightly when he saw this masked figure and the sword on his back. Empyrean Overlord. It only took a glance for him to recognize the sword and the masked figure. A few moments after he appeared, the masked figure began taking small strides towards the temple in the distance. As he slowly approached the tomb, not a single soul in that area dared to make even the slightest movements, and even the most powerful cultivator in this world, Lord Ji, had to hold his breath. Unbeknownst to most of the people there, several experts from the upper heaven were hidden amongst them, and they were just as awed by this masked figure's unfathomable presence despite being part of powerful families and sects in the upper heavens themselves. I have heard countless rumors about the Nameless Emperor's tomb and its unknown master, but I never really understood why even the experts in the ninth heaven are wary of this place until today. This masked figure. If he is still alive today, he would, without doubt, be one of the strongest cultivators in the nine heavens. How is he exuding such a powerful aura even though he's just a phantom created entirely out of spiritual energy? Even the top experts in my family cannot emit such an aura while they are alive. This doesn't make any sense. After taking exactly 99 steps, the masked figure stopped his movements and proceeded to reach behind him to grab the Empyrean Overlord. The moment his grasp tightened on the Empyrean Overlord, all of the experts there suddenly felt a cold sensation around their neck, almost as though there was a real blade pressing against their skin at this moment. The experts tried their damned hardest to not swallow by accident, and their back was quickly soaked in cold sweat. The experts from the upper heavens even subconsciously grabbed their weapons when they sensed this chilling sensation, but they quickly released their hands when they realized the situation. His sword chi is so profound that our body, our very soul, had instinctively reacted defensively even though it wasn't directed at us. Even the current Sword Emperor would look like a sword apprentice compared to him. Why does such an existence exist in this world? What is the heavens thinking, allowing such a thing to happen? While the experts from the upper heaven were in deep thoughts, the masked man suddenly made his movement and swung his sword vertically at the temple. A beautiful arc of sword light was created by the swing, and it flew straight at the temple. Shah! Almost as though the sword light ripped through space itself, a massive portal suddenly appeared in front of the temple. The Nameless Emperor's tomb was finally open, but nobody there dared to move, as the masked figure had yet to disappear. Thus, the tens of millions of people there patiently waited for the masked man to disappear after opening the tomb like he usually does. However, what happened next shocked everyone there. What's going on? Why isn't he disappearing like he normally does after opening the tomb? Lord Ji and all of the experts there wondered inwardly when the masked figure continued to stand in front of the temple even many moments after opening the tomb. Everyone there was puzzled by the situation, but none of them dared to approach the tomb until the masked figure completely disappeared even if they had to wait hours. Moments quickly turned into minutes. The atmosphere there had become almost suffocating with everyone nervous about this phenomenon. The Nameless Emperor's tomb has existed for millions of years with many experts there experiencing the tomb's opening over a dozen times, yet nobody there had seen or heard about this kind of situation. Did the Nameless Emperor's tomb have a sudden malfunction? Was there something different about this year's event? Nobody there could say for sure, nor were they willing to find out, as even the slightest mistake could cost them their life as long as the masked figure remained. Fuck. I don't feel this kind of pressure even inside the tomb. Sect leader Yu Jian cursed inwardly, feeling like he's already aged 100 years in these few short minutes. Suddenly, a voice resounded in the area. This voice was calm, soothing to the ears, and as gentle as feathers, yet there was a strikingly domineering feeling to the tone that demanded complete obedience. It took you long enough to get here. How long are you going to keep us waiting? Hurry up and get this over with so that you can continue your journey, which is just starting if you just made it here. To everyone's absolute shock, this voice came from the masked figure. Although everyone doubted their ears at first, they quickly realized that nobody but the masked figure could possibly have the audacity to speak in such a tense situation. The Nameless Emperor spoke. What's he talking about? Has he been waiting for someone this entire time? Who? Lord Ji was baffled. He has seen the Nameless Emperor over 100 times in his lifetime, but this is the first time he's heard the Nameless Emperor's voice. Meanwhile, Tian Yenyu was baffled for another reason. His voice. It sounds oddly familiar, like I have heard it before. She moved her eyes to glance at Yuan without turning her head. Right. It sounds exactly like Xiao Yang's voice, albeit a little more mature. Or am I just imagining things? She didn't want to jump to conclusions, so she disregarded such thoughts for now. Shortly after the Nameless Emperor spoke, his body made of spiritual energy began to disperse until there was nothing left. Normally, the people there would instantly rush into the Nameless Emperor's tomb after the Nameless Emperor's disappearance, but nobody there made any movements even after he was gone this time. Even though you're telling me to hurry, I won't be able to enter the tomb for another 5 days. Sorry. Yuan shook his head inwardly. Eventually, the experts started snapping out of their days, and they finally started sending people into the Nameless Emperor's tomb. I will see you later, Xiao Yang. Tian Yenyu said when it was their sect's turn to enter. Stay safe. We will meet in 5 days if nothing goes wrong. Yuan continued to wait outside the tomb until he saw Tian Yenyu enter the Nameless Emperor's tomb with his own eyes. Once he confirmed this, he turned around and disappeared from the scene. Disciple Tian, what happened to your friend? I thought he was going to enter the tomb with us. Yu Jian, who had been keeping his eyes on Yuan, asked Tian Yenyu and Tian Suin when he noticed that he didn't enter with them. Something came up for him, so he'll enter at a later date. Tian Yenyu explained. I see. How unfortunate. I would feel a lot safer if I knew that he was in here. Yu Jian shook his head. Seeing how much the sect leader held a junior in such high regard, Tian Suin could only shake her head inwardly and admit that she felt the same way. The Jade Sword Manor would continue traveling in the Nameless Emperor's tomb as a whole sect for a little longer before everyone split up into smaller groups, dispersing in every direction. Tian Yenyu followed her mother and others that were going to the same destination, quickly making their way towards the Nameless Stone Warrior. Meanwhile, Yuan returned to Meishio and the others to let them know of the situation since he had a few more days before the meeting with Su Jiechi. There's a good chance that I might not leave the nameless emperor's tomb for a while, so I am going to leave behind some things for you guys just in case you want to leave the cultivator's haven and explore third heaven by yourself. Exploring the third heaven without you? That's suicide for cultivators at our level. Chu Liuxiang said with a bittersweet smile. How long do you think it will take? Meishio asked. At most 6 months, but I really hope it won't take that long. Half a year. Do you think we'll reach at least Spirit Grandmaster in that amount of time? Li Jinsi asked. With your talents and resources, I have no doubt that you'll reach at least Spirit Lord. Yuan smiled. By the way, even though I won't be with you, just know that you're still being protected no matter where you are. What do you mean? Meishio raised an eyebrow. I will tell you about it at tonight's dinner table. All right. Later that night at the dinner table, Yuan would tell Meishio and the others about the nameless emperor's tomb and his new friend Dongyi. However, he didn't tell them everything about Dongyi, such as how Dongyi was a servant from one of his past lives, as that would have made things complicated. Though, he did tell Meishio and Chu Liuxiang since they were already aware of his past lives. Over the next 5 days, Yuan would spend them in the real world, with most of his time being spent in the training field or the bedroom. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and it was time for his promise with Su Jiechi to be fulfilled. A few days prior to her meeting with Yuan, Su Jiechi had to retrieve the soul cultivation technique from Lady Xiang. I have done what you asked. I want the soul cultivation technique now. Su Jiechi said while standing before Lady Xiang. Lady Xiang lowered her cup of tea and smiled. I knew you were powerful, but who thought you'd be capable of annihilating the entire Sky Whales faction overnight? The entire Supreme Heaven is trembling because of your actions, you know. How long has it been since you last stirred the world this much? 100,000 years ago. The soul cultivation technique. I will not repeat myself. Su Jiechi even extended her hands out. Lady Xiang sighed. Why are you being so impatient? Do you really think I am going to swindle you? After placing her tea down, Lady Xiang continued, I don't know how you think this works, but I cannot just hand you the technique. This soul cultivation technique is a little special, so I will have to transfer it to the individual myself. Su Jiechi narrowed her eyes. If you're doing this just so you can identify the junior. Lady Xiang shrugged. I won't lie. I am intrigued by this junior whom you're so desperate to help, but I do not have any ulterior motives, nor am I the type to go after someone else's man. I cannot give him the technique unless I do so personally. This is a rule that cannot be broken even if you threaten to kill me. After a moment of silence, Su Jiechi nodded. Fine. Meet me at the myriad of techniques in 3 days. And without saying another word, Su Jiechi disappeared from Lady Xiang's sight. She's as difficult as ever. Lady Xiang shook her head with a bittersweet smile on her face. Normal people would be irritated by Su Jiechi's bossy attitude, but Lady Xiang has known her for millions of years and knew Su Jiechi's true personality, so it didn't offend her even the slightest. 3 days later, Lady Xiang entered the myriad of techniques, where Su Jiechi and Senior Bai were waiting. How have you been, Bai Linyu? Are you still being tossed around by Lady Su? Lady Xiang asked him in a teasing voice. And you seem the same as always, Lady Xiang. Senior Bai smiled at her. Don't you mean I look prettier than before? The two of you can chat all you want later, but we have someone waiting for us right now. Su Jiechi said. Take me to this junior. Lady Xiang smiled. A few hours before Lady Xiang's arrival, Yuan entered the myriad of techniques and met up with Senior Bai. You're here early. Lady Su won't be here for a few more hours. Senior Bai said to him. That's fine. If you're free, let's have a chat. I have some questions for you. Yuan said. What kind of questions? After a moment of silence, Yuan asked, what do you know about someone named Evil God? Senior Bai's eyes widened with shock after hearing this name. Where did you hear this name? I'm not exactly sure where or when I heard it, but it resurfaced in my mind recently and I can't stop thinking about it since. Yuan lied with a straight face. I'm saying this for your own good, but do not look into the evil god, in fact, don't even utter this name in public. You could be mistaken as the evil god's worshipper, which is punishable with immediate death. Now I'm even more curious. There's nobody but us here, so it should be fine, right? Yuan smiled. Senior Bai sighed, if I quench your thirst, can you promise me that you will stop looking into it? Yuan quickly nodded. After taking a deep breath, Senior Bai spoke, the evil god was one of the strongest and most dangerous individuals to have ever existed in the 9 heavens. Nobody knows his true identity, but he showed up out of the blue one day and declared war on the Celestial Emperor, the first Celestial Emperor in history. This occurred somewhere in the middle of an ongoing war called the Heavenly War of Immortals and Gods when the cultivators fighting the Celestial Emperor were losing. The evil god's appearance changed the direction of the war. Heavenly War of Immortals and Gods. I heard of this war before. What was the cause of it? Yuan asked. The rogue cultivators didn't like how the Celestial Emperor limited the resources in the 9 heavens, restricting its access to only those that served under him, so they revolted. This rebellion rocked the entire 9 heavens, even splitting it into 9 separate worlds in the process. And the evil god joined this war in the middle of it, killing the Celestial Emperor? Yuan asked for confirmation. That's right. And nobody knows why. Perhaps a few close to him knew the real reason, but the majority of us do not. Speaking of people close to him, I remember the name Dong Yi being mentioned alongside the evil god. Do you know anything about him? Senior Bai pondered for a moment before speaking. If I remember correctly, Dong Yi was the commander of the evil god's shadow army, one of the most fearsome groups of assassins within the 9 heavens. Yuan would continue to ask questions about the evil god, and Senior Bai would answer them to the best of his knowledge. A few hours later, Senior Bai said, all right, it's about time. I'm going to get Lady Su now. Okay. Thank you for your time. Remember your promise. Yuan nodded with a smile, I know. I won't look into the evil god anymore. Senior Bai left the myriad of techniques the next moment. A few minutes later, Yuan could sense Senior Bai's presence reappearing nearby, alongside 2 other presences, one of which that he did not recognize. Who is that? Yuan wondered to himself as he gazed at the unfamiliar beauty that was following Senior Bai and Su Jiechi. Good morning, Miss Su, Senior. Yuan bowed to them in a respectful manner when they got close enough. We've kept you waiting. Su Jiechi nodded her head in acknowledgement. There's still a few days before the agreed date. Yuan smiled. He turned to look at Lady Xiang whom he was unfamiliar with, but he didn't want to be nosy, so he didn't ask for her identity. She seems a bit dazed for some reason. He thought to himself. Su Jiechi also noticed this, so she decided to introduce Lady Xiang instead. This is Lady Xiang from the Divine Essence Monastery. You probably haven't heard of this place since they only exist in the upper heavens, but they're one of the top 10 powers in the 9 heavens. As for her reason for being here, I am here to teach you my soul cultivation technique. Lady Xiang suddenly spoke, interrupting Su Jiechi. My apologies for the late introduction. I had something on my mind just now. I am Xiang Biyu, the current holy maiden of the Divine Essence Monastery. You may address me as Sister Biyu. Senior Bai and Su Jiechi looked at Lady Xiang with raised eyebrows. Why would Lady Xiang allow Yuan to address her with such familiarity despite this being their first meeting? Lady Xiang continued without pausing, in my possession is what I believe to be the strongest soul cultivation technique in the 9 heavens, so Lady Su went to the right person if that's what you are looking for. Tell me, why are you seeking such a powerful technique when you're just a mere spirit king? Did you not stop to think that you might be biting more than you can chew? Yuan smiled and said, I was just looking for a suitable soul cultivation technique. It was Miss Su who offered to find me the best one she could find. There's no way I could refuse such an offer. As for whether or not I can chew it, I guess we will find out once I bite into it. Lady Xiang glanced at Su Jiechi for a second but didn't say anything. Fortunately for you, unlike most soul cultivation techniques out there, my soul cultivation technique doesn't discriminate against one's cultivation, so anyone can learn it as long as they qualify. However, that is easier said than done, as there have only been 3 people since ancient time that have managed to learn this soul cultivation technique. Only 3 people. Yuan was surprised to hear this, but he was also excited. After all, the harder it was to learn something, that something is usually more unique and powerful. If you do not have what it takes to learn this soul cultivation technique, there is nothing I could do for you. It just means you are not fated to learn it. Lady Xiang said a moment later. She turned to look at Lady Su and continued, as I have mentioned before coming here, if he doesn't learn it, don't expect any compensation, as this was part of our deal. I am well aware. Su Jiechi nodded. Lady Xiang returned to Yuan and smiled, she destroyed an entire faction just to get you this chance, young man. Try not to waste it, even if you don't really have a choice. You did what? Yuan looked at Su Jiechi with wide eyes. Don't misunderstand. Even though it was part of the agreement, the celestial overlords have a duty to deal with any demon worshippers, so I would have dealt with them the moment I learned that they were demon worshippers even if it wasn't part of the agreement. Whatever you say, Lady Su. Lady Xiang proceeded to glare at Yuan with a serious look on her face. Are you ready? She asked. I am. He nodded. Let's go. Su Jiechi suddenly said to Senior Bai, who nodded in silence. The 2 of them proceeded to leave Lady Xiang and Yuan alone. Since Lady Xiang only promised to teach Yuan the soul cultivation technique, it was only natural for everyone else to leave. Once they were alone, Lady Xiang spoke, this technique is a little special, so the learning method will be a little special as well. Though, it's quite simple. Lady Xiang closed her eyes, and her aura suddenly began to soar. A few moments later, a massive golden bell materialized behind her. This bell didn't appear to be completely solid and seemed somewhat semi-transparent. It was the size of a 4-story building, and it emanated an otherworldly aura. Upon closer inspection, Yuan could see tiny words engraved onto the front of the bell, exactly 1,000 words. Is that the soul cultivation technique inscribed on the bell? Yuan asked. Indeed. It may seem very insignificant compared to even the most ordinary technique, but each word encompasses a profound secret that will lead you closer to learning the technique. What is this technique's name? You will learn it if you are fated to. Otherwise, you are not worthy to know its name. Lady Xiang said. Yuan's gaze was fixated on the golden bell ever since it came into view, looking as though he was bewitched by it. It could take weeks, months, even years to learn this technique. I will give you 50 years. Lady Xiang said a moment later. Although 50 years may sound a lot, it would feel no different than a few weeks for an immortal who has lived millions of years. Furthermore, it took Lady Xiang, one of the most talented individuals in her era, 120 years to learn the technique, so 50 years was actually very little time. However, almost as though he couldn't hear her, Yuan remained silent. Lady Xiang continued speaking regardless, once you think you have comprehended the technique, ring the bell with your spiritual energy. Even a little is fine. Once you do, the bell will ring, and each ring will signify your understanding, so the more times it rings, the more you'll comprehend it. I doubt you'll be able to learn this technique in 50 years, but there's no need to worry, because I will. In the midst of Lady Xiang's thoughts, Yuan suddenly lifted his finger and pointed it at the bell. And before Lady Xiang could even wonder what he was thinking, Yuan released a strand of spiritual energy that flew straight at the bell. What are you? Lady Xiang exclaimed in a shocked voice after seeing his seemingly reckless actions, but she had no time to be shocked, as Yuan would surely be dead before the bell could even finish ringing once. The moment Yuan's spiritual energy touched the bell, its golden figure began to tremble, and a second later, almost as though someone had struck it with a wooden log, it released a heart-throbbing noise that swept the entire world. Dong! Yuan could feel his entire body trembling with the bell, and it felt like his very soul had been struck alongside the bell. Do you have a death wish? If you ring the bell before you comprehend the technique, it could shatter your very soul. Lady Xiang cried out loud after hearing the first ring. However, there was nothing she could do about it, as once the bell rings, it would not stop until the very end, and whether Yuan's soul will survive the ordeal was entirely up to him. Don't worry, I have already comprehended the technique. Yuan spoke in a calm voice as the first ring continued to echo. The sound of each ring lasted 9 seconds, so he had some time until the next one. What in heaven's name are you talking about? That's impossible. It took me 120 years to comprehend the technique while you've just started. Lady Xiang didn't want to believe it, she couldn't. In fact, nobody in the 9 heavens would believe Yuan's outrageous claims. However, Yuan wasn't lying. Almost as though he was fated to learn the technique, or he learned the technique in advance, he'd instantly grasped the meaning behind the words on the bell at glance and comprehended the technique the following second. It was so unbelievably easy that even Yuan doubted it at first, hence why he went ahead and rang the golden bell, as he suddenly had this uncontrollable urge to do so, which was probably affected by the technique he'd just comprehended. With that being said, while he's comprehended the technique, he hasn't actually learned it yet. How much of the technique he learns will entirely depend on the amount of times the bell resounds. Thus, the more the bell rings, the more he will learn the technique. 9 seconds after the first ring, the bell rang for a second time, sounding even louder than the previous. Dong! Yuan could feel his entire body being pushed back by the noise as well as the invisible force that was pressuring his internal organs and his very soul. Despite that, it didn't really affect Yuan too much, and the pressure on his soul was nothing more than just that. He wasn't hurt by the pressure, nor did he feel like his life was threatened by it. Therefore, Yuan stood tall and endured the second bell for 9 more seconds. After the second ringing ended, the bell resounded for a third time, but not before the golden bell itself grew in size. And in the blink of an eye, the golden bell nearly doubled in size. Dong! Lady Xiang swallowed nervously as an expression of disbelief was plastered all over her face. He's withstanding the pressure from the bell. Did he really comprehend the technique in that short of a time? How many times will the bell ring for him? Lady Xiang recalled her experience learning the technique and facing the bell. After spending 120 years trying to comprehend the technique, she managed to make the golden bell ring a total of 6 times out of a possible 9. Dong! The golden bell rang for the 4th time, and it had grown so large that it was almost as big as Yuan's God of War's astral arts avatar. Yuan had closed his eyes and sat down long ago, and his understanding for the soul cultivation technique deepened with every ring. Eventually, the loud noise sounded no different than music to his ears, and his body felt like it was being embraced by the goddess of sounds. Dong! Dong! The 5th and 6th ring resounded shortly after. 6. He's managed to make the golden bell ring 6 times. Dong! In what seemed like a blink of an eye, the 7th bell rang. At the 7th ring, the power of the noise had transcended their space and leaked to the outside world where Su Jieqi and the others were waiting. Is this, the sound of a bell? Senior Bai turned around to look at the portal behind him. What are they doing inside? He wondered out loud. Whatever they are doing, I have a bad feeling about this. Su Jieqi said with a slight frown on her face. Dong! When the 8th bell rang, Su Jieqi and Senior Bai felt the entire world around them tremble. What is happening? Senior Bai exclaimed. Su Jieqi didn't say anything. She turned around and rushed back into the portal to see what was going on inside. Senior Bai quickly followed. And to their absolute surprise, there was a massive golden bell inside Senior Bai's world, and it was big enough to cover the entire place. What in heaven's name are we seeing? Senior Bai uttered in a voice of disbelief. Despite the loud noises, neither Senior Bai nor Su Jieqi were affected by it, as the pressure was mostly focused on Yuan, so the most they felt was their heart beating louder than usual. 8 rings. Lady Xiang could be seen trembling in shock even from a distance. Su Jieqi immediately approached her and asked, "What the hell is going on here?" Lady Xiang turned to look at her with wide eyes before speaking in a dazed voice, "He's managed to make the bell ring 8 times. What is that even supposed to mean?" Su Jieqi frowned. "It means a new legend is about to be born," she exclaimed with a wide smile on her face. Dong! The golden bell rang for the 9th time, causing the entire 9 heavens to tremble, and Lady Xiang could feel her excitement reaching its climax when she heard this. However, little did Lady Xiang know that this was just the beginning. After the golden bell rang 9 times, it suddenly rang again for the 10th time. Dong! Lady Xiang always believed that the golden bell could only ring a maximum of 9 times, but Yuan had managed to surpass that and ring it 10 times. After the 10th ring, the golden bell fell silent, but both Yuan and Lady Xiang could somehow tell that it wasn't completely over yet. "Tell me, what's going on?" Su Jieqi asked them, as she was completely clueless to the situation. Once one comprehends the soul cultivation technique, the golden bell will ring a certain number of times with 9, 10 rings being the maximum, and the more times you manage to make it ring, the stronger your understanding of the technique will be. In other words, the more it rings the better. Lady Xiang explained in a dazed voice. And she continued, "For reference, I made the bell ring 6 times when I comprehended the technique, and I was considered a genius that would appear only once every few million years." After swallowing nervously, she said, "Your little friend here has managed to make the bell ring 10 times, that kind of talent is frightening. I cannot imagine what kind of monster he'll be like in the future." Although it might be a bit rude to call Yuan a monster, Lady Xiang could not think of another term to call him by, and his talent was truly monstrous. "So what happens now?" Su Jieqi asked. Lady Xiang shook her head, "I don't know. The golden bell should have disappeared after it stopped ringing, but it's still here for some reason, so it might not be the end just yet. As for what might happen, I cannot even begin to imagine." After a brief moment of silence, Su Jieqi spoke while staring at Yuan, who was still sitting there with his eyes closed. "How are you feeling?" However, almost as though he couldn't even hear her, Yuan remained silent. Su Jieqi didn't try to speak to him again, fearing that she might disturb his trance. Thus, both Su Jieqi and Lady Xiang would patiently wait for Yuan to wake up. Yuan would not move a single muscle for the next 24 hours, and neither did Su Jieqi or Lady Xiang. They would stare at Yuan's face intently, their thoughts unknown. Senior Bai was still waiting outside the portal, feeling a little nervous about how silent it was. Fortunately, that silence would not last too long, as the 9 heavens would soon experience another turmoil. Once 24 hours had passed, Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, but they seemed empty, almost as though he was still unconscious. A profound aura suddenly swept the world, followed by the deafening sound of a bell ringing. The golden bell has started to ring again for the 11th time, but it was much quicker this time. Unlike the slow ringing at the start, the pace became much quicker, and the golden bell would ring every second. Dong! 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 Every ring would send out a ripple with unfathomable secrets that filled the small world before leaking out into the 9 heavens. The 9 heavens would tremble every time the bell rang, so it would shake every second, causing a major uproar in every world within the 9 heavens. This constant shaking made many people wonder if the world was ending, and more people would begin to have the same thoughts when the trembling grew stronger and stronger. Somewhere in the 9 heavens, the celestial emperor stood before his throne with his hands wrapped into a tight fist and a dazed look on his face. He could hear the faint sound of a bell ringing that was getting clearer with every passing second, almost as though he was standing before the bell himself, and he recalled a certain sentence. "When the glorious bell of supremacy resounds, a new ruler is born, and the 9 heavens will tremble as it enters a new era. Have you returned once again to trample on this world's peace? Why won't you give up? No matter how many times you reincarnate, you cannot escape the fate bestowed upon everyone born under this heaven. It's impossible to win. The celestial emperor had a tired and somewhat defeated look in his eyes. Back in the myriad of techniques, Yuan could feel something deep within his body being loosened, being awakened. As the bell approached its 90th ring, Yuan finally understood one thing. This has nothing to do with the soul cultivation technique. This is a key to a lock within me. Something inside me is being unsealed. Although he didn't know what was being unsealed, he somehow knew that it would help him face whatever was inside the nameless emperor's tomb. Once the golden bell rang a total of 99 times, it would stop for a few seconds before resounding one more time. When the golden bell rang for the 100th time, it shattered into countless fragments. These fragments did not immediately disappear and instead transformed into golden swords that pointed at Yuan. Each of these swords had unique symbols engraved into them, but neither Su Jiechi nor Lady Xiang could read them. As for Yuan, even though he couldn't read them, he could somehow understand them. Whoosh! These countless golden swords suddenly flew at Yuan, entering his body without harming him in the slightest. Once Yuan absorbed all of the golden swords, he took a deep breath before closing his eyes and entering into another trance. This trance didn't last as long and ended a few minutes later. When he opened his eyes, it was pure gold and glistening like stars in a starry night, giving an otherworldly feeling to his existence. Both Su Jiechi and Lady Xiang subconsciously swallowed nervously when they saw his eyes, feeling as though they were before a divine entity despite being godlike existences themselves. "I think it's over," he spoke in a calm voice a moment later. However, the goddesses were still in shock and trying to process what had just happened. "How do you feel?" Lady Xiang asked him a moment later. "I feel fine. Just fine. Do you feel any different?" To her surprise, Yuan shook his head. "No, I don't feel any different." "How is that even possible?" Lady Xiang muttered in a dazed voice. "I don't believe it." Su Jiechi suddenly spoke with a cold expression on her face. "You just learned the strongest soul cultivation technique known in the 9 heavens, not to mention that spectacle just now. There's no way you don't feel any different." Yuan shook his head with a bittersweet smile. "Why would I lie to you? I truly don't feel any different. Perhaps the effects will start showing later, but I can't sense anything different about my body at this moment." Neither Lady Xiang nor Su Jiechi could argue with his logic, especially when they still cannot comprehend what had just occurred. "Then I would like to make a suggestion. You should stay here for a little longer so that I can monitor your condition." Lady Xiang then said. "I'm sorry, Lady Xiang, but I have somewhere to be, and I already broke my promise once. I cannot disappoint my friend a second time. I hope you can understand. If I feel any different, I will let Senior Bai know." Lady Xiang frowned, clearly unhappy, which was to be expected. However, what Yuan didn't expect was what she would go on to say. "That's not right. I told you to address me as Sister Bu." Lady Xiang revealed her reason for being displeased, leaving Yuan speechless. Su Jiechi then spoke. "You don't need to report anything if you don't want to. We just wanted to make sure your body is unharmed after enduring the golden bell for so long. If it is considered rude to question a cultivator about their gains after they consumed a treasure, the same logic applied to cultivation techniques. Anyways, about the soul cultivation technique. Do you have it?" Lady Xiang asked a moment later. Yuan silently nodded. Lady Xiang took a deep breath before speaking. "Not only did you surpass me in comprehension, you even made the golden bell ring 110 times. I don't think something like this will ever be surpassed or repeated again. Junior brother Yuan, would you like to be my disciple?" Lady Xiang suddenly offered to be his master. "If you become my disciple, I will immediately bring you to the supreme heaven, and I will spare no resources nurturing you. All of my disciples have become a powerhouse in the 9 heavens one way or another, and with your talents, you will surely be my brightest disciple yet. Moreover, since our soul cultivation technique is very unique, I am the only person in the 9 heavens who can guide you properly in that regard." Although the Divine Essence Monastery is a female-only sect and I have only ever accepted female disciples before, I will make an exception for you. You will not only be surrounded by beauties, they're the most brilliant and beautiful flowers you can encounter in the 9 heavens. If that's not enough to satisfy you, I don't mind offering myself to you. I may have lived a very long time, but as the Holy Maiden, I can guarantee you that my body is still pure. Lady Xiang winked at the end, sending chills down Su Jieqi's back. Yuan was speechless. How did the conversation go off the rails so fast within a single sentence? Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? I'll kill you. Su Jieqi interrupted with a cold look on her face. Lady Xiang remained calm despite Su Jieqi's threatening aura, and she even smiled. Nonsense. I did not utter a single lie just now. In case you forgot, you also studied under me at one point. That was because my father. No matter how you put it, you cannot alter the truth. Su Jieqi rubbed her eyes and sighed. Yuan, ignore her. She may be the Holy Maiden, but she acts anything but one. Even if she is the only person in this world who can teach you about the soul cultivation technique, I have a feeling that you won't need it. In fact, you might even be the one guiding her in the future. How can you say such a thing in front of a junior right before my presence, little Qi? To make things fair, how about I reveal some of your embarrassing secrets? Lady Xiang spoke with a cold look on her face. I thought I told you that I would kill you if you ever utter that name again. Su Jieqi's eyes flickered with killing intent. Sensing that things were getting out of hand, Yuan cleared his throat and spoke in a stiff voice, Seniors, please calm down. You're both my benefactors. I cannot bear to watch the two of you fight with each other. He then turned to look at Lady Xiang and continued, As for your offer, Lady, Sister Bu, I'm sorry, but I will have to decline. May I ask for your reason? Lady Xiang asked, her expression turned serious. There are still things that I must do, questions that I need to find answers for down here before I ascend to the Supreme Heaven. I have already decided to climb every step of the way to the Supreme Heaven, so I cannot let you take me there. Yuan explained. After all, he won't be able to recover all of his memories if he skipped all the way to the end. Lady Xiang closed her eyes and released a long sigh. If that's your decision, I won't force it. While she really wanted to accept Yuan as a disciple, she already expected for him to refuse. However, even if Yuan accepted her offer, she wouldn't have actually accepted him as her disciple for one simple yet complex reason, a reason that she cannot reveal to either Yuan or Su Jieqi. Junior brother, I won't pursue this issue any further, but I have another request. Let's meet again in this place after 3 months. I want to see how much you've progressed with the soul cultivation technique. Lady Xiang said. 3 months. I might not be able to make it, as I will be entering the Nameless Emperor's tomb, which could last for as long as half a year. Yuan said. Nameless Emperor's tomb. You're actually going inside that torture chamber. What are you, a masochist? Su Jieqi couldn't help but utter these words. You've been inside before. Yuan had a feeling this was the case. Of course. In fact, most of the immortals in the Supreme Heaven have explored the Nameless Emperor's tomb at least once. Despite this place existing in the third heaven, it is still dangerous enough that even immortals have perished inside. While inside, everyone above Spirit King will have their cultivation restricted to peak Spirit King, and all spiritual treasures above Ancient Grade are rendered useless, so the only advantages we have are our knowledge, experience, and techniques. But even with that, nobody has been able to conquer the place. Su Jieqi said. Yuan swallowed nervously after hearing all of this. The Nameless Emperor's tomb is dangerous enough to kill even immortals, entities that he cannot even comprehend yet. Why does such a place even exist? He couldn't wait to find out. Now that I know you're planning to explore the Nameless Emperor's tomb, I cannot leave you empty-handed. Lady Xiang suddenly said. Here are some life. Right as Lady Xiang prepared to pull out life-saving treasures for Yuan, Su Jieqi stopped her and said, What are you doing? Have you forgotten our position? If we interfere too much, it could have the opposite effect and harm him instead. Lady Xiang wanted to argue, but she couldn't. Fine, I won't give him any life-saving treasures, but I won't let him go inside without anything. Lady Xiang said with a stern look on her face. Even though he's not my official disciple, he still learned his soul cultivation technique from me, so he is technically one. Come over here, junior brother. Lady Xiang gestured for Yuan. You may not need this, but it's better to be safe than be sorry. Yuan nodded, and he approached her while anticipating what she was going to give him. Once he was right in front of Lady Xiang, she said, "Close your eyes." Yuan didn't question her request and closed his eyes. The following moment, he would feel something soft and small pressing against his forehead, which prompted him to open his eyes. When he opened his eyes, Yuan could only see a pair of luscious breasts hovering right in front of his face, causing him to raise an eyebrow. Su Jieqi's mouth was wide open at this moment as her shocked eyes were glaring at Lady Xiang, who was giving Yuan a kiss on the forehead. As the holy maiden, her actions right now would be considered a taboo, and it would surely create an uproar if the public knew of it. The kiss didn't last long, only 3 seconds, but it felt like 3 hours to Su Jieqi. Perhaps it would have lasted longer if Su Jieqi didn't intervene. Are you done yet? Lady Xiang removed her lips from Yuan's forehead with a satisfied smile on her face. I've just given you a blessing. It will automatically activate if it senses that you're in grave danger. I hope it will never activate, though. Thank you. Yuan smiled back, not thinking too much about the kiss on the forehead. Sometime later, Su Jieqi spoke, regarding your other request, about your physique. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to get the manual since I came here immediately after getting the technique. When you return in 6 months, I will also be here with the manuals. I understand. Thank you, Miss Su. Before you leave, there is one more topic that needs to be discussed. Su Jieqi then said. What is it? Su Jieqi proceeded to tell Yuan about the situation in the Supreme Heaven and how many powerful sects, factions, and clans had sent down people to hunt for a certain individual. Yuan began sweating when he heard this information. Even though Su Jieqi said that they didn't know the true identity of this criminal yet, he knew right away when she mentioned heaven's judgment, and he pondered if he should tell her the truth. Honestly, even though I am telling you this, I am not telling you to hunt this criminal. Even if you come across this person, you aren't obligated to catch him. There are plenty of people who are capable of dealing with a mere criminal in third heaven. Though, you will receive a lot of good karma if you do, so there's that. I understand. I will try my best to catch him if I see him. Yuan said with a stiff smile on his face. Here. Take this jade slip. It will burn if you're close to the criminal, who had been branded by heaven during the judgment. Su Jieqi handed Yuan a black jade slip. Yuan silently stared at the jade slip with a dazed look on his face. He was wondering why the jade slip had no reaction even though he was right in front of it. Not that he had any complaints, as this situation worked in his favor. After accepting the jade slip, Yuan left the myriad of techniques shortly after. So he's already left, huh? I still have something to give him, but that will have to wait until our next meeting now. Senior Bai mumbled after learning that Yuan had left. He'll return in 6 months after the Nameless Emperor's tomb. Su Jieqi briefly explained the situation. Nameless Emperor's tomb. Even with his talents, I cannot help but feel a little worried. Senior Bai shook his head. The Nameless Emperor's tomb could be considered one of the most difficult legacy tombs in the 9 heavens, after all. Why are you still here? Su Jieqi turned to look at Lady Xiang, who was still lingering around for some reason. Lady Xiang did not immediately respond and silently stared at her. After a moment of silence, she asked in a low voice, judging by how you're acting around that young man. Don't tell me you can't see the resemblance. What are you talking about? Su Jieqi looked genuinely puzzled by such a question. Unbelievable. Lady Xiang sighed. Actually, now that I think about it, you weren't there to see his growth, so it's not that surprising that you don't see it. What the hell have you been mumbling about since the beginning? You are acting weird today, very weird. If you don't understand it, then I won't bother. Lady Xiang shook her head. Naturally, she was referring to how Yuan resembled the founder of the celestial overlords. Unlike Su Jieqi, who was picked up by the founder when she was just a little girl, Lady Xiang had been with him since much earlier, as early as his teenage years. The resemblance is so uncanny that I thought I'd somehow traveled to the past. Lady Xiang sighed inwardly as she recalled her memories that are so old they can be considered ancient. As she reached the exit, Lady Xiang turned around to look at Su Jieqi again. He's probably already part of the celestial overlord, right? She asked. Naturally. Su Jieqi spoke in a manner that made it seem like there was no other option. Then I will give up recruiting him to my faction for now. Though, I will acquire him through other ways. Don't say I didn't warn you. Lady Xiang waved at Su Jieqi as she entered the exit, leaving Su Jieqi no time to respond. Lady Su, what happened? The 9 heavens shook non-stop just now. This is the second time it's happened. I don't think this is a coincidence anymore. After a moment of silence, Su Jieqi mumbled, it's definitely connected to Yuan. As for why it's happening, I don't have the slightest clue, nor is it our business. I'm leaving now. After leaving the myriad of techniques, Yuan immediately began making his way back to the nameless emperor's tomb. On his way there, he would think about the new cultivation technique that he'd just acquired. Heaven's indomitable soul. Rank, unknown. Mastery level, unknown. Description, a technique of unknown origins. Absorb the very essence of this world and convert it into your soul strength. As he couldn't wait to experience the technique, Yuan decided to use the technique while he was on the move to see how it worked. Immediately after he activated the technique, Yuan could feel his body absorbing the spiritual essence around him, almost like how cultivators absorb qi when they cultivate. However, spiritual essence was different from spiritual energy. Unlike spiritual energy that will inevitably have impurity, spiritual essence is completely pure, so the cultivator won't need to cleanse its purity after absorbing. Furthermore, spiritual essence itself is much stronger than spiritual energy, making it the ideal resource for all cultivators. However, one does not simply cultivate spiritual essence normally. In order to absorb spiritual essence, one must be able to sense spiritual essence, something that is only doable after they become an immortal. In other words, Yuan, who was still a mere spirit king, could absorb spiritual essence and achieve what even immortals find difficult. That's not all. Not only could he absorb spiritual essence, but he can even convert it into his soul strength, something only those that have learned Heaven's indomitable soul technique could achieve. There is even a popular saying in the supreme heavens that says a single drop of spiritual essence is more valuable than a whole sea of spiritual energy, as spiritual energy essentially becomes useless to immortals, who can only grow through spiritual essence. Yuan could feel an overwhelming feeling suddenly wash over him, almost like a pillar in the middle of the ocean, where the water would continuously refresh his body, mind, and soul. Plus 2021 soul strength. Plus 3000 soul strength. Plus 2391 soul strength. Every few seconds, his soul strength would increase by the thousands. If the world knew of this, they would surely be shocked to death. My divine sense is expanding at a ludicrous rate. Yuan thought to himself as his divine sense reaches over 100 miles, and it was still growing with every passing second. Xiao Hua could sense something was going on around Yuan even though she couldn't sense spiritual essence. Brother Yuan, are you okay? She asked him. Yes, I am just testing out the new soul cultivation technique. It's quite powerful. My soul strength is increasing by the second. What kind of effect does it have? Feng Yuxiang asked out of curiosity. It absorbs spiritual essence and converts them into my soul strength. What? You can absorb spiritual essence already? Unsurprisingly, Feng Yuxiang exclaimed in a shocked voice after hearing this information. Only those that have succeeded their immortal ascension should be able to do such a thing. Out of everything Yuan has done up to this point, his ability to absorb spiritual essence as a mere spirit king was the most shocking by far, not to mention that he could even convert it into soul strength. For comparison, it was akin to a mortal learning cultivation techniques only comprehensible by gods, or a mortal casually wielding a godly artifact that would normally kill anyone that isn't powerful enough to wield it. Yuan. You should keep this information a secret. Lan Yingying suddenly spoke in a worried voice. She's right, Brother Yuan. If the world knew, all of the powerful cultivators out there would definitely try to kill you because of your potential, especially immortals, who would be filled with jealousy and anger if they knew that a spirit king could use their spiritual essence. Xiao Hua said. Most immortals consider the ability to absorb spiritual essence an honor, something they had to shed blood and tears for thousands of years to acquire, yet Yuan, who wasn't even 100 years old, could use it. His existence was offensive in itself to these immortals. By the time Yuan returned to the Nameless Emperor's tomb, his soul strength has increased by over 10 million. To put into perspective how much that is, even spirit sovereigns wouldn't have a third of that. At his level, his divine sense could cover over 1,000 miles with ease, and he could even keep it active for weeks without any breaks. In fact, even if they had a powerful soul cultivation technique, it would take most cultivators over 100 years to amass 10 million soul strength, something Yuan achieved in a few mere hours. It's been a week since the Nameless Emperor's tomb opened, but it's still as crowded as the first day. Yuan thought to himself as he was surrounded by people. And because there were so many people, the entrance was blocked by the Ji family, as they were controlling the amount of people entering at a time. If you wish to enter the Nameless Emperor's tomb as a rogue cultivator, you must pay a fee of 1,000 spirit stones. These words were written on a large banner that hung above the tomb. The hell? We have to pay to enter. And 1,000 spirit stones. That seems a bit too excessive. Yuan was speechless. This is how they keep the tomb from being overflowing with people. Though, this will only apply to rogue cultivators. All disciples and members of big families will still be allowed to enter for free, and since you're a spirit king, you should also be able to enter without needing to pay. Feng Yuxiang said. Sometime later, Yuan approached the entrance while wearing the Jade Sword Manor's guest robe. When the Ji family saw his clothes and sensed that he was a peak spirit king, they allowed him to enter the tomb without any troubles. Best of luck to you, senior. The members of the Ji family mistook Yuan as a senior who was disguised as a young man due to his cultivation base. Yuan didn't bother trying to correct them and proceeded towards the portal, stepping inside the Nameless Emperor's tomb a moment later. Upon entering the Nameless Emperor's tomb, Yuan was teleported to a vast green plain that was filled with hills and healthy tall grass. The first thing Yuan noticed was the oddity in the air, as it felt denser than what he was used to, and even the gravity there felt heavier than usual. Most of the spiritual energy in this world is created by the Nameless Emperor, so what you're feeling right now is that. Feng Yuxiang said when she noticed his expression. What are your plans now? After a moment of silence, he spoke, as planned, I will meet up with Tian Yenyu to make sure she's doing okay and see if she needs any assistance, then I will explore this nameless plain for a bit before diving deeper. The majority of the outer area within the tomb was known as the Nameless Plain, and as its name suggests, it was a massive plain that is filled with powerful magical beasts, fortunes, and opportunity. Yuan closed his eyes and took a moment to recall the map of the Nameless Emperor's tomb that he'd memorized within the Jade Sword Manor. Once he found the direction to the Nameless Stone Warrior, Yuan immediately took to the blue sky and began flying towards that direction. The destination wasn't too far away, so he reached it after flying for 4 hours straight. On his way to the Nameless Stone Warrior, Yuan encountered many powerful magical beasts as well as cultivators that were trying to hunt these magical beasts. He noticed that the magical beasts inside the tomb did not drop monster cores when defeated. Instead, it supplied those that defeated the magical beast with an abundant amount of spiritual energy directly. Furthermore, some of them even dropped treasures and resources directly, such as pills and spiritual weapons. Most of the magical beasts that he'd encountered were all at the Spirit Lord realm with a few at the early Spirit King realm. With the outer area already so dangerous, it was no wonder why the casualty rates were so high inside the tomb. However, with great risk comes great reward, hence why everyone that could afford to risk their life to enter did so. When Yuan reached the vicinity of the nameless stone warrior, he noticed a group of cultivators surrounding the area, and these cultivators quickly blocked his path when they noticed him. This place is already occupied by the Jade Sword Manor, Blue Swallow Sword Sect, and the Lightning Sword Academy. A small group of disciples stood before Yuan, explaining the situation to him. Yuan pointed at his own clothes and spoke in a calm voice, "I'm with the Jade Sword Manor." The disciples glanced at his clothes and sneered, "You think we're stupid? That is simply their guest uniform. Also, anyone can disguise themselves as a disciple. Show me your disciple identity badge and I will let you enter." "I don't have that, and I won't stay long. I just want to speak with one of their disciples," Yuan said. "No identification, no entry. That is the rule here." The disciples stood their ground. "Is this a rule of this place, or simply something you came up with by yourself?" One of the disciples smirked, "In this place, the strong make the rules." "Is that so?" Yuan turned silent after this point. The Nameless Stone Warrior is a place where people go for enlightenment. If I cause a commotion here, I might disturb them. After pondering for a bit, Yuan retrieved Yu Jian's medallion and showed it to these disciples. "What about this? It was given to me by sect leader Yu Jian himself." The disciple squinted at the medallion before giving a scoff, "I don't recognize it, so I'm not going to accept it." Yuan shook his head, "You're making this difficult for no reason. One last chance. We can do this the easy way, or the hard way. You dare threaten us?" The disciples immediately became heated. Yuan released a sigh, and right before the disciples could even take their first step, Yuan silently activated Heavenly Domain. All of the disciples around him instantly fell to their knees as a tyrannical pressure bore down on them. "Help!" These disciples could feel their bones cracking and muscles tearing apart just from the pressure alone, their bodies screaming in pain. Within seconds, blood flowed from their eyes, nose, and ears. Oops! Yuan quickly retracted the Heavenly Domain when he saw this, as he wasn't expecting such an outcome. "I barely used my spiritual energy, yet I nearly killed them. My soul strength has grown so exponentially in such a short time that I don't know my own strength anymore. I need to be careful now if I don't want to accidentally kill someone." Yuan swallowed nervously. "What is going on here?" A loud voice suddenly boomed in the vicinity, causing Yuan to shift his attention to the group of elders approaching his direction. Once the elders arrived, they immediately began inspecting Yuan to try and identify him. A few of the elders there were from the Jade Sword Manor, so they immediately recognized his esteemed guest uniform. Furthermore, Yuan was still holding their sect leader's medallion. "Who are you, and why did you attack my disciples?" An old man wearing a blue uniform stepped forward and questioned Yuan with an angry expression while the other elders went to treat the disciples by feeding them a healing pill. Yuan quickly explained himself, but the elder did not seem to be satisfied by it. Yuan couldn't blame the elder, as he'd nearly killed the disciples. However, before the situation could get any worse, Yu Jian showed up to the scene after being notified by the elders from his sect. After speaking with the elder from the Blue Swallow Sword Sect, Yu Jian managed to calm the situation. "I have settled things for now, so you can enter, but that is only for now. They might try to trouble you later, and I can't protect you then." Yu Jian sighed. "That's fine. Thank you for the assistance." Yuan showed him a calm smile, almost as though he couldn't care less about it. He entered the area with Yu Jian a moment later while being glared at by the disciples that he'd nearly killed. A few minutes after his incident with the Blue Swallow Sword Sect, Yuan could see a massive statue of a masked figure standing in the distance. This figure was clearly the Lord, and he was holding his sword straight in front of him like some kind of knight. Once he got closer, he could see hundreds if not thousands of people sitting around the statue while staring at it intensively, as if they were trying to poke holes in the statue with their gaze alone. He quickly found Tian Yenyu and Tian Suin. They were both sitting towards the middle of the group, located directly behind the statue, which is considered to be the worst spot there, as they were unable to see the Lord or the sword clearly from such an angle. Unfortunately for them, the spots in front of the statue were taken by the high-ranking sect elders and top geniuses of their respective sects. The Nameless Stone Warrior is a famous location within the Nameless Emperor's tomb. It used to be a very popular site when it was discovered 1,000 years ago, but when nobody could receive full enlightenment from it even 1,000 years later, not as many people still come to this place. With that being said, many people still spend a week or two in this place to comprehend what little they can from the statue before moving on. While nobody can fully comprehend the statue entirely, there have been plenty of people who were able to receive some kind of guidance and small enlightenment from the statue. After all, comprehending even half of the statue would grant the individual a massive boost to their strength and understanding of the sword. And unbeknownst to these people, the moment Yuan glanced at the statue, he was able to comprehend it entirely. You have learned moon-splitting sword art. Rank, Divine. Mastery level, 1. Description: a devastating sword technique with enough prowess to split even the moon in half. Yuan was speechless. It would normally take him a few days if not weeks to learn a divine rank technique, yet he'd managed to do it at glance this time. Is this because I am the Lord's reincarnation, or is this due to my soul strength? Yuan wondered inwardly. Though, despite learning this sword technique, Yuan didn't really need it, as it was just a divine rank technique. Unless it was ancient rank or higher, it won't make Yuan budge an eyebrow. After silently learning the technique, Yuan hovered above Tian Yenyu, who currently has her eyes closed and seemingly in a trance, and he patiently waited for her to finish. About 2 hours later, Tian Yenyu opened her eyes, which flickered with a sense of frustration. How did it go? Did you comprehend anything? Yuan asked her using divine sense, as he did not want to disturb the others by speaking out loud. Xiao Yang. When did you arrive? She appeared pleasant to see him. I got here not long ago. I see. Well, I have been here since day one, but I have only comprehended about 15%, probably. My understanding of the sword has increased substantially from it, but I really want to learn the technique it's hiding. Even though I can only comprehend the first 4 sword movements, it was more than enough to convince me of its prowess. I cannot imagine how powerful the full technique is. It's definitely a heaven rank or higher technique. Tian Yenyu's voice was filled with awe and longing as she spoke of the technique. However, she was also disappointed in herself. Her group had only planned to stay at the Nameless Stone Warrior for a week, so she had only a day or so left to comprehend as much as she could, but it was clearly not enough time to learn the technique. Furthermore, even if she was given 100 years to comprehend the technique, there was no guarantee that she could fully comprehend the technique. After a moment of silence, Yuan suddenly asked her, "If you really want to learn this technique, shall I teach it to you? I managed to fully comprehend it, so I can just directly teach you the technique." You what? Tian Yenyu's shocked and no doubt deafening voice suddenly boomed in the area that had been completely silent for the past 6 days, startling everyone there. A few people there even puked out blood after their enlightenment had been interrupted by Tian Yenyu's sudden outburst. Who the fuck shouted just now? How dare you? I was in the middle of enlightenment. Now it's all ruined. Fucking fuck. I was also very close to enlightenment as well. Identify yourself, you bastard. Let me fucking kill you. Everybody there started cursing out loud. To nobody's surprise, Tian Yenyu's accidental outburst had caused a huge commotion. Shit. Tian Yenyu began sweating profusely when everybody there learned that it was her who screamed and disturbed their peace, their gazes so sharp it could kill. You idiot. Tian Suin was shaking her head while rubbing her eyes at Tian Yenyu, as she instantly understood the gravity of the situation. Tian Yenyu's actions had led to everyone there losing their focus, with some even losing their chance to receive enlightenment from the stone statue, costing them 7 years of time, which is akin to disturbing someone while they were on the verge of a breakthrough, considered as one of the biggest taboo within the cultivation world. Sect Leader Yu Jian. This is the second time your Jade Sword manner has caused trouble for everyone here. We'll have to ask your sect to leave immediately. The Blue Swallow Sword sect and the Lightning Sword Academy began pressuring Yu Jian and his sect to leave. However, some people there were not satisfied with just this punishment, especially those that had their enlightenment interrupted. That bitch who just shouted needs to be punished separately. She nearly crippled some of us just now, so it would only be fair if we did the same to her. Yeah. Cripple her cultivation. Tian Yenyu turned to look at Yuan, her only hope, with despair on her face. Yuan sighed, "It hasn't even been half a day since I entered the tomb and I've already encountered 2 incidents. The future's looking bleak." Sometime later, Yuan's voice boomed, "Everyone, please calm down." He mixed his spiritual energy in the voice, causing it to ring in everyone's head, making it impossible to ignore or miss. The chaos halted for a moment as everyone there shifted their gaze from Tian Yenyu to Yuan. "I would like to apologize on behalf of my friend, as I am somewhat responsible for her outburst. I also understand your anger and frustration, so I am willing to teach everyone here the complete technique of this stone statue as compensation. What do you say?" Yuan's words kept the place dead silent for many moments, as nobody there dared to believe their ears just now. In order to have the complete technique of the nameless stone warrior, one must have fully comprehended it, something that hasn't been done since its discovery 1,000 years ago, so it was natural for the people there to doubt Yuan's words. Knowing this, Yuan acted swiftly and retrieved his sword. Then, he began moving according to the movements he'd comprehended from the nameless stone warrior in front of his audience, leaving everyone there speechless. After performing the moon-splitting sword art flawlessly in front of everyone there, Yuan stopped and patiently waited for their response. "You can't be serious. Did he really comprehend the technique from the nameless stone warrior?" "I comprehended about 30% of the technique, and from my understanding, his earlier movements matched the technique perfectly, not to mention how flawlessly and fluidly they flowed afterward." Although nobody there could confirm whether Yuan had truly performed the real technique from the nameless stone warrior, nobody there doubted him, as his performance was just that perfect and convincing. Moon-splitting sword art. Yuan spoke in a calm voice that sounded as clear as thunder. "That is the name of the technique left behind by this nameless stone warrior. It is a divine rank technique." Countless eyes widened with shock after learning about the technique's rank. Forget about divine rank techniques, even heaven rank techniques are still considered very valuable in the third heaven, so only top sects and families like the 7 legacy families would have divine rank techniques, yet Yuan was willing to teach everyone there such a valuable technique as compensation. It was almost too good to be true. This must be what they call a blessing in disguise. Those that had their enlightenment interrupted by Tian Yenyu and nearly became crippled no longer blamed Tian Yenyu. In fact, they even praised her for giving them this opportunity. Yuan's voice resounded again a moment later, "I will display this technique 2 more times for a total of 3 times. Whether you can learn it or not is entirely up to you. If you have any problem with my friend's mistake just now after I share this technique, I will have other ways of dealing with it. Do I make myself clear?" Although Yuan's voice sounded calm and gentle, it was actually filled with hidden killing intent. This bastard. Now that I look at him closely, he's a peak spirit king. Is his young appearance just a disguise, or is he truly that talented? Makes sense, considering that he'd managed to comprehend this nameless stone warrior when nobody else could for over 1,000 years. Yuan started executing the moon-splitting sword art for the second time a few moments later. When that happened, all of the cultivators there sealed their mouths, cleared their mind, widened their eyes, and even refused to blink to make sure they didn't miss a single detail. Once he finished performing the moon-splitting sword art, Yuan proceeded to stand there for half an hour without moving a muscle, allowing the cultivators there to do their thing. "Are you sure you should be doing this, young master?" Feng Yuxiang asked him while they waited. What's the problem? Well. First of all, you're giving away a high-grade divine rank technique for free. Even worse, most if not all of them are not qualified to even learn this technique. What if the legacy tomb decides to punish you? Feng Yuxiang expressed her worries. Yuan smiled. What's wrong with sharing something that is mine to begin with? It's just a divine rank technique. Also, I truly feel guilty for what happened to them today, not to mention the disciples that I nearly killed by accident. And as I'd already said, even if I show them this technique, it's not like all of them are capable of actually learning it. Once 30 minutes had passed, Yuan lifted his sword into the air again and began performing the technique for the third and final time. The area became even more silent as the cultivators there tried their best to burn the sword technique into their memories. At the end, Yuan said to them, "Now, if you still have any problems with my friend, raise your hand." Nobody there dared to move a single muscle. Good. Then I hope you'll all gain something from this sword technique. Even though everyone there has memorized the technique movements, they were still required to actually understand and perform the technique by themselves. This could take months, even years, but only time will tell. However, there was a method that could bypass this, and that is to have someone who already fully comprehends the technique to transfer their knowledge and understanding to another person, allowing them to essentially skip the majority of the process. Give me your forehead. Yuan said to Tian Yenyu after returning to her side. Tian Yenyu didn't question him and leaned forward. Yuan poked her head, transferring the entire moon-splitting sword art manual as well as his understanding for the technique into her head. This is... Tian Yenyu was shocked by what Yuan had just done. I don't know what else to say besides thank you. She muttered in a low voice. Yuan smiled, go ahead and try it. Tian Yenyu nodded and immediately retrieved her sword. She closed her eyes and began moving her body a moment later, performing the moon-splitting sword art with seemingly no effort. When the others saw what had happened, they immediately became envious of Tian Yenyu, who was receiving all of the special treatment. This lucky bitch gets to skip the most tedious part all because she has a powerful sugar daddy. Damn it. Why don't I have a handsome young man spoon-feeding me techniques as well? Although I'm not as pretty as her, I am not that far behind. Yuan noticed Tian Suyin staring at him and smiled. If you'd like, I can perform technique transfer for you as well. Tian Suyin swallowed nervously. Although she was an immensely prideful individual, she couldn't pass up such an opportunity, as this would save her years of effort. If you don't mind. She nodded with a somewhat rosy face. After receiving the technique from Yuan through technique transfer, Tian Suyin entered a trance-like state as she was filled with awe after learning the complexity and prowess of the sword technique, which is now her strongest technique. Tian Yenyu couldn't help but chuckle after seeing her mother in such a state. Meanwhile, the others could only swallow their envy and try their best to understand the technique by themselves. After learning the moon-splitting sword art, both Tian Suyin and Tian Yenyu began performing the technique in front of the spectators there. The two of them started at the same time while standing only a few meters away from each other. The spectators quickly noticed that their movements were perfectly in sync, almost as though their mind and body were linked to each other at this moment. The daughter and mother pair danced side by side with a sword in their hand, mesmerizing the spectators. Not only was their sword technique awe-inspiring, the wielders were also fine beauties themselves. But compared to when Yuan performed the technique, they were still lacking in many ways. As expected of a divine rank technique, what profound movements. Even with his assistance, it will take a few years for me to fully grasp this technique. Tian Suyin released a deep sigh after she finished her sword dance. She turned to look at Yuan with a perplexed expression on her face. Just what is his motive? Why is he helping us like this? Tian Suyin just couldn't stop suspecting Yuan, who came out of the blue and started assisting their family with an obviously fake pretense. As a cultivator who has experienced many hardships, she was the type to be skeptical about everything. However, Yuan's actions have left her utterly speechless. She thought at first that his goal was to impress her daughter, Tian Yenyu, but that possibly seemed to be less likely as she spent more time watching him, as he doesn't look at her with lust or anything similar. Furthermore, if he truly had ulterior motives, why is he going through so much effort to achieve it when he clearly has enough power to get whatever he wants? Maybe he's genuinely just trying to help us. Tian Suyin was beginning to get a headache just thinking about this matter, so she decided to stop for the time being and continue watching Yuan. Once Tian Yenyu finished her sword dance, she withdrew her sword and turned to look at Yuan with a satisfied and bright smile on her pretty face. I really cannot thank you enough for this, Xiaoyang. What are you going to do now? Yuan then asked. Well, we were planning to check out the other sites to see if we can comprehend those, at least until a treasure appears. Every time the Nameless Emperor's tomb opens, treasures would appear in random areas. This has been happening for so long that it makes one wonder if there's an unlimited amount of treasures within the tomb. And when a treasure appears, a war would break out between multiple factions. At least 3 treasures will appear every opening, with 9 treasures being the most that have appeared. Tian Yenyu explained. Is that so? Just as Yuan opened his mouth, someone there shouted, a treasure has appeared. Everybody there turned to look at the person who just spoke while the sect leaders and elders went to gather more information. Where is the treasure? When did it appear? What kind of treasure is it? The man quickly answered their questions. A sword treasure appeared near the Stone Sword Valley around 4 hours ago, and it's at least divine grade. Divine grade sword. This is going to cause a bloodbath, and it's even the very first treasure this year. Tian Yenyu sucked in a cold breath of air after hearing this information. Let's go. We must get there before it's too late. The sect leader of the Blue Swallow Sword sect shouted at his disciples, and without any hesitation, they all flew towards the south. The Lightning Sword Academy quickly followed. Let's also go. Even though there's a good chance that we won't get it, we must try. Sect leader Yu Jian said to his disciples. What are you going to do, Xiaoyang? Tian Yenyu asked him. I will come along with you for this one. Great. Thus, Yuan followed the Jade Sword Manor to the Stone Sword Valley, which took them just a little under 3 days to arrive. Once they arrived at the location, they could see thousands of cultivators that came before them crowding the place. The Stone Sword Valley is a vast land that had countless stone swords of various sizes stabbed into the ground, making it seem as though it was a graveyard for swords. And hovering a few hundred meters in the air within the Stone Sword Valley was a beautiful sword with a red blade. However, this blade was protected by some kind of aura, making it impossible for anyone there to acquire it yet. In the Nameless Emperor's tomb, the saying, first come first served, doesn't exist. When a treasure appears, it will be in this unobtainable state for anywhere between 3 to 7 days, allowing everyone the chance to acquire it, hence why the Jade Sword Manor and many other sects bother to travel to this area despite the time it took them to arrive. What a beautiful sword! Tian Yenyu mumbled in a dazed voice as her eyes were glued to the sword in the air. Do you want it? Yuan asked with a mysterious smile on his face. She turned to look at him with a smile. You make it sound like it's an easy thing to do. Yuan swept the entire place with his divine sense before speaking in a confident voice, well, nobody here can stop me if I want to get it. Are you serious? Tian Yenyu's eyes widened. There were thousands of powerful cultivators there with multiple spirit kings. Even the Silent Rippers wouldn't be able to last a minute if they had to go against everyone there. I have no need for the sword, but if you want it, just say the word and I will get it for you. Okay. Tian Yenyu nodded with a slightly rosy face. Tian Suyin's eyebrows twitched at their interaction, and she couldn't help but feel a little jealousy of her own daughter. Sect leaders and family heads, may I request for a brief meeting to talk about our situation before the treasure unseals itself? A middle-aged man emanating a powerful aura at the peak Spirit King realm suddenly spoke in a loud and clear voice. This man was Huang Li, sect leader of a renowned sect called the Seven Profound Swords, one of the top 3 sects within the third heaven. All of the sect leaders and family heads there gathered below the treasure shortly after. I will get straight to the point. Huang Li spoke a moment later with a solemn expression on his face. This treasure will, without a doubt, cause a great deal of trouble for all of us, so I have a suggestion that will reduce the bloodshed. Each sect and family here will have 3 members randomly picked to fight for the treasure in a tournament-style manner. No matter if they are a spirit lord or spirit king, disciple or elder, everyone will have a chance to be picked. What do you think? Although it has many flaws, it is better than a full-out war this early in the tomb, am I right? If you refuse to participate in this, those who have come to an agreement will work together to deal with them before getting the treasure. I already have sect leader Ming and sect leader Zhong's agreement, as well as the Li family and Gu family's agreement. The sect leaders and family heads immediately began pondering. Sect leader Ming's sect is ranked 7 while sect leader Zhong's sect is ranked 4th. The Li family and the Gu family are from the 7 legacy families. If we include sect leader Huang Li's ranked 3rd sect, they had a very good chance of eliminating everyone there if they work together. When a treasure appears like this, it is very common for the people there to come up with different solutions to reduce the bloodshed, especially when many strong parties are involved. After sharing their opinions with each other for several minutes, all of the sect leaders and families there agreed to Huang Li's suggestion. If you are a rogue cultivator, you may also participate in the tournament, but you are not allowed to work with other rogue cultivators. If you have any questions, you have 5 minutes to voice them. Huang Li said as he glared at the rogue cultivators there with a disdainful look in his gaze. The rogue cultivators there were not happy about Huang Li's suggestion that was settled without even including them in the discussion, but there was nothing they could do, as they did not have the power to defy the rules set by those far stronger than them. I have a question. Are the chosen allowed to forfeit the match? I cannot imagine forcing a young disciple to fight any of the seniors here. Yu Jian asked. Huang Li nodded, of course, you are allowed to forfeit, but you may only do so before you enter the stage. The matches will also be randomized so you won't know who your opponent is until you enter the stage. Furthermore, we are not allowed to pick the participants, so everyone that is present here can be chosen to fight, regardless if they are a disciple or sect leader. If you cannot accept this rule, you may sit out. What about those that arrive after the participants are chosen? Another person asked. They won't be allowed to participate. If they dare to intervene, we will all work together to get rid of them. Half an hour later, once all of the sect leaders and family heads spoke to their respective people, everyone there agreed to Huang Li's suggestion. Then I will now begin the selection. Huang Li retrieved a talisman and showed it to everyone there. This treasure will randomly pick 3 people within a certain group. I will allow any sect leader and family head to inspect this treasure beforehand to make sure there is no foul play here. Yu Jian and others began taking their turn inspecting the talisman. When they found nothing wrong with it, Huang Li began the selection process. One by one, 3 individuals are picked from the sects and families there. When an individual is picked, the talisman would shoot out a green beam of light that immediately envelopes the chosen. Sometime later, it was the Jade Sword Manor's turn. Everyone associated with the sect swallowed nervously as the talisman shot out its first beam of light. A moment later, everyone there turned to look at the young woman who had just been chosen. This young woman's face immediately paled when she realized that she was picked. Good luck, senior sister Yuan. Disciple Waning was a core disciple of the Jade Sword Manor, and she was a 7th-level spirit lord. Although she is considered a top talent in her sect, ranking top 5 amongst all core disciples, she was akin to an ant in this small tournament, where multiple spirit king had been chosen to fight. And before the Jade Sword Manor could even despair, the talisman already picked the second participant amongst their group. Sect leader. It picked sect leader. The disciples rejoiced when Yu Jian had been chosen to participate. However, Yu Jian himself did not celebrate, at least not until their 3rd fighter was chosen. A few seconds later, the talisman picked the 3rd and final fighter from the Jade Sword Manor. When the light was released by the talisman, Yuan followed the light with his gaze. Eventually, He turned his head to look at the beautiful young lady standing beside him with raised eyebrows. Yu Jian could only sigh in silence after seeing the results. Xiao Yang. What should I do? Tian Yenyu looked at him with a terrified look on her face when she realized that she'd just been chosen. Despite being a core disciple, she wasn't any stronger than Wan Ning. In fact, she was amongst the weaker core disciples, as she'd only recently become one. Calm down, Yenner. Tian Suyin said as she smacked her daughter's back. Calm down. I have to fight spirit kings if I don't want to become a burden for the sect. Tian Yenyu frowned. You don't have to participate if you don't want to. I won't force you to fight. It's also unreasonable to ask you to fight a spirit king. We simply got unlucky. Yu Jian appeared and said to her, also, with how many powerhouses are present, I had no hopes to acquire the treasure since the beginning. They're right. You can simply forfeit the match. Yuan followed. Once Tian Yenyu calmed down a little, she gritted her teeth and said, if our opponents aren't at a level where I cannot handle, I will fight too. Although I do not qualify to participate in this event, I won't be a coward either. Yu Jian smiled after hearing her words, good. Even though we have almost no chance of winning this, I still don't plan on going down without a fight. This is no longer just about the treasure. This is about keeping our sect's honor and reputation. We will fight those we can fight and back down if it's too risky. When it was Huang Li and the 7 profound swords' turn for selection, the entire place became dead silent as everyone there nervously waited for the results. A few moments later, 3 individuals were chosen. What? All 3 of their fighters are spirit kings. They even have 2 peak spirit kings. Fuck. I bet they cheated. How is cheating even possible? Their talisman had been inspected by every senior here. Many people suspected that Huang Li had cheated, but without any proof, nobody there dared to voice their complaints fearing retaliation. All of the top sects and powerful families went last in the selection, and shockingly, all of them had insane luck with at least 2 spirit kings in their team. It was clear to all of the small sects and families there that these powerful factions had worked together and manipulated the results somehow, giving themselves a massive advantage. Those shameless old bastards never intended on giving us a chance. Yu Jian gritted his teeth in anger after seeing the results. So we never stood a chance from the beginning, huh? Why am I not surprised? Tian Yenyu sighed. Pretty much everyone that wasn't part of the lucky group silently cursed Huang Li and the others for their shameless actions. However, there was nothing they could do about it. In the first place, they had no solid proof of foul play, and everything was circumstantial at best. Even if they had proof that Huang Li had cheated, who was bold enough to say it out loud? Who would dare to raise their voice against the top sects and the 7 legacy families? Nobody was foolish enough to throw away their life in such an unwinnable situation, so they could only suck it up and endure it for now. How despicable. Tian Yenyu muttered in a mosquito-like voice. I can't say I'm surprised, though. Yuan was the only person there who could smile at this moment. I would expect this kind of tactic from other sects, but for the 7 profound swords and the 7 legacy families to do this. I'm speechless. Tian Suyin sighed. They must really want the sword. Yuan continued to smile. The selection eventually came to an end, and acting like he was innocent, Huang Li immediately started the tournament. The 2 sects or families that will be fighting will also be randomized. The talisman will now choose 2 sects to fight. Huang Li said as he poured some of his spiritual energy into the talisman, causing 2 beams of light to appear, picking 2 parodies from the dozens of groups there. Once you step onto the stage, you can no longer forfeit, just like a real deathmatch. This is not like your usual playground. There is no room for mercy here. If you value your life, forfeit now. Huang Li said to them. The 2 parties stared at each other. I forfeit. Me too. Both parties forfeited all 3 of their matches. What's the point of risking our lives when we don't even have a chance to acquire the treasure? Who's dumb enough to do that? Many people had this thought inside their mind. Since Huang Li and the top factions manipulated the whole thing, they no longer had any motivation to participate in the tournament for the treasure. The next several matches also resulted in forfeits from both sides. How boring. Huang Li sneered with an arrogant look on his face. With everyone that doesn't have at least 2 spirit kings in their team forfeiting, the tournament progressed with barely any pauses. Eventually, it was the Jade Sword Manor's turn to enter the stage. Our opponents also have 2 spirit lords and 1 spirit king. Do you two want to fight despite knowing that it is a pointless fight? Yu Jian asked Tian Yenyu and Wan Ning. I want to fight. Wan Ning said with a resolute expression on her face. Even if you might be paired up with the spirit king and die? Even if your efforts won't be rewarded? Yu Jian asked. Wan Ning nodded. What about you, disciple Tian? Yu Jian shifted his attention to her. It's going to be a difficult fight for you even if you aren't paired with the spirit king. Nobody will blame you for forfeiting. Tian Yenyu remained silent. She wanted to try out her new sword technique, but she wasn't prepared to risk her life over something like this. However, she also couldn't refuse, as she didn't want to feel like a coward. If you want to fight, go ahead. Yuan suddenly said to her. Huh? Tian Yenyu looked at him with a puzzled face. You? Are you telling my daughter to die? Tian Suin immediately began fuming. Relax. As long as I am here, nobody can kill her. Yuan smiled. He turned to look at Tian Yenyu and continued, don't you want to see how powerful your new technique is? I do. She nodded in a dazed manner. Then do it. I will protect you no matter what, I promise. After her recent experience with Yuan, Tian Yenyu had gained blind faith in him, so she didn't even question how he was going to protect her before so many experts. Alright, I will fight. She said in a resolute voice the following moment. Are you serious? How can you believe him so easily? Tian Suin was still doubtful. Because he promised. Tian Yenyu responded with an innocent smile, leaving her speechless. And before Tian Suin could say anything else, Tian Yenyu approached the stage. I'm sorry. Yu Jian said to Tian Suin before going after Tian Yenyu. If my daughter dies here because of you, I swear I will kill you with my own hands. Tian Suin glared at Yuan. And I won't resist if that really happens. Yuan said with a confident expression on his face. Do you plan on acquiring that sword for her, young master? Feng Yuxiang suddenly asked him in a curious voice. It would pair up nicely with her new technique, don't you think so? Yuan chuckled. You're spoiling her too much. I'm a little envious. Feng Yuxiang could only shake her head inwardly. Once the Jade Sword Manor and their opponents entered the fighting arena, Huang Li enclosed them in a separate concealment formation so that they couldn't see anything. Shortly after they entered the formation, Huang Li's talisman released a beam of light that shone into the formation, enveloping whoever it was pointing at with a slight glow. However, nobody but the 3 people inside the formation knew who was chosen. You have 10 seconds to decide whether you want to fight or forfeit. Remember, you will forfeit your chance to surrender once you exit the formation and enter the stage. Huang Li's voice resounded in their ears. Sect leader, I will fight. Disciple Wan Ning said with a resolute expression on her face as her body was enveloped in a faint light. Yu Jian nodded his head with a serious face, good luck. I will be back soon. After bowing to him, Disciple Wan Ning left the formation and came face to face with her opponent. Thank the heavens my opponent is not their spirit king. Disciple Wan Ning sighed in relief inwardly after seeing her opponent, who was only a single level above her. Her opponent also did the same. As you've already seen many times by now, the fight will begin when the talisman activates, and it will not end until there is only one of you left standing. Huang Li said to them in a nonchalant voice, almost as though he couldn't care less about their insignificant life. The 2 fighters took a moment to prepare themselves. A few seconds later, the talisman hovering above the arena suddenly shone brightly, signaling the start of the fight. Whoosh! Both fighters immediately rushed at each other while using their respective techniques. Their swords and spiritual energy clashed, causing a powerful ripple to sweep the place. The two of them would go back and forth for many minutes with neither of them slowing down. Once Disciple Wanting eventually started getting pushed back, she quickly retrieved a pill and tossed it inside her mouth. Under normal circumstances, the use of pills and treasures during a one-on-one match would be strictly forbidden, but their situation was a bit special. Even though they were in a tournament-style match, there were almost no rules, almost as though they were following the rules of the jungle, where one can use whatever advantage they have to win their fight or die trying. When Disciple Wan Ying's opponent saw her actions, he also started consuming pills. Since they were able to consume pills to restore their strength, the two of them would continue to go all out, unleashing all of their strength to suppress each other without holding back, almost like two sprinters near the end of a race. After 5 whole minutes of fighting, Disciple Wanting managed to catch her opponent off guard, sending him to the afterlife with a quick slash in the neck. Disciple Wanting took a deep breath before walking off the platform and returning to the concealment formation without even trying to celebrate her narrow victory. When Yu Jian and Tian Yenyu saw Disciple Wan returning, their lips immediately curved into a smile. You did it. Tian Yenyu was ecstatic to see that her fellow disciple had survived. Great job, Disciple Wan. Yu Jian nodded in acknowledgement. However, before she could even say anything, the talisman activated again, picking the second fighter. Yu Jian and Wanting turned to look at Tian Yenyu, who was now being enveloped by a light. You don't have to fight. There's a 50-50 chance that you'll have to fight their spirit king. It's too risky. Yu Jian sighed out loud. But to his surprise, Tian Yenyu shook her head and said, no matter who may be my opponent, I still want to fight. Why would you do something so brave yet foolish? Unlike Disciple Wan, you only recently became a core disciple. You will have a hard time defeating their spirit lord, much less their spirit king. Yu Jian frowned. Tian Yenyu responded with a gentle smile on her face, because nothing will happen to me. He promised. And without waiting for a response, as her time limit was reaching its end, Tian Yenyu stepped outside of the formation to face her opponent. Tian Yenyu's eyebrows twitched when she saw a middle-aged man standing on the opposite side of the stage, and he was emanating the aura of a peak spirit king. Looks like I had picked the short end of the straw. She sighed inwardly. That idiot. Tian Suyin cursed in a low voice when she saw her own daughter entering the stage. Why didn't she just forfeit? Don't expect me to go easy on you just because you're a junior. The spirit king on the stage said as he glared at Tian Yenyu. I wasn't counting on you two, anyway. After putting on a brave expression, Tian Yenyu retrieved her sword. I only have one chance to defeat him. At the beginning of the fight when he least expects it. She had already planned on going all out straight from the beginning. After all, she wouldn't even last a minute against a peak spirit king. The moment the talisman shone, Tian Yenyu used her movement technique to close their distance before activating her new technique, moon-splitting sword art. Perhaps it was due to his arrogance, but the Spirit King didn't move and only quietly watched as Tian Yenyu unleashed her technique. The Spirit King's eyes widened with surprise when a semi-transparent moon suddenly appeared behind Tian Yenyu. The disciples from the Jade Sword Manor immediately recognized this technique, as they were mesmerized by its beauty not too long ago. A divine rank technique. A handful of people there exclaimed when they sensed the aura the technique emitted, their faces filled with surprise. After all, it was incredibly rare for people outside the 7 legacy families and the top sects to techniques above heaven rank. Whoosh! Tian Yenyu quickly swung her sword at her opponent, who was taken by surprise for a split second because of her technique. Her blade managed to reach the Spirit King's body, but it could only leave behind a small cut before the Spirit King evaded the rest of her blade. The Spirit King looked at the cut on his arm and trembled in anger. A mere Spirit Lord. I'll fucking kill you. The Spirit King exploded with spiritual energy and killing intent, causing Tian Yenyu to feel as though she was being choked by the throat. Die! The Spirit King swung his weapon, sending a massive arc of energy at Tian Yenyu, who couldn't even attempt to dodge it due to the pressure from it. Xiao Yang! She cried inwardly. Whoosh! A figure suddenly flew onto the stage and stood in front of Tian Yenyu. This shocked everyone there, not because he intervened in the match, but because they were unable to follow this person's movement at all. After appearing on the stage, Yuan causally waved his hand at the incoming blade of energy, destroying it the moment his skin touched it, almost as though the blade of energy was nothing more than empty air. What? The Spirit King exclaimed in a shocked voice after witnessing this, even feeling a little scared. Did he just stop my technique at full power with his bare hands? Impossible. I must have seen it wrong. The Spirit King convinced himself that he was just mistaken, as that was the simpler route. Who are you? How dare you interrupt our match? The Spirit King asked with a wary face. Humph. A cold snort suddenly resounded, and a figure descended on the stage, standing between Yuan and the Spirit King. I don't care who you are, how dare you so brazenly interfere when I have made it very clear that no interference is allowed regardless of the reason. I hope you are prepared to take responsibility for your foolish decision. Huang Li glared at Yuan like an eagle at a weak prey. Yuan calmly smiled before responding, and why would you assume that everyone here will obey your unreasonable request? You, a mere junior, dare talk back to me? Have you lost your mind? Do you even know who I am? Huang Li's eyes flared up with anger. I don't know, nor do I care. Anyways, why don't we stop this obviously manipulated game? It's clear to everyone here that you had manipulated the whole thing to give yourself, as well as those that planned this with you, an advantage over the others. What you're doing here is no different than bullying the weak. How dare you accuse the sect leader of manipulation? Someone there suddenly shouted. Are you also claiming that the 7 legacy families here are bullying the weak? Someone from one of the families shouted. How interesting. Do you have any evidence to back up your preposterous claims? Another figure descended on the stage as he asked Yuan. This individual was Li Mao, a high-ranking elder of the Li family, one of 7 legacy families. What if I don't? Yuan narrowed his eyes in a challenging manner. Then I will kill you on the spot for uttering nonsense and trying to ruin our reputations. Li Mao glared at him. Yuan smiled, you're going to kill me for interfering with the match anyway. Damn right. Huang Li muttered right as he appeared beside Yuan while swinging down his sword. Without moving for his spot, Yuan lifted his arm in a casual manner, and he would catch the incoming sword with nothing but 2 fingers the following moment. This shocked everyone there, especially Huang Li. Even though he didn't exert all of his strength, it was still strong enough to kill anyone below the 5th level of Spirit King with ease, yet some unknown junior had managed to catch it with his bare hands. Yuan turned to look at the shocked Huang Li and spoke in a nonchalant voice, unlike you, I don't want unnecessary bloodshed, so I will give you a chance to back down before things get. However, before Yuan could even finish his sentence, another sword was already flying at him from his blind spot. Yuan knew about the second attack, but he didn't do anything about it and allowed this person to slice his neck. My heavens! The person who attempted to sneak attack Yuan was left speechless when his sword was stopped at his target's neck, but there didn't appear to be anything blocking the sword. Yuan, still with a sword pressing against his neck, turned to look at Li Mao's terrified face and spoke, I hope you understand the difference in our strength and not do anything. Once again, before he could finish his sentence, another figure descended upon him. This time, it was a middle-aged man wearing the Gu family's uniform, and he was also using a sword technique. Roaring Blade. The strength of a peak Spirit King using a heaven-rank sword technique descended upon Yuan's defenseless figure. At least let me finish my sentences. Yuan's eyes suddenly flickered golden for half a second before returning to normal. Thud. The middle-aged man suddenly stopped his attack mid-air and collapsed on the floor while his sword bounced away. Seeing this, both Huang Li and Li Mao instinctively jumped back, landing beside the unconscious body on the stage. What did you just do to him? Huang Li roared at Yuan. He must have used a spiritual technique. Li Mao gritted his teeth. Don't worry, he's not dead, at least not yet. Yuan said. Since you care so much about this event, let's do it like this instead. Starting from now, anyone here can challenge me to a match, and if they win, they will get to take the treasure above. If nobody can defeat me before the treasure is unsealed, I will take it for myself. Of course, to make this fair, I will allow you to team up. I won't mind even if everyone here attacks me at once. However, after a brief pause, an immense pressure that trampled on the people and their spirits appeared out of thin air. If you decide to fight me, you will forfeit your life. You have been warned. The entire place fell silent, with the only thing that could be heard being the sound of their own hearts beating anxiously. Who are you? Huang Li muttered in a low voice after a long moment of silence. Yuan couldn't help but show a mocking smile. I thought you didn't care about my identity. Huang Li gritted his teeth. He's never felt such humiliation before. How dare you mock me? Die. Huang Li swung his sword at Yuan with a divine rank technique. Profound sword art, final strike. The sword flying towards Yuan had overwhelming pressure that could be felt even miles away. Yuan could only sigh inwardly as he retrieved his Empyrean overlord before swinging back. The following moment, everyone there watched with wide eyes as Huang Li's body was sent flying off the stage and into the crowd. Cough. Huang Li coughed up a mouthful of blood as he stared at Yuan with a look of disbelief on his face. What are you all waiting for? Attack him. He snapped at his own disciples, who hesitated to attack. After all, what can they do when even their own sect leader couldn't win? Attack. The elders eventually snapped out of it and shouted before rushing at Yuan. When the disciples saw the elders moving, they had no choice but to follow. Thus, everyone from the 7 profound swords began attacking Yuan, who merely shook his head in silence. God of War's astral art. A large figure wielding a massive blade appeared behind Yuan, and despite it being larger than before, it wasn't even at half of its full strength. What kind of technique is that? The disciples screamed in horror as they hastily halted their movements. However, they were already in attack range, so all Yuan had to do was swing his sword. Don't say I didn't warn you. Yuan exclaimed as he swung his sword. A powerful force that seemed to be strong enough to sweep away even mountains clashed against the disciples, and without any resistance, the 7 profound swords disciples were sent flying like swatted flies. In a single attack, over half of their disciples were gone. This shook the cores of those watching. Yuan turned to look at his avatar and mumbled, even 20% is still a little too strong, huh? His soul strength has grown so much in such a short amount of time that he was having trouble controlling it. After devastating the 7 profound swords, Yuan spoke again, if you wish to continue, attack me again. However, I will make sure that none of you survive the next strike. The disciples that survived the attack trembled on the spot, and their already lacking motivation disappeared completely. The elders from the Li family and the Gu family exchanged glances with each other. After a moment of silence, they approached Yuan and gave him a courteous bow. Junior, do you happen to be someone from up there? The Li family's elder asked him with a nervous face. Yuan smiled inwardly when he realized that they had mistaken him as someone who came from the upper heavens under the celestial emperor's request. Though, one cannot blame them for making this mistake, as it would only make sense for someone as young as Yuan to utterly destroy the 7 profound swords without any effort. What are you going to do if I am from up there? Yuan asked them without the slightest change to his expression. Forgive us for not recognizing your identity sooner, young master. The Gu family will no longer participate in this event. If you wish, we can even assist you in securing the treasure. The Gu family's elder bowed to him again. You think the young master needs your help? What an unnecessary offer. He can secure the treasure by himself. The Li family's elder sneered. The Gu family's elder gritted his teeth after hearing such words. The two families were never on good terms in the beginning, so this kind of bickering happens often. Meanwhile, the other people there were amazed to see how quickly the Li family and Gu family changed their attitude. Just what is that person's identity for the 7 legacy families to be so respectful towards him? Does up there mean he's from the upper heavens? Why would someone like that be down here? Although it's not common nowadays, people from the upper heavens used to come down here regularly solely to explore the nameless emperor's tomb. Look at his uniform. Isn't that the Jade Sword Manor's uniform for esteemed guests? Tian Yenyu and Tian Suyin were left speechless after hearing the people's conversation. They had their suspicions that Yuan was someone from the upper heavens due to his unfathomable talent and strength, but this only made things more confusing for them. Why would someone from the upper heavens help them to such an extent? Does his ancestor really owe their ancestor a debt, or is he helping them for a different reason? Regardless of his reasons, I'm glad he's on our side. Tian Yenyu sighed inwardly, as she cannot imagine having someone like Yuan as an enemy. When the Li family and the Gu family stepped back, nobody else dared to approach Yuan. As for Huang Li, who'd barely managed to survive the attack, snuck away with his disciples in the midst of the commotion. While he waited for the treasure to unseal itself, Yuan sat on the stage and closed his eyes. He's cultivating out in the open like this? Is he bold or insane? Even if he's powerful, to act so defenseless before so many people. What a mad lad. Arrogant bastard. Despite Yuan cultivating out in the open, nobody there actually dared to attack him. About 2 hours later, news of another treasure appearing not far away began spreading, and those at Yuan's location immediately scrambled to the new location for obvious reasons. Shortly after the news reached their location, everyone including the Jade Sword Manor left the scene, leaving Yuan alone with the treasure, which is unheard of within the nameless emperor's tomb. Why didn't you leave with your sect? Yuan stopped his cultivation to ask Tian Yenyu, who'd stayed behind even after her sect left to fight for the next treasure. I just didn't want to leave you alone. She calmly said. How about you? Yuan turned to look at Tian Suyin, who also stayed behind for whatever reason. You think I'm going to leave my daughter alone with someone as suspicious as you? She sneered. Yuan merely smiled at her remarks. By the way, can I ask you a question? Tian Yenyu suddenly asked. Sure. Are you really from up there? She asked him with a somewhat nervous expression. You mean the upper heavens? Nope. What? But you. I know. I lied. He shrugged. Tian Yenyu was speechless. I'm glad they didn't question you further. Suddenly, the treasure in the air began pulsating with powerful ripples. Does this mean it's unsealing? Yuan asked. Yes. The very next moment, the barrier protecting the sword shattered, and the sword began descending towards the ground. However, Yuan didn't move even after the sword was lying on the ground. What are you waiting for? Tian Suyin asked him with raised eyebrows. I have no use for it. You can have it, he calmly said, causing her eyes to widen with shock. Surely, you're jesting with us. Tian Yenyu mumbled in a trembling voice. No, not at all. Take it. I have no need for a divine-grade sword since I already have a much better one. Yuan calmly shook his head. After a moment of silence, Tian Suyin spoke with a deep frown on her face. Okay, what do you want from us? What do you mean? Are you telling me that you're going to hand over a divine-grade treasure for free? I don't believe it. Sounds too good to be true. Yuan shrugged, then I will leave it there and whoever is lucky enough will get it. When she heard such words, Tian Suyin immediately rushed to pick up the sword before throwing it into her spatial ring. I guess I'm the fortunate one, she said with a stiff expression. Mother. Tian Yenyu was left speechless by her actions. What are you looking at? He's the one who said he'd leave it there for anyone to pick up. Since you want it that badly, you can have it. Yuan smiled. Tian Suyin cleared her throat but didn't say anything. I'm glad I stayed behind. She smiled inwardly. What are you going to do now? Tian Yenyu asked him. Are you going to participate in the next treasure hunt as well? No, I came here mostly just to make sure you were fine. Now that's done, I think I am going to do some exploring myself. I see. Tian Yenyu pondered for a brief second before opening her mouth again. Do you mind if I followed you for a little? Yenyu. You don't even know what kind of dangerous place he's going to. You're just going to be a burden. Tian Suyin quickly rejected her request. I know, which is why I will only follow him until he leaves the outer area. The Nameless Emperor's tomb is split into 3 sections by the people, the outer area where it's the least dangerous, the inner area where only geniuses dare to enter, last but not least, the core area, a hellish area where most people that enter will never return. If it's just the outer area. Tian Suyin felt a little more at ease after hearing this. Furthermore, she wasn't completely opposed to following Yuan, as he was definitely powerful enough to protect them, even doing a much better job than the entirety of the Jade Sword Manor by himself. Yuan began wandering the Nameless Emperor's tomb shortly after while Tian Yenyu and Tian Suyin followed him from behind. There are actually a few places that I want to visit. In no particular order, the Sword Temple, 9 Swords Trial, and the Sword Pagoda. Yuan mumbled out loud as they moved. I've been to the Sword Pagoda once, but I was only able to make it to the 3rd floor before getting kicked out. Tian Suyin sighed as she recalled her memories. What's the Sword Pagoda, again? I know I heard it before. Tian Yenyu asked. The Sword Pagoda is a place where you must climb 7 floors by defeating the opponent on each floor. The higher floor you reach, the greater the reward. However, this place is immensely difficult. The highest anyone has ever climbed is only 5 floors. You managed to reach the 3rd floor, right? What kind of treasure did you acquire? Yuan asked out of curiosity. My cultivation increased by 3 levels in an instant, and I received a heaven rank movement technique. What? One can increase their cultivation by 3 levels after clearing just a single floor. That alone is already super good, not to mention the heaven rank technique. Tian Yenyu was brimming with excitement. Perhaps, but 70% of participants cannot even pass the 1st floor, much less the 2nd floor. About 10% of all participants can clear the 2nd floor, but less than 1% will be able to clear the 3rd. As for the 4th and 5th floor, less than 10 people have made it there. What kind of enemies did you fight? Tian Yenyu continued to ask. A masked cultivator. Like the Nameless Emperor? Yuan raised an eyebrow. No, they didn't have the same aura as the Nameless Emperor. Also, the masks they wore were different. You'll understand what I mean once you go there and face them yourself. Yuan nodded. The 9 Swords Trial was the nearest to their current location, so Yuan decided to go there first. After 3 days of traveling non-stop, they finally arrived at their destination. So this is the 9 Swords Trial, huh? Yuan mumbled as he stared at the large platform in the distance. This platform was not as large as one would expect. It was about 5 meters in length and diameter, and there was a large statue standing not far away from it. This statue was of a man wearing a mask, and he was holding the handle of a sword with both hands in front of him with the blade of the sword pointing directly horizontally at the sky. Currently, this platform was surrounded by at least 100 people, and there was even a single person standing on the platform. However, the person standing on the platform appeared to be in dismay. His body was dripping with blood, and his expression looked as though he was on the verge of collapsing, but his gaze remained fixated at the statue before him. The next moment, Yuan watched as an illusionary blade appeared in the sky before descending upon the man on the platform. Boom! The attack caused the surrounding land to tremble while the people around the platform were pushed back by the force. Once the dust settled, one could see that the man on the platform had been cleanly sliced in half. However, nobody there seemed to be surprised, almost as though it was a common sight. A few more moments later, the corpse and blood on the platform vaporized into the air, leaving not even a trace behind. How gruesome. Tian Yenyu mumbled in a low voice after seeing what had happened to the man on the platform. Do you have any experience at this place, senior? Yuan suddenly asked. Does it look like I have a death wish? This place has one of the highest death rates in the outer area. No matter how good the reward is, it's simply too risky for me. Let's get a closer look. Yuan approached the crowd. I told him that he was biting more than he could chew. He should have stopped after enduring the third strike. Yuan listened to the conversations being held by the people there. What a waste of talent. He was a disciple from the Thousand Saber Manor, right? Yeah, he was one of their top 10 disciples, too. What a pity. A pity indeed. By the time Yuan arrived at the platform, another individual was already on the platform and preparing for the trial. There will be a total of 9 strikes. A familiar voice suddenly resounded in the area. Yuan turned to look at the statue, where the voice was echoing from. The more strikes you survive, the better the rewards. Once the sword appears, it will not disappear until it strikes the platform. You may step out of the platform at any time. The first sword will descend in 5, 4, 3. When the voice counted down to 0, a massive sword appeared in front of the statue and slashed at the individual on the platform. This sword bore immense pressure that could split even a mountain. The man on the platform was at the 5th level of Spirit King, yet he could barely keep his eyes open before the pressure. Boom! The ground shook once again as the massive sword struck the platform. Once the dust settled, the people could see that the man had survived the strike, but his arms were already bleeding. The second sword will descend within 5. 5 seconds later, another sword appeared, and it was clearly a size larger than the previous. The second strike is about 1.5 times stronger than the first. Tian Suin mumbled as the sword descended on the man for the second time. Boom! The ground shook slightly harder this time. When the spectators could see the man again, it was clear to them that he was already at his limit, as both of his arms were broken with the bones sticking out and all. The third sword will descend within. Before the voice could even finish his sentence, the man jumped off the stage. The following moment, orbs of light would emerge from the statue, entering the man who had just endured 2 strikes. The man's aura immediately spiked as his cultivation rapidly strengthened, reaching the 7th level Spirit King in the time it took to take a deep breath. Furthermore, his injuries were completely healed. Heavens, his cultivation increased by 2 levels just like that. Since when did cultivation become so easy? Tian Yenyu mumbled in a dazed voice. If you think it's so easy, why don't you get on the stage and try it yourself? Tian Suin sneered at her ignorant remarks. I will watch for a little longer. She quickly responded. Yuan agreed with her and proceeded to watch several more people challenge the 9 swords trial. So the strength of each strike differs from person to person. As expected, this place tests one's potential, not their achievements. He mumbled in a low voice. In the end, out of 15 participants, 2 people had managed to endure 2 strikes, 4 people endured 1 strike, and the other 9 people died from the first strike. Are you going to participate? Yuan turned to look at Tian Yenyu. Can you guarantee that I won't die? She asked in response. I can't. Yuan answered without hesitation. Then I won't. As enticing as the reward is, this is a little too risky even for me, especially when the trial is different for everyone. What about you? You're going to participate, right? He nodded. Yes, I am going to participate. Good luck. Tian Yenyu didn't bother saying any unnecessary words since she knew that it would only be a waste of breath. She trusted Yuan and his strength, and that was all that mattered. After waiting for several more people to go, Yuan finally decided to enter the stage. Even though my cultivation won't increase from this, my instincts tell me that there's something more important than that here. Yuan took a deep breath before retrieving the Empyrean Overlord. The first sword will descend in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A sword appeared before Yuan, but there was something different about this sword. Compared to the swords that appeared previously, this sword was not semi-transparent and was completely solid, just like a real sword. Moreover, the size of this sword was shockingly large, so massive that it was several times bigger than the statue itself. Heavens! What's with the size of that sword? It's just his first strike, yet it's already bigger than the fourth strike for that Thousand Saber Manners disciple. Is there something wrong with the trial, or is there something special about that young man? I have witnessed every trial here for the last 100 years, but I have never seen anything like this before. Run! Heaven knows how destructive it will be. We'll all get caught up in it at this rate. Someone there suddenly shouted. Upon hearing such words, everyone there immediately began scrambling away, running as far away as they could before the sword descended. Meanwhile, Yuan stood as still as a statue on the platform with a resolute expression on his face. The sword began descending towards Yuan the following second, creating a force so powerful that it split all of the nearby clouds halfway before impact, creating a clear blue sky in an instant. Despite the immense pressure bearing down on him, Yuan swung the Empyrean Overlord at the sword in the sky with seemingly no effort at all, and there was even a slight smile on his face. The moment Yuan's Empyrean Overlord clashed with the first sword, an intense ripple swept the area while lifting a layer of the ground into the air. When the spectators saw this, they sighed in relief knowing that they'd made the right decision by distancing themselves from the platform. Once the dust settled and the spectators could finally see the situation on the platform, they were surprised to see an uninjured figure standing there. He actually managed to survive that. And he doesn't even seem a bit fazed. What a monster! Before the spectators could even fully grasp the situation, the second sword appeared, and it was almost 2 times bigger than the first sword. This stunned the spectators. If the second sword is already this massive, would the later swords fill the entire sky? A few seconds later, the second sword descended from the sky, creating an even stronger ripple. Boom! The entire ground shook and everyone could feel themselves being lifted off the ground for a brief second. Good Lord! The sword may be twice as big, but the strength is at least 3 times stronger than the previous sword. And this is only the strength of the second sword? There's no way he's going to survive the next one. After blocking the second strike, Yuan could feel a slight tingly sensation in his hands, but such a thing can be neglected completely. The second strike is already this powerful. What's the 9th strike going to be like? Yuan couldn't help but wonder to himself. The 3rd strike will descend within 5, 4, 3. Yuan quickly cleared his mind and focused on the situation at hand. Ha! Yuan swung the Empyrean Overlord upwards, clashing with the colossal sword in the sky. Clang! The spectators that believed they were in a safe distance were quickly swept up by the force and sent tumbling even further away. By now, the entire platform was shattered, and there were fissures all around the area, looking as though a war had taken place there. Once the dust settled, the people were able to see Yuan's condition, and to nobody's surprise, he wasn't in perfect shape this time. The clothes around his arm were torn, and his arm was soaked in blood. Despite this, Yuan wasn't actually in any serious condition, and the injuries on his arm instantly healed due to his perfect regeneration. However, Yuan would be lying if he'd said that he wasn't nervous about the remaining 6 strikes. I haven't felt this nervous in a while. He smiled inwardly, feeling a sudden urge of excitement coursing through his profound veins. When the 4th sword appeared in the sky, Yuan swallowed nervously. As expected, the sword had grown in size, and it was even emitting sword chi this time. If I want to defeat this trial, I will need to use more than just my raw strength. That sword is exuding sword chi. This is my first time seeing this. I have never even heard about this before. As the 4th sword descended, Yuan's eyes flickered with a profound light, and his aura exploded outwards. Vanishing Ghost's soundless blade. The Empyrean overlord was cloaked in a thin yet dense layer of sword chi before it was sent flying at the incoming sword. Boom! Hundreds of sword lights scattered in all directions from the sword chi's impact, terrifying the spectators who scrambled to dodge it. A few were not so lucky and were struck by the sword light. Fortunately, nobody lost their lives, but their bodies were badly injured, and it was as though they were struck by a real sword. Mother. Are you okay? Tian Yenyu's heart skipped a beat when she noticed Tian Suin's arm bleeding. I am fine. It's just a scratch. She nodded. Anyways, let's get further away. Something tells me that this will only get worse. We'll die at this rate. The spectators scattered like flies once again. That one was painful. Yuan sighed inwardly after blocking the fourth strike, which had cost him both of his arms. Most would consider Yuan to be crippled now that both of his arms are broken, but within seconds, his perfect regeneration kicked in and restored his arms to its original state. This monstrous healing ability terrified the spectators who were beginning to wonder if Yuan was even human. The fifth sword appeared shortly after, and to everyone's surprise, there was no longer just one sword in the air, but two, and they were both big enough to cover the sky. Heavens! There are two swords now. There's no freaking way this is possible. The spectators were in a daze as their eyes stared blankly at the covered sky. Yuan took a deep breath after seeing this. Young master. I don't doubt your abilities, but this is. Feng Yuxiang spoke up in a worried tone. I'm not giving up when I'm not even halfway through the whole thing. Yuan said with a nervous smile on his face. Why are you pushing yourself this hard? What could possibly be worth risking your life? I don't know, but I will find out soon. Yuan could only hear a defeated sigh from Feng Yuxiang before he swung the Empyrean overlord at the two swords in the sky that was descending at the same time. Young master. Brother Yuan. Those watching from within his body cried out loud when they saw his arms flying off his body. Yuan gritted his teeth as intense pain circulated throughout his body. This isn't as bad as when I first experienced body tempering. He muttered as his arms quickly regenerated. Holy shit! Did you see that? His severed arms regenerated almost instantly. What kind of technique is that? The spectators were more impressed by his regenerating abilities than his strength that endured the fifth strike. Of course, most of them were terrified, as they doubted whether Yuan was human or actually a demon in disguise. Impressive. A calm voice suddenly resounded in the area, catching everyone off guard. Yuan looked around after hearing this familiar voice, and he quickly noticed that a figure had suddenly appeared in front of him. This figure was wearing an ordinary mask, yet his body was oozing with an overwhelming aura that naturally made everyone there revere him. That's the Nameless Emperor. The Nameless Emperor has shown up. A few spectators quickly recognized this masked man's identity. What do you want? Yuan calmly asked him. Nothing much. I'm just here to congratulate you for surviving through half of my 9 swords. Only 8 people have achieved this before you, so you're the 9th. A fitting number, don't you think? And he continued, however, do you know how many people have survived the 6th sword? 0. If you wish to survive more than 5 strikes, you'll need to do more. Think outside the box. I will give you 5 minutes to think, that is if you still want to challenge me. The masked figure disappeared into the air as suddenly as he appeared. Think outside the box, huh? Yuan turned to look at the statue and recalled the previous 5 strikes. 2 minutes later, he sat on the uneven ground and closed his eyes as countless images flashed by his mind. I see. I finally understand the true purpose of this place. When Yuan opened his eyes, it shone with enlightenment. The 6th strike will descend within 5. The countdown started again, and 3 massive swords appeared in the sky above him. Yuan took a deep breath and stood in a stance that he'd never done before. A few seconds later, all 3 swords slashed at Yuan's tiny body that was like an ant's in comparison. A vicious aura exuded from the Empyrean Overlord and Yuan. 9 Supreme Swords. First Sword Strike. Yuan muttered as he unleashed his first strike, sending an unfathomable sword light towards the sky. Clang! All 3 swords in the sky disappeared the instant they clashed with Yuan's technique. You have learned 9 Supreme Swords. 9 Supreme Swords. Rank, Mythic. Mastery Level, 1. Description: a supreme sword art that consists of 9 different strikes, each stronger than the next. Legend has it that the 9th strike has the prowess to cut even gods. After destroying the 6th strike, Yuan sneered, that was the 6th strike. What a scam. In reality, that was only as strong as the 3rd strike of the real technique. Now that he understood the technique, Yuan realized the true prowess of the 9 supreme swords. Although the 9 swords trial claimed the previous attack to be the 6th strike, it was actually not even half of the technique's true potential. After all, this was only a test. If the real technique was displayed, nobody would be able to pass it, not even Yuan himself. What kind of sword technique did he just use? It totally obliterated the 3 swords. The spectators almost couldn't believe their eyes. After all, Yuan had barely survived 2 swords, yet he'd somehow destroyed 3 swords with ease. That didn't make sense no matter how they looked at it. Not bad. You grasped the true purpose of this trial. Since it has come to this, let's just skip all the way to the last strike since it wouldn't make much of a difference. The nameless emperor's voice resounded again. Suddenly, a sword appeared in the sky. However, there was only a single sword, and its size was that of an ordinary sword. This puzzled the spectators greatly, as it looked like the trial had given up to them. Naturally that wasn't the case, and Yuan knew that very well. While this single ordinary-looking sword may seem insignificant to the others, it looked like an indomitable mountain to Yuan. Looks like I will have to go all out if I don't want to lose my life here. He swallowed nervously. Whoosh! Yuan activated God of War's astral arts while using all of his soul strength, making the avatar as big as a mountain. Heavens! This guy is full of unfathomable techniques. The spectators fell to their butts after seeing his avatar that covered the sky more than the swords did. Whenever you're ready. The nameless emperor spoke again. Yuan gritted his teeth and swung at the statue before him, utilizing the God of War's astral arts as well as his newly learned technique by combining them together. When both sides clashed with each other, it created a terrifying sword chi explosion that literally created a massive crater in the ground. Fortunately, the spectators were smart enough to distance themselves before that happened, but even then, some of them could not escape the sword chi and ended up bleeding from it. Once the huge dust storm settled, the spectators were able to see the situation. Hovering above the center of the crater was Yuan, and he was half naked with sword cuts all over his body. And unlike before, his injuries didn't instantly recover, almost as though his regeneration ability was blocked by the sword marks. Amazing. To think that was just the prowess of the 6th strike. I cannot wait to see how powerful the 9th strike will be if I ever get to use it. Yuan couldn't help but praise the technique. Although the technique was mythic rank just like the God of War's astral arts, it was entirely different in terms of prowess. Though, one could argue that both techniques serve a different purpose. While the God of War's astral arts is a unique technique that enhances the prowess of other techniques, the 9 supreme swords is a technique meant purely for destruction, just like the heaven-splitting sword strike. Congratulations, you have passed the trial flawlessly. The nameless emperor appeared before Yuan again. Take this, it's your reward. He extended his hand with his palms open, offering Yuan whatever was on it. A silver key. Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice as he gazed at it. His reward for passing this ridiculous trial was just a mere key. Yuan accepted the silver key shortly after. Although the reward may seem insignificant at glance, it obviously had a significance behind it. Of course, Yuan saw the 9 supreme swords as the real reward for this trial, so he didn't think too much about it. Once the spectators were certain that the trial had ended, they started crowding around Yuan. "Young lord, can you please tell me your name? Which family do you belong to, young master? Please get away from my friend. Can't you see that he's tired?" Shoo! Shoo! Tian Yanyu rushed over and started chasing away the crowd. "Are you okay?" She then asked him. "Yeah, I'm fine." He nodded. "Really? Your injuries don't seem to be healing anymore," Tian Yanyu said as she stared at his half-naked bloodied body. "Due to the lingering sword qi in your wounds, your regeneration has slowed down greatly. It'll eventually heal itself, and it isn't as bad as it seems, I promise." Yuan smiled. "Hey! There's something wrong with the Nine Swords trial. It's not restoring the damage. It should have started by now." Someone there suddenly shouted. Normally, even if the entire platform disappeared, the Nine Swords trial would restore all damage dealt to the land after every challenger. Maybe it's slowed down because of the severe destruction. The damage this time around is incomparably large. Someone said. That makes sense. Let's give it some time. Unbeknownst to these people and the world, Yuan would become the last person to partake in the Nine Swords trial because it never repaired itself no matter how long passed, as it no longer had a reason to exist. Alright, let's head to our next destination, the Sword Pagoda. Yuan said. Seriously? You should at least clean yourself before you go anywhere. Tian Suyin said with a slight frown on her face. I'll clean myself when we come across some water as we go there. Thus, Yuan left the scene shortly after with Tian Yanyu and Tian Suyin following him from behind. Some of the people there tried to follow him, but they quickly gave up after receiving a threatening glare from Yuan. On their way to the Sword Pagoda, Yuan stopped at a river to quickly wash his blood-stained body. Are you really peeking at a man washing himself? When did you become this pervert? Tian Suyin scolded Tian Yanyu when she noticed her daughter was taking peeks at Yuan in the river. Shut up. Who's peeking at him? I looked for a second because I noticed that his body had healed from the sword cuts. She stuttered while defending her honor. Tian Suyin couldn't help but also take a look after hearing her daughter's words. You're right. Although there are still a few sword cuts left, the majority of them are gone. It's only been 2 days since then, and I didn't see him consume any recovery treasures during this time either. Either he has a powerful technique or he has a heavenly constitution. It's probably a heavenly constitution. After all, it would actually be weird for someone as talented as him to not have a unique physique. Tian Yanyu said. He said he's not from the upper heavens. Do you believe him? Tian Suyin suddenly asked. Does it matter where he came from? Tian Yanyu raised an eyebrow. Tian Suyin couldn't answer her question. I understand why you doubt him, but he should have proven himself to be trustworthy by now, especially after everything he's done for us. Actually, that only makes him more suspicious. I cannot understand his intentions for the life of me. The more I think about it, the more I question it and the more suspicious I get. Then stop thinking about it. The moment you do, you'll feel much better, just like I did. Tian Yanyu shrugged. She also doubted Yuan's intentions before, but she has since stopped caring about it. Sorry for the wait. I'm ready to continue. Yuan approached them a moment later. The ladies turned around to see Yuan wearing a fresh new set of robes, and their eyes widened with surprise after seeing how flashy his new clothes were compared to his old clothes. Are you actually royalty? Tian Yanyu couldn't help but ask him after seeing his golden dragon robe, her face blushing non-stop. No, this pair of robes was gifted to me by a friend. I don't normally wear them due to how flashy they appear, but since they're very durable and not easily torn, I have decided to wear them. I don't want to change into new clothes after every challenge, after all. Yuan smiled. Are you okay, senior? Yuan looked at Tian Suyin, who was biting down her lips, looking like she was enduring something. Don't blush. Don't blush. Don't blush. I'm a married woman. I'm a married woman. I'm a... Tian Suin repeatedly cried inwardly as she silently nodded her head. Then let's go. After another 3 days, they arrived at the sword pagoda. The sword pagoda looked like a massive sword stabbing the ground from far, but if one got close enough, they would be able to see that it was actually a pagoda with a large sword stabbed in the center of it, almost like a skewer. There were hundreds if not thousands of people gathered outside the sword pagoda at this moment. There's a lot of people here. Tian Yenyu mumbled when she saw the crowd there. Well, only 10 people can challenge the sword pagoda at a time, and each person takes on average 30 minutes to finish, so you can imagine why there are so many people here. Tian Suin said. Wait. So everyone here is waiting to enter the sword pagoda? This will take forever if we wait for our turn. Is there any way to enter earlier? Yuan asked. There are 2 ways to skip the line. Either you pay the people in the front of the line to take their spot or you can force your way through it with your strength. After all, there is no real queue here. The strongest will go first while the weakest will go last. It's just how this place works. Tian Suin explained. I will go ahead. The 2 of you should stay back. I will probably make a few enemies in this place, and I don't want to trouble you too. Yuan said as he stared at them with a serious expression. That's only natural. I have already used my chance in this place, so I cannot enter it even if I wish for a second chance. Tian Suin shrugged. Every individual is only allowed 1 chance, and this rule is consistent across every trial within the Nameless Emperor's tomb, so if one had entered Sword Pagoda already, they wouldn't be able to challenge it again even if 100 years passes. I will come back to challenge it once I am more prepared. Since this is my first time entering the Nameless Emperor's tomb, I am going to take it easy. Tian Yenyu said. Alright, then I will be back soon. Yuan left their side and began approaching the sword pagoda. Once he was close enough, Yuan flew into the air to avoid the crowd surrounding the sword pagoda. The people beneath him immediately noticed him, but none of them did anything and merely watched in silence. However, as he got closer to the sword pagoda, Yuan would be assaulted by spiritual attacks from the cultivators. He silently scoffed at these attacks that were barely noticeable and continued forward. The front of the sword pagoda was almost empty with 10 individuals standing out from the rest of the crowd. There was a good gap between these 10 individuals and the rest of the crowd, and their aura was much more intense than the others, except for 1 individual. It was obvious that these 10 individuals would be the first ones to enter the sword pagoda. When Yuan landed before these 10 individuals, they all turned to look at him, and some of them even openly sneered in a mocking manner. Hey, brat, are you blind? Can't you see that the line is back there? Scram while I am asking nicely. One of the 10 individuals, a bald bulky man, suddenly spoke in a loud voice. Yuan glanced at him and responded nonchalantly, Are you sure you're not the blind one here? The bald man gritted his teeth and started approaching Yuan while veins appeared on his head. He's right. If you don't want to die a pointless death, don't take another step. A calm voice suddenly resounded, instantly halting the bald man's movement. Yuan turned to look at the person who just spoke. He was the only individual there without an aura, but Yuan could tell at glance that he was the strongest there. This person was an exceedingly handsome young man with silver hair and blue eyes, his body oozing with confidence and arrogance, and he appeared to be around the same age as Yuan. You probably can't tell because of the difference between your strengths, but he's not someone you can handle. The silver-haired man spoke again. The bald man didn't utter any words and merely stood there with a resisting look on his face. Despite not knowing the silver-haired man's identity, the bald man didn't dare to talk back. Shortly before Yuan's arrival, this silver-haired man showed up out of the blue and silenced everyone there with just his overwhelming aura alone, which was an incredible feat considering that most people there were spirit kings. I don't recognize you, so you probably didn't come from the same place as I, or you're disguised. What's your name, young friend? The silver-haired man suddenly approached Yuan with a friendly smile. Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, huh? The silver-haired man glanced at his golden dragon robe before continuing. I didn't think I would meet someone of your caliber down here, much less a human wearing that sort of outfit. The silver-haired man showed his palm and fist and gave Yuan a courteous bow. My name's Long Chen, one of 4 dragons and phoenixes, not that you'll know what it means. Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzling manner. He couldn't understand the intentions of this Long Chen. However, he understood that this Long Chen probably came from the upper heavens based on his language. Yuan returned the bow. I hope you won't mind me standing here with you guys. Of course not. If you wanted, you could easily go after me. Long Chen said with a mysterious smile, implying that he was stronger than Yuan. What if I want to go before you? Yuan smiled back. Ha ha ha. Long Chen started laughing. I don't recall the last time someone has talked back to me. The lower heavens are full of entertainment. Why didn't I come down here sooner? The people there swallowed nervously after hearing Long Chen's words. Although they had no proof that his words were true, none of them doubted his words. So you're from the upper heavens, huh? Which one? Did you come down here specifically for the nameless emperor's tomb? Yuan suddenly asked. I will answer all of your questions if you play a game with me and win. Long Chen said. What kind of game? I was going to enter the Sword Pagoda as soon as possible, but I have decided to enter with you. Whoever climbs the highest will win. To make this more enticing, I will even throw in some royal-grade spirit jade. The people there gasped in shock after hearing such words. A single royal-grade spirit jade easily cost tens of millions of spirit stones. Only someone from the upper heavens could possibly gamble such a resource so casually. Interesting. And what if you win? What do you want from me? If I win, you will answer a few of my questions. Of course, I don't expect you to have any spirit jades. Long Chen said. Sounds good. Yuan nodded. Good. The doors to the Sword Pagoda suddenly opened, and a figure was flung out of it like trash the very next second. When this happened, the doors that had been closed this entire time remained open, at least until the next participant entered. Long Chen was supposed to enter the Sword Pagoda at this moment, but he didn't, and nobody dared to steal the spot, so they all just stood there in silence. The person who just come out of the Sword Pagoda was extremely confused when he saw the situation outside. Normally, people would be fighting to enter the Sword Pagoda whenever a new slot is opened, but things were different this time. Everyone stood still, almost as though they'd all become statues. This person stood there awkwardly until another person came out of the Sword Pagoda and a second slot was opened. Are you ready? Long Chen asked as he stared at Yuan. Whenever you are. He nodded. They both turned to face the Sword Pagoda and approached the entrance while walking side by side. Good luck, Xiao Yang. Long Chen mumbled in a confident voice right before disappearing into the Sword Pagoda. You too. Yuan smiled. Everyone there released a sigh of relief once the two of them were gone. Just who the heck were those two? The bald man couldn't help but ask. I don't know about that man with the black dragon robe, but that silver-haired man is definitely a young master with a powerful background in the upper heavens. The question is which one? The fourth heaven? The fifth? Sixth? I don't think we'll ever know the truth. Someone else said. So you think that Xiao Yang won't win the bet? Of course he won't. No matter how talented he is, he won't beat Long Chen. Hadn't you felt his aura not long ago? He may be a spirit king within the nameless emperor's tomb, but his real cultivation is definitely far superior. But one's cultivation doesn't matter in these trials, only their innate talent. We'll know the answer soon. Let's just wait and see what happens. He actually picked a fight with someone from the upper heavens? His arrogance knows no bounds. Tian Suyin couldn't help but shake her head after witnessing everything from afar. He'll be fine, probably. By the way, do you know what is this 4 dragon and phoenixes that was mentioned? Tian Yenyu asked. No, I don't. But if I had to take a guess, it's probably some title given to geniuses in the upper heavens. Most likely. Good luck, Xiaoyang. When Yuan entered the sword pagoda, he found himself on an empty platform in the middle of nowhere. There were no walls or ceiling in the background, nothing but the void and the massive platform, almost as though he was in the starry sky without the stars. A figure wearing a pig mask suddenly appeared 10 meters away from Yuan. A mask with a pig's face? This was the first thing Yuan noticed due to its oddity. I sense more than one soul within you. Unfortunately, they are not allowed to assist you even though they are your servants. The masked figure spoke, and before they realized, Xiao Hua and the others were forced out of Yuan's body and were transported to another platform where they could only spectate. Brother Yuan. Young master. Don't worry about me. I was going to do this by myself, anyway. Yuan smiled at them. He turned to look at the masked man and asked, what now? Before we begin, allow me to tell you the rules of the sword pagoda. First and foremost, if you die here, you will die for real. However, you are allowed to quit at any time during the trial. There are 7 total floors in the sword pagoda. In order to climb the sword pagoda, you must defeat the guardian on each floor, and you will be given a restriction on each floor including this floor. These restrictions will carry over to the next floor, so you will have a total of 7 restrictions placed on your body by the time you reach the 7th floor. Statistically speaking, only 1 in 10,000 will pass the first floor. 1 in 100,000 will pass the second floor, and 1 in a million will clear the third. However, after the third floor, you are more likely to encounter a miracle treasure during a stroll than to pass them. Now on to your weapons. You are not allowed to use any weapons from the outside. We will provide you with one, and they are all on par with divine-grade treasures in terms of quality. Lastly, you will be given a choice for your reward if you manage to clear the floor after every floor. You have a minute to mentally prepare yourself before I start the trial. The masked man fell silent after that sentence. Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A minute later. The trial for the first floor of the sword pagoda will now begin. A restriction has been placed on your body. I will make my first move in 10 seconds. Choose a weapon before then. Ding! Your body has been restricted by a mysterious force. Yuan suddenly felt as though he had mountains strapped to his back, nearly forcing him to his knees. This place might be even more dangerous than the 9 swords trial. Yuan swallowed nervously as beads of sweat continuously appeared on his face. A sword! He shouted a moment later. An ordinary sword appeared before Yuan the next second, yet it exuded the aura of a divine-grade treasure. The masked man also wielded an identical sword in his hands. 8. 9. 10. The masked man suddenly sprung into action and began clashing with Yuan. After a few exchanges with the masked man, Yuan realized something. The difficulty isn't my opponent. It's just the restriction on my body that's a problem. If it weren't for the restriction on his body, Yuan would have defeated the masked man in a single strike, but because the additional weight that was adjusted for him, even swinging his sword had become a difficult task that required all of his effort. If the first restriction is already this cruel, I cannot imagine what the other floors have in store for me. Yuan cried inwardly as he fought the masked man with sweat pouring from his pores. I've never seen the young master struggle so much in a fight. His opponent is also weak in comparison, only being at the peak of Spirit King. He would normally defeat such opponents without batting an eye, yet he's been struggling for over 10 minutes now. Feng Yuxiang sighed out loud, breaking the silence. Lan Yingying shook her head, can you blame him? His movements are sluggish and stiff, almost as though there's something weighing him down. Brother Yuan will defeat Pig Face soon. His movements have gotten much better compared to when he first began. He's rapidly adapting to the changes in his body. Xiao Hua mumbled. Also, he's not using any of his sword techniques. It's like he's treating this trial as a training ground. Lan Yingying said. That's the young master for you. Feng Yuxiang smiled. Indeed, Yuan was getting used to fighting with the restriction on his body. However, that isn't to say that things have gotten easier for him, as the restriction grew stronger as he got more used to it, almost as though it was growing with him. After another 10 minutes of non-stop clashing, Yuan finally managed to defeat the masked man without using any of his sword techniques. He could have used everything to defeat his opponent in an instant, but if he needed so much resources to pass the first floor, there was no way that he'd pass the later floors, hence why he restricted himself even more by not using any sword techniques. This also allowed him to familiarize with his situation. Congratulations on passing the first floor. What do you want for your reward? Spiritual energy or a heaven-grade treasure? Yuan didn't immediately respond, as he had no need for either of these rewards. His cultivation was stuck at peak Spirit King until he upgraded his physique, and he had no use for a heaven-grade treasure. What if I don't want either of these rewards? Yuan then asked. You can forfeit these rewards and receive an even greater reward on the next floor, if you pass it. If you fail, the rewards on this floor will be forever gone. If you accept a reward on this floor, you can still choose the rewards on the second floor, but it won't be as good. Alright, I will forfeit these rewards. Yuan answered without even the slightest hesitation. Very well. I will now take you to the next floor. Yuan's vision flickered for a split second, and the man with the pig mask is now suddenly wearing a mask of a sheep's face. Welcome to the second floor. The trial will begin in a minute. The only thing Yuan could think about now was the second restriction. A minute later. Ding! Your body has been restricted by a mysterious force. Yuan looked down at his hand with wide eyes. The sensation of his sword had suddenly disappeared, but when he looked, the sword was still there. What's going on? Why can't I feel my sword? He wondered. The second restriction has blocked your sense of touch. You won't be able to feel anything except for pain. My sense of touch. Yuan now realized that even the sensation of the platform that he was standing on had disappeared, and it felt extremely awkward. One might think that losing your sense of touch isn't that bad, but without being able to tell when your foot touches the ground as quickly, it would instantly throw off one's balance and make movement techniques near impossible. This also affects how one wields and swings their weapon. What a pain in the ass. He sighed out loud. 10 seconds later, the masked man began his assault. Now that he's lost his sense of touch, Yuan's movements only became more awkward and unstable, and even the way he swung his sword looked different. If someone who did not know about the situation were to see him at this moment, they would think that he was drunk to the core. Yuan knew that it would be pointless to fight the masked man while in such an unstable condition, so he decided to spend as much time as he needed to get used to the restriction. After all, there was no restriction on how much time he had on each floor, so he could stay there for as long as he needed. 10 minutes, 20, 30. In the blink of an eye, over 3 hours have passed since Yuan entered the second trial. During this time, Yuan did not go on the offensive even once and remained defensive. Once he got used to his new restrictions and could perfectly calculate the moment his foot touches the ground for all of his movements, he started to work on his sword and how he swung it. In the end, it took him almost 4 hours to adapt, but once he did, he started going on the offense, defeating the masked man and clearing the second floor. Will you choose a reward this time, or will you forfeit it again? The choices remain the same, spiritual energy or a divine-grade treasure. Forfeit. Yuan responded instantly. Very well. I shall now transport you to the next floor. Meanwhile, Long Chen was already on the 4th floor. Unlike Yuan, who hadn't used any sword techniques up to this point, Long Chen blew away his opponents with his superior techniques from the 1st floor. Despite that, he was also struggling to defeat his opponents. After narrowly passing the 4th floor, Long Chen fell to his knees and muttered in a low voice, "The person who created this place is such a sadistic bastard." Long Chen was someone who wasn't used to feeling the ground with his knees. In fact, He doesn't even remember the last time he was brought to his knees. I am one of the 4 dragons. There's no way I am going to let some nobody from the 3rd heaven defeat me. I am going to defeat the 7th floor and become the first person to clear the sword pagoda. Just you wait. Long Chen gritted his teeth in frustration. He forfeited his rewards on the 4th floor and climbed to the 5th floor shortly after. Look! Someone's managed to enter the 5th floor. The spectators were in awe after seeing a sword light appear on the 5th floor. There were currently 10 light sources shaped like a sword within the sword pagoda, each representing a challenger. There were 6 sword lights on the 1st floor, 2 on the 2nd floor, 1 on the 3rd, and 1 on the 5th floor. It must be that silver-haired man from the upper heavens. What if it's that Xiaoyang? Impossible. If you saw what I saw a few days ago at the 9 Swords trial, you wouldn't say that. Someone suddenly said. What did you see there? That Xiaoyang. He managed to survive all 9 sword strikes from the 9 Swords trial. In fact, he came here right after passing it. This person who had witnessed Yuan's greatness at the 9 Swords trial revealed this information to these people. What? Such information greatly shocked everyone there, as they were all aware of the 9 Swords trial. Are you sure you're not farting? There's no way someone could have defeated that gruesome trial. If you don't believe me, you can go check the 9 Swords trial. It's probably in ruins right now. He's not lying. I was also there to witness it. Someone else there said. Thus, the name Xiaoyang began spreading in the nameless emperor's tomb. Upon entering the 3rd floor, Yuan was given another restriction. The already dim world suddenly turned pitch black, almost as though he'd entered the void. Yuan's body trembled as it instinctively knew what had just happened. The restriction on the 3rd floor had removed his ability to see, turning him blind and causing his bad memories to resurface at the same time. However, Yuan didn't despair, as he wasn't completely blind. In fact, he could still see perfectly. This is thanks to his divine sense, which allows him to see things even better than what he could with his bare eyes. Yuan began fighting with the masked man who had a rooster mask shortly after. Since this floor's restriction was pretty much ineffective against him, it allowed him to fight at the same pace as the previous floor. This restriction that forces one to constantly use their divine sense may not affect Yuan, who essentially has unlimited soul strength due to his soul cultivation technique, but it was deadly to the others, who will inevitably exhaust themselves from constantly using their divine sense, forcing them to rush through each floor as fast as possible. 2 hours later, Yuan defeated the 3rd floor. Will you choose a reward this time, or will you forfeit it again? You can choose between spiritual energy or 10 divine grade treasures. 10 divine grade treasures. Just how many treasures are in this place? Yuan wondered inwardly. I will forfeit my rewards. He spoke a moment later. I understand. Then I shall send you to the 4th floor. Waiting on the 4th floor was a figure with a goat mask. Your body has been restricted by a mysterious force. The very next second, Yuan lost all sensation in his left arm. So I can only use one arm now, huh? These restrictions are getting more ridiculous. He couldn't help but utter out loud. This is just the beginning, said the masked man before approaching Yuan with a movement technique. Although his cultivation remains at the peak of Spirit King, his movements are getting better, and he's also more aggressive than the previous guardians. Now that I only have one arm to fight with, I can no longer fight without any techniques. Fortunately, my dominant arm wasn't restricted. Vanishing Ghost's soundless blade. Due to the increased weight on his body and his crippled arm, he was unable to use his technique at full power. I can only exert about 20% of its power in my current state. Yuan sighed inwardly after seeing the effects. However, even at 20%, it was still quite effective against his enemy. Meanwhile, the people outside the sword pagoda watched as the sword light on the 5th floor disappeared. The door to the sword pagoda opened, and a silver-haired young man was sent flying out the next moment. Damn it! I was so close to defeating the 5th floor. Long Chen gritted his teeth in frustration. After cursing inwardly, Long Chen began sweeping the crowd with his divine sense in search for a certain individual. I don't see him. Is he still inside the sword pagoda? Long Chen looked at the sword pagoda to see 5 people on the first floor, 3 on the second floor, and 1 person on the 4th floor. He turned to look at the group of people in the front and asked them, "Hey, did that Xiao Yang come out already?" They shook their heads. "No, you were the first to come out." "Then he's definitely on the 4th floor." Long Chen narrowed his eyes at the light within the sword pagoda. After taking a deep breath, he spoke in a loud voice supported by his aura, "Starting this point forth, nobody will enter the sword pagoda until Xiao Yang comes out. I will slay anyone that dares to disobey." What? It was an unreasonable demand from Long Chen, but nobody there could defy him. Who the hell do you think you? Some of the newer people there that didn't know Long Chen wanted to fight back, but they were quickly stopped by the others. Don't mess with him. He's some big shot from the upper heavens, and he can kill you with just his aura alone. When the newer people learned this information, they immediately gave up on arguing and became silent. One of many unspoken rules in the 9 heavens is that one should never mess with someone from a higher realm because messing with even a servant could result in one's entire family being slaughtered, much less a big shot like Long Chen, who was exuding the aura of a young master from a powerful background. Thus, nobody else would enter the sword pagoda after Long Chen came out. Eventually, everyone else besides Yuan were outside, leaving him alone inside. Fuck. What's taking him so long? He's been on the 4th floor for 2 hours now. The spectators were getting impatient, as most of them had only expected to wait at most another half an hour before Yuan got kicked out of the sword pagoda. Even Long Chen couldn't help but wonder what was going on inside. What's he doing inside? The 3rd floor forces one to use divine sense due to the restriction, so it wouldn't make sense to prolong the fights. Even if he's not using his divine sense, the guardian should be attacking him relentlessly, giving him no time to rest. To spend so much time on one floor, there's no way he's getting past the 4th floor. After another hour of waiting, the sword light on the 4th floor finally moved to the 5th floor. This shocked everyone there. He actually managed to beat the 4th floor after spending 3 whole hours there. No way. Long Chen, who knew very well about the restrictions, was even more baffled than the others. As someone who climbed to the 5th floor, he knew better than anyone there how unforgiving the sword pagoda was, and for Yuan to endure 3 hours on the 4th floor was nothing short of a miracle. What happened in there? I really want to see it. Long Chen's hands curled up into fists. Oh. If it isn't the silver dragon. Why are you just standing out here? Aren't you going to challenge the sword pagoda? A voice that Long Chen recognized suddenly resounded. He turned around to see a group of individuals approaching him from a distance. Of course, just like Long Chen, they were all from the upper heavens. I already went inside, he said in a calm voice, trying his best to hide his emotions. Really? Then why are you still here? Wow. There's someone on the 5th floor. These people finally noticed the single light in the sword pagoda. Why is there only one person inside? One of them asked. Because I am not allowing anyone to step foot inside until that person comes out. Long Chen said, and he continued, this includes you lot. You know who's inside the sword pagoda? I don't really know him since we just met a few hours ago. Long Chen shook his head. However, he's definitely talented. Unbelievable. Did the silver dragon just praise someone from this lowly place? I can't wait to tell the others about this. This is an unprecedented event. I doubt they'll even believe us. This group of people started laughing. Long Chen sneered, you may mock him for his background, but none of you can compare to this person who came from the very background that you're currently laughing at. These people immediately stopped laughing after hearing such words. Hey, Silver Dragon, cut the crap. You really expect us to believe that someone from this dump is better than us? There's a limit to your lies even if you just want to mess with us. Long Chen glared at the person who just spoke while emitting killing intent. Cut the crap. Who the hell do you think you're talking to, Mu Shun? If you think I won't dare to kill you because we're down here, you're sorely mistaken. This person known as Mu Shun trembled in fear. I apologize. I accidentally blurted out something disrespectful to you because of your outrageous claim that someone from third heaven could possibly match us. Outrageous, huh? Is it really that unbelievable? Long Chen pointed at the sword pagoda before continuing. I failed on the 5th floor, so this person who also managed to step foot on the 5th floor is at least as talented as myself. Hell, I would be surprised even if half of you get past the 3rd floor, much less the 4th. Mu Shun gritted his teeth in anger after hearing such words, yet he couldn't refute it. Nobody there could, so they all remained silent. Meanwhile, Yuan was already fighting the Guardian on the 5th floor with a new restriction, which completely sealed his movement techniques. Although he could still move his legs just fine, he might as well be considered his legs to be useless since he was only able to move around with the increased weight by using his movement technique. Now that he couldn't use any movement techniques at all, he would have trouble taking even a single step. Clang! 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 Despite the new restriction, Yuan still somehow manages to stay on his feet and repel the Guardian's attacks with the God of War's astral arts. It was as though Yuan had turned into a mountain with arms. Thanks to the God of War's astral arts, he was able to attack the Guardian without moving around too much, and each of his strikes would send the Guardian flying backwards. However, the Guardian was also relentless in its assault. Every time he gets sent flying, he would run at Yuan again without any pauses. The two of them would continue this kind of clashing for many minutes until Yuan barely managed to overpower the Guardian, defeating him in one strike. Will you choose a reward this time, or will you forfeit it again? You can choose between a massive amount of spiritual energy or 3 ancient grade treasures. 3 ancient grade treasures. Yuan sighed inwardly as he refused the rewards. A few moments later, he was sent to the 6th floor. Congratulations, you are the first person to step foot on this floor. The masked man was now wearing a monkey's mask. The 6th floor is a little different compared to the other floors. You will now be given 7 days to study this sword tablet. A massive stone tablet shaped like a sword suddenly descended from the void, landing in front of Yuan. However, there were no words on this sword tablet, just multiple deep cuts that seemed to have been left behind by a sword. All of your restrictions will be temporarily removed. They will return after 7 days, and you will also receive your 6th restriction then. Good luck. The masked man disappeared afterward. Heavens! He's managed to reach the 6th floor. I believe this is an unprecedented event. The spectators outside the sword pagoda were in an uproar when they saw the light on the 6th floor. A look of disbelief appeared on Long Chen's face for a brief moment before his eyes flickered with a vicious flame of various emotions. Awe, jealousy, shock, inferiority, so many feelings that he hadn't felt in a very long or ever surfaced at once, overwhelming him and his pride. The others from the upper heavens were also feeling similar emotions. Are you sure he came from this dump? How do you know he's not lying to you? One of them doubted Long Chen's claim that Yuan was someone from the 3rd heaven. I would have recognized him if he came from the upper heavens. Long Chen gritted his teeth. He could have easily disguised himself. Unless he consumed a pill made by the god of alchemy himself, there's no way I wouldn't realize it. Despite saying these words, Long Chen himself was beginning to doubt whether Yuan had come from this 3rd heaven or not. He was wearing the golden dragon robe, after all. Now that I think about it, there's no way he can acquire something like that in this place, where the royal dragon clan doesn't exist. But it didn't seem like he was lying when he said that he didn't come from the upper heavens, so where in heaven's name did this guy come from? While the spectators were still trying to get over their shock, Yuan was sitting before the sword tablet, silently staring at the sword marks on it. This reminds me of the sword marks in the mystic realm. Yuan recalled the nameless temple within the mystic realm, where he also met Lan Yingying for the first time. Inside the temple was a tablet with sword marks, and he learned sword aura after studying the tablet. The sword marks on that sword tablet. Lan Yingying mumbled in a low voice as she found the sword marks to have a familiar feeling to them. Do you recognize the sword tablet? Feng Yuxiang asked her out of curiosity. Not the sword tablet, but the sword marks on it. Although the pattern is different, the marks are almost identical to the ones on the Lord's tablet. Lan Yingying proceeded to tell the others about her first meeting with Yuan and about the temple that she had spent the majority of her life taking care of. So it has something to do with sword aura, huh? I wonder what the young master is going to learn this time. Feng Yuxiang mumbled with an anticipating look on her face. Yuan would spend the next 24 hours staring at the sword marks without any breaks. Meanwhile, the people outside the sword pagoda were confused and filled with curiosity as to what was happening on the 6th floor, and the number of people outside had increased drastically once words began to spread. This could be a once-in-a-lifetime event, so people were rushing over to the sword pagoda. It's already been a full day since he entered the 6th floor. Just what is happening inside? This is the first time that someone has ever reached the 6th floor, so nobody can say for sure. Time passed quickly, and within the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed since Yuan entered the 6th floor. During the last 3 days, nothing significant has happened to Yuan. In fact, he was still trying to comprehend the sword marks. It's already been 3 days. Whatever secret is behind that sword tablet, it must be incredibly profound since it usually takes the young master no time to understand them. Feng Yuxiang sighed out loud. However, just as she finished her sentence, an explosive amount of sword aura suddenly gushed out of Yuan's body. What an immense amount of sword aura! Xiao Hua mumbled in a dazed voice. Yuan's sword aura would only continue to intensify from that moment. On the 4th day, the sword aura around Yuan had become so dense that it could even be seen by one's bare eyes, and it took the shape of a sword, making it seem as though Yuan himself had turned into a sword. This is... Xiao Hua's eyes flickered with excitement when she realized what was happening. What is it? Share your insight with the rest of us. Feng Yuxiang noticed this and said to her. Xiao Hua sneered in a cute manner, silently refusing Feng Yuxiang's request. You little. Feng Yuxiang gritted her teeth in frustration, as she was really curious about Yuan's condition. Do you know anything? She turned to ask Lan Yingying, who was staring at Yuan with wide eyes. Lan Yingying shook her head. I have never seen anything like this before, but it feels familiar somehow. Meanwhile, there were now over 50,000 people surrounding the sword pagoda, all of them on the verge of insanity from the anticipation. Their curiosity piqued. Shit! What the hell is he doing in there? It's already been 4 days. Did he die inside or something? There's no way he's been fighting for the past 4 days. What do you think is really happening inside? Only time will tell. On the 5th day, Yuan finally closed his eyes and entered a state of trance. That's... Feng Yuxiang's eyebrows twitched upon seeing this familiar sight. He's experiencing enlightenment once again. Lan Yingying mumbled with a bittersweet smile on her face. Most people would be considered lucky if they experience enlightenment even once in their lifetime, yet Yuan has already experienced it multiple times within a year. Towards the end of the 6th day, Yuan opened his eyes to be greeted by a notification. You have learned Enhanced Sword Aura. Enhanced Sword Aura. Enhanced Sword Aura. Description: only those blessed by the Sword God could comprehend Enhanced Sword Aura. Allows you to convert your soul strength into Enhanced Sword Aura. Significantly increases sword damage and sharpness. After comprehending Enhanced Sword Aura, which is basically a superior version of Sword Aura that uses his soul strength instead of spiritual energy, Yuan's Sword Aura had reached peak masterly level, and his understanding for the swords also increased significantly. You have understood the basics of Enhanced Sword Aura. Your understanding of swords has reached a new level. Your Advanced Sword Mastery has developed into Grand Sword Mastery. Congratulations! You have been awarded the title Grand Sword Master. Grand Sword Mastery. Description: very few sword masters have reached this level. Drastically improves your control with swords by 75% and increases all damage dealt with swords by 150%. Your enemies will feel more pain from your sword attacks as your damage increases. Your sword techniques will also have more impact. Requires no activation. Brother Yuan really did it. He's learned enhanced sword aura. Xiao Hua muttered with a look of disbelief and awe on her face. What? Enhanced sword aura? Feng Yuxiang exclaimed with a terrified expression on her face. What's that? Lan Yingying asked with her head slightly tilted to the right. It's not surprising that you don't know about enhanced sword aura since that only exists in the upper heavens. Feng Yuxiang said, and she continued, anyways, enhanced sword aura is basically the next level of sword aura. It's incomparably stronger compared to sword aura and incredibly hard to learn at the same time. Xiao Hua then spoke, even in a place like the Supreme Heaven, where the most talented people in the 9 heavens gather, anyone that can comprehend enhanced sword aura before they are 100 years old are considered peak prodigies. Brother Yuan isn't even 20 years old. It's that amazing. Lan Yingying turned to look at Yuan with a look of admiration on her face. There's a saying that if sword aura can cut mountains, then enhanced sword aura can split the world into 2 parts. The fact that it hasn't even been that long since he learned sword aura is even more terrifying. Feng Yuxiang's body trembled before Yuan's unfathomable talent. If he's just your ordinary genius, that is. Lan Yingying smiled. He's the Lord's reincarnate, after all. Something like this should only be natural. Feng Yuxiang then said, I don't know anything about this Lord, but if he can teach people enhanced sword aura just by leaving behind a few sword marks, I cannot even begin to imagine the level of swordsmanship he'd achieved in his past life. By the way, since there's enhanced sword aura after sword aura, I can assume that there is something even stronger than enhanced sword aura, right? Lan Yingying suddenly asked. Xiao Hua nodded, yes, but the amount of people that have reached such a level is so minuscule that it might as well be non-existent. Shortly after Yuan learned enhanced sword aura, the masked figure returned. Congratulations on learning enhanced sword aura. Your restrictions will return soon with an additional restriction. Yuan couldn't wait for the challenge to begin, as he was itching to use his newfound powers. Your body has been restricted by a mysterious force. The following moment, Yuan's enthusiasm dropped to 0 when all of the spiritual energy inside his body suddenly disappeared. The 6th restriction is cultivation restriction. Your dantian and all of your spiritual energy have been sealed off, so you're no different than a mortal now. The masked man said to him. He was already partially crippled before this. Now that his cultivation is sealed, he has truly become a cripple. Yuan despaired for a second before suddenly recalling the description of enhanced sword aura. My spiritual energy may be sealed, but my soul strength remains untouched, and enhanced sword aura uses soul strength. I still have a chance. If he hadn't learned enhanced sword aura, even all of the talents in the world wouldn't have helped him pass this challenge. Yuan's body began emitting enhanced sword aura, creating this weird effect in the air around him that made it seem like it was constantly being sliced by a sword. When Yuan held the sword, he could immediately sense how drastically different the sword felt in his grasp compared to before learning enhanced sword aura, even though he couldn't physically feel the sword. Even though I don't have any spiritual energy, I feel like I can defeat any opponent with this sword in my grasp. In fact, if one closed their eyes and tried to sense Yuan, they wouldn't even sense a human presence, but an entity, sword. Yuan stared at the masked man with a tranquil expression. Even though he had no cultivation and his opponent was a peak spirit king, he didn't feel pressured in the slightest. The challenge began a few seconds later, and the masked man immediately rushed at Yuan while swinging his sword that was covered in sword aura. Almost as though his enhanced sword aura had bypassed some of the restrictions on his body, Yuan took a step forward while swinging the sword. Fush! An invisible blade of enhanced sword aura flew toward the masked man and clashed with his sword aura. The enhanced sword aura looked easy to dodge at a glance, but when the target tried to dodge it, they immediately realized that escape was impossible, as the sharp pressure coming from it was strong enough to instill intense fear in their soul, making them feel as though they'd be cut into 1,000 pieces if they dared to move, so their bodies could only stiffen from shock and await its inevitable death. With a single strike, Yuan had cut down his opponent and defeated the Peak Spirit King without breaking a single sweat. Enhanced sword aura. How terrifying. Yuan mumbled as he stared at the Empyrean overlord before showing a slight smile. Congratulations, you have defeated the 6th floor. Another masked man appeared before him. You are. Yuan narrowed his eyes at the masked man. Unlike the previous masked figures, this one didn't have any weird animal masks and looked more like the real nameless emperor. Let's have a proper conversation on the 7th floor. The masked man disappeared afterward. Will you choose a reward, or will you forfeit it again? You can choose between spiritual energy or a mythic-grade treasure. A voice tempted Yuan shortly after the masked man disappeared. Mythic-grade treasure. Yuan swallowed nervously. He would be lying if he said that he wasn't tempted. However, there was still one more floor in the Sword Pagoda. If he forfeits such a reward on this floor, he could only imagine what he'll acquire on the 7th floor. I will forfeit the rewards on this floor. He responded a moment later. Then I shall transport you to the 7th floor now. Yuan's body was suddenly enveloped in a warm light before he disappeared from the 6th floor, appearing on the 7th floor. Outside the Sword Pagoda, over 100,000 people have gathered to witness the spectacle of Yuan reaching the peak of the Sword Pagoda. Heavens! He's alive! And he passed the 6th floor. That bastard really did it. He's reached the peak of the Sword Pagoda. The people there were all in awe. The Sword Pagoda is one of the most popular and renowned trials in the Nameless Emperor's tomb, so most of the people there knew the difficulty and its history. A legend is about to be born. Long live Xiaoyang. Some people there even began revering Yuan, treating him as though he was a god. The group that came from the upper heavens were dead silent at this moment, but all of them were thinking about one thing with serious expressions, that they needed to recruit this person who seemingly has unlimited potential at all cost. Regardless if he passes the final floor or not, he's still going to become famous. Once the seniors in the upper heavens learn of his presence, they will all go crazy trying to recruit him. Long Qin could feel his heart throbbing with excitement, as it has been a while since a genius at Yuan's level has appeared. Meanwhile, Yuan stood before the masked man on the 7th floor. Welcome to the peak of the Sword Pagoda. Are you my opponent for this floor? Yuan asked as he tightly gripped his Empyrean overlord. The masked man shook his head. No, you won't be fighting me. This will be your opponent. The masked man took a step to the side, clearing the path and revealing the object behind him. Yuan raised an eyebrow when he saw what the masked man was referring to. There was a large boulder made of an unknown substance that resembled crystal, and there was a wooden sword stabbed into it. That's my opponent. What kind of joke is this? Yuan asked him. This isn't a joke. The condition to pass this floor is to pull out that wooden sword. As for your restriction, well, this test in itself is one. The rest of your restrictions will also be lifted. Good luck, not that it matters at all. Seriously. Yuan felt that it was a little anticlimactic, but he didn't complain. He quickly approached the wooden sword and wrapped his fingers around the handle. However, before he exerted any force, the masked man spoke. Oh, before you attempt to pull the sword, I should warn you that you will only have one chance. If you fail, your body will explode, and you will die. What? Yuan wanted to release the sword, but he subconsciously pulled his arms back without releasing his grip on the sword. Shah! The wooden sword was pulled out of the boulder without any resistance. Yuan stared at it with wide eyes. Ahaha! The masked man suddenly began laughing out loud, causing Yuan to raise an eyebrow. I was just joking. You wouldn't have died, and the wooden sword has no meaning. Explain. Yuan frowned slightly. The moment you comprehended enhanced sword aura from the 6th floor, you've already completed the sword pagoda. There is no challenge on the 7th floor. Then what's the point of making a 7th floor? The masked man snapped his fingers, causing a hole to appear in the middle of the room, and inside this hole was about 3 inches of black liquid. Lend me the Empyrean Overlord for a moment. The masked man then said. Yuan summoned the sword and handed it over. The masked man looked at the sword with a nostalgic feeling in his eyes. It's been a while, buddy. He then submerged the sword in the liquid. What are you doing? Yuan couldn't help but ask. How do you feel about the Empyrean Overlord? Is it a good weapon? Instead of answering his question, the masked man suddenly asked one. Well. Despite it being my second soul weapon, it's my most used weapon, and I have the most experience with it. When I wield it in my hands, it feels as though it becomes part of my body. It's powerful and easy to use. I don't have any complaints. Is that so? What if I tell you that the Empyrean Overlord is actually still in a dormant state? That it's not at its full potential? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise upon hearing such information. The Empyrean Overlord was crafted by a good friend of mine. He used the best materials in the 9 heavens, and it took him over 10,000 years to complete it. It could even be considered the best sword in existence. However, its power would have been too potent for you to handle at the beginning, so I purposefully sealed its power until fate brought you here. Wait. You're making it sound like you knew I was going to acquire it from the beginning and that I would come here. Yuan frowned. The masked man lifted his mask a little, revealing his smile, of course. That's just how our lives work. Fate isn't as random as it seems, especially when it's our fate. The Empyrean Overlord, the Nameless Emperor's tomb, the Sword Pagoda. All of these things are connected. You didn't come here by chance. You were guided here. By whom? Yuan swallowed nervously. You'll figure it out yourself eventually. Anyways, the upgrade is done. The masked man retrieved the Empyrean Overlord from the hole the following moment. What do you think? The masked man handed the Empyrean Overlord that was emitting a totally different aura compared to moments ago back to Yuan. Yuan swallowed nervously before accepting the Empyrean Overlord. When he first acquired the Empyrean Overlord, there was always this feeling of it being incomplete to him, like it could be improved. It was a very minor feeling that didn't bother him, but it was there nonetheless. However, the moment he touched the upgraded Empyrean Overlord, he immediately realized why he had that feeling. He didn't think it was possible, but the Empyrean Overlord felt even more comfortable in his grasp, and there was even this sense of nostalgia from it. Don't be fooled by it. The masked man suddenly said. What do you mean? Yuan looked at him with a puzzled face. Its seal may have been released, but it's not fully awakened just yet. In order to fully awaken it, you'll need to feed it lots of spiritual energy. You can do that by killing magical beasts or other cultivators. Although it was blocked by his mask, there was a grim smile on his face as he spoke. Though, it's still more powerful than the previous Empyrean Overlord even in its current state. Yuan stared at the sword until a notification popped up. Awakened Empyrean Overlord. Rank, Soul Weapon. Growth rate, very slow. Awakening progress, 0%. A godlike weapon crafted by the god of refinement and wielded by the Sword Emperor. It possesses tremendous power that surpasses all logic. However, it has yet to reveal its true name, its true potential. Unique ability, Qi Devouring Blade. Qi Devouring Blade, activately devours the qi of your targets after a successful hit. A beautiful sword, right? The masked man asked. Indeed. Yuan nodded. The Empyrean Overlord and I have experienced and surpassed countless tribulations together in the past. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that I wouldn't have survived many situations if it weren't for her. Her. Yuan raised an eyebrow. Why would he address a sword in such a manner? Almost like it had a gender. The masked man smiled. About that. You will learn about it eventually. Why can't you just tell me now? Because that would ruin the surprise and fun. All of you are like this. Yuan sighed. What's the point of keeping secrets to yourself? The masked man shook his head. Although we all share the same soul, I wouldn't say that we're all the same individual. At one point in all of our lives, we had a different personality and lived different lives, so you can say that we're all unique in our own ways. Even if we eventually recover our memories and become nearly identical, it's not completely the same. There's a slight difference, and that difference, no matter how small, makes us unique. Yuan felt some weight lifted from his heart after hearing such words, as he was always worried about returning to his old self, that he had no personality of his own. Anyways, the sword pagoda will collapse soon now that it has been cleared. The masked man suddenly said as he began walking towards Yuan. Here, take this. The masked man handed a key to him. What's this key for? I also received one from the Seven Swords trial aid as he retrieved something from his pocket. Here, take this before you leave. The masked man handed him a golden key. I also got a key from the Nine Swords trial. Yuan mumbled. What does it do? Collect 9 keys and go to the core of the tomb. Some of the answers that you seek will be there. Yuan was bewildered. He didn't expect the masked man to actually give him a proper answer. Then. Are there any specific trials that I must pass to receive these keys? Yes, there are, but there's no need to worry about it and just do whatever you want in here. You'll eventually find all of them, anyways. Are you saying this is the work of fate? However, before he could receive an answer, Yuan found himself teleported outside of the sword pagoda with Xiao Hua and the others returning to his body. Once Yuan was outside, he could immediately feel countless gazes staring at him, causing his body to naturally tense up. He looked around with a look of disbelief on his face, as there were tens of thousands of people there, and they were all staring at him with wide eyes. After a brief moment of silence, almost as though everyone there snapped out of their daze at the same time, they all began bombarding Yuan with questions. What happened on the 6th and 7th floor? Why did it take you a whole week to pass the 6th floor? What kind of rewards did you acquire? Did you pass the 7th floor? Why did the sword pagoda suddenly collapse? Shut up. A deafening voice filled with an intense pressure suddenly rippled, startling everyone there and forcing them to hold their breaths. A few seconds later, Yuan watched as a handsome silver-haired young man approached him with a group of new faces following behind him. I will keep this short since it would take too long if I said everything on my mind. Congratulations, Xiao Yang. Not only did you defeat me, but you've also become the first person in the 9 heavens to defeat the sword pagoda. As promised, I will now answer all of your questions. Long Chen said to him with a defeated smile. However, Yuan didn't say anything and merely extended his hand, almost as though he was asking for something. Long Chen chuckled when he saw this, as he immediately realized what Yuan wanted from him. He reached into his spatial ring and retrieved exactly 10 pebble-sized royal-grade spirit jade before placing them on Yuan's open palm. The spectators watched while salivating, as these 10 small royal-grade spirit jades were worth over 100 million spirit stones easily. Thanks. Yuan said as he tossed the spirit jades into his spatial ring. Long Chen cleared his throat and spoke, now as for the questions you had for me. Yes, I am from the upper heavens. Specifically, the 9th heaven. The surrounding people gasped in shock when they heard this information. He's someone from the supreme heaven. No wonder why his aura is completely different. A real big shot. I'm so glad I risked my life to come to the Nameless Emperor's tomb this year. To think I'd see someone who came from the supreme heaven with my very eyes. While the spectators there mumbled to each other, Yuan remained relatively calm as he asked, Oh. I didn't think someone from such a place would be interested in the Nameless Emperor's tomb. Surely, you're not here for the treasures? Long Chen chuckled, Of course not. The treasures here are as common as tableware in the supreme heaven. I can't tell you the exact reason why I am down here, but I am searching for a specific individual, but since we're essentially looking with a blindfold on, I decided to spend some time in this place. As expected, he's here to look for me. Yuan sighed inwardly. I see. Then I won't bother you anymore. Good luck with your searches. Yuan was prepared to leave as soon as possible since nothing good will come out of staying around these people who are on a manhunt for him. Wait a minute. How can you leave already? I still have so much to talk about. Long Chen quickly stopped him. If you want to talk, we can do so another time. This place may mean nothing to you, but it means everything to me, and unfortunately, our time here is limited, so I won't entertain you anymore. Such insolence. I can no longer ignore your arrogance. Who do you think you are talking to? One of the individuals behind Long Chen suddenly shouted. Yuan glanced at this person and casually said, now that you mention it, I don't know. Care to enlighten me? This bastard. Stop. Long Chen glared at this individual with a serious expression. Ignore him, Xiaoyang. Once again, I am Long Chen, one of 4 dragons and phoenixes. Most people in the upper heavens call me Silver Dragon. Silver Dragon? So you're a dragon? Yuan asked, his interest piqued. Long Chen shook his head. Silver Dragon is just a title, one given to those who have been recognized as the most talented in our generation. Amongst the 4 dragons and phoenixes, only 3 of them are actually from the dragon clan. With that being said, I do have some dragon blood in me. In the supreme heaven, the surname Long is mostly reserved for those in the dragon clan, after all. Oh. So you're a half-dragon? Yuan asked with an intrigued look on his face. Hey. That's. The group behind suddenly had terrified looks on their faces when they heard the word half-dragon. Long Chen's eyebrows twitched as a reaction, but he remained calm. Since you're not from the supreme heavens, I cannot blame you for not knowing, but most people who do not have pure blood would charge at you for using that term. They consider it derogatory. Is that so? I will keep that in mind, and I apologize if I offended you. Long Chen shook his head. Anyways, I have had this question on my mind since I first saw you. His gaze lowered, staring at the golden dragon robe. Which dragon clan do you belong to? I don't belong to any dragon clan. What? Then where did you acquire that uniform? If it wasn't given to you by the dragon clan, I highly suggest you return it to them. If they learn that a human is walking around with the golden dragon robe, they'll hunt you down like a criminal on death row. Long Chen frowned. Then you don't have to worry. It was definitely given to me by the dragon clan. Although we're friends, I wouldn't say that I belong to their clan. Yuan said, unaware of the significance behind his outfit. Seriously. Which family would hand out the golden dragon robe to someone that isn't even part of the dragon clan? This will easily invoke the wrath of the other clans if they find out. Long Chen couldn't imagine something like this happening. After all, an ordinary family within the dragon clan wouldn't have something like the golden dragon robe, as only those with royal blood are allowed to possess the outfit. In the first place, there are no families with royal blood in the third heaven, so he couldn't have possibly gotten it from here. Is he lying about the fact that he didn't come from the upper heavens? Or is he lying about how he acquired the golden dragon robe? Long Chen pondered with a serious expression on his face, hoping that it was the former reason. After a moment of silence, Long Chen spoke, if you don't mind, can you tell me the surname of the family that gave you that robe? I know I am asking a lot of questions, but this is for your own good. Yuan nodded and responded calmly, their surname is Shi. The Shi family? Impossible. Long Chen cried out loud after hearing this unexpected information. Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked, why do you look like you just saw a ghost? Before I answer your question, allow me to confirm what I just heard. The family that gave you the golden dragon robe is the Shi family? Yuan silently nodded. Long Chen fell silent again. Are you going to tell me that they don't exist or something? Yuan asked. No. There definitely exists a Shi family with royal blood within the dragon clan. However, they have been missing for thousands of years now. Are you sure it's the Shi family? Shi Shengmo. Yuan suddenly uttered the name of the Dragon Emperor. Long Chen's eyes immediately lit up after hearing this familiar name. That's the Shi family's Dragon Emperor's name. However, that isn't solid proof that he really met with them. Can you tell me where the Shi family is right now? He then asked. Sorry, but I cannot tell you their location. Although you say they're missing, they separated themselves from the rest of the world on their own accord, and they're living happily from what I saw. Yuan refused Long Chen's request without hesitation. They separated themselves. Why would they? Long Chen halted his mumble when he suddenly recalled the Shi family's history. The Shi family disappeared shortly after the Dragon Clan's war with cultivators many centuries ago. I guess they didn't want to deal with humans after what happened. He sighed inwardly. But this only created more questions for Long Chen. Why would the Shi family that despises humans give a human the golden dragon robe? This doesn't make sense no matter how I think about it. Anyways, I have entertained you for long enough. If you have more questions, save them for after we all leave this place. Yuan turned around and began walking away. How about I come with you? Long Chen started following him. He still had many questions and wanted to recruit Yuan to his side, after all. However, Yuan quickly turned around and held his arms up, pointing his palm directly at Long Chen's face. Please leave me alone. I already have enough company with me. Long Chen halted his steps and no longer followed Yuan. Yuan quickly escaped the crowd. There's too much attention on me. I will meet you guys a few miles ahead. Yuan notified the Tian family through divine sense as he flew away. I've never seen such an arrogant bastard before. He thinks he's above us just because he got lucky in the Sword Pagoda. I doubt he's actually that talented. The people behind Long Chen gritted their teeth in anger. How could someone from a backwater place like the Third Heaven possibly have more talent than us? He must have used some trick to beat the Sword Pagoda. Long Chen couldn't even be bothered by these people and merely remained silent, his eyes staring at the direction that Yuan disappeared to. Xiao Yang. What a mysterious fellow. Long Chen realized at this moment that he's never been intrigued by another individual to such an extent. Long Chen left the place shortly after, and when that happened, the other people at the Sword Pagoda went into an uproar. The Sword Pagoda has collapsed. What should we do now? I don't think there is anything we can do now. Heavens! He defeated not only the Nine Swords trial but also the Sword Pagoda. A legend is about to be born. I must let the others know. The name Xiao Yang began spreading within the Nameless Emperor's tomb like a wildfire during a heatwave. When the big families and powerful sects heard of Xiao Yang and his feats, they immediately decided to recruit him to their side. We must find this Xiao Yang before the others and recruit him to our sect. A famous sect leader roared at his disciples. My daughter. I want you to meet with this Xiao Yang and bring him to our family at all cost. A renowned patriarch said to his precious daughter with an urgent expression. But father. You already engaged me to the Ming family. Screw the Ming family. This Xiao Yang takes priority. If the rumors are true, he'll definitely become a prominent figure in not just the Third Heaven but the entire Nine Heavens. Some people in the Nameless Emperor's tomb shifted their attention to Yuan after hearing his achievements, treating him as though he was another treasure in the tomb that must be acquired. However, since the rumors sounded too good to be true, most people doubted it and decided to ignore it. Meanwhile, a dozen miles away from the Sword Pagoda, Yuan regrouped with Tian Yenyu and Tian Suin. You really dropped a lot of jaws back there, mine included. Tian Yenyu said as she stared at Yuan, still with a somewhat dazed look on her face. Tian Suin remained quiet, her thoughts unknown. Tian Yenyu continued, I've been dying to ask you, what happened on the 6th floor? Why did it take you almost a week to pass it when the 7th floor didn't even last an hour? Oh, I was given a week to comprehend something. That's all. That's it. Although it's very different from the previous floors, it sounds boring. What about the 7th floor? What did it look like up there? Same as the other floor, empty and boring. What about the reward? You cleared the sword pagoda, right? Surely, the reward must be extravagant. Tian Yenyu's eyes were essentially glowing from excitement at this moment. Yuan shook his head. Besides this key, I didn't really receive much. Seriously. Tian Yenyu was baffled after hearing this, and she looked like a child who just had her dreams crushed. Didn't you also receive a key at the 9 Swords trial? What does it do? Tian Suin looked at the key with interest. Her instincts told her that the key would lead to something special. Indeed, but I don't know its purpose. I only know that I have to collect 7 more before heading to the deepest parts of the tomb. That's impossible even for you. Not even half of the tomb has been explored since it was discovered, yet you want to go to the deepest area. You'll just be walking to your own grave. Yuan smiled. I think I will be fine. After all, fate brought me here. Fate? What a lunatic. Tian Suin shook her head inwardly. Anyways, my next destination is the Sword Temple. Yuan announced a moment later. The Sword Temple is located at the border of the outer area. It'll take us 2 weeks just to get there even if we traveled there in a straight line without rest. Tian Suin said. Yuan nodded. You don't need to follow me there if you don't want to. I don't want to waste your time, either. Nonsense. We've already come this far, it would only be a waste if we stop here. And I'm sure that we'll get to witness something jaw-dropping again, so I won't leave even if you force me. Tian Yenyu quickly said. Yuan showed a defeated smile. All right, I won't stop you. They resumed their journey shortly after. Plus 20 fame. Plus 31 fame. Plus 56 fame. Plus 111 fame. Yuan noticed that his fame was increasing at a rapid rate as he traveled to the Sword Temple. This must be due to what happened at the 9 Swords trial and the Sword Pagoda. While he was glad to see his fame increasing, he still had no idea what kind of effect it had on him. And in just a few days, his fame reached over 100,000. Suddenly, an announcement appeared in the sky for all players to witness. Player Yuan's fame has spread far and wide, becoming the first player to receive 100,000 fame. Ding! You have received the title, Renowned, for your achievement. Certain events and areas have been unlocked due to your fame. Yuan's eyebrows lifted slightly after seeing the notifications. So fame unlocks new events. Now the only question is, where do I find these events? He wondered inwardly. Xiao Yang, let's take a break. Tian Yenyu suddenly turned to look at him. All right. He nodded. They stopped flying and started to look for an area where they could sit down to recover their depleted spiritual energy after flying for days without a break. Sometime later, they sat below a large tree. Tian Yenyu and Tian Suin immediately closed their eyes and began to cultivate. I should have a few hours. Yuan stared at them for a moment before silently logging off the game for the first time since he entered the Nameless Emperor's tomb. She's still inside, huh? Yuan thought to himself as he looked at Chu Liuxiang, who was laying beside him with her console on her head. He went to the bathroom and cleaned himself even though his body was sparkling clean despite many weeks of not washing. After coming out of the bathroom feeling refreshed, Yuan left the room to check up on the others, and as usual, they could be found at the training ground behind the house, but there was only one person there. Yuan. What are you doing here? Have you already finished exploring the Nameless Emperor's tomb? Wang Ming spoke as he stopped swinging his sword, pleasantly surprised to see him at the training field. Yuan shook his head. No, not even close. I'm just taking a small break to stretch my body. Where are the others? They're all in Cultivation Online. That's all we do after morning training nowadays. I'm staying here later than usual since I feel like having a breakthrough soon. As for your girlfriends and Jinsei, they only show up once a week to exercise. Meishio appears a little more often to cook for us, but that has stopped since we told her to focus on her cultivation. The place has been really quiet as of lately with everyone focusing on their own things. Yuan nodded, that's good. And since I am already here, want to have a little spar? Wang Ming smiled, I would have asked you if you didn't. Yuan grabbed a sword and started sparring with Wang Ming shortly after. Some time later. You've improved a lot since our last spar. Yuan said to Wang Ming, who was lying on the floor while soaked in sweat. Yet I still cannot land a single hit on you. Yuan chuckled, you'll get there, but I won't make it easy. That's exactly what I want. Yuan chatted with Wang Ming for a little longer before he returned to his room. However, he still had plenty of time left, and he didn't want to return to Cultivation Online so quickly. Thus, he decided to play with the zither. After grabbing his zither from the closet, Yuan went to the balcony and began playing it. About an hour later, Meishio removed the console from her head and sat up on her bed to look at the clock. It's almost midnight. Her ears suddenly twitched when it heard a heavenly melody being played, which stimulated her body and instantly woke her up. This music. Yuan. She quickly went to the balcony before looking towards Yuan's room, and her eyes were immediately blessed by Yuan's handsome face that was enhanced by the moonlight as he played the zither elegantly. Meishio opened her mouth slightly only to close it without uttering a sound, as she did not want to disturb such a moment. A minute later, after playing the final note, Yuan rested his hand on the zither before turning to look at Meishio with a gentle smile on his face. Hey, it's been a while. Did something happen in Cultivation Online? Meishio couldn't help but ask the first thing in her mind. Everything is fine in Cultivation Online, I'm just taking a break. I see. Meishio didn't know what else to say. After a moment of awkward silence, Meishio subconsciously uttered, want to come over? By the time she realized what she just said, Yuan already responded with a silent nod. I will be there in a minute. Let me put away the zither first. Once Yuan left the balcony, Meishio's face flushed with redness. A minute later, Yuan knocked on Meishio's door. Meishio quickly answered. Once they were inside the room, Yuan sat down and initiated the conversation, how is your cultivation going? Smoothly. I just entered the 7th level of Spirit Master before logging out. You're a Spirit Master already? It's only been a month. I guess this is what happens when you focus on cultivation. Yuan smiled. She nodded, the dense spiritual energy in the 3rd heaven helps a lot. Of course, my cultivation technique plays the biggest role in my growth. I'm not the only one. Chu Liuxiang and Li Jinsi have also reached Spirit Master. Chu Liuxiang reached the 5th level last week. Though, the one with the most improvement is Li Jinsi. Even though she started much later than us, she has already surpassed us, reaching the 9th level. I think she'll become a Spirit Grandmaster soon. Li Jinsi is already at such a level. As expected of the number 1 genius in the Jaded Garden. She's really talented. Yuan was pleasantly surprised by Li Jinsi's immense growth. What about you? How are things in the Nameless Emperor's tomb? Meishio then asked. A lot has happened. Yuan proceeded to recall his experience to her. And that's when I decided to take a break from Cultivation Online. Yuan recalled everything he'd experienced within the Nameless Emperor's tomb to Meishio, who listened with an intrigued expression on her face. However, after Yuan finished his story, the place became dead silent, as neither had anything else to say. The two of them proceeded to silently stare at each other for the next few moments. As it has been some time since they last saw each other, and it being the longest that they have been away from each other for a long time, things felt a little awkward between them. Meishio. Yuan uttered in a low voice, trying to start a conversation. Yuan. Meishio misunderstood his intentions and actually kissed him instead. Yuan didn't complain and closed his eyes, quietly enjoying the soft sensation of her lips. A few moments later, as her body started heating up with passion, Meisho began removing her clothes while she continued to kiss Yuan. Yuan did the same, and within seconds, they were both lying on the bed naked. "I've missed this warmth," Meisho mumbled in a low voice. "Yeah, me too." Yuan smiled. They would connect their bodies shortly after, and they would go on to spend the rest of the night cultivating with each other. Naturally, Yuan completely forgot about Cultivation Online, and it wasn't until the following morning did he recall about the nameless emperor's tomb. "I'm going to take a bath. Want to come with me?" Meisho asked him after their passionate session. "Sure, oh. I completely forgot." "What?" Meisho looked at him with a puzzled face. "I have been gone for too long. Tian Yenyu will be puzzled when she finishes her cultivation and I am nowhere to be seen. I'm going to take a quick shower and immediately return to Cultivation Online." "Sorry, Meisho." Yuan quickly rushed into the bathroom as he spoke. "Don't worry about it. I am already lucky enough to see you during your brief break. Chu Liuxiang will definitely be upset to know that she'd missed you." Meisho chuckled. After a quick shower, Yuan rushed back to his room and logged back into Cultivation Online. When he returned to the nameless emperor's tomb, Yuan immediately noticed that neither Tian Yenyu or Tian Suyin was there. In fact, the tree that they had been cultivating under was gone as well. "What the hell happened here?" Yuan exclaimed in a shocked voice after seeing the scenery around him. The ground around him was split, and it looked like a massive battle had just occurred in this area. "Do you guys know what happened here? Where is the Tian family?" Yuan asked his servants. Unfortunately, they did not know. "Sorry, young master, but we didn't see anything. When you disappeared, our senses were blocked, and we couldn't leave your body either." Feng Yuxiang said to him. "Damn! I should have left them behind to watch over the Tian family. I've screwed up." Yuan cursed inwardly, blaming himself for this situation. "Yuan, use your divine sense and see if you can sense them," Lan Yingying suddenly suggested. "Your soul strength is much more powerful than ours, so you will be able to see further than us." "Right." Yuan immediately activated his divine sense to the maximum. "I found them." He quickly found them with divine sense. "They're 25 miles north, and they're currently fighting a group of people." He could see Tian Yenyu and Tian Suyin currently being surrounded by a group of unknown cultivators that clearly had bad intentions, and Tian Suyin even appeared to be injured. Without hesitation, Yuan immediately began flying towards their direction, his aura filled with killing intent. "Please let me make it in time," he prayed as he flew. Meanwhile, Tian Yenyu and Tian Suyin stood together with their backs facing each other. "Mother, are you okay?" Tian Yenyu exclaimed in a panicked manner when she noticed blood flowing down Tian Suyin's right arm. "I'm fine. Worry about yourself," Tian Suyin said while gritting her teeth. Tian Yenyu turned to look at the cultivators attacking them and shouted, "Who are you guys? We are disciples of the Jade Sword Manor. Why are you attacking us?" "Two beautiful ladies traveling by themselves inside the nameless emperor's tomb, you're asking to be attacked." "Ahahaha." One of the cultivators laughed out loud. These cultivators were all wearing unique outfits, suggesting that they might not belong to any sect. "Are you all rogue cultivators? You'll regret attacking us once our friend returns." Tian Yenyu roared. "Your friend? Oh, I'm so scared. Ha ha ha. Nobody is coming to save you. Just give up and stop resisting. If you do, we'll make this painless, less painful for you. Save your breath, Yenyu." Tian Suyin said to her using divine sense, "Listen to me. I am going to attract their attention. When that happens, I want you to run away." "What? I'm not going to leave you behind, even if I am going to die." Tian Yenyu immediately refused. "This is not the time to be stubborn. Tian Suyin roared back. Alright, enough bullshit. Let's just get this over with before we're interrupted. One of the rogue cultivators suddenly said. I call dibs on the mother. The young one's mine. It's first come first serve. Tian Yenyu and Tian Suyin watched as 8 spirit lords rushed at them with vulgar faces. A burst of bloodlust suddenly erupted not far away, sweeping the place with a chilling ripple. This instantly halted not just the rogue cultivators but also Tian Yenyu and her mother's movements. Their initial thought was that they'd somehow attracted the attention of a ferocious magical beast. However, before they could even think, one of the rogue cultivators suddenly shouted out in pain before he collapsed on the ground. The others turned to look at him with baffled expressions, and they could see a large hole had somehow appeared in the center of his face. Yenyu. Senior. Yuan's voice resounded a moment later. Tian Yenyu instantly turned to face the direction of his voice with a blissful look on her face. Xiao Yang. Mother, let's go. Tian Yenyu immediately began running towards Yuan the moment she saw him, and she grabbed Tian Suyin's arm before pulling her along. The rogue cultivators were still in shock from their companion's sudden death, so they couldn't react in time and allowed the two of them to escape. We'll talk after I take care of the trash. Yuan said to Tian Yenyu as he withdrew the Empyrean Overlord. Almost as though it was responding to Yuan's emotions, the Empyrean Overlord's aura gushed like water at the bottom of a waterfall. Wait. The rogue cultivators subconsciously raised their hands to surrender. They could tell that Yuan was a spirit king and that nobody there would be able to defeat him even if they all fought together. However, Yuan wasn't interested in sparring these cultivators and swung the Empyrean Overlord without hesitation. A powerful sword light strengthened by enhanced sword chi immediately flew towards the cultivators. Everything happened so fast that the rogue cultivators couldn't even escape if they wanted, so they had no choice but to try and block the attack. Unfortunately for them, their techniques were all destroyed as soon as they were deployed. Nothing could stop the sword light from killing these cultivators today. Sha! The following moment, the cultivators dropped dead on the ground with their bodies severed in half, their spiritual energy absorbed by the Empyrean Overlord. Awakening progress, 10.01%. Killing 8 Spirit Lord cultivators was only enough to increase the progress by 0.01%. As for the 10%, it actually came from the Sword Pagoda, unbeknownst to Yuan at the time. Besides the Empyrean Overlord's awakening, the Sword Pagoda rewarded Yuan with all of the spiritual energy he'd gathered from each floor, but since his body couldn't absorb them, it was absorbed by the Empyrean Overlord instead. Yuan ran back to Tian Yenyu and her mother after dealing with the rogue cultivators. Senior, you're hurt. Yuan quickly retrieved a pill for her injuries. Here, take this. I'm fine. Where the hell did you go, anyway? Tian Suyin said as she accepted the pill. Sorry, I decided to look around while you guys cultivated. I shouldn't have left you guys alone. This is all my fault. Nonsense. Those rogue cultivators were 100% at fault there. Don't kick yourself for their actions, Xiao Yang. And thank you for saving us. I don't even want to imagine what could have happened if you didn't come in time. Tian Yenyu shivered just thinking about it. Anyways, I'm just glad that nothing serious happened to you. I won't leave you two alone anymore. I promise. Good, because I am going to cultivate again to recover my exhausted spiritual energy. Tian Suyin said as she sat cross-legged on the ground. She'd used almost all of her spiritual energy to fight off the rogue cultivators, after all. Me too. Tian Yenyu also sat down and began cultivating. This time, Yuan stood guard for them while scanning the area with his divine sense until they were done. Sorry for the wait. Tian Yenyu finished a little faster than her mother since she had a lower cultivation base, thus less spiritual energy to restore. Tian Suyin opened her eyes 2 hours later. Once they were prepared, they resumed their journey towards the Sword Temple. What? Yuan was just awake. Chu Liuxiang came out of her room literally 10 minutes after Yuan returned to Cultivation Online. Yes. Mei Xiu nodded, and she recalled Yuan's experience for her. I can't believe I just missed him. If only I had managed to break through a few minutes earlier. She sighed out loud. You had a breakthrough. Congratulations. Mei Xiu said. And she continued, but even if you came out in time to see Yuan, he wouldn't have any time since he had to rush back into Cultivation Online. Chu Liuxiang narrowed her eyes at Mei Xiu in a suspicious manner. You seem happy, a lot more happy than the last time I saw you. I bet you had a lot of fun with him today. Mei Xiu chuckled. Indeed, I did, the whole night. Chu Liuxiang sucked her teeth. Well, aren't you lucky? Did he say when he'll take a break again? She then asked. No, but he did say that he will try to take breaks as often as possible. That's good to hear. A week later. There's something happening up ahead. Yuan suddenly warned the others. What do you see? Tian Yenyu asked. There's a large group of cultivators currently engaged in a fight with this massive magical beast. Should we go around them? Tian Suin's eyes flickered with a profound light after hearing this. No. That magical beast is an event. If we defeat it, we'll be rewarded. Are you sure? There are already people fighting it. If we enter now and steal their kill, they'll probably come after us. Tian Yenyu said. There's no need to worry. Inside the Nameless Emperor's tomb, magical beasts are free for all, so it doesn't matter who was first to fight it. If they cannot kill the magical beast and someone comes along to take it from them, they can only blame themselves for not being able to defeat it fast enough. Is that so? Yuan mumbled. If he had to be honest, he had this urge to fight this magical beast the moment he laid eyes on it, and Tian Suin's words only convinced him to do so. Alright, I'm going to take care of this magical beast real fast and see what kind of reward I'll get from it. The two of you should stay far away just in case they attack me afterwards. He said to them a moment later. I understand. Tian Yenyu nodded. A few minutes later, Yuan could see the magical beast's massive figure in the distance. Tian Yenyu gasped in shock when she saw it. Heavens! Tian Suin was just as surprised. I have seen plenty of magical beasts before in this place, but none of them could compare to this beast's size. This magical beast in the distance was as tall as a mountain, literally. It stood on all four like a horse, had purple and silver scales, and it had a dragon's head. Furthermore, there was this long, black horn on its forehead, and it was currently shooting out purple lightning from it. This purple lightning scattered aimlessly, burning anything that it touched. The cultivators that couldn't dodge it immediately became burnt toast. What kind of monster is that? Tian Yenyu exclaimed in a startled voice after seeing the massive magical beast. That's a purple lightning qilin. They're actually a lot smaller in the real world. Tian Suin responded, her tone sounding a little stiff. The two of you should stay here. I will kill it quickly and come right back. Yuan said to them. Okay. Be careful. Tian Yenyu nodded without hesitation. The last thing she wanted to do was to get any closer to that lightning-spewing monster. His monstrous body will just restore any damage inflicted to him. I bet he's actually immortal. Tian Suin joked in a serious manner. Then I will be right back. Yuan waved at them before flying towards the purple lightning qilin that was running rampage in the distance. Watch out! It's going to shoot out lightning again. The cultivators fighting the purple lightning qilin were from different places. Some were disciples of a sect while others were members of a large family. Of course, there were rogue cultivators amongst the fighters, but they were mostly fighting alone without anyone watching their backs. Ah! Fuck! My leg! The bastards got my fucking leg! A disciple screamed in agony as he lost one of his legs to the purple lightning qilin's lightning, burning it to a crisp. Aim for its horn. If we destroy the horn, it should stop using its lightning attack. Another shouted. As Yuan got closer to the battlefield, he could witness with his bare eyes the carnage, where rivers of blood and mountains of corpses littered the ground around the purple lightning Qilin. There has to be hundreds of corpses down there, he thought to himself, feeling shivers down his back. Once he was close enough, Yuan retrieved the Empyrean Overlord. However, he did not immediately enter the battlefield and patiently waited for his chance to strike. He also studied the purple lightning Qilin's movements. Of course, people continued to die as time passed. As unfortunate as their deaths were, Yuan wasn't going to risk his own life to save these people like some sort of hero. These cultivators entered the nameless emperor's tomb with the resolve to die, and they did the same before they decided to fight this beast. About 10 minutes later, once Yuan was confident that he knew all of the purple lightning Qilin's movements, he tightly held on to the Empyrean Overlord before flying towards it. The lightning attack may seem random at first, but it's not. It won't use it again for another 3 minutes, so this is my chance. Yuan appeared directly in front of the purple lightning Qilin the next moment, and his body released an aura that surmounted the massive beast before him. His Empyrean Overlord also gushed with enhanced sword chi. This is going to be my first time using enhanced sword chi at its full power. After taking a deep breath, Yuan swung the Empyrean Overlord at the purple lightning Qilin's horn. Sha! The black horn that threatened and killed hundreds of cultivators had been sliced off the monster's head cleanly. The cultivators there were in disbelief at first, but they quickly became overwhelmed with relief after realizing that they no longer have to worry about the lightning strikes. However, before anybody could celebrate, the purple lightning Qilin released a loud roar, causing its scales to turn crimson. Its eyes also turned bloodshot with red lightning sparking from within, and its body also started shooting out tiny red sparks that coiled all around its body, creating what appeared to be an armor made of lightning. A sense of dread suddenly assaulted Yuan, and his body instinctively moved. Boom! A massive red lightning strike suddenly descended from the sky, hitting directly where Yuan was flying. Arg! Yuan released a pained voice before slamming his mouth shut when the sudden thunder managed to strike his left shoulder, tearing his entire arm. However, this could be considered lucky for him. If he hadn't sensed the danger and moved in advance, the thunder strike would have struck his head, instantly killing him. The purple lightning Qilin released another deafening cry, causing more red thunder strikes to rain down. Fuck! It's enraged. Run for your lives! The cultivators scattered like ants when they saw the apocalyptic-like scene before them. Xiao Yang. Tian Yenyu was terrified for his life when she saw the situation from afar. In fact, she had to distance herself even further as the area of the lightning strikes appeared to be growing with every passing moment. I need to finish this as soon as possible or it'll just get worse. Yuan thought to himself as he dodged the lightning strikes left and right while he waited for his injury to recover. However, with the purple lightning Qilin spamming lightning strikes non-stop, it would be incredibly hard to attack while dodging even if he was uninjured. Suddenly, a ball of flames shot out from his chest and flew directly at the purple lightning Qilin, engulfing its body in phoenix flames. I cannot sit back and watch it hurt you any longer, young master. Feng Yuxiang's voice resounded. Then, a ball of white flames appeared, mixing itself with the phoenix flame, causing the intensity of the flames to skyrocket. The purple lightning Qilin stopped rampaging and began jumping everywhere trying to extinguish the flames, but alas, its efforts were futile, and the flames of two divine beasts only became stronger. Thank you, you too. Yuan immediately took this chance to attack the monster. God of War's astral arts. After summoning his avatar, Yuan swung his sword at the purple lightning Qilin again, this time aiming right at the center of its body. Whoosh! The sword penetrated the scales with ease before cutting into its muscles, splitting its body into halves. After the purple lightning Qilin was slain by Yuan, its body immediately began decomposing at a rapid rate until there was nothing but a single item on the ground, a purple key. Yuan picked up the key and thought to himself, is this what he meant when he said that I'd eventually find them no matter what? Is this a work of fate, or is this the tomb's doing? Brother Yuan, that wasn't a purple lightning qilin. It was an ancient lightning qilin, something that only exists in the seventh heaven and above. Even top cultivators in that realm have trouble dealing with it. Xiao Hua's voice suddenly resounded. Have you encountered one before? Yuan couldn't help but ask her. Xiao Hua isn't sure, she said. How are you not sure? Feng Yuxiang then asked. After a moment of silence, she spoke, Xiao Hua's memories have been hazy lately. Memories that I don't recall have been appearing in my mind since we arrived in the third heaven. That is interesting. Yuan mumbled. If I recall correctly, all exiles have restrictions placed on them to make their climb to the upper heaven as hard as possible, such as their strength. Does this mean Xiao Hua's memories have been restricted and such restriction is weakening as we move towards the upper heavens? Feng Yuxiang theorized. That does sound plausible. What do you think, Xiao Hua? Yuan found such a hypothesis entirely possible. Xiao Hua also thinks it's possible. This will also explain why my cultivation suddenly increased when we arrived in the second heaven and the third heaven. She agreed. If that's true, I wonder how strong you truly are, Xiao Hua. Yuan smiled. Xiao Hua blushed inwardly. Yuan returned to Tian Yenyu and Tian Suyin shortly after. Are you okay, Xiao Yang? It looked painful when you were struck by the purple lightning Qilin's red lightning. Tian Yenyu looked at him with a worried face even though he looked perfectly fine. It was indeed a little painful, but it's not unbearable, he said. What did you receive from the purple lightning Qilin? Surely, it was an amazing reward. Tian Suyin was more interested in the reward. Yuan showed her the purple key and silently smiled. That's it. Tian Suyin was dumbfounded. He nodded. No way. These keys better lead to something heaven-defying for them to be considered as a reward. Hopefully. Anyways, let's continue with our journey. The three of them returned to the air shortly after and started flying towards the Sword Temple again. A week later. Is that the Sword Temple? Tian Yenyu mumbled as a white building appeared on the horizon. It is. Tian Suyin confirmed. It's a lot more ordinary than I expected. The building itself was impressively large, but besides the beautifully detailed design exterior, everything was plain white. However, that was not what Yuan saw. While the others may only see an oversized white building, Yuan could see and sense that the entire building was overflowing with enhanced sword aura, so much so that it sent shivers down his back. Once he was close enough, Yuan could see a large group of cultivators standing around a tall platform in front of the Sword Temple, where two individuals were engaged in an intense match. So that's the sword trial. Yuan thought to himself when he saw it. This was something he'd read about in Jade Sword Manor's library. In order to enter the Sword Temple, one must participate in the sword trial and defeat their opponent first. The opponent is different for everyone depending on their strength and talents. If one fails to pass the sword trial, they will be denied entry to the Sword Temple, and everyone only has one attempt. According to the statistics, less than 1% of challengers have actually stepped foot inside the Sword Temple, and hundreds of thousands of cultivators participate in the sword trial every time the tomb opens. Tian Suyin said as they watched the sword trial from afar. The summoned spirits always have the same cultivation as the challenger, but their techniques are usually far superior. The opponents summoned by the sword trial are also addressed as spirits by most people. He lost already. It hasn't even been 2 minutes since the fight started. Tian Yenyu mumbled after the challenger was sent flying off the stage with one less arm that he entered the stage with. You'd have to be a genius to last more than 5 minutes against the spirits. That's how powerful they are. Tian Suyin said. The more I witness the Nameless Emperor's tomb, the more it feels like the odds are stacked against us. Just what kind of talent is the creator of this world looking for? Surely, they didn't make it just to mess with us, right? Tian Yenyu sighed. The vast majority of cultivators create a tomb to pass down their legacy to someone worthy, but the Nameless Emperor's tomb is so difficult that it feels like the creator made it just to mock the challengers. Sorry. Yuan couldn't help but apologize to her inwardly, as this tomb was clearly created solely for him. Sometime later, they made their way towards the stage before splitting up again. Yuan went to the back of the line for challengers while Tian Yenyu and her mother went to stand with the spectators. A few hours later. Look at that young man in the center of the line. Isn't that Xiaoyang? A few people who just arrived after coming from the Sword Pagoda quickly noticed him. You're right. It's him. You mean the genius who cleared the Sword Pagoda? That's him. He looks so young. An uproar within the spectators quickly ensued, and it didn't take long before everyone was talking about him. However, the conversation didn't last long, as everyone had their breaths taken away by a group of newcomers. More specifically, a group of beautiful ladies that instantly stole the spotlight with their peerless appearance, especially the woman with an aloof expression in the front. Yuan noticed the sudden change in atmosphere and turned to look as well. She's strong. He immediately thought to himself after seeing the beauty in the front. The lady leading the group of beauties had long black hair, purple eyes with a hint of green, and slight makeup around her eyes. She looked incredibly beautiful but also threatening at the same time, like a rose with thorns. These ladies were also exuding an overwhelming aura that nobody there has experienced before. They were clearly all from the upper heavens, especially the purple-eyed lady, who had a similar aura to Silver Dragon Longchen. However, unlike Longchen, who was actively hiding his aura, this lady was letting it flow naturally. These ladies would watch the sword trial from afar while mumbling to each other. It was unclear whether they planned on participating or not, but their presence was so heavy that it made focusing hard for the others. Eventually, people began leaving the line one by one, as they did not want to participate under such an atmosphere. Of course, there were a few that became more motivated since they wanted to impress this group of fairies. The line quickly grew shorter and shorter until there were less than 100 people left. Yuan quickly reached the front of the line, but right when it was his turn to enter the stage, the group of fairies began to move. The group landed in front of him and blocked off his path to the platform while their leader, the purple-eyed beauty, flew onto the stage. Wait if you don't want to die a pointless death. One of them said to him. Yuan didn't want to argue with them, so he remained silent. Good luck, senior apprentice Sister Tang. You'll clear this silly trial with ease. These girls began cheering for the purple-eyed beauty, who was surnamed Tang. Shortly after the fairy Tang entered the platform, an array formation in the shape of a circle appeared on the other side of the platform, and a figure would emerge from this circle a moment later. As usual, this figure was wearing a mask, and they had the cultivation of a peak spirit king. Fairy Tang kept the same aloof expression on her face, seemingly unfazed by her opponent. She proceeded to make the first move by pointing her finger at the masked figure. Scatter, she uttered in a low but confident voice. Whoosh! Thousands of purple-colored flower petals suddenly appeared out of thin air and flew towards the masked figure. A sweet scent filled the air when the flower petals appeared, but when the surrounding cultivators sniffed this scent, their consciousness immediately began fading, and those with a lower cultivation could even feel a numbing sensation in their body. This is poison. Although the poison wasn't effective on him, it wasn't completely ineffective either. After all, while his body could take a hit from a spiritual treasure and not receive a scratch, it didn't have much resistance to poison. The purple flower petals quickly clashed with the masked figure like a tidal wave and consumed their entire figure. However, a powerful wave of sword aura suddenly rippled in the area, instantly destroying the thousands of flower petals. Che. As expected, poison won't work on them. Fairy Tang sucked her teeth in an annoyed manner before she retrieved her weapon, a very thin sword that resembled a rapier, and her body also began radiating with sword aura. The sword aura released by Fairy Tang was impressive, but it wouldn't hold a candle to Yuan's sword aura. However, Fairy Tang still managed to defeat her opponent after 25 exchanges. Heavens! That fairy defeated her opponent within 25 strikes. I don't think I have seen anyone defeat the summon in less than 100 strikes. The spectators were filled with awe after witnessing Fairy Tang's performance. As expected of senior apprentice Sister Tang, her group cheered. The other girls in the group proceeded to enter the stage one by one until all of them challenged the sword trial. In the end, all of them passed the trial, but their results greatly differed from each other, ranging between 50 strikes to 100 strikes to defeat their opponent. Heavens! I have never seen so many people pass the trial back to back. To think 7 people participated and 7 passed. Truly a spectacle. Once the whole group of beauties finally finished, Yuan made his way up the platform. Let's head inside the Sword Temple, Senior Apprentice Sister Tang, the girls said to her. However, she remained unmoving as her gaze was fixated on the platform. The girls turned to look at Yuan and wondered why she was interested in his match. Although he's a little handsome, I don't see anything special about him. What do you see in him, Senior Apprentice Sister Tang? Since Yuan had changed out of his golden dragon robe to attract less attention from people like them, he no longer looked as special. Look around us. He's the only one who doesn't seem affected by my poisonous scent. Fairy Tang spoke in a calm voice. When she mentioned this fact, the others also noticed this phenomenon. You're right. But is it really that weird? It's not like you're purposefully trying to harm them. Perhaps I am thinking too much about it. Let's go. Fairy Tang said as she turned around. However, before she could even take 2 steps, her entire body froze when a tyrannical pressure suddenly appeared in the area. Who's exerting this pressure? The others were also baffled by this anomaly. They all subconsciously turned to look at the platform. It must be that masked figure. She's the cause of this pressure. Wait. This masked figure is a female. Indeed, standing on the platform about a dozen meters away from Yuan was a masked figure who was clearly a woman with feminine body, but the most damning evidence were the 2 large peaks on her chest. A masked figure that is a woman. I've never even heard of this before. The spectators were just as surprised as the group of fairies. Yuan narrowed his eyes at this masked figure. He'd watched hundreds of matches before his own, yet none of them had a female opponent, so why did he summon one? After being summoned, the female masked figure started looking around with interest, almost as though she was inspecting her surroundings, a behavior that none of the previous spirits have shown. Her gaze eventually stopped on Yuan, and after a moment of silence, she spoke in a clear voice, "This is the first time I've been summoned since the creation of this place. What's your name?" As she's having a conversation with her opponent. The spectators were beyond shocked by this. The spirits in the sword trial have never spoken a single word before. This is the first time it's a woman, too. My name is Xiaoyang. Yuan introduced himself. Really? To his surprise, the female spirit questioned his answer, almost as if she didn't believe him. I don't like liars, you know, she continued. Yuan decided to remain silent. Well, whatever. Anyways, are you ready to fight me? I hope you can entertain me. Yuan immediately retrieved the Empyrean Overlord. The spirit's body trembled when she saw the beautiful sword in his grasp. You. Why do you have that sword? The spirit muttered in a low voice that sounded to be in disbelief. 'Cause it's mine, he calmly responded. Bullshit. The spirit suddenly roared, and a tyrannical aura exploded from her body, causing the spectators to scatter away from the platform. That's my master's sword. How dare you defile it with your unworthy hands? Before Yuan could even respond, the female spirit suddenly sprang into action, rushing towards him as a large greatsword appeared in her grasp. Boom! A powerful shockwave appeared when their swords clashed, and Yuan was actually pushed back by the spirit. When he stabilized himself, he could feel his entire arm shaking. Shit! What terrifying strength! Yuan cried inwardly, and he realized that this could be the most difficult challenge he's faced in this place yet. Die! The spirit did not spare Yuan any time to think and continued to rush at him with her attacks growing stronger with every strike. Clang! 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 The spirit eventually started using sword aura, causing ripples filled with sword aura to scatter everywhere, destroying the platform and the surroundings. Heavens! What am I witnessing? The group of fairies from the upper heavens were baffled by the fierce battle, something they thought could only happen in the upper heavens, especially Fairy Tang, who was in disbelief for another reason. How? How did he manage to summon an opponent who is far stronger than mine? Fairy Tang wondered to herself why her spirit was inferior. The difference between Yuan's opponent and her own, they couldn't even be compared. As far as I know, the sword trial adjusts the spirits based on the challenger's talent. Does this mean the sword trial believes that my talent is inferior to that man's talent? That I am inferior to a nobody from the third heaven? Impossible. Fairy Tang gritted her teeth in frustration. Her existence has always been compared to the others since birth, yet she's always at the top, even when compared to those from powerful families, so she could have never imagined that she'd feel inferior to someone that isn't even from the upper heavens. As time passed, the spectators would become more and more speechless. Heavens! They have been going at it for hours now. It's not weird for the spirit to not get tired, but that young man is a different story. Just how much energy does he have? Although it may seem like Yuan has unlimited energy like the spirit, it isn't as simple as that. His body, from his muscles to his bones, are damaged and destroyed with every exchange, but due to his perfect regeneration, it completely heals itself before the next exchange. Of course, even if his body is fine, one's mental state usually degrades as a fight prolongs, but due to Heaven's indomitable soul, his mind that is affected by soul strength not only refreshes itself, it also grows stronger with every second. Therefore, if he isn't damaged faster than he could heal, and if he doesn't use too much soul strength at once, he could potentially fight for an eternity without any breaks. The female spirit, who had been cursing Yuan non-stop at the beginning, also became quiet. Minutes turned to hours, and hours turned to days. In the blink of an eye, Yuan and the spirit had been fighting each other for 5 days straight now. More and more people have shown up at the place just to witness their legendary fight, including the Silver Dragon, who rushed over after hearing the news. How long have they been fighting? One of the newcomers asked. They've been at it for 5 days now. 5? Are you messing with me? There's no way anyone can fight that long with such intensity. You don't have to believe me. You can ask the others. Meanwhile, Silver Dragon Longchen hovered in the air with a pondering expression on his face. They've been fighting at this pace for 5 days now, yet neither of them are using their full strength. That Xiaoyang, is he using that spirit for training? Even if that's the case, why is the spirit going along with him? He wondered, as he thought that the spirits were meant to defeat the challengers as soon as possible. It was at this moment that he noticed the group of beauties standing near the entrance of the Sword Temple. So she's also here, huh? A smile appeared on his face when he saw the expression on her face. He didn't think he would ever get the chance to see such a sight. So even the poison phoenix can feel jealousy. What a surprising find. He approached her a moment later. However, Fairy Tang didn't sense his presence until he was right beside her. It's been a while, Poison Phoenix. Silver Dragon greeted her with a somewhat cheeky smile. Fairy Tang glared at him with a cold gaze as she spoke. What do you want, Silver Dragon? Upon sensing the Poison Phoenix's unwelcoming aura, Silver Dragon remained calm as he chuckled. I don't really want anything from you. Then why are you bothering me? Go away, as far as possible, until I cannot see your annoying face with my divine sense. Poison Phoenix coldly sneered. Even though I don't need anything from you, I couldn't help but notice you staring at my friend very intently. Silver Dragon said, still with a smile on his face. Poison Phoenix's expression changed drastically after hearing his words, and she quickly asked, your friend? You know that man? Oh ho. Am I thinking too much, or is the Poison Phoenix, who is prominent for having no interest in anything, actually interested in someone, a man, at that? Silver Dragon spoke in a teasing voice. Poison Phoenix began emitting killing intent. If you value your life, you better watch your mouth when you speak to me, you half-breed dragon. Her words wiped the smile off Silver Dragon's face, who also started emitting killing intent. The ladies with Poison Phoenix shuddered at their clashing killing intent, but the four dragons and phoenixes often fought with each other due to their rivalry nature, so they weren't surprised at all. Humph. Silver Dragon was the first to retrieve his killing intent. Forget it. I'm not going to fight with you here, especially since it will disturb the sword trial. You know what happens if someone disturbs an ongoing challenge in this place, right? I'm not stupid like you. Poison Phoenix also retracted her killing intent. There was a strict rule that everyone must follow while inside the Nameless Emperor's tomb. This rule prohibited anyone from disturbing an ongoing trial. Those who violate this rule will be executed on the spot. However, even though most people know this rule, there will also still be those who are either ignorant or don't care about the rule. Why the fuck is he taking so damn long? Can't he see that there are other people waiting to take the trial? Does he think we have an unlimited amount of time in this place or something? A bulky man with long wavy hair and a crusty beard suddenly jumped out of the crowd and towards the platform. If you're going to take your sweet-ass time, I'll end this for you right now. Stop. What do you think you're doing? The spectators there shouted at him to stop, but nobody dared to physically intervene. Once the bearded man was about 50 meters away from the platform, an unfathomable pressure suddenly that could only be felt by the man appeared, and it halted the man midair. It's over for him. What an idiot. The spectators merely shook their heads upon seeing this. The next second, the bearded man's expression became filled with horror as his body began twisting like a pretzel stick until it could no longer withstand the pressure and burst like a balloon. Strangely enough, there was no blood or meat showering the crowd below, almost as though his body was made of air. A second after the man's gruesome death that was witnessed by all, a profound voice resounded in the head of everyone there excluding Yuan. Without exception, those who dare to disturb the trial will be executed. This voice that was backed by an unfathomable strength sent chills down their spine, with some even falling on their butt. The creator of this place is truly something else. Silver Dragon mumbled with a nervous smile on his face. Hey, how do you think you would fare against the peak experts in the supreme heaven? He turned to look at Poison Phoenix. Why are you still here? Get lost. Silver Dragon shrugged and turned around to leave, but he stopped again after 2 steps. Oh, right, do you still want to know about that man? He turned to ask her. Scram. Poison Phoenix growled in a low voice. However, instead of leaving, Silver Dragon decided to stay and start speaking without looking at her, almost as though he was talking to himself. Honestly, I don't know much about him either. His name is Yuan, and we met not long ago at the Sword Pagoda. When Silver Dragon started talking, Poison Phoenix acted like she couldn't care less, but she was actually listening with interest. Silver Dragon spoke about how they met and Xiao Yang's achievements at the Sword Pagoda. Meanwhile, on the platform, Yuan was still focused on his training using the spirit. Since the spirit doesn't seem to have any intentions on defeating him as soon as possible, he wanted to take this chance to train himself, especially since he rarely encounters a powerful opponent like the spirit. As for the spirit, she knew very well what Yuan was trying to do, but she didn't care about it, as this was her first time being summoned since the creation of the Nameless Emperor's tomb, and as a battle junkie herself, she wanted the fight to last as long as possible. However, she eventually couldn't be satisfied with their current pace, so she began increasing her power and speed to make things more entertaining. If I increase the pace by another 15%, would he be able to keep up? The spirit wondered inwardly. But before she could even decide, Yuan suddenly decided to speed up the pace by another 20%. This caught the spirit by surprise, since she had been the one who increased the pace this entire time, causing her to miss one of Yuan's strikes for the first time. Crack! The tip of Yuan's sword only managed to brush against her mask, but due to the sword aura surrounding the blade, it damaged the mask just enough to cut a portion off. The spirit stopped fighting and stood still after she realized what had just happened. "You little bastard! How dare you damage my mask?" The spirit spoke in a cold voice before she proceeded to remove the rest of the mask, revealing her face to the crowd. Yuan's eyes widened with surprise after seeing her face, and he subconsciously muttered, "Li Jinxi." To say Yuan was surprised to see Li Jinxi's face behind the mask of the female spirit would be an understatement. Do I know you?" The spirit suddenly asked him with raised eyebrows. "Huh?" Yuan stared at her with a baffled face. "Why do you know my name? I don't recall introducing myself." "Your name is Li Jinxi?" Yuan asked for confirmation. "No, my name is Jin Shi." Yuan was speechless. After snapping out of it, he said, "You're mistaken. I don't know you, but you do resemble someone that I know, and even your name is quite similar." "Is that so? Then let us continue our fight." "I'm going to stop going easy on you now," she said. Yuan immediately got into position and prepared to clash with her again. However, Jin Shi's body suddenly erupted with a sharp aura that made those who sensed it feel like they were hundreds of swords stabbing their body, making it difficult to breathe. Despite that, almost nobody there knew what they were sensing, and only those from the upper heavens had an idea. Enhanced sword aura. Silver Dragon muttered with awe all over his surprised face. Poison Phoenix gritted her teeth in frustration. Even though she doesn't have enhanced sword aura herself, she was experienced enough to understand it when she senses it. However, for everyone else there, they had no idea that enhanced sword aura even existed. Seeing Yuan's dazed face, a cheeky smile appeared on Jin Shi's face, and she spoke, "Don't tell me this is enough to make you quit?" "Hardly." Yuan chuckled before activating his own enhanced sword aura, but since he'd only recently learned it, it was a little inferior to Jin Shi's enhanced sword aura. "He also knows enhanced sword aura?" Silver Dragon exclaimed after seeing it with his own eyes. Someone from the third heaven really managed to comprehend enhanced sword aura. If he'd been born in the supreme heaven, just how terrifying would he be right now? He wondered inwardly. "Ready or not, here I come." Jin Shi shouted right before she began her assault. Clang! Bits and pieces of their enhanced sword aura would scatter after each exchange, sending them flying towards the spectators. When the spectators noticed that their clothes were being cut by an invisible force, they immediately started running away from the stage. Within mere seconds, pretty much everyone besides Silver Dragon, Poison Phoenix, and her friends were hundreds of meters away from the platform. "Ha ha ha! This is what I am talking about." Jin Shi's laughter echoed loudly. "Besides my master, you are the only other person who can satisfy my itch." Jin Shi's movement would become faster and faster, and her sword techniques would become sharper and fiercer. Yuan tried to keep up with Jin Shi's pace, but since this was his first time fighting with enhanced sword aura, he had to put more effort into maintaining his sword aura than anything else. Because of this, Jin Shi would land a few hits on him, but his injuries would heal almost instantly. "Are you even human, you bastard?" Jin Shi cursed at him when she saw his ridiculous healing abilities. The two of them would continue at this pace for a few more hours. Even though Jin Shi was seriously trying to win at this moment, she couldn't deal any significant damage to Yuan, and it only got harder to hit him as time passed, as Yuan was improving at a rapid rate. It took almost half a day, but Yuan's control with his enhanced sword aura eventually became as natural as breathing. This allowed him to focus more on his technique in defeating Jin Shi. "I think it's about time that we end this. Thank you for the training, Jin Shi," Yuan said to her before his aura exploded. "You're 1,000 years too early to even think about defeating me, Junior." Jin Shi roared, the veins in her arms bulging with vitality. Perhaps Jin Shi had the power to defeat Yuan, but because she was only a mere spirit, her strength was limited, and she was destined to be defeated by Yuan today. After several more exchanges, Yuan managed to break through Jin Shi's defenses and slice her body into two. Jin Shi's face was filled with disbelief for her last few moments before her body disappeared into thin air. You have passed the sword trial. You may now enter the sword temple. Yuan stood on the stage and silently stared at where Jin Shi disappeared. I should have asked her about her relationship with my incarnation before I defeated her. He sighed inwardly after realizing this missed chance. However, right as he started to walk off the platform, he suddenly felt a familiar presence appear from behind him. He turned around, and to his surprise, Jin Shi had reappeared again. What is the meaning of this? I thought I had already passed the sword trial. Yuan said to her. Indeed, you have passed the trial. Jin Shi confirmed. Then what are you still doing here? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Is there a reason why I cannot be here? She responded with a question. Yuan wasn't sure how to answer her question. In the first place, don't compare me with the other spirits. I have a consciousness of my own, even if it's artificial. Jin Shi then said. Like the master of this place? She nodded, something like that. Anyways, besides fighting whoever summoned me, I also have a duty to guide them, so we will be together for a little longer. Are you disappointed? No, I still have some questions for you, after all. Yuan smiled. They can wait until you're finished with the sword temple. Follow me, I will guide you. Everybody there watched as Jin Shi, a spirit, left the platform for the first time. Yuan didn't say anything else and followed her. As they both approached the sword temple, a group of figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere to block their path. Hello. Yuan said to the group with raised eyebrows as he wondered what they wanted from him. Can I help you? Yuan asked the group of beauties standing before him. How rude. Do you know who you are standing before? One of the girls suddenly spoke in a displeased manner. Yuan raised his eyebrows. I don't. He answered without hesitation and with a straight face. This caught the girl who just spoke off guard. So, who are you guys? Yuan didn't wait for the girl to respond and asked. I am Tang Meili, one of 4 dragons and phoenixes, also known as Poison Phoenix. You've heard of us, right? If Silver Dragon hadn't told her about Yuan, she would have definitely assumed that he had no idea about the 4 dragons and phoenixes. After all, they only existed in the supreme heaven. Yes, I have heard about you guys before. So, how can I help you, Poison Phoenix? Now that you know my identity, you still dare to speak so casually. You're an arrogant one. Poison Phoenix sneered, but she didn't really sound bothered by it. And she continued, anyways, my Tang family happens to be hiring more servants. Although you don't really qualify at this moment, I'm willing to make an exception. Become my servant. Yuan was speechless. He didn't expect for her to suddenly recruit her as a servant. After snapping out of it, he chuckled, are you always like this? Tang Meili frowned and muttered in a low but cold voice, what do you mean? And before you answer, I urge you to really think about your words, as there will be consequences for offending me. Yuan showed a daring smile, there you go again. How can you say such words with such a calm face? There should be a limit to one's arrogance. Even if you came from the upper heavens, you don't own everyone here, so don't act and speak like you do. Tang Meili's body visibly trembled after she heard his words. How dare you? You're courting death, you insolent bastard. You think you're untouchable just because you are a little talented? I'll show you. The girls with Tang Meili exploded with anger before she could even respond. Let's all calm down, shall we? A familiar voice suddenly resounded. It was Long Chen. I thought I told him to not follow me. This was the first thing that came to Yuan's mind when he saw Long Chen. Calm down. I will calm down after I cut off his tongue. One of the girls said as she leaped forward and swung her weapon at Yuan's face. Ding! Long Chen quickly reacted by deflecting the attack. Scram! Long Chen roared, his aura exploding like a bomb. Ah! The girl who clashed with him was sent flying backwards. His title as Silver Dragon wasn't for nothing. In this place, perhaps only Poison Phoenix could fight him properly. Let's attack him together. Even he cannot defeat all of us while his cultivation is restricted to Spirit King. Someone suggested. However, before they could act, Tang Mei shouted, "All of you stand down." The place became silent again. You want to have a go with me? It's been many years since our last exchange, after all. Long Chen beckoned her with a confident smile. Humph. Tang Mei sneered at his words, and she said, "I don't have any business with you today, Silver Dragon." After saying that, she approached Yuan, and despite Long Chen standing between them, she completely ignored him and walked right past him. Long Chen didn't try to stop her since he didn't feel any killing intent from her, but he still kept an eye on her just in case. Tang Mei stopped once she was in front of Yuan. "I will only ask you this one time. Are you sure you don't want to serve me? My Tang family is one of the top 10 families in the Supreme Heaven. Although you will only be a servant, nobody would dare to mess with you. If you put in enough work, you might even be allowed to learn our family techniques." Despite Yuan's earlier remarks that would normally result in a death sentence from her, she still approved and desired his talents. After all, someone who could learn enhanced sword aura in this kind of environment and at his age would be hard to find even in the Supreme Heaven. "Thank you for the offer, but I will have to refuse." Yuan responded without needing to think about it. "Is that so?" Tang Mei closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them, they were resolute and emitted a ruthless aura. "If you're not going to join us, then I don't need to worry about breaking you." Tang Mei's words implied that she was going to destroy him, but she didn't do that and simply turned around and began walking away. "Senior sister, you should break his limbs at the very least for looking down on you. I'm not the type that enjoys stepping on ants, but I will kill him if he ever dares to step foot in the Supreme Heaven." Tang Mei said in a cold voice. "That's it? I was hoping for a good show." "Jean," she said in a disappointed tone after Tang Mei and her group were gone. Yuan looked at her with slightly widened eyes and said, "You're going to let them attack me? What kind of guide are you?" "Jean," she shrugged, "I'm your guide, not your guardian. And you already have a guardian, so why are you expecting something from me?" Yuan turned to look at Long Chen, who was silently smiling at him. "Is everyone in the Supreme Heaven like that?" Long Chen shrugged, "I can't speak for everyone, but that's how many people in the Supreme Heaven view those from a lower realm. After all, even beggars up there have a higher cultivation than everyone down here." Though, the Poison Phoenix showed a lot of restraint back there. Normally, she'd kill anyone that dares to talk back to her. "Is that so? What about you? How do you view the people down here?" Yuan suddenly asked him. A cold smile appeared on Long Chen's face as he replied, "Of course, you're all nothing but ants in my eyes." "You think I am an ant as well?" Yuan raised an eyebrow. "In your current state?" "Yes, you are. I don't mean to sound conceited, but even with my cultivation restricted, I can easily crush you with a single finger. You may have potential, but that's all you are right now, potential." Long Chen continued, "You are probably thinking that you have a few cards up your sleeve since I haven't seen you fight at 100%, but the same goes for you." Yuan shrugged, "Even if you are wrong, I have no reason to prove you wrong. If you have nothing else to say, I am going to leave." Long Chen was slightly shaken when he noticed Yuan's unwavering eyes. Does he really believe that he could have a proper fight with me? He almost couldn't believe it. However, before he could even say anything, Yuan had already left his side and entered the sword temple. Since he has yet to pass the sword trial, Long Chen could only watch as Yuan's back disappeared into the building. "As I thought, it's dangerous for me to be around these people from the upper heavens. They're nothing but trouble." Yuan sighed inwardly as he entered the sword temple with Jin Shi. Inside the sword temple was so dark that Yuan couldn't even see his own hands, almost as if he'd entered the void. "What kind of place is the sword temple?" This seems different from what I've read about. Yuan asked out loud. Even if he couldn't see her, he could feel Jin Shi's presence beside him. The sword temple is different for everyone. What you see and hear will depend on your talents and fate. Yuan didn't say anything else and proceeded to wait for something to happen. However, when nothing happened even a few minutes later, he spoke again. So, what am I waiting for? Be patient. The sword temple is processing your information. It could take hours to days until it finishes, she said. Should have said so earlier. Yuan sighed. He then took a seat and closed his eyes. Hey, can I ask you some questions? Yuan decided to start a conversation while they waited. That depends on the question. The one you address as Master, is he the creator of this tomb? He was pretty confident he already knew the answer to this question, but he wanted to be sure. That's right. My master is all-knowing and powerful. There's nobody in the 9 heavens stronger than him. She spoke in a bragging manner. What's your relationship with him? How did you end up as his servant? Servant? What an outrageous assumption, you asshole. What made you think I was serving him? You're not. The way you act, I guess. I call him master because I am his disciple. She exclaimed, sounding quite offended. Oh, really? My bad. Yuan was surprised. He didn't expect to have disciples in his past life. Though, if he thought about it, it wasn't too shocking. So did he own a sect? No. Master wasn't the type to stay in one place for long. He's always traveling. Even if he did, he wasn't exactly sect master material. Then how did you end up as his disciple? Jin Shi fell silent for some reason. I don't want to talk about it, she mumbled a moment later. Then tell me about him. What kind of person was he? Yuan asked. Humph. You've already asked enough questions. It's my turn to ask some, she said. And she continued, first of all, where did you get that sword from the sword trial? The Empyrean Overlord? So you even know its name. I acquired it from someone else. She found it in this place, too. Is that so? And it accepted you as its master, right? That's right. Who are you, really? She then asked. Xiao Yang. Don't give me that shit again. Your real name. Yuan smiled, my name is Yuan, and I came from a place called Earth. Earth? Never heard of it. Well, it's not within the 9 heavens, so I am not surprised. As ridiculous as it sounded, Jin Shi didn't call him a liar, almost as if she knew. Why did you come to this place? Jin Shi suddenly asked. Fate brought me here, I think. Jin Shi sneered at his answer for some reason. What's wrong? Yuan asked. You sounded like my master, who always talks about fate. Really? Can you tell me about him? The creator of this place is shrouded with countless mysteries, after all. After a moment of silence, she spoke, even though I've known him for thousands of years and even followed him for a good majority of those years, there's a lot that I still don't know about him. Hell, I don't even know what he looks like since he's always wearing a stupid mask for some reason. Well, you do now. Yuan smiled inwardly. Master was always in the spotlight, even during his childhood. His immense, heaven-defying talents would attract attention no matter where he went. He also had a lot of enemies and couldn't go a week without fighting someone, most of them being people who envied his talents. Master learned sword aura at a young age and mastered enhanced sword aura before he even turned 30, earning him the title of Godly Sword Emperor. He is also the first and only person to have ever reached the level of whatever is beyond supreme sword aura. He was so famous that his existence was known throughout the 9 heavens, yet it seemed like nobody knew his true name or face. I wanted to follow him until the end of time, but alas. Jin Shi sounded disappointed towards the end, even a little regretful. Did something happen? Yuan decided to dig deeper. However, She shook her head and said, I don't know. That's the extent of my memories. Is that so? Then do you know why he created this place? Nope. She answered without hesitation. Master's thoughts are too profound for someone like me. All I am good for is swinging the sword. Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at her words. She greatly resembled Li Jinsi not just in appearance but nature as well. He wanted to say something, but his attention was stolen by a white glow that had suddenly appeared in the distance. What's that? He asked. You're about to find out, she said. Whoosh! The white glow that started out as a small dot quickly expanded until it consumed all of the void, turning the entire place white. Thud. 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 The sound of approaching footsteps began echoing in the place shortly after. She's eyes slowly widened as she recognized this familiar sound. A tall figure wearing an ordinary-looking mask appeared in the distance a moment later. Master. She muttered in a trembling voice as she slowly kneeled on the floor and lowered her head. The masked man stopped in front of Yuan. Welcome to the Sword Temple, he said. So, what are you going to make me do now? Yuan asked the masked man, who stood before them with his hands clasped behind his back. However, the masked man didn't say anything and merely took a seat in the lotus position, and he would remain as still as a rock without uttering a single sound for the next few minutes. This caused Yuan to raise his eyebrows. He wasn't sure what he was waiting for or how long this would take. Are we still waiting for something to happen? He decided to ask Shi, who looked at him with a slight frown. Seriously? The trial has already started, she said, taking him by surprise. What? Where? What's the rules? He continued asking. She pointed at the masked man and said, figure it out yourself. After saying that, she returned to staring at the masked man's figure with an admiring expression on her pretty face, looking like a little girl before her idol. Yuan no longer bothered with her and also took a seat. What am I supposed to do? I don't sense anything from him. He wondered to himself as he stared at the masked man, pondering about the trial. The masked man had no aura, his breathing was so subtle that it was almost non-existent, almost as though he was on the verge of death. Many minutes later, still having no idea about the trial, Yuan turned to his companions for assistance. Do you guys know what is happening here? No idea. Feng Yuxiang responded without hesitation. I also don't know. Lan Yingying shook her head inwardly. Xiao Hua's response took a little longer, although he seems to be cultivating, the spiritual energy around him is completely still, so that's not possible. Perhaps he is training sword aura. Xiao Hua can't tell because she cannot sense it. That's what I thought at first as well, but I cannot sense an ounce of sword aura from his body. Yuan shook his head. He began walking in circles around the masked man as he pondered more about the Sword Temple's purpose. However, no matter how much he racked his brains, he was unable to grasp the situation. Eventually, Shi snapped, stop pacing around Master like he's some kind of object at an exhibit. Show some respect. You're also disturbing me by blocking my view. Yuan shrugged, what can I do? He's literally left no clue about this trial, and I cannot figure it out. Shi face-bombed and sighed, why did the master even show himself to an idiot like you? That's quite harsh. But can you really blame me here? This trial is different for everyone, so it's not like I can prepare for this. After sighing again, Shi spoke, listen up, I will only say this once. What you're doing right now is pointless. You'll never get anywhere even in 1,000,000 years at your current pace. If you want to understand the situation, stop looking at the surface and start looking deeper. Stop looking at the surface and look deeper. Yuan repeated in a mumbling voice. He turned to look at the masked man again. His breathing. The sound of his heartbeat. Yuan suddenly entered a trance where he was completely focused on the masked man, paying attention to the pace of his breathing and even the rhythm of his heartbeats. However, Yuan felt that wasn't enough, but he didn't know how to look deeper. Then, almost as though an invisible lightning bolt had struck him and gave him divine epiphany, Yuan subconsciously started using divine sense in a new way. Normally, one expands their divine sense outwards to see as much and as far as possible, but Yuan did the opposite and condensed his divine sense until it only had the masked man in its sight, allowing him to see the masked man like he was looking through a microscope. Unfortunately, he was only still able to see the exterior. Immediately, Yuan tried something different. This time, he condensed his divine sense even more, and he used it to enhance his own eyes. Yuan's eyes quickly widened with surprise. I can see everything. From his muscles to the bones. I can even count his blood cells individually. You have learned divine gaze. Divine gaze. Rank, divine. Description, allows you to see the world in its purest form. Divine gaze. What a powerful technique. Yuan mumbled out loud. She raised her eyebrows and spoke, huh? You just learned how to use divine gaze. That's right. He nodded. How surprising. Given your talents, I thought you already learned it. Guess I overestimated you a little. Anyways, don't get too happy just yet. Learning divine gaze isn't the true purpose of this trial. It isn't? Yuan looked at her with wide eyes. And since he still had divine gaze activated, he accidentally glimpsed at Shi's bountiful body for a brief second before it stopped working before he could even deactivate it. She sucked her teeth in a disdainful manner. The first thing you do after learning divine gaze is to peek at a maiden's body. You're the worst. I didn't do that on purpose. Yuan quickly apologized to her. Then he asked, by the way, did you block my divine gaze? I cannot see through you even though it's still activated. Just like how you can use your divine sense to block others' divine sense if you have superior soul strength, you can block others' divine gaze with divine sense. After all, divine gaze is essentially divine sense, and they both require soul strength. The only reason you can use divine gaze on Master is because of the nature of this trial, so don't think for a second it'll work on everyone, especially those stronger than you. She lectured him. I see. Anyways, you're still in the middle of the trial. Don't disturb me again until you're done. After saying that, she returned to staring at the masked man. Now that he learned divine gaze, Yuan realized that she'd been using it on the masked man this entire time. This realization sent shivers down his entire body since she was technically looking at him, but he decided to ignore it and return to focusing on the trial. After turning away from Yuan returned to focusing on the masked man with divine gaze. Very quickly, he realized something. This is. His muscles and bones are enveloped in sword aura. Yuan cried inwardly after realizing this. However, that was just the beginning. No. Even his blood cells are enveloped in sword aura. How is that possible? He exclaimed out loud, his eyes filled with interest. Did Brother Yuan just say his blood is enveloped by sword aura? Xiao Hua's voice resounded a second later. Yes. It seems like everything inside his body, from his muscles to his blood cells, are covered in sword aura. Yuan confirmed. Do you know what is going on, Xiao Hua? He then asked. He has achieved what is known as a sword body. This is only possible when one unifies the very essence of sword aura with their own body. Only those with extreme understanding of sword aura and talent could achieve a sword body. Since ancient times, there has never been more than 10 sword masters that have achieved a sword body at any given time within the entire 9 heavens, and less than 100 sword masters have ever achieved this state. Xiao Hua explained to him. Is that so? A sword body, huh? Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice. Then he realized something. Wait. Does this mean that he's telling me to achieve a sword body right now? How am I even supposed to do that? If he's your incarnation, you should be able to achieve it, young master. Feng Yuxiang said. How long does it usually take for one to achieve a sword body? Assuming they have what it takes to even achieve it. Lin Yingying asked out of curiosity. Hard to say, but nobody would be surprised even if it took those with a sword body over 10,000 years to achieve it. That's just how extremely rare they are. Over 10,000 years? Yuan swallowed nervously upon hearing this. Even if he was a genius, this trial will probably take him a long time to complete. Hopefully, he'll finish it before the tomb closes. Xiao Hua, do you know the process of attaining a sword body? He asked her the most important question. Sorry, Brother Yuan, but there is very little information about sword bodies in general. Unless you learn from those with a sword body, nobody can really say for sure what it takes to achieve it. No worries. I guess I'll start by unifying my sword aura with my body, at least try to. And without saying anything, Yuan took a seat in front of the masked man and began inspecting his body again with divine gaze. However, even after staring for many minutes, Yuan still didn't know where to start. How do I even unify my sword aura with my body? Which part of my body do I start from? Eventually, Yuan just started by releasing his sword aura, enveloping his entire body with it. The sword aura would gush outwards, even creating ripples, but no matter what he tried, Yuan couldn't get it to go inside his body. Minutes turned into hours, and hours quickly turned into days. Within a blink of an eye, 6 days have passed since Yuan entered the Sword Temple. What's going on inside? It's almost been a week since he went inside. Most people come out after a day or two. I hope nothing happened to him. Tian Yenyu sighed in a worried tone while her eyes were glued to the Sword Temple, unwilling to look away until she saw Yuan's handsome face come out. Have you not been watching him for the last few trials? You should know by now that he's not the type to die easily. Save your worry for something that's actually worth worrying about. Her mother shook her head. Despite sounding cold, she also showed her confidence in Yuan with such words. I know, but I cannot help but worry. You sound like his mother. Heck, since when were you the type to worry so much about others? Are you really my daughter? Where did my selfish and cheeky little brat go? Her mother looked at her with suspicious eyes. What are you talking about? Do you have any idea how much he's helped our family? The least I can do is worry about him. Helping our family? Everything he's done up to this point was mostly for you. I'm actually shocked that he hasn't outright proposed to you yet. Tian Yenyu's face immediately flushed with redness. If they looked at it from that point of view, Yuan's action would make more sense to them. But to be fair, there's no way anybody would have guessed Yuan's true reason for helping them. In fact, even if Yuan told them, they wouldn't have believed him. A full week eventually passed. He wants to achieve a sword body before the tomb closes in less than half a year. Humph. Not even the master could do such a thing, much less this greenhorn. Master was considered as the #1 genius in the 9 heavens during his era, and it still took him a little over 100 years to achieve his sword body. She sneered inwardly at Yuan's ambition and ignorance. Shortly afterward, Shi's eyes gradually widened as she watched the masked man suddenly open his eyes and stand up, before walking behind Yuan and sitting down again. What is Master doing all of a sudden? She wondered inwardly. Yuan wasn't aware of the masked man's movements, as he was too absorbed in his own thoughts, almost as though he was in trance. Meanwhile, after taking a seat, the masked man lifted both of his arms and gently placed his palms behind Yuan's back, looking as though he was trying to help Yuan cultivate. It can't be. Don't tell me he's trying to, she almost couldn't believe her eyes. Moments after the masked man's action, Yuan's sword aura that was gushing outward gradually began to weaken. However, if one had divine gaze, they would be able to tell that the sword aura was actually permeating into Yuan's body. Master's guiding him. But why? She exclaimed inwardly, her jaw dropped. What's happening? It suddenly feels like I know how to unite sword aura with my body. Yuan was surprised when his sword aura began entering his body. It also felt like he was being guided by someone, but he still wasn't aware of the masked man helping him. However, he didn't think too much about it and continued to follow the guidance, slowly combining his sword aura with his body. Time passed quickly, and within the blink of an eye, half a month has passed since Yuan entered the sword temple. He's still inside, huh? It's been too long. Did something happen to him inside? Long Chen pondered. He came out of the sword temple 3 days after Yuan entered the place and has been waiting for him to come out since then. As far as I am aware, the sword temple isn't a dangerous place and nobody has died inside before, so what is he doing inside? He wasn't too worried about it, especially when he recalled how long Yuan took in the sword pagoda. Eventually, another half of a month passed with Yuan nowhere to be seen. It has been an entire month now since he entered the sword temple. During this time, rumors about Yuan dying inside the sword temple have spread throughout the endless emperor's tomb. This greatly shocked everyone, mostly because they all believed that the sword temple was a safe zone where one couldn't die. Many were also filled with pity knowing that a peerless genius had passed away in such an unfortunate manner. I don't believe it. There's no way Xiao Yang died inside. He is still alive. He must be. Tian Yenyu refused to believe the rumors. No matter what you believe, it won't change the fact that he's been inside for a month now. We have less than 4 months left before the tomb closes. If we stop wasting our time and leave now, we can still regroup with the others. I refuse. I will not move from this spot until Xiao Yang comes back out. Tian Yenyu exclaimed with a stubborn face. Her mother could only silently shake her head. Meanwhile, inside the sword temple, Yuan was still being guided by the masked man. After a month of constant assistance, his sword aura is almost fully unified with his body. Even someone as tremendously talented as Yuan required the help of his incarnation and a month to reach this point, proving how ridiculously difficult it was to acquire a sword body. However, in the eyes of Jin Shi, his progress was still unbelievably fast. Even with Master's help, he's managed to reach this point in such a short amount of time. This kind of talent is unheard of. Several more hours later, the masked man finally lowered his arms and stood up. Is it done? Did he achieve a sword body? Jin Shi used her divine gaze to look at Yuan's physique. This bastard. He really did it. He really achieved a sword body at that age. Jin Shi muttered in a shaky voice, her body trembling as well. At this moment, Yuan's sword aura could not be sensed, almost as though it did not exist. However, if one were to look inside his body, they would see that all of his internal organs and muscles are being protected by sword aura. Congratulations, you have achieved a sword body. You have gained the title, One with Swords. Description: with a sword body, your body can no longer be harmed by sword aura and other auras. Your proficiency with swords have been increased by 10,000%. Your physical defense has increased tremendously and will continue to grow as you strengthen your sword aura. Yuan was pleasantly surprised by the bonuses he gained from having a sword body. Being immune to sword aura and other weapon auras could even be considered overpowered. You better thank the master for his assistance. If it weren't for him guiding you, you would have never achieved a sword body. Jin Shi suddenly said. So that feeling was because of you, huh? Thanks. The masked man then said, take out your sword. Yuan nodded and retrieved his Empyrean overlord. When he held on to the sword, it felt like the sword had melded into his hand, almost as if it had become his arm. Now attack me with everything you've got, he continued. Sure thing. Yuan said without any hesitation since he wasn't worried about killing the masked man. After taking a deep breath, Yuan swung the sword at the masked man without using any sword techniques. However, the force coming from the strike was immense and wouldn't lose to when he used an ancient rank sword technique before acquiring a sword body. This greatly surprised Yuan, who did not expect such prowess coming from a normal sword slash. Despite that, the masked man managed to catch his sword, and he'd done it with 2 fingers. Yuan wasn't too surprised by this and asked, satisfied? For now. At your current level, you will be able to handle the inner areas without too many problems. Speaking of the inner area, that is where I plan on going next. The masked man nodded and turned to look at Jin Shi, who quickly straightened her body. Take her with you. She'll be your guide, but don't expect her to protect you from the dangers within. I know. Yuan smiled. And thank you, Jin Shi. It's a pleasure that I could be of use to you again, Master. She smiled brightly. However, Yuan could feel a sense of sorrow coming from the masked man, which made him curious about their relationship even more. Hey, what's your relationship with her? He had to ask. If you really want to know, you can ask her. I already did, but she refused. The masked man merely shrugged in silence. Anyways, it's about time for you to leave. You have been here for a month already, after all. What? A month? Yuan exclaimed in a shocked voice. He must have experienced another enlightenment since it doesn't feel that long for him. Then I will teleport you two out now. The masked man waved his sleeve, sending them away. After being teleported out of the Sword Temple, Yuan found himself standing at the entrance of the building. I hope I didn't inconvenience the Tian family too much by being gone for so long without any explanation. Yuan quickly rushed outside as he activated his divine sense, hoping to find Tian Yenyu and her mother. Sure enough, he found them standing not too far away from the Sword Temple. He immediately rushed over after seeing them. Xiao Yang. Tian Yenyu was the first to notice him since she had been staring at the Sword Temple this entire time. You're alive. I knew it. She was clearly overjoyed to see him again. I am really sorry. I had an enlightenment in the Sword Temple and lost track of time. He immediately lowered his head and apologized to them. You had an enlightenment. Tian Suin's eyes widened upon hearing that. No wonder why it took you so long to come back out. And congratulations on your enlightenment. Even the elders at my sect have never experienced one. You're too amazing, Xiao Yang. Tian Yenyu's eyes shone with excitement. Tian Suin's eyebrows twitched at such words, as she was also a sect elder. Sorry for not being part of the 1% that experienced enlightenment, and sorry for not being amazing. The irritation in her voice was obvious. Sorry. I didn't mean to mock you. Tian Yenyu quickly realized her mistake and apologized. If they knew that this wasn't Yuan's first or even second enlightenment, who knows how they would react. Sometime later, Yuan spoke with a guilty look on his face. I really hope you guys haven't been waiting for me this entire time. Humph. I told her we should just regroup with the others after waiting for 2 weeks, but this stubborn girl kept refusing, so yes, we have been waiting here for an entire month. Tian Suin said. Tian Yenyu's face flushed with redness as she silently nodded. Yuan felt incredibly guilty for making these two ladies wait an entire month for him, so he decided to postpone entering the inner area to help them a little more. I was going to enter the inner areas after this, but I will hold that off for a little longer. Do you guys have any specific places that you wish to visit? I will take you there as an apology, he said to them. You really don't have. I do. Tian Suin interrupted. Yuan smiled at her. Where would you like to go? I have always been interested in this place, but due to it being at the edge of the inner area, I never really had the courage to go. However, now that we have a monster like you with us, I think it's possible. And she continued, it's a place called Sword Graveyard, where thousands of powerful swords are rooted into the ground. Rumors are that each sword has a powerful sword technique hidden within, meaning that there could be potentially thousands of sword techniques to be learned there. Oh, I read about that place. I wanted to go there, as well. Yuan said. Then it's settled. Let's go there now. Though, I don't really know how to get there since it's not near this area. Tian Suin said. Yuan turned to look at Jin Shi and asked her, do you mind showing us the way? You're a guide, so you should be able to do that at the very least, right? Yes, I don't mind showing you the way to the sword graveyard. She nodded with a nonchalant face. Wait. She's coming with us as well. Isn't she a spirit from the trial? Is that even allowed? Tian Yenyu asked. Yuan nodded, she's a special case. It'll be even more reassuring if she's coming with us. Tian Suyin smiled. Oh, she won't protect us even if we are in danger. She's just a guide. Yuan quickly said. He didn't want them to have the wrong idea later on when she refuses to protect them. Is that so? What a pity. Anyways, it shouldn't be too dangerous since it's going to be on the edge of the inner area. They left the sword temple shortly after. You know, there's a rumor going around claiming that you have died inside the sword temple. Tian Yenyu said to Yuan as they traveled. I'm not surprised. Yuan chuckled. A week of traveling later, they arrived at the border of the Nameless Emperor's tomb's inner area. This should be obvious, but the inner area is nothing like the outer area. It's much more dangerous with many more magic beasts and other entities roaming around. The trials will also be more brutal. Less than 1% of people who enter the inner area make it back out alive. She warned them. Other entities, huh? Yuan mumbled. By entities, she's probably talking about demons. Tian Suyin said. Oh, right, I read about this before, but I didn't care about it since I never imagined entering the inner areas. Tian Yenyu sighed. Unfortunately, they are not something even you can handle, Xiaoyang. We must run if we encounter one. Tian Suyin said to him, unaware of his demon-slaying expertise. Ho! They must be really strong then. I can't wait to fight one. I like a good challenge, after all. Yuan decided to play dumb and act like he's never encountered a demon before. Are you even listening to me? Unless you know demon sealing techniques, it's nigh impossible to kill them because of their immortality. I do not want to repeat myself again, we must run if we encounter one. Tian Suyin spoke with a frown on her face. If it's Xiaoyang, maybe he can kill them. Tian Yenyu said, showing her absolute trust in his abilities. Tian Suyin facepalmed at her daughter's blind trust in Yuan. Whatever. If you really want to fight it, I won't stop you, but I will also not stay to fight it with you. I am not reckless, after all. Of course. Yuan nodded with a smile. Yuan and the others stepped into the inner area of the tomb after mentally preparing themselves. The second their feet touched the ground in the inner area, they felt the atmosphere instantly change, and it suddenly felt as though they'd entered another world, a world that is filled with death and a place that humans don't belong. This is worse than I thought. Tian Suyin muttered as she subconsciously pinched her nose to avoid the smell. What the? Where did this stench come from? It wasn't there just a second ago. Tian Yenyu was baffled. You cannot see it, but the inner area and the outer area are separated by an invisible boundary. In fact, they can be considered as their own world. She said. No wonder. Tian Yenyu mumbled. You guys should block the smell with your spiritual energy. Yuan said to them. No need to state the obvious. I was just surprised by how sudden it was. Tian Suyin said with a slightly rosy face as she stopped pinching her nose. They followed Shi deeper into the area shortly after, entering a heavily forested area. Everything seemed normal for the first several minutes, but Yuan suddenly stopped walking and said, Careful, there's a demon coming our way. Huh? What nonsense are you talking about? I don't sense any, she said, halting her sentence halfway through. No way. There's really a demon approaching us. How did you sense it before me? She was pretty proud of her own sharp senses. Unfortunately for her, no matter how sharp her senses are, they would never defeat Yuan when it comes to sensing demons. In fact, Yuan could sense multiple demons in their area with some of them being hundreds of miles away. What are you waiting for? Do you really plan on fighting a demon? I'm telling you, they are far more terrifying than whatever you're imaging right now. We need to leave right now. Tian Suyin exclaimed in a nervous manner when she noticed that Yuan didn't seem to have any intention of running. We'll be fine. Yuan reassured her, but his words didn't sound convincing at all. Forget it. Yenyu, we're leaving him behind. If he wants to die that badly, we'll grant his wish. She quickly gave up on trying to convince Yuan and went to grab Tian Yenyu's hand. However, Tian Yenyu didn't budge despite her pulling. Yenyu. What do you think you are doing? Tian Suyin looked at her with wide eyes filled with disbelief. I'm going to stay here with Xiaoyang. Tian Yenyu responded in a low voice with a subtle smile. Have you really gone mad? It was at this moment that Tian Suyin realized that Tian Yenyu was no longer the daughter she knew, as she has drastically changed since meeting Yuan. You should calm down a bit, little girl. She suddenly spoke, causing Tian Suyin to freeze. Little girl. Tian Suyin almost couldn't believe her ears. This was her first time being called a little girl by someone who looked to be in her early 20s. Although it may not seem like it, I am actually over 100,000 years old, at least before I died. She smiled. Really? Even Yuan reacted with surprise when he learned of this information. Tian Suyin was only 300 years old herself. If one compared their age, they would understand why Tian Suyin would only be a little girl in Shi's eyes. Anyways, if you want to leave, you can leave. Though, I think your worries are unnecessary. Shi then said. However, before Tian Suyin could say anything else, a terrorizing pressure appeared in their area, causing her body to freeze from fear. And from the edge of her eyes, Tian Suyin could see a red figure walking towards their direction. It's over. She cried inwardly. That's a demon. Mother was right. It's reckless to even attempt fighting them. Tian Yenyu fell on her buttocks after sensing the astronomical amount of killing intent being emitted by the demon. Just its gaze alone snapped Tian Yenyu back to being clear-headed. You think you can kill it? It's too late to run now. She looked at Yuan with a cheeky smile on her face. If you beg me to help you, I just might disturb the demon for a moment, she continued. Yuan chuckled, thanks, but no thanks. He summoned his Empyrean overlord and began walking towards the demon in a slow and relaxed manner. This made Yuan recall his first encounter with a demon, but he was not as naive and weak as he was back then. Foolish human. The demon uttered in a mocking tone after seeing that Yuan was approaching it instead of running away. A lowly demon, I don't even have to use my demon sealing aura to deal with you. Like the lowly demon it immediately lost control of its temper and forcefully rushed at Yuan. Seeing this, Yuan pointed his sword at the incoming demon. The demon suddenly vanished into thin air the very next second. This befuddled Tian Suyin and Tian Yenyu, who had no idea what had just happened. What just happened? Tian Suyin asked in a dazed voice. He killed it. She answered after a brief moment of silence. What? Both Tian Suyin and Tian Yenyu exclaimed. She then explained, he surrounded the demon with enhanced sword aura just now, shredding its body into pieces so small that it can't be seen with just one's bare eyes. But he didn't stop there and continued to cut the demon until its last cell was destroyed. After all, a demon can fully regenerate from even a single blood cell. Tian Suyin swallowed nervously after hearing Shi's explanation, but she doubted if something like that was even possible. Is something like that really possible? Tian Yenyu asked what was on her mother's mind. Can it be done? Of course, since it just happened right before your eyes. However, it requires one to have perfect control over their own sword aura and a tremendous amount of sword aura, and missing either one will make it impossible, something 99.99% of sword masters cannot replicate. She said. So that was a demon, huh? They're not as strong as I thought. Yuan said, still putting up the act that this was his first encounter with a demon. However, Tian Suin immediately saw through his act and pointed at him and shouted, "Why you think this is funny? There's no way that was your first fight with a demon since you clearly knew about its regeneration abilities, or else you wouldn't have done something so ridiculous as your first move." Yuan smiled at her remarks and asked, "Even if I told you that I have the ability to kill them, would you have believed me?" That's. Tian Suin immediately became speechless, as there was no way that she'd have believed him. "You're really full of surprises, Xiao Yang," Tian Yenyu said with a dazed face. "Not only have you encountered them, you seem very experienced with fighting them. Where'd you learn that, Jean, she looked at him with an intrigued gaze. "I will tell you if you tell me your relationship with the masked man." Yuan smiled at her. Why do you care so much about my relationship with another man? Are you jealous?" She laughed. Tian Yenyu stared at Yuan intensively. Yuan shrugged, "Will you tell me if I admit that I am jealous?" "No," she immediately replied. Yuan merely shook his head in silence before speaking, "Anyways, let's continue." They started moving again shortly after. "Xiao Yang, are you really jealous?" Tian Yenyu asked him using divine sense. "Huh? No way. Then why do you care so much?" "To tell you the truth, I have some connections to the masked man, so I was just interested." "What?" Tian Yenyu exclaimed in a shocked voice after hearing this. "Why are you suddenly shouting?" Tian Suin frowned. "Sorry." Jean, she glanced at them. She contemplated listening in on their conversation, but knowing Yuan's ability, he'd easily realize it. "Keep it a secret, okay?" Yuan chuckled. "Of course. But how do you know the masked man? Isn't he the creator of this place?" "I don't actually know him. Sorry, I don't know how to explain it. It's complicated. After all, it wasn't as if he could say that he was the masked man's reincarnation." "Is that so?" Despite her curiosity, Tian Yenyu didn't pursue the topic any longer. After walking for a little longer, Tian Yenyu suddenly asked, "Hey. I just noticed this, but why are we walking? Wouldn't it be faster if we flew there? If you wish to be spotted easily by demons and magical beasts, by all means, I don't mind flying." "Jean," she said. This quickly made Tian Yenyu speechless. "Actually, never mind. I was being too short-sighted," she apologized in an embarrassed manner. "Wait a second." Yuan suddenly jumped in, and he continued, "That's actually not a bad idea. Time is precious in this place, after all. Don't worry, I will deal with any danger that we encounter." Normally, this is where Tian Suin objects and starts calling him reckless. However, after what she witnessed before, she realized that Yuan was not the reckless type and that he had the power to back up his confidence. "Since nobody is objecting, let's start flying now." "Jean," she said as she ascended into the sky. Literally not even 5 minutes later, Yuan could sense demons approaching them. "Be careful, we have 3 guests." Yuan calmly warned them. 3. Tian Suin exclaimed. "Don't worry, they are all low-ranking demons. I can deal with them with closed eyes." "This guy." Tian Suin was speechless. An excited voice suddenly resounded from a distance. "It's been over 100 years since I last tasted humans. Lucky me." The 3 demons laughed merrily as they surrounded Yuan's group. Tian Suin and Tian Yenyu subconsciously moved closer to Yuan when they felt the demons scanning their bodies with starved eyes. "Let's feast." One of the demons suddenly rushed forward. Yuan raised his arm and pointed at the incoming demon before unleashing his sword aura. Almost instantly, the demon's body was shredded until there was nothing left. This shocked the other 2 demons, who had no idea what had just happened. And while they were scrambling to make sense of the situation, Yuan unleashed his sword aura for a second time, killing another demon. The remaining demon trembled, and with hesitation, it turned around and began flying away at maximum speed. "Where do you think you are going?" Yuan sent his sword aura chasing after the fleeing demon. The demon could feel the lower part of its body quickly being consumed by the sword aura, but it could not run any faster. In the end, its life also perished to the sword aura. After dealing with the three demons as though it was nothing but a walk in the park, Yuan sighed in a disappointed voice, "It's a pity that I can only target one of them at a time right now." Tian Suyin looked at him with a baffled face. Is there anything that he can't do? She wondered inwardly. Let's continue, shall we? Yuan smiled at them, acting like nothing had just happened. Eventually, they arrived at the sword graveyard. It took them nearly half a month, and they had encountered over 100 demons on their way there. One of you here must be a demon magnet. Jean, she said, because of their abnormal number of encounters with demons. Yuan could only show a stiff smile regarding her remarks. So this is the sword graveyard, huh? It exceeds my imagination. Tian Suyin mumbled, her face full of delight, almost like a child at an amusement park for their first time. Before her was a large field with thousands of unique swords plunged into the ground, invoking a sense of both awe and sadness. The sheer number of swords was overwhelming, and it made Tian Suyin wonder why this place existed. Had these swords been discarded? Is this truly a burial ground for swords? Or is there a deeper meaning for this place? All these swords. What a waste. Tian Suyin sighed. As someone who walked the path of a sword master, this sword graveyard was a sorrowful sight. When Yuan first laid eyes on the sword graveyard, his body froze, and for some inexplicable reason, he started feeling many emotions that he could not explain. Xiaoyang. Are you okay? Tian Yenyu asked him when she noticed that he had tears in the corner of his eyes. However, almost as though he couldn't hear her, Yuan remained silent as he stared at the graveyard. Perhaps he'd recognized these swords. Even though he himself might not remember them, his soul remembers the time they had spent together. In his days, Yuan started to approach the sword graveyard, and it even looked like he wanted to reach for one of the swords there. When Tian Suyin saw this, she immediately sprang into action and grabbed him by the collar before yanking him back. Whoa! This snapped Yuan out of his daze. Are you crazy? Tian Suyin shouted at him afterward. You cannot touch these swords. Anyone that does so will face severe punishment. Really? Yuan expressed genuine surprise, as he didn't know about this. Many people have tried to take a sword from this place, but all of them have perished after being punished. Even immortals have died in this place, so no matter how talented you are, even you won't survive. Tian Suyin explained. And she continued, the only thing we are allowed to do here is study these swords and hopefully learn something from it. Is that so? Sorry, and thank you for waking me up. I don't know what just happened to me. Yuan said. Are you okay? Tian Yenyu asked him again. Huh? What do you mean? Yuan asked with a puzzled face, still unaware that he had been crying just now. Tian Yenyu pointed at his eyes and said in a low voice, You're crying. What? Yuan quickly wiped his eyes, and sure enough, it was wet. Why did I? He muttered in a dazed voice. Jean, she silently stared at Yuan with narrowed eyes, seeming in deep thoughts. PFT. That idiot really tried to take a sword from this place. Why did she have to stop him? It would have been a spectacular sight to see him get punished. Yuan suddenly heard voices that he was unfamiliar with, and they were laughing at him. He looked around, and it was at this moment that he realized they were not alone. There were over 100 other people there at glance, which surprised him. I thought not many people dare to venture into the inner areas. He asked Tian Suyin. Since this is just the border and the least dangerous area, many people risk their lives to come here, especially since the techniques they can learn in this place are at least divine rank. Is that so? Yuan didn't mind the mockery and acted as though they weren't even there. Anyways, now that we have arrived, I am going to study the swords. Yenyu, since this is a rare occasion, you should also try to learn something. We might not get another chance to come back here, after all. Tian Suyin said to her daughter. Okay. She nodded before turning to look at Yuan. What are you going to do? Since I am here, I might as well look around, too. He said. All right. Oh, how long do we plan on staying here? Yuan suddenly asked. Since you wasted a month of our time, it's only fair if we stay here for a month. However, I guess 2 weeks will do. Tian Suyin said, as she didn't want to take away too much of Yuan's time, despite her words. I understand. Then we will leave in 2 weeks. With that settled, Tian Suyin and Tian Yenyu immediately began wandering the sword graveyard. Like tombs in a graveyard, each sword had enough space between each other to allow people to surround it, so nobody there had to worry about fighting for spots. With that being said, some swords are especially popular and do become overcrowded at times. Oh, lucky me. There's a spot left for the Silvermoon Soul Blade. Tian Suyin was filled with joy when she noticed an empty spot at one of the most popular swords in the sword graveyard. The Silvermoon Soul Blade is a mythic great sword, a treasure that normally wouldn't exist in the third heaven except for the nameless emperor's tomb, so its popularity was only natural. There were a total of 3 mystic grade swords in the sword graveyard, and they are usually packed to the brim with people, hence Tian Suyin's excitement. Meanwhile, Tian Yenyu settled with a random ancient grade sword that caught her eyes the moment she looked at it, almost as though she had a connection with it. Radiant Scarlet Blade. Tian Yenyu read the engraving on the sword's crimson blade. As for Yuan, he merely stood at the entrance of the sword graveyard. There were so many swords that he didn't know where to start. Eventually, he picked a random sword and sat before it. You guys can look around if you want. Yuan said to Xiao Hua and the others. I don't use the sword, so I am fine staying here. Lan Yingying said. Me too. Feng Yuxiang said. Xiao Hua will stay with you. Xiao Hua said. Yuan didn't say anything else and returned to focusing on the sword before him. Let's see what kind of technique you'll teach me. Yuan smiled inwardly. He started by using divine gaze on the sword, but nothing special happened, so he just started studying it normally. He would eventually enter a trance when images began appearing inside his mind. However, these images would not just teach him sword techniques. In addition to sword techniques, they were memories, his memories with this particular sword. The moment of their meeting, their journeys together, all of the enemies they have slain together. These memories lasted all the way till the end of their journey. Yuan was surprised at first, but he quickly calmed down and started to absorb these memories like a dry sponge with water. Since he'd grown accustomed to being fed memories, he found the process to be quite pleasing, as it was like watching a movie of himself. 10 hours. Yuan had spent 10 hours in real time recalling his memories with the sword, but inside his mind, dozens of years have passed. He'd fought thousands of enemies, traveled tens of thousands of miles, and eventually had to put the sword to rest when it had become too damaged to use. When Yuan snapped back into reality, he remained sitting there with a dazed look on his face, and tears were flowing down his cheeks. I remember now. I remember our time together. Starfall Saber. When Yuan uttered this familiar name, the sword before him suddenly began to tremble, almost as though it was responding to his call. However, it calmed down a few seconds later. In the end, this sword graveyard and all of the swords within was nothing more than an illusion, something the masked man had created from his memories. Despite that, the memories shown to Yuan by the sword were definitely very real. Are you okay, brother Yuan? Xiao Hua asked him. Yes, I am fine. We might actually stay here a little longer than expected, he said, as he decided to retrieve all of his memories from the swords in this place. Sometime later, Yuan walked to the next sword. Since he was going to study all of them, he might as well start from the very first sword towards the entrance of the graveyard. Once he sat down before the sword that read Blood Moon Blade, Yuan would stare at the sword until his eyes slowly closed and images began appearing inside his head. Over the next week, Yuan would spend anywhere between 4 hours to an entire day with each sword. Thousands of years of experience and hundreds of unique sword techniques flooded Yuan's mind. Even though he was just recalling his memories with the swords, his sword mastery would increase drastically without needing to lift a sword. Your understanding with the sword has improved significantly. Your understanding of swords has reached a new level. Your understanding with the sword has improved significantly. Your understanding of swords has reached a new level. Your understanding with the sword has improved significantly. Your understanding of swords has reached a new level. At the end of the second week, Yuan looked at how many swords were left in the sword graveyard and sighed, "At this rate, it will take me years to go through every single sword here." As Yuan pondered about what he should do in this situation, he suddenly heard a commotion not far away. "Get out of my spot, you bitch." "Huh? What the hell are you talking about? Since when did this become your spot?" Yuan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this familiar voice. He could see Tian Suyin arguing with another woman. "Just now. A weak bitch like you should be grateful that you even got to study the Silvermoon Soul Blade for a minute. I will not ask you again. Move, or I will move you myself. You call me weak, yet you have a lower cultivation than me. How hilarious." Tian Suyin sneered in a cold manner. The other woman laughed out loud, "You have no idea who you're messing with. Darling. Come get this bitch out of my spot." The following moment, Tian Suyin felt the pressure of a peak spirit king bearing down on her. Then, a figure descended from the sky and landed between them. This figure stood well over 7 feet tall and had a broad, muscular build with a thick neck, wide shoulders, and bulging arms and legs. His chest was as wide as a barrel, giving him an imposing appearance. However, this man's staggering presence did not seem to faze Tian Suyin at all. In fact, she looked unimpressed. "Really? You're going to make your man bully another woman? How pathetic are you?" Tian Suyin shook her head. "Also, you're bothering the others. None of this would have happened if you were obedient. Now, we'll have to make a spectacle out of you. Anyways, it's too late even if you want to give up your seat now." Tian Suyin didn't say anything and started looking around the sword graveyard in silence. "Are you going to act like a damsel in distress and ask for help? There's nobody here that can protect you." The woman laughed in an obnoxious manner. Meanwhile, when Tian Suyin noticed Yuan staring at them from a distance, a slight smile formed on her beautiful face. "Even a damsel in distress has more dignity than someone like you. If you're going to do it, hurry up and do it, you pathetic little whore." Tian Suyin cursed back. The woman trembled in anger, and she pointed at Tian Suyin before roaring, "Make her regret ever coming here, Wang Xian." The bulky man's eyes became filled with killing intent as he retrieved a massive axe from his spatial ring and swung it at Tian Suyin. The axe was also coated in a thin layer of axe aura, something similar to sword aura but only available to those who mastered the axe. Tian Suyin's eyes widened slightly, but her vision was suddenly blocked by someone that had appeared in front of her like a ghost. This person was obviously Yuan, and he lifted his arm to casually catch the incoming strike. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept the sword graveyard the moment Yuan caught the axe with just his fingers. This shocked everybody there. As for the bulky man, he was in utter disbelief that someone had just caught his powerful attack with 2 mere fingers. "You okay?" Yuan ignored the others and turned to ask Tian Suyin, who nodded her head in a dazed manner. She knew that Yuan would protect her, but she didn't expect him to do it in such a fashion. "Darling, what's wrong? Why did you stop? Just cleave through this fool who thinks he's a hero." The woman misunderstood the situation and thought that the bulky man had stopped his attack right before his axe reached Yuan, as the thought that someone as small as Yuan in comparison could block the man's attack was simply impossible. That is, the man didn't know how to respond, and he was still trying to comprehend the situation himself. When the bulky man eventually realized the reality of his situation, his clothes became soaked in cold sweat. "I cannot even pull away my axe from his grasp. What is happening? How is he holding onto my axe that is coated with axe aura with his bare hands? Darling! What are you doing? Hurry up and kill them. His partner shouted again. Damn it! This dumb bitch has no idea the gravity of our situation. The man cursed inwardly. Yuan eventually released his grasp on the axe and lowered his hand. What should I do with them, Senior Tian? Yuan asked her for suggestions. I don't care as long as you get rid of these eyesores, she said. Yuan nodded and looked at the couple. Those who are prepared to take another's life should also be prepared to have theirs taken from them, right? Yuan asked them. Arg. The bulky man that had been frozen for some time now suddenly roared like a wild beast. He lifted his axe and swung it again. Swift execution. The man's aura exploded, and the axe suddenly seemed 10 times larger as it flew closer to Yuan and Tian Suin. Let's see if this sword body is truly untouchable by weapon auras. Yuan decided to just stand there without any thoughts of blocking the strike. This fool must be frozen with fear. The woman laughed out loud when she saw him standing there like a statue. The massive axe that was aimed directly at Yuan's neck eventually reached its destination. However, forget about severing his head, the axe couldn't even cut his skin. From the onlooker's eyes, the bulky man had, once again, stopped his axe right before it struck Yuan. I cannot cut him. When the bulky man realized that Yuan didn't stop his first attack by mistake, he felt all of the strength in his body disappearing from his body. This caused him to lose his grip on the axe, letting it fall into the ground. The bulky man then fell to his knees shortly after. Wang Xian. What the fuck are you doing? The woman began cursing at him. Forget it. It was a mistake to rely on you. I will take care of them myself. The woman decided to take matters into her own hand and retrieved her weapon. Now with a sword in her grasp, the woman rushed forward while performing a sword technique. When the sword was close enough, Yuan closed his hand into a fist except for his middle finger. He then casually lifted his arm, blocking the woman's sword with his middle finger. What? The woman's eyes nearly popped out of its sockets when she felt an immovable force colliding with her sword, her gaze glued to the single middle finger that was blocking her sword. After blocking the attack, Yuan coated his middle finger with his sword aura, and like knife-cutting tofu, his middle finger sliced through the heaven-grade treasure without any resistance. Thud. The woman looked at the sword with a broken blade in her grasp with a baffled expression on her face. The spectators present shared similar reactions. This show-off. Jean, she muttered in a low voice after witnessing everything. After a moment of dead silence, the woman suddenly turned to look at the Silvermoon soul blade beside them. Perhaps she had experienced such shock that her mind became roasted, but the woman was no longer thinking clearly. In one swift movement, she extended her arm and grabbed onto the hilt of the sword. When the cultivators around them saw this, their immediate reaction was to flee the area, and it wasn't just them. That crazy bitch touched the Silvermoon soul blade. Run if you don't want to get caught up in her punishment. Every cultivator inside the sword graveyard quickly scrambled to get out of the graveyard. Huh. The woman snapped back to reality after hearing such words, and she immediately released the sword. The woman had barely touched the sword for a second, but it was already too late, as the sky above them quickly darkened. Seeing this, Yuan grabbed Tian Suin and pulled her away as he distanced himself from the couple. The woman attempted to flee as well, but she remained still, as if bound by invisible shackles that rendered her utterly immobile, her very essence paralyzed by an unseen force beyond her comprehension. A profound and eerie silence blanketed the graveyard, broken only by the faint rustle of wine through the trees, until suddenly, as if stirred by an otherworldly force, the thousands of swords resting within the graveyard began to tremble, their ancient blades resonating with a palpable and ominous energy that reverberated through the very air itself. The swords stopped trembling after a few seconds before erupting from the ground and soaring into the heavens. Astonished gasps could be heard from those that were witnessing this for the first time. Help! Someone! Please. Help me. I will do anything. The woman began screaming her lungs out as her body was still frozen in time. Unsurprisingly, nobody there even dared to take a step towards the graveyard at this moment. A few seconds later, the swords hovering ominously in the air began to stir once more, their gleaming blades shifting in unison with an eerie grace, until they finally came to a stop with their sharp tips pointed at the terrified woman. Despite the horrifying scene, nobody there could tear their gaze away from the scene, almost as though they were all trapped in a powerful charm. In the end, they all watched as the swords descended upon the woman and the man, covering their figures. In that fleeting, heart-stopping moment, the very air itself seemed to come to a halt, suffocated by an all-encompassing dread that left a single soul present able to draw even the slightest breath. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the nightmare ended with the swords returning to their resting place, the graveyard once again peaceful. As for the couple, not a trace remained, as if they never existed in the first place. "Senior, I'd like to thank you again for stopping me before." Yuan mumbled in a dumbfounded voice after the sword graveyard's fury ended. Tian Suin was still in a state of shock, so she didn't hear him. "I think that was our cue to leave. It's been 2 weeks, anyway." Tian Yenyu said. "Oh, about that. I would actually like to stay a little longer." Yuan then said. "Really? How long?" Tian Suin immediately snapped out of her daze. As terrifying as what had happened was, it wasn't enough to deter her from the sword graveyard, as she has yet to gain anything from it. "I can't say for sure. How about another 2 weeks for now?" Yuan said after a moment of pondering. Tian Suin and her daughter agreed. After their decision, they returned to the sword graveyard. The other cultivators also made their way back to their respective positions, but with a sense of unease grasping their heart. Their movements were stiff and careful, caused by a newfound hesitation and a growing apprehension of the unfathomable power that lay hidden within the swords. Unsurprisingly, Tian Suin returned to the Silver Moon Soul Blade. The cultivators present with her purposefully distanced themselves from her, as they were also frightened of Yuan's presence. Tian Suin didn't complain since this gave her more breathing room, allowing her to focus more easily on the sword. As for Tian Yenyu, she decided to try her luck on a new sword after 2 weeks of no progress from her previous sword, even going for a lower-grade sword. Yuan wanted to go back to studying the swords as well, but he has yet to resolve his problem regarding the lack of time in this place. What should I do? He continued to ponder but to no avail. In the end, he decided to only study the swords that resonated with him the most. The first sword was a mere heaven-grade sword. Heavenly Ice Sword. Yuan mumbled its name as he sat before it. The sword emitted a chilling aura, and as it brushed past him, Yuan felt a sudden, inexplicable shiver race down his spine. Then, his earliest memories with this sword began appearing inside his head. A woman stood before him. She was stunningly beautiful with a commanding presence that made her hard to ignore. She has sharp, angular features that gave her an almost sculpted appearance, and a cool, unapproachable demeanor that only adds to her allure. Her eyes were piercing and seemed to have the ability to see through even heaven itself, their light blue color perfectly complementing her pale, flawless complexion. Her lips are full and perfectly shaped, but one glance and anyone could tell that she rarely smiled. Despite her cool exterior, there was a sense of overwhelming strength to her gaze that suggested she was not someone to be trifled with, and in her grasp was the heavenly ice sword. "Why are you here?" the beauty asked him in a nonchalant voice. "Your family is worried sick after your sudden disappearance, so they asked me to find you. Out of the millions of people they could have asked for help, they decided to ask for your help." "I don't buy it." Yuan chuckled. "If you don't believe me, you can go back to your family and ask them with me." The beauty suddenly unsheathed her sword and pointed its cold blade at him. "Do you take me for a fool? I wouldn't dare. If you want me to go back, defeat me." "Are you sure? I have always wanted to fight you, who is proclaimed as the #1 genius by many." "If you say so." Yuan retrieved his sword the very next moment. Ah! I know this sword. It was also in the sword graveyard. He thought to himself as memories continued to flow inside his head. 3 hours later, Yuan slowly opened his eyes, muttering a name as he came to his senses, Bingjie. After wiping the tears from his eyes, Yuan stood up and scanned the sword graveyard until he found a certain sword. It was the sword he wielded when he clashed with the cold beauty. Red Dragon Fawn. Yuan quickly submerged himself in its memories. In the blink of an eye, 3 weeks passed. Even though they were supposed to leave a week ago, Tian Xuan and Tian Yenyu decided to stay longer when they noticed how engrossed Yuan was with the swords, and they were afraid to disturb his trance. I wonder what kind of techniques he is learning from them. Tian Xuan's sigh carried a subtle hint of envy, a longing for something that seemed just out of her reach. I'm sure he'll tell us about it once he's done. Tian Yenyu smiled. They returned to their own studies shortly after. In the 3rd week, after staying at the sword graveyard for a little over a month, Yuan received a notification. Your longing for a reunion has been heard by the spirits within the sword graveyard. Would you like to receive their response? Yuan was taken aback by this notification that felt different than usual. Yes, I do. He answered a moment later. The very next second, the swords within the sword graveyard began to tremble once again, shocking the cultivators there. It's going to punish someone again. The trembling intensified as the cultivators began scrambling out of the area, and the swords soon began to glow with an otherworldly light, their blades pulsing with an energy that seemed to defy explanation. It was as if the swords themselves were alive, reacting to some unknown force that only they could sense. Within seconds, all of the cultivators exited the sword graveyard, all but a single young man who stood at the center of the place with a nonchalant expression on his face. Xiao Yang. Tian Yenyu cried out loud at the sight of his lone figure in the graveyard, her heart beating so hard it was on the verge of bursting through her chest. When Tian Xuan noticed that her daughter was about to rush back into the sword graveyard, she quickly restricted her movements with a bear hug. Stop! Do you want to die? I don't care. He's not going to die, I think. Tian Xuan suddenly exclaimed, which calmed Tian Yenyu down a little. Look at it, feel the atmosphere. Despite the similarities, this is nothing like when that couple got punished, and as crazy as this may sound, I can feel a sense of attachment from the swords. As the spectators awaited yet another grand display of execution, the blades buried within the sword graveyard awakened from their slumber once again, ascending to the heavens in a breathtaking dance. Once every sword ascended to the sky, they began to move in perfect harmony, their razor-sharp tips converging towards Yuan, who stood firmly and unhinged despite the terrifying scene happening above him. However, the ladies inside Yuan did not share the same feeling. In fact, they were terrified for him. Young master. I think this is a little too dangerous even for you. Brother Yuan. Don't worry, they won't hurt me. I can feel it. Yuan said to them with an air of tranquility enveloping his words, trying to calm their souls with his overwhelming confidence. Come! He suddenly roared. The sword suspended in the sky immediately stirred with a mighty force and hurled towards Yuan like a celestial barrage of fiery meteors. However, when the first sword reached Yuan and pierced his body, it did not go through his body and come out the other end like it was supposed to and actually disappeared into his body. The second sword and the swords after that also did the same thing, and it was as though they were being absorbed by him. This continued until there was not a single sword left. Everything happened so fast that the onlookers were still trying to figure out what they had just witnessed even many minutes later. After the swords entered his body, Yuan quickly realized that he could retrieve their memories at will. Does this mean I no longer need to stay here to recall their memories one by one? This is great. Yuan was filled with excitement knowing that he could take his time absorbing these memories. Sometime later, the cultivators outside the sword graveyard made their way back into the area, and they all had deep frowns on their faces. Hey! What did you do with the swords? Why are they not returning? One of them pointed at Yuan and questioned him about the swords, as they have yet to return. Without any swords, the sword graveyard could no longer bear such a name. In fact, it wouldn't even qualify as an ordinary graveyard, as there were only holes in the ground which had been left behind by the swords. No idea. Yuan answered with a calm shrug. Are you fucking with me? Bring back the swords. Yeah. Or we will tear your body open and take them back by force. The cultivators began threatening Yuan with force. Although none of them were confident of defeating Yuan alone, they felt invincible together. There were a little over 200 cultivators present. They believed that if they all attacked at once, not even he would leave unscathed. I really don't know what happened to the swords, nor can I take them out since I don't have them. Yuan sighed. Bullshit. Everyone here watched you absorb the swords into your body. I know that's what it looked like, but... fuck it. This bastard is clearly not going to comply. Let's get him. Before Yuan could even finish his sentence, the cultivators encircled him, exuding an aura of animosity, their eyes fixed upon him with killing intent. I really don't want to hurt anyone here over something nobody here could control. Let's try to settle this peacefully, alright? Yuan felt a little guilty for hogging all of the swords for himself and inconveniencing these people, even if he had a good reason for doing so. If you want this to end peacefully, you will return those swords. Someone shouted. Yeah. That's right. Return the swords. They belong to nobody but the nameless emperor's tomb, much less a nobody like you. In the midst of the chaos, Yuan had a sudden idea flash inside his head. How about this? I will give everyone here a chance to learn a sword technique of their choosing. These sword techniques will come from the swords that had existed within the sword graveyard. What kind of nonsense is that? Do you think we are idiots? Let me explain. Yuan quickly said. When the swords entered my body, I learned all of their sword techniques, and I am willing to show them to you. Even if I return the swords, what are the chances of you actually learning its technique? Yuan spoke to these cultivators with logic and reasoning. You learned all of the sword techniques. The cultivators were shocked, but they did not immediately believe Yuan's words either, as it sounded too good to be true. That's impossible. He's definitely lying to us to save his own life. Right? I'm willing to bet my life that he doesn't know shit. The cultivators quickly became hostile again. What should we do? Tian Yenyu asked her mother as they watched from a distance. Nothing. He can handle it himself. Tian Suyin said with an unwavering expression on her face. Seeing that nobody would believe him, Yuan decided to approach this situation from another direction, but he still wasn't planning on taking any lives. He spread his arms wide open and gestured for them in a provoking manner. All right. You know what? If you think you can kill me, go ahead. I won't fight back for the first 10 minutes. But after 10 minutes, I will retaliate. Yuan's words that belittled the gathered cultivators ignited a furious outburst, causing them to unleash their fangs upon his neck. Unperturbed, Yuan merely stood his ground with his hands in his pockets as all sorts of weapons struck his body with no results, his presence becoming more menacing as the 10 minutes counted down. The sound of metal colliding with each other resounded without stopping as over 100 cultivators tried to cut Yuan's body. However, no matter how much strength they put in their swings, nobody there could scratch his skin, much less make him bleed. How is this possible? What kind of trick is he using to block our attacks? The cultivators refused to believe that Yuan had an invincible body. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. You have 7 minutes before I make my move. Yuan would provoke them with a menacing smile on his face every minute, reminding them of their impending doom. Of course, this made the cultivators even more intense. Your body may be untouchable, but what about your eyes? A woman suddenly propelled herself forward with fierceness, wielding a slender, razor-sharp sword, aimed with deadly precision at Yuan's very sight. But alas, just like the rest of his body, her sword could not penetrate his eyes. Let's try spiritual attacks. There's no way he cultivated both his body and mind to the same degree. Someone there suddenly suggested. However, since techniques that directly attacked one's spirit were incredibly rare, nobody there actually knew of any. This was why nobody tried it in the first place. Nobody here knows any spiritual attacks. Damn it. Actually, I know one, but it's not really meant to do any damage. Someone there suddenly said. I don't care. If it has a chance to break his defenses, use it. Alright. A beauty with long black hair came forward and stood before Yuan, who continued to stand there in an unfazed manner. She looked at him with raised eyebrows, feeling a little awkward, as she has never gotten the chance to use this technique without retaliation from the other party. After taking a deep breath, she lifted both her arms and made several hand gestures while facing them at Yuan. Spiritual constriction art. Yuan immediately felt an unforce entering his mind. However, due to his immense soul strength that was incomparably stronger than the woman, it was destroyed just as quickly as it entered his mind. A moment of silence later, when Yuan showed no reaction, the woman mumbled, I think it worked. Really? What was it supposed to do? Yuan suddenly asked, startling the woman to the point it made her jump back like a scared kitten. It didn't work. She quickly corrected herself. Anyways, you have 5 minutes left. Or should I just save some time and kill all of you now, since it's clear that nobody here can kill me? The cultivators there immediately became defensive after hearing his words, with some of them even running away. Yuan laughed at their reaction. Or I can spare your lives. However, since you all refused my offer in the beginning, I will no longer teach you guys any technique. With that being said, if you are willing to accept my challenge and survive one of my strikes, I will give you a chance to learn a technique. The cultivators there looked at each other, wondering what they would do in this situation. Should they risk their life, or should they just leave? You have 3 minutes to decide before I kill everyone that is still here. Yuan reminded them that the timer was still counting down. Of course, he had no real intentions of killing them and just wanted to mess with them. I am willing to accept the challenge. A short man stepped forward with a resolute expression on his face. Since he risked his life to come this far without any guarantees that he'd gain anything from the sword graveyard, he might as well risk his life again for this. Very well. And don't expect me to go easy on you. Yuan said. The others quickly gave them some space. I will move in exactly 10 seconds from now. Try your best to stay alive. The man swallowed nervously. And as he stood there, every passing second felt like an eternity, as if time itself had come to a standstill. When the appointed moment finally arrived, Yuan swiftly drew forth his sword with a graceful and fluid motion, his sword emanating an aura of immense power that surged forth in a wave of unfettered sword aura, aimed at the man. It was at this moment that the man regretted his decision, but it was too late to back down. The man released a beastly roar as all of the strength in his body gushed forward like a broken dam, his life depending on it to block Yuan's sword aura. When the man's sword clashed with Yuan's sword aura, he immediately realized the difference in their strength. It was like heaven and earth, and he felt like a mortal before an unattainable strength that will forever haunt his soul. With their clash, the man's sword was cleanly sliced in two by the sword aura, leaving him defenseless before the unstoppable force. The sword aura continued its unrelenting advance, cleaving through the air with a fearsome intensity until it made contact with the man's chest, carving a deep and lasting scar into his flesh. In that moment, the man was brought to the brink of death, his very essence laid bare before the merciless might of Yuan's sword aura. The onlookers swallowed nervously after witnessing the scene. The spectacle before them was not a showcase of Yuan's sword techniques, but a display of his raw power that was channeled through his sword aura. However, unbeknownst to them, that wasn't even half of Yuan's full strength, as he'd held back just enough so that he wouldn't kill his challenger. Yuan turned to look at the crowd and asked them, anyone got a restoration pill for him? He might really die at this rate. Someone quickly came forward to offer a mid-quality restoration pill. Once consumed, the man's bleeding immediately stopped and his breathing became steady, but the scar on his chest remained. Since you managed to survive, I will teach you a sword technique from any sword that existed within the sword graveyard, but seeing your current condition, let's postpone this until I go through everyone else here. Okay. The man nodded in a stiff movement. Yuan turned to look at the others with a devil-like smile. So, who else wants to challenge me?